name than that?
First off, there's no better name than that.
Dragon
Second,
Tail, right there. Boom.
no, that's too edgy and
Wow.
right.
Hating on the
Beaver
dragon.
Tail. Beaver Tail knows that it's not trying to be anything that it isn't. It's just a little,
It's
just a little
humble.
bit of thing for safety there, because you do not want that hammer to hit your hand. You know that would really hurt.
You in a
What's,
tunnel there, JLongbone?
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
going on there, pal?
Hello?
Is Jay here? I don't think she said anything this whole time.
Now she's
Oh,
here,
no.
so.
Oh,
Okay. She's
goodbye.
like, fuck this guy. Who's this fucking lion? I'm out.
Oh.
Oh.
We just went live too, so perfect timing on mute. I suppose we'll have to find something to talk about.
We can. I think is our intro also going to be AI generated?
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I was thinking about the thumbnail for this episode, and I was like, how could I resist not like putting that goober fucking fury face?
Gobbledygook.
Whatever the hell that was. I showed my sister that, and she was like, "No." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." And she was like, "It would be worse if you told me that someone drew that." I was like,
I don't care that it was made by AI. I care that it looked like dog shit, and it was like 4 hours long. It just kept going, Every time I thought it was over, I'd look up, and there's like several credits to go.
It's like a fucking anime. There's a 30-minute intro.
Man.
Yeah, I will say, after a while, that got insane.
I love me some animes here and there, but you're completely right, Rag. Those intros are just indulgent bullshit. Like every single one of them are shit.
I mean,
I will say Go ahead.
I was just gonna say what's pretty funny about it is the fact that every time you watch it that's what cost this show from being taken seriously by anybody on the internet. Basically, like you watch it and you're just like,
which is pretty hilarious. It's as soon as everybody found out that it was an AI art intro, that already turned a lot of people against this show.
Oh yeah, it was pretty.
They didn't even watch it.
I'm pretty opposed.
I don't like it.
I don't like AI generated images used in this context, especially if you're Disney, and this is your show and it's a big deal and you're spending $200 million on it. And intros are potentially really. I mean, what is our gold standard for intros? Is it Arcane or is it?
Well, I mean, if we're talking
Game
about
of Thrones because they actually utilize it.
Breaking Bad.
We're talking like superhero television shows. Daredevil is pretty high up.
Well, it just, I mean, the fact that we give so many answers there, it just really shows that a good intro can mean a lot of things.
Intro set the tone.
Oh yeah, like when it's with Arcane, it becomes as the show goes on, you recognize more and more things, and you recognize the symbolism more and more as the show goes on, and you learn more and more, and you can fit a style and you can fit a tone, and there's a lot that goes into an intro. So this one is just like, oh, you just had a computer
well, I feel like
it's
indicative of sort of what's to come with the show, isn't it? It's just like stuff like thrown at, like that just sort of gets compiled and thrown together, and then it turns into something that's like bizarre and incoherent.
Which is funny.
What kills me is that they use the actual thing that they generated. They didn't use it as a reference. They used the actual piece of shit that they generated.
Which would have been I think that would have been way more respectful if they built really good looking images and you're like the base for this was actually an AI prompt, and then they look at his reference. You'd be like, okay, all right, I get it. That's cool enough. But like what they went with is just almost everybody was like, what
is there anything you can actually like interpret from it though? Like I just feel like every time I'm looking at it, I don't really, what am I supposed to get? Like one of the things I appreciated about Game of Thrones was that I remember with Game of Thrones, they would update if something happened in one of the kingdoms, they would update the intro right away, so you'd get the world building through the intro, like as a reminder, like what happened to Winterfell, and then you would see Winterfell, you would see all the things, all the details, and I think that especially considering it's the very next episode, that's something you can appreciate. With this, it just looked like mush on a screen. Like what's the point of this?
Well, it's supposed to look like mush, you see.
I think it's green for scrolls. That's about it.
I think that the idea that was going around, and I don't know how much of this is legitimate and how much of this is major cope, but I think the idea that they said was it's supposed to look weird. Essentially, it's supposed to be about the blending of what really is true and who's who and what's real and and I'm just like, oh well, you could have done that and like hired people.
Yeah, it still doesn't change the fact that that process was used.
Then reminded of The Flash, where it's like, oh, don't worry, everything in the time travel-y multiverse thing is supposed to look like shit. And it's like,
yeah, like these are. Because that's what they were going for, I guess. It's like,
It's this built-in excuse. It's just built like, what are they gonna say if everyone thought it looked great? Like, oh, ho, okay, you know what I mean? It's
You're not
no,
supposed to
guys,
think it looks
it's supposed to
great.
look shit. Stop liking it.
That's
It's
what I
supposed to
mean,
look
they just
terrible.
pick-
When I think about the
they'll
famous,
never do that. It's so ridiculous.
When I look back through film history and I think about all of the incredible timeless films that have been made over the decades, over a century now, I wonder how many of them had directors who came out and said, no, guys, it's supposed to look like shit.
Exactly. Can you think about that thought process being used for any of the stories that you truly love? It's disgusting. It's horseshit. We know it's horseshit. And it's frustrating that there's people out there that actually accept that. And like the Ryan Johnson fans, these people that their relationship with stories fascinates me because I don't know. For me, everything I watch it hoping it's good enough to rewatch. And I've been doing that since I was like a child. That's pretty much like where my eye for analysis comes from, just watching movies my entire life. And the idea that you can just take these things in and not have any understanding of it. That's part of the reason I like rewatching it, because you really see what they're trying to achieve, what works, what didn't work. The bad written ones are going to fall apart. And I don't know, just people, it's like fast food storytelling. They just take it in, they don't absorb anything, and then they move on. But they're still willing to defend it. It's crazy.
I can believe McDonald's food is made by an AI.
Probably.
Like algorithm generated fast food, yeah.
No, the fries are made with love. I don't know what they put in those fries, but those are the
Give
one
me a
things I'll
vague
look for.
recollection of meat.
That's a good description, yeah. Ugh.
Every time I'm trying to put people's links in the description, they get converted back into gobbledygook. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know when I've been doing my like dog bites links and stuff, I have to double check because you can't like copy and paste them from old links or from old descriptions. It doesn't
stupid
like it's a pain in the butt.
Like it did it with metal all the time, which, you know, I guess that's fine, but really it's rude because it's not what I asked for. Ugh. I like how we've already like shredded the intro. We haven't even started our intro.
Have you
No,
tried,
I still got that Marvel idea.
What if you pretended that it was something you liked?
I don't think that works. That's my honest opinion about that. You know that if we just wish it to be better, then
Who said that again?
Cinema wins.
I don't even. What's the point of even creating something if you're just gonna tell the audience to
just
like it anyway?
like it.
What's the point of the craft itself? If that's the attitude that
becomes meaningless.
Have.
It's the Pascal's wager of film criticism. If you really, really try hard enough, you can get yourself to believe it. Maybe eventually.
I don't know why they curse their work with that type of shit. That whole thought process. I was gonna ask before. Yeah, I was gonna ask before we went live, and he was saying this was probably a good way to start it up. Everyone's history with Marvel, because I know everyone's probably got like a different route. I don't know if he started from like Iron Man, or the MCU specifically, more likely. He started from Iron Man and went straight through. Or?
That's a very good thing to bring up, but I've got an even better one. Welcome to the show, Jedi Brooks.
Yes.
Let's probably do that, you know?
Yes.
The thing is, while we've been talking, I've been trying to solve, like, I got the wrong number on the thumbnail, the people's links aren't working. I'm just like, la la la.
I didn't even have my profile pick up.
Well, luckily, yeah, I got that. Leaving and joining fixes that, so. Alright, thumbnail corrected as of soon. Ugh, don't gobble the fucking things, please, YouTube. It did it twice to me already, but now it didn't the third time, so I'm just hoping. Anyway, yeah, I met you on good old Drinkers Open Bar. We had some chats about a couple things, including Secret Invasion. Was it only one episode was out by then, or was it two?
I think it was one episode was out, but we ended up chatting about a bunch of different things. Like Amelia, it's funny. I just find it really funny that we talked about Amelia Clarke saying, "Man, we wish the best for her. She should be in rom-coms, blah 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 blah." And then flash forward to this.
Oh, absolutely! It's actually sad at this point, and I don't know what else to say.
Just for the other guys, because I mentioned this to you, that's when we met. But I've been here since the not so great debate. I was live for the Just Right. I was live for the Just Right debate. I was there the entire time. Dishonored Wolf's video was the first movie review I ever watched, and that's pretty much what started this whole journey for me. Led me to Mahler, led me to EFAP. The entire thing was just like a crazy roller coaster that I never thought was going to happen. But yeah, I've been here pretty much the entire time. So I've been here since EFAP, since before you even named it EFAP. So most of the major ones you could think of.
Jumping into all kinds of topics. I saw your latest one is a scene comparison again with good old. Well, I mean, I'll let you explain it.
Well, yeah, the scene comparisons definitely seem like those are the ones that I've gotten the best feedback on, but the ones I'm definitely the most passionate about is the slightly more long form stuff, like the critiques, like Jurassic World Dominion. That movie is just an abomination. That's one of the ones that I would describe that's almost like as bad as TLJ in terms of the tone and the disrespect. And TLJ was pretty much my origin story when it comes to this. So pretty much trying to stick to the things that I'm passionate about while still trying to like not completely ignore the algorithm. But when it comes to things like Alien Covenant, that movie, I love Alien, I love aliens, I love the entire concept of space exploration, and Alien Covenant is just that movie is just ridiculous. So that's something that I had to get out at some point.
Even worse than Prometheus, if that was even
yeah.
Amazing.
Prometheus is one of the most frustrating movies because like they introduced some things that could have been interesting and then they just said fuck it, we're doing something else in Covenant. Didn't answer any questions. It's kind of ridiculous. But I would have to say the Rings of Power would probably be the starting point because it took me like 3 years just to get to like 300 subs and things started to blow up around the Rings of Power time. And yeah, everything really came together after that. And so trying to see what's the best path forward for me.
And
but no, it was great to actually finally meet you guys.
Yeah, no, it's good to meet you too, dude. And it's just I always warn people. I'm like, you know what's going to happen here, right? This JLongbone has come and done this with us several times, so she's ready. Going through just hours and hours of talking about what actually happens in this show, as opposed to simply saying it's bad. That's what we do.
Oh no, come on now. I think I've been here for majority of the breakdown, so this isn't anything new. Like I would have been in the chat anyway, so I'm shocked this show's as bad as it is, and I'm ready to fuck it up for sure.
Well, it's fun ahead, but yeah, as you pointed out, probably a good place to start in terms of this does feel like something's happening here. I saw a Jay tweeting out that it's like gone to the point where there's just not even an understanding of what shows are even out for the MCU, what is even going on, what even like in like I assume chat knows. Don't know if everyone here knows, but the lowest rated episode of any MCU show is the finale for this show, and the MCU subreddit has basically revolted. They've been talking a lot about how much they hate this, which is rare. They like everything that comes out for the MCU.
They will eat up. Oh boy, they will eat that slop up.
I saw there was a post about it on the subreddit being like, "Hey, look!" And it was like, "Why would this be something to celebrate?" And then it's like, because they're finally seeing. They can see. Let them I don't know, enjoy it for at least a moment. That last episode, I know a lot of people saying it's like the worst thing ever. There's plenty of the worst thing ever throughout this show, but yes, I'm looking forward to us discussing that sixth one. Holy fuck.
They're outdoing themselves.
That had it all isolated in one. Like there were sprinkles of it throughout the season, but episode 6 was like, yeah. Okay, that's just everything you could possibly think of in terms of damage. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's been a while since we would have talked about it, but I always liked superhero stuff. I was watching, you know, like X-Men when it came out, as opposed to get into it later or something. Same for Daredevil, the Ben Affleck one. I don't even know how many people have seen that movie anymore.
Yeah,
Ghost Rider,
one with Elektra.
Colin Farrell as Bullseye.
Classic. So, but when the time the MCU rolled around and Iron Man came out, all it was just like, holy fuck, feels super cool. And then it was like, we're gonna make more of them in the same universe. Okay, sure. And then I think I remember mentioning this at some point, but I did not like Age of Ultron that much, and I didn't like Winter Soldier that much, and I didn't like Iron Man 3 that much, and I didn't like Thor 2. So I was like, like, this isn't working out for me. But then Guardians, I felt like pulled it back, because obviously I've skipped over the part where it was really fun with Avengers and everything. And then Civil War made me like super hype, and Infinity War was super fun, and then I think that was probably the highest of all of it for everybody, pretty much, right? Like, at least for the global culture. Endgame, Infinity War. I've said before, but I'll say it again. If they could release every project in 2019, they would have.
Yeah. Everything. Like all of these would have made like $1 billion if it was slammed in between there.
That would be the most interesting test, right? Imagine releasing Secret Invasion in that time slot or era slot and see what the difference would be. Because of course,
Thor: Love and Thunder would have made $1 billion. It would have made $1 billion, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, if Captain Marvel can make $1 billion.
Well, and the fun thing now is if Love and Thunder came out today, do we think it would even go past 400 million?
No.
Probably not.
Especially after everything that's happened. It's too tainted. When the casuals are waking up to it, that's when the numbers are really going to drop.
Oh yeah, and as someone mentioned in chat, it's worth mentioning. Someone fucking there's this thing going around that Secret Invasion is the Andor of Marvel. Like, what the fuck?
What? What?
I don't know about
what do you mean? The only similarity is that people didn't watch Andor and Secret Invasion because they were burnt out. That's the only similarity they had.
I think it was more serious. I think that was it. It's like this is like grounded compared to giant aliens flying through space.
I would say that is basically all that there was to it. Yeah.
I gave it points for being grounded and tonally refreshing after all the multiverse bullshit.
It's not tonally refreshing. That's the thing. Like,
no, that's what I'm saying. I was
totally depressing.
The first 2 episodes, I was giving it credit for that. For at least I can keep track of what's going on. But then it started to get into nonsense really quickly.
I mean, having because it starts with like 2 guys chasing each other in like dark alleyways and rooftops and stuff, and the spies. Like, okay, this is
compare that to Doctor Strange's opening.
Yeah,
that's kind of where I was.
Hey man, 2 people running. It's the same thing.
Yes,
the dark alleys of the multiverse.
No testicle creatures.
I don't.
Shanti.
Gary could be here at any moment. I don't know. We'll see. And same for Disparu. So if you get surprise attacks from either of them, don't worry. That was planned.
Well, if we do all answer that question, I'd love to hear Gary's too.
Oh yeah,
like,
of course.
His history with Marvel.
I was going to say I went up to essentially Endgame, and it's because the rest of it then is all on record for people who watch this channel. We've been covering a lot of them if they've come out, a lot more than a lot of people will, and yet we still haven't covered all of it. We didn't do Hawkeye, Miss Marvel. We didn't really do Eternals. We kind of did.
I'm gonna watch that.
We sort of half did Shang-Chi as well. I mean, it was a couple of hours on that, right? I think. I remember now. But we definitely did Love and Thunder, Wakanda Forever, Multiverse of Madness, Quantumania.
Yeah, the big hitters.
Oh, what a disaster it's been. And then all the TV shows in between. And this one, this genuinely feels like one of probably several projects they're going to do where they're just mopping up a few more assassinations. They're like, we haven't ruined everything yet. Give us a sec. We've almost got it. And it's like, that one's not ruined. Get it? And it's like, okay, there you go.
It seems like that's all this show achieved.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's kind of incredible. Like some of it, I think I said to Drinker, I was just like, how could I possibly be surprised still? And it's like, still am. I don't know. Just like, still am. But yes, I guess that would be me. So anyone else, go next.
Who's next?
In terms of
your history
of the MCU.
Your history with the MCU or your history with Marvel in general, like even prior to the MCU
stuff.
Superhero genre.
Oh, well, I mean, it's probably the pretty normal one, right? Like watching superhero movies every now and then that were coming out during like the 2000s, X-Men. Yeah, I guess some of the other ones too, like Daredevil and Fantastic Four. And then it was mainly because I think it's for a lot of people, it's Avengers was where it started to synthesize obviously those earlier MCU projects. And it's like, oh wow, this is like a really cool idea. And then Phase 2 wasn't so good, but then it sort of picked up again with Phase 3, which was cool. And then, obviously, I don't think that it was after Endgame that things got bad. I think it was before Endgame that things got bad, and it's been downhill since then. So, that's about it.
Endgame is when things got irreversible, but it was getting bad before that.
Well, it's just because I think that a lot of people look at the last couple of years with Phase 4 and 5, and it's like, oh man, after Endgame, everything went downhill. But the reality is that Endgame really set them up for difficulty going forward. Yeah. Everything to do with like the snap and the ramifications from that, time travel as a plot element that's available, and then even just like starting to sow the seeds for the multiverse. Really, it was like Endgame set them up for this era. But even then, it's been shocking, kind of. Like, it's getting a little bit tiresome to just be like, yeah, it's absolutely terrible. Like, it's absolutely awful. Like, and it's not even that it's just a bad film or a bad TV show. It's like disastrous, cataclysmic. That's getting boring to say, but it just keeps happening to be the case.
the missed opportunities with actually taking advantage of the blip, all the stories you could have told, all the blip stories, all the things that could have changed within the world. Like I've heard you guys mention this before. I agree. You didn't even need big name actors or characters. You could have just had regular people, stories of who people, different people who were affected by the blip. You could have got really creative with it. It would have been low budget, and it probably would have like been way better than all this crap. And we could get continuity through that. But I feel like they've just given up completely. They don't even remember what happened to Captain Marvel.
Well, part of the problem is nobody talks to each other. These people are working on their projects basically in a vacuum, pretty devoid of information, and seemingly in some cases not even that interested or willing to find out what's going on elsewhere. Like some of these projects don't even remember their own history, let alone like the broader history of the universe that they're in.
They don't even. Well, this is spoilers for further. We're going to talk about this, I'm sure, but I'm pretty sure they contradict the rules for the scrolls that they established in Captain Marvel. They completely contradict that in this show. Like it's a complete 180. I don't know how they messed it up that bad. I'm pretty sure we'll get into that.
Oh yeah. We'll likely go chronological and spoiler free according to chronological breakdown, but at the same time, welcome to jump ahead. There are some things that we really should save for when it's revealed. You guys are going to know exactly what I'm talking about. There's like 3 or 4 or 5 major topics, and then some other just terrible stuff. Because we're not just gonna call it bad and be like it's the worst thing ever. It's like, no, we're gonna go through it in detail, explain any last thing I found and others found that we liked and didn't like, and then compare it with other things, go through it in the details. But we still only managed to do, I think it was me and Fringy now, so I guess whoever wants to go next. Talking about why they like superhero stuff, or maybe don't anymore.
I can't really remember where it started for me with superheroes. I think before EFAP really became a thing, before TLJ and my awakening, so to speak, and just sort of my mindset changing on this sort of thing. I wasn't really into them. I wasn't really against them. Superhero stuff was just sort of, it was out there. It was a thing. It was like its own little genre / topic of fiction. And I didn't feel very strongly about it one way or the other. So, yeah, not really an exciting answer, but I got into it more and more because of EFAP, I think. And then I started to become more and more invested in it as a result. And it's been horrifically negative for a long time now.
We got you in just quick enough to see everything fall apart.
Yeah, I think the timeline is something like that.
What a wonderful
timeline. For me, it goes way longer back, like childhood. The Spider-Man cartoons, X-Men cartoon, loved all those. And for me, I always just thought it was a misunderstood genre where a lot of people just thought it was nonsense. To me, it was a mix of a character study with the fantasy sci-fi element. And like you put those two things together and there's just pretty much any story you can tell. So I always was interested in superheroes. Watched the first Spider-Man come out in theaters, X-Men, all the like the first Hulk, the first Daredevil, the Ben Affleck one, all those other ones. They're all right. I love the X-Men movies, but it was the first Iron Man where I'm like, okay, Batman Begins and the first Iron Man. I think that movie doesn't get enough credit. Just making me I want the genre to be taken seriously, and I felt like those movies took it seriously to where non-superhero fans could appreciate it. And I watched Avengers in theater. I thought that was fantastic. And then I thought it was all downhill from there. I ignored the rest of the MCU. I remember seeing the poster for Civil War thinking, wow, this is what they've come to. We got Iron Man and Captain America fighting each other. Ha ha ha. This must be fucking nonsense. I was completely wrong. I actually ended up from the hype of Black Panther. I'm like, let me go see if this is actually like legit. I went to go see and like check out like pretty much get up to date on the MCU. And Civil War just blew me away. I couldn't believe how seriously they took it. And I was hoping, like, man, are they all like this? Let me go check. Oh, they weren't. They weren't. I was hoping they all were going to be that quality. And I watched Age of Ultron. I watched all the middle MCU movies. I wasn't super impressed by most of them, but the ones that really stood out to me: first Iron Man, Civil War, and Infinity War. Thanos just blew me away. So I think it's just a mixed bag. I think there's certain movies in it that are so good that it elevates the entire franchise, but overall, not all of them are that fantastic. Like there's 5 like truly good MCU movies in my opinion, but I love the genre pretty much.
Well, yeah, and they, even the ones that, let's say like Thor 1, I don't hate it or anything.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah,
Enjoy lots of parts of it. great or anything. I would way prefer we get that than whatever this was.
Of course.
Like
They did what they were supposed to do. They introduced the
Look,
characters. They didn't destroy anything.
It's kind of fascinating because when you go back and rewatch the films in Phase 1, a lot of the time it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, like even the ones that aren't as good are usually hitting the same pretty standard story beats, you know, in terms of like characters going on their little journeys and their little arc. Like Thor, right, is a good example. It's him learning to be less arrogant, more humble, actually embody the traits of a hero. And it's pretty generic and pretty straightforward, but compared to where we're at now, like something that's even marginally coherent is kind of refreshing.
They had they actually had a vision for those stories back then. Even if they weren't great movies, there was a goal that they wanted to achieve with the characters. There was a plan. Now it's nonsense. Like Thor: Love and Thunder, it's really hard to get me to just turn a movie off and not finish it. I turned that shit off. I don't even know how it ended. Christian Bale's one of my it's one of my favorite he's one of my favorite actors. I really respect Hemsworth after that Infinity War scene with Rocket, and like I feel like his character has been just pissed away since then.
Yeah,
Everything about the movie is frustrating. It's hard if you were to compile a list of the most wasted MCU characters and like actually pick a criteria to judge it by. I don't even know who would come out at the top. There's so many different ways to look at the damage. But Thor has to be near the top because of the potential and the amount of time he's been in the franchise. Sucks.
It feels nuts too, because it's like, what's the next thing? It's like the Marvels.
Ugh.
Oh, come on.
That looks so crap. It looks so crap. Like we were all ready to tease that movie, but like I thought they'd come up with something better than that. Like they really, this is one of their last opportunities to do something with this character, and they just this looks like garbage.
Well, that leaves JLongbone. You know what? Say whatever you want to, because I know that you love this show and you checked it out instantly. And then I was like, you were like, you better bring me on to talk about it. And I was like, okay, fair enough.
Well, you know, I've always been into the superhero shit, like since Batman '89, and that kind of blew me away as a small child. And then the second one came out, and that was even better, my opinion. And it was like mostly it was like the darker superhero shit came out back in the day, you know, and mostly just DC. And then of course I saw Sam Raimi's Dark Man, and I thought that was awesome. Then, you know, the whole early 2000s superhero genre was kind of like a fever dream. It's like, what the fuck have you done? Like, because I approach like back in the day, I approached those films like they're basically like action movies, but like it's more more heroic than normal. Like if you put Arnold in a fucking rubber suit, that's how I saw him. But then it like that kind of changed as soon as the MCU came along. It became a little bit more than that. Like we're talking about multiverses and sci-fi shit and all that. And Iron Man, because I was already a fan of like Robert Downey Jr. when Iron Man came out, so I was already going to see it. And then, like that was man, they brought this motherfucker back from the dead. This movie's awesome.
Yeah,
and then
a banger.
Yeah, and then of course, Universe followed that, and the second Iron Man wasn't really that great, but I saw that. I was excited to see that too because Mickey. See, I'm about actors, really. Because they said Mickey Rourke was going to be in Iron Man 2. I was like, oh shit, he's going to kill it. He's going to kill it, and then he didn't because they didn't give him anything to work with.
No,
they gave him shit. They gave him a bird. They gave him a
fucking
but it wasn't his bird, dude. Oh,
I don't even remember the context of whose bird it was. I remember him with a shitty haircut and a bird. And
they gave him these fucking multicolored dreads, and I'm like, what the fuck?
That film was it's a weird one. Iron Man 2.
Yeah.
Who was the guy with the glasses? Like he wasn't the villain, but he was like the sidekick to the villain.
Oh, Hammer.
Justin
Hammer.
Whoever he was, there was I think that is, but I remember him being good, like him being the best part of that movie, and it kind of sucks that everything else is shit. And his
that's because Sam Rockwell's awesome.
It's always good all the time.
And it's insane that they hadn't brought him back or kept him in. But that was always a problem with the MCU. They never knew what they had a lot of the time.
He's one of the people I think of who's like best performance in a shit movie. Like he just carried that for the roles he was in, the scenes he was in.
Yeah.
He probably just wouldn't be caught dead in this shit anymore.
A lot of actors feel that way. You know what? I think there's definitely at least 2 actors that felt that way, judging from Secret Invasion. We will talk about the 2 of them as we get there.
Ooh, I didn't hear that. Nice.
Well, no, I don't mean like any quotes. I just mean judging from what happens to them in this show. That's all. But yeah, with that, I suppose we can get on with it. Now, of course, before going into Secret Invasion, you have the fun homework of making sure you see Captain Marvel. This is like a direct sequel to that.
Fun homework is,
Yeah,
It's pretty fun.
It's pretty so funny to be like, why would you even? It's like, well, it's the Skrull storyline. This is gonna be great.
Ooh.
And I guess it hasn't even ended with this one. It'll keep going in somewhere else at some point or something. There's arguably a cliffhanger on this series in relation to Skrulls and some other stuff. But yeah, you need to know about Talos. But by the way, this is getting confusing. Some characters call him Talos, some call him Talos.
So it's obviously Talos, but they insist that the name is Talos, which is confusing. I don't know why they decided that Talos would be the pronunciation of it. It is it is confusing.
Talos.
You're saying it is Talos, motherfucker.
I got confused because I was like, I could have sworn it was Talos, but okay.
Oh god.
Talos, yeah, because like Skyrim and stuff like that, you think that it's Talos, right? And plus it's like Talon, everything like that. You look at that and you're like, oh yeah, that's Talos. Yeah, like because that's what my brain, because of all the other things in media where but no, it's Talos, and it's like, oh, this sounds worse and it's confusing.
So yeah, he and his Skrulls, we're catching up with them. What did they do after the events of Captain Marvel? Because we haven't seen them in all of the MCU at all, other than that, except like cameos. Obviously, Far From Home, where they're like joyfully trying to do Fury's job, which was always like, don't know what the context for that is. Hopefully that'll make sense in future. It didn't, and then that's about it. I think I'm trying to think of where else they popped up, because it's Ben Mendelsohn. He's pretty good. You're gonna want to use that.
Mendelsohn.
But he's in the bag with the rest of them, like Michael Douglas, Bill Murray. There's a laundry list. I'm gonna blank now because it's like been so long. But Ben Kingsley, that's an obvious another one. Obviously Michael Rourke, we just went over. It's wrong. Lawrence Fishburne. There's all these actors.
I didn't even remember his ass.
Nobody remembers any of these fucking roles.
I didn't remember him.
But of course, this series is predicated on the scary idea that what if the person next to you couldn't trust that they were who they say they are? Ooh.
Oh my gosh, it's just like the internet, but
it's not new. And we actually ended up watching a couple of movies that play with the idea. Good old body snatcher type situation.
Yeah, it was a bit of a coincidence, but we did go on a body snatcher-esque arc. We watched Invasion of the Body Snatchers, The Thing, The Invasion, The Faculty.
Yeah.
So many stories that do it better.
We've got we're set to watch another Body Snatchers movie, but we've been busy with other things. But yes, there are so many better attempts at it than this show, and this show only tickles at trying to get some payoffs that you'd be like, why haven't you done this? And then they kind of half do one, and you're like, that was almost something. That doesn't make sense because of this, that, and the other.
Tickling is being generous.
Yeah.
Like, I can't, like, they barely, I think there's like 1 or 2 scenes where someone even asks if like, or even tries to confirm whether or not this person's a Skrull. And it's in that situation where they already know. Like, it's so ridiculous. I can't even. What a waste. It's one of the biggest wasted opportunities, not using the concept properly.
Every conversation in the show should begin with, are you a Skrull?
The tension should have been in every single conversation, just like The Thing, and they just ignored it.
Yeah.
Forgot it was a part of the show.
There's so many instances, and we'll have to point them out where all that gets fucked up. It literally opens with one, like the show.
Exposition man.
Exposition man. He's got a good voice though.
He does.
He's terrible.
That sweaty bastard.
So bad.
No, he's got a very cool voice.
I like his voice.
You know the meme, which I know what show it's from, but you know the meme with the guy and with all the shit on the wall. The conspiracy
yeah, he's that
big.
Pepe Silver.
I'm like, why would you even the way they framed it, like people were just gonna laugh at this. I couldn't take it seriously for a second. This guy was a joke.
Yeah, this guy. It's funny too because it's just like person we've never heard of explaining a whole bunch of very nuts and bolts story premise to us. It's like, oh god. Like, we're already off to the... But that could be present in, like, an okay story. So, you know, you think maybe there's some hope there. There won't be. Yeah, I think it... Isn't it? It opens with a narration. It's like, imagine a world where information can't be trusted, where society starts to fray, where all we can turn to are the people we care about. But what if the ones closest to us is someone else?
Oh, it's like the MCU.
Pretty much, yeah. You can't trust anything. And, so, yeah, this guy's all upset because there's a bunch of terrorist attacks happening, and he believes they're all orchestrated by Skrulls. Because what his theory is, the Skrulls attack places and then blame it on other people to try and sow, like, global, I guess, tensions to try and start up a world war. I'm not sure if he had a theory for exactly why that's happening. I think he says, like, a chain reaction to consume the globe. Which, I don't know how he found out all of this. The show doesn't. It just tells us he did. And it's like, alright, okie dokie then. And the funny thing is, he's explaining all these wild theories and crazy things, and Everett Ross, is just sitting there being like, I don't know, this doesn't sound that believable. And I was just like, how would someone this paranoid not have a check for Skrull thing first? You'd be like, you know, you gotta prove you're not a Skrull.
First thing on my notes is, how is Exposition Man this paranoid, yet he just starts dumping all this out to someone without even checking if he's a Skrull?
Well, there's no possible test that they could do.
No possible.
In order to do a Skrull test, it's just really long and complex. You need special technology for it. It's a really in-depth sort of process. You can't just check, you know. So
yeah, I think he paranoid guy hands him all his fucking information or something, puts it in his hand.
Yeah.
And then realizes, oh wait, I can't trust you, and then tries to
wait a minute. It just dawns on him. You see his face, he's like, wait. Then he goes to try to kill him. Like, what the fuck is I watching? Like,
this is really shit line where he's like, I have the motherload of evidence. This will prove absolutely everything. All here, right here. I don't even know who I can trust anymore, except for you. And it's like, okay.
Okay, dude. All right. Whatever you say.
And you might have thought, like, oh, what's the thing that tips him off then? Like, is there something he says or something he does? And it's like, no, he just thinks about it. And then it's like, you're a Skrull! And they start fighting.
On him.
Yeah,
I would think thered be some catalyst or something, but he just literally realizes, oh, fuck, I'm a dumbass. Tackle this fucker. Like, that's pretty much what happened.
Yeah, and then they start
no sense.
fighting, and it's like, this is so shit. So, I guess you could say he's Skrull Ross now. Or I guess we're not supposed to know that yet, but I don't mind. We'll probably do a little bit of the jumping ahead to make scenes make a little bit more sense. But I guess at this point you're supposed to be with Ross and thinking, what in the hell's going on? This is a crazy, crazy day, because he ends up shooting this guy, Prescott, that steals his stuff or takes it, whatever, and he's gonna meet up with Maria Hill. Remember her? We like Maria Hill. When was that's like trivia. When was the last time we saw Maria Hill? Like,
Far From Home?
Was it Far From Home? I actually don't know.
I have no idea. No idea. Did she know when she got snapped? I think she got snapped with Fury. I think that might be the last time we actually saw her.
My God, do we not see her in Endgame at all? No,
Why would she be
like
there?
at the very end?
Was she at the women's scene?
Yeah, she was at the women's scene with her
was in the woman's scene
beside each other. Yeah.
Oh,
I love how I can just say the woman's scene and you know exactly what I'm talking about. That's it.
Well, because Far From Home was after Endgame, right? She was in that, or at least the actress was in that.
Yeah, she was in that.
Because she was a Skrull though, but in a way that was supposed to be, as far as I remember. Which means that she was on Saber. I don't even know what the fuck. It's too hard to keep track of. But yes, Maria Hill is back. Get excited.
I was gonna ask before you continue. Maybe something we can do going forward. Did anyone think that this was Ross? Like I called.
No, I figured he was a Skrull straight away.
Yeah,
I knew that. Well, it's the beginning of the show. I was expecting. Oh, we gotta have our reveal. You know.
Yeah, because it's the premise of the show, so they'd want to open with being like, "You can't trust anything. Look, that's not even the guy you thought it was." But I feel like they kind of shoot themselves in the foot a little bit because you kind of expect it, but you also have the Prescott guy. Like, I mean, he had valid concerns, and then he believes he's a Skrull. So you're just like, well, but is he? And then I think they try and leave it up in the air somewhat because Ross starts getting chased by Mysterious Man, and it's like, oh my god, who's the bad guys? What's happening? And like, there's such an awkward chase. I don't know if it's because maybe they're like a little older now. Certainly, Martin Freeman's not like fucking in his 20s or anything. How old is he now? Is he 50s?
He's
maybe.
I
can't
don't know.
remember, but they run into this building, and it's so obvious that they're like right next to each other, and they could totally catch up. It's so like, oh, guys, you couldn't get stunt doubles that were faster. Like, come on.
I just space them together.
Yeah.
Further, you know.
I'm looking
add
at the
some
clip right
distance.
now. He could reach out and grab him.
You can just grab him.
Just run faster, you lanky fuck.
They both do a bit of a.
Where's the speed? And you got that guy.
They do a bit of a waddle, like when they get close. He's like, "Oh, damn it, I can't get you." Ah, shit.
Oh man.
Well, if he accidentally tripped, he would have fallen forward and caught him.
Yeah.
Legit, he's so close.
But I suppose, as people point out, it's like, yeah, but these are the people behind the chase scenes in Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? So, what do you expect?
Oh god.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
They suck at chases of any kind. Yeah, pretty much.
Little bit. And so, yeah, they keep chasing, and I mean, it's worth saying now that the guy who's chasing Skrull Ross is Talos, and he's got a gun, I believe, or he should have a gun anyway. I can't remember if he actually is shown to have a gun, but both, as far as I'm aware, Ross has a gun, and he knows this guy chasing him is bad news, and he never shoots him. When if he did, it would have fucked up the whole show, killing Talos. But it just doesn't. It's a classic. He's on the run. It's just like, we've seen him use a gun. Doesn't want to use it to defend himself, even though it'll be easy to slip back in, but yeah, it's always the same thing. Anyway, he does a jump that's a little bit ill-advised, and I think we're supposed to be shocked, because it's like, is he gonna make it? Boom, no. Dead.
It was goofy.
Not
It was
a
good.
mission sight.
That jump
Splattered on the pavement.
absolutely sucked. Like, he didn't even put any effort into it. He just fell. Like, he literally ran and said, "Ah," and just flailed. Like, there was no momentum. He didn't leap. There was no upward trajectory. He just completely fucked that up.
Such a
It was
goober.
such a
And
crap jump.
Yeah, I was like, is this the comedy of the show? Or are we supposed to be horrified? I don't know.
This guy's dead. Like, completely. He just hit the floor.
well, and,
We will be horrified.
you'll notice straight away, like, ew, what are those effects on him? It's like, that, my friends, is some CG wounds, because...
Just. Oh yeah, the CG wounds at the end. It was so obvious. Why can't you just put some red shit on his face?
Well, you see, Rags, they
You
were like,
know?
well, because he's going to turn into a Skrull in a minute, so we got to have it all be CG.
So why give a shit?
Exactly. But the funny thing is, like, it's not that same shot. If it were the same shot, I'd maybe give him a bit more breathing room. But even then, I'd be like, why does it look so shit? And you can still do it when you have physical wounds on. You're still turning this actor into a different actor. You know what I mean?
You're still CGing over it. It doesn't matter if he's got the red floomp on his face or not.
So yeah, it just it's so distracting. But yeah, Ross is an evil Skrull, and he was trying to subvert the Agent Prescott man from exposing the fact that Skrulls are up to no darn good. But what no darn good are they up to? That's what the series is going to be about. And so Maria teams up with Talos here, and so kicks off our plotline, and so kicks off the intro. Which, we were talking about.
Green dump.
Yeah,
Look at those clouds.
I don't know. We kind of talked about it earlier. It's the shit you've seen that everyone's been talking about online, where you have an AI prompt approximate some shit, and they're using the flaws of that process to try and sort of, you know, support the idea of the show, which is that Skrulls approximate human beings. And
you're quite right.
And like, some of the imagery could be argued as like, oh, this seems like I could draw something out of this, but most of it it's just I don't know, it was off-putting to me, unappealing, and kind of just like, eh. I don't mind the song, the theme song.
Yeah, it's
I don't
fine.
remember it.
It's a
Yeah,
little,
okay.
Fine.
it's a little
a bit
boring,
generic.
but alright.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not
It wasn't
very
memorable.
interesting. It was okay.
I watched 4 episodes yesterday, and I couldn't even like comment in my head right now. Maybe I was just too distracted. by
Wah,
other things.
wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, something like that. Yeah,
That's
that
it.
sounds.
They use it a lot, and that's going to be that'll come up as criticism. Don't you worry.
My mind wants to go to the Incredibles, music instead, which is far older and yet somehow far more memorable.
I should hope so. But yeah, imagery like this, you're just like, this just looks unfinished, man. I'm sorry.
No, but that's okay. It's supposed to look unfinished.
this looks like a concept someone was showing someone, like a rough draft or something, and they just said, "Fuck it, just put it in." It just
Yeah,
doesn't seem there's something missing to make it pop. I don't know. It doesn't work for me.
yeah, I think the logic behind it was like, look how it morphs, like scrolls morph, like ooh, transformation. But
Wow.
no, it's just looks like
That
garbage.
that lasts for like 8 seconds, but then you have like 2 more minutes of the trailer to get through. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
It's-
I'm like, oh, that's cool for a split second. That's it.
It would be like, no, it's not a piece of shit that I shat on the floor. It represents like a spaceship that's crashed down and splattered onto the
It
ground.
represents a piece of shit that I shit on the floor.
You're just like, but it's still shit though.
Represents shit.
You can frame it any way you want. It's shit. Like that's just it's pretty much where we're at.
Yeah, I know, and this is what pissed off the internet beyond the events of the episode, which there's plenty of shit that happens in the episode that don't make no sense either. But yeah, we get through it. It's a fucking long intro, it really is. 'Cause I'm scanning through now, and it's like, there you go, finally. Yeah, because we're already like a fifth into the full first episode now. It's like, does it feel like that? No.
Thank God.
Fury arrives on Earth from Saber. We don't know
What's Saber, Mahler?
Fucking, this is kind of funny, right? Because they don't really know. They keep referring to it as a station. It's like, I guess it's like, who does Saber work for as an organization? It's like American government, I think.
No idea.
We really haven't been told. The implication in this show is that the president has control over Saber, and the Fury leads it. So that's all we got. And he's been up there for a while, which, by the way, has been a bit of a question in the other sort of stories being told in Phase 4 and arguably 5. Where the fuck you been, buddy? And I guess now we know he's back. It's like, alright, gonna have to answer some questions. They do give you answers, I suppose.
Kinda. Oh man.
Answers are provided, whether
Yeah.
or not they are substantive answers or satisfying ones. There he is. Look at him. There's a chair, a couple chairs.
He meets
wow,
up.
Look at that.
Good old Talos, and it was like immediately distracting. He has a little alien plant in a plant pot, and Fury's like, "Oh, is that from home?" And then Talos is like, "Yeah, it's a Skrull sky plant. It's adapting to your planet already." I was like, "What?
Oh,
What does that mean, though?" It's just funny. A writer clearly treats it as like this fun, special, nice, cute thing, and it's just like, "Yo, you're not going to destroy the ecology of this area, are you?"
Exactly.
Well, if you change the inflection and have him say, "Yeah, it's adapting to your planet already," then it's like an evil villainous thing.
No, just it's like it's an invasive plant potentially. Those could
Right.
be really disruptive to
Just gonna
local
need
ecosystems.
Fucking space kudzu. It's great.
We skipped over a part. You're talking about the Talos plant scene, right?
Oh, well, I mean, hey, I'm not going to cover absolutely everything, but if you've got any notes you want to cover on things, go ahead.
Just one thing I thought was really intentional was the very first thing he does is start limping as soon as he gets out of the ship. They want us to know right away that this guy's a bum. Like, you guys need to know.
For 30
immediately.
uninterrupted seconds, he's just limping for no
Yeah,
reason.
they don't give us anything for that, do
look
they?
good.
He's just limping.
His knee's fine the rest of the season. So it was one of those moments of like, make sure they know he's shit right away. And then they forgot to continue the continuity of the knee.
I don't remember
It got better. It healed.
He popped it back into place before the Talos scene. That's why I was like, wait, what's going on here?
He's
Okay,
old.
there we go. Now we're all
And
caught
old
up.
people's knees don't work.
True.
Oh man. But no, now I know where you guys are.
But yeah, by the way, him saying it adapted to the planet is only to, like, the only reason the flower is there to prompt him to then say, you always believed that, like, the Skrulls could adapt to the planet. The Talos is like, I still do. You know, basically, Talos' wife died. And that's why Fury has come down, or at least that's why he claims to come down. The whole season has loads of different reasons given for why he went up to the station and why he went down and why he stayed away. Like, they keep bringing it back up, and sometimes it's not even Fury that's giving the reasons, so you can't tell what the fucking show thinks. It's
no idea why he did anything. They kept giving you, yeah, you're right, they had so many different explanations from different people where you can't even keep track of what the actual story was.
And I have a feeling
the harder it is to follow what's going on, the harder it is to notice that it's all fucked.
That's their trick.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
Seen people talking about how this got reshoots and it changed around the story based on other things happening, but there's also just very clear evidence, specifically as to why the Avengers aren't here. There's some obvious reattempts at explaining that in the season.
Remember, we're supposed to be an MCU.
Yeah,
they just don't give a fuck. Throwaway lines like, oh yeah, we'll get to it.
So yeah, the wife was killed by. I can't remember if we find this out relatively. I think we find it out this episode. She was killed. We'll find out who did it. But also, his daughters disappeared, and that he was kicked off the Skrull Council, Talos. So basically, everything's fucked.
Sorry, when you say Skrull Council, it makes me laugh.
I mean, what?
You've been kicked off the Skrull Council.
Banished.
Like, what's that? Well, it's the Council of Skrulls. What did you think it was? No. Yeah, fair enough. It's just funny that it's called the Skrull Council.
You know what's funny? I don't mind the name Skrulls, but you add anything to it, it sounds like shit. Super Skrull,
like
Skrull
new
Council.
Skrullos.
Yeah, new Skrullo. Yeah,
like
that's the one. That's the one.
Yeah.
Oh,
how come it's Talos, but it's not Screwlos?
Screw loose.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, we got work to do because everything's falling apart. And he mentioned someone called Gravik who has taken Fury's abandonment hard, which is already like abandonment. This is getting weird. What's going on? And your suspicions of Fury did not get them a planet or even remote safety on Earth sorted. That will be confirmed soon enough. But he's like, where is this Gravik guy? And he's like, well, he's in Russia because Skrulls are immune to radioactivity, and Russia has the most abandoned nuclear plants. That is the reasoning that they are in Russia.
Oh, yeah.
It just sounds really funny to me. It's like, that argument works, doesn't it? You're like, I guess.
Yeah.
Just don't think about it. Don't think
I don't know
that they're power plants, and they're obviously gonna you're not gonna be able to forget the location for those things.
Imagine they said like where are the humans hiding? It's like, well, they're immune mostly to wind, so they're probably in the windiest place. Like, what?
It's just these throwaway lines that they think, and they think they can get away with murder with just a throwaway line. It's insane. Cover everything.
Their HQ could theoretically be anywhere, but he's like, yeah, but they're immune to radiation, so obviously they'd go into a nuclear plant. It's like,
that makes sense logically. It follows.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you know how Russians suck, right? So yeah.
It's the easy one, and so it's like, okay, so we can find them, right, pretty easily. And he's like, well, the plants aren't on the books. We have no idea where he is. And it's just like, how are the...
Ow.
Even if they're not on the books, I feel like something you can find through like satellites, especially with the technology they have in the MCU. It's like they're in secret, rundown, abandoned nuclear plants.
Mahler, they couldn't find the Red Room. What makes you fucking think they can find an entire facility?
Oh, but that has like invisible technology from like the Dreykov guy.
The Red Room.
Remember, he wanted to stop women from happening.
This one's called this one's the Green Room.
Yeah. Remember you couldn't smell them.
He could smell them women. Go get them.
Oh god, don't bring him up.
My key to taking over the world involves pheromones. I don't know, man.
Dreykov gets a mention in this show. It's wonderful. He's remembered, not ignored. Why
keep that continuity? Dreykov. All the shit that they forget, but they're gonna keep the Dreykov continuity. That's what
Dreykov's great. What are you talking about?
He was awesome. I loved him.
Dreykov's really cool. Remember when he said all of the embarrassing things he said?
So many. And then
Black Widow said he sucked and like he wanted to cry.
Yeah.
No one tells me.
Like, no, I'm really good. Trust me. Look at all this shit I got. Look at my phone. He starts flicking through his fucking screenshot. Oh, fuck that. Don't bring Dreykov.
Look at my intro. I used a prompt. I am an artist, okay? I am an artist.
Don't tell me to stop.
Or stop. I will be prompting.
I can't believe that.
World has too much
prompting.
Girls.
I'm prompting.
I hate the girls.
He's just the worst.
I'm prompting.
He just fucking hates women. I don't know.
What a great villain.
Well, I mean, the MCU is doing a really good job of making me hate women too.
Yeah,
so Dreykov is this show's Ken.
It's not to skip forward, but there's a single scene, I'm sure you guys probably know what I'm talking about, that involves a handshake that really reveals what the true intention of this whole show was at the end, if you know what I'm referring to.
There's a handshake in the intro. It's all coming together.
Keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. Handshake.
I agree, Chad. It's Dracoven time.
So, the stakes are Prescott, that agent that got killed by Ross Skrull, he found out about a dirty bomb organized by the Americans Against Russia organization. He believes...
Wait, what organization?
The Americans Against Russia organization.
No. What's their name? Not their their goal.
The Americans Against Russia organization.
Mahler clearly doesn't understand what I'm saying because no one would actually call an organization that, so we'll just leave it there.
Okay, right. This makes more sense. They're called the AAR. The AR.
Arr. We're pirates. We're land pirates.
That's a placeholder name. They're gonna get the name at some point, but for now, yeah, they'll go with that. And yeah, the belief is that Skrulls are going to orchestrate an attack that's in line with those guys, and then argue that it is America attacking Russia. Which we're gonna get into a lot of this stuff because it starts getting really fucking dumb.
I enjoy this show's grasp on geopolitics. It feels very real and sincere.
Yes.
I can believe it. All the things that it said are happening. I can...
Because the response to that in the room is, oh my god, he's going to start a war between Russia and the US. Like, so you're going to... So, Skrulls are going to assume the roles of a group of people called Americans Against Russia, and then they are going to bomb somewhere in Russia, and that is hopefully going to prompt Russia to then launch nukes on the US. That's the plan from the Skrulls.
What part of that? Yeah.
This plan evolves as the season goes on, but yes, already our main characters are like, oh my god, this will cause World War III. It's like, no. No, not really, no. And then they're like, how could you even be sure they have the kind of weaponry to do that? And they say a weapons cache in Kazakhstan was raided same day that Agent Prescott was killed. And I feel like that's irrelevant. Like, they could have it anyway. Who knows? There's black markets all over the place, all kinds of weaponry. I don't see why. They're like, the fact that a weapons cache was attacked recently means that they have what's in there. It's like, I mean, that could have been anybody. And then all the other times...
Plus, you'd think that there wouldn't be a link because they happen on the same day, right? I mean, there's just... Why would those two things happen on the same day?
You're right. It's like, why would we assume that's anything but a coincidence? Why would we have any reason to assume anything else? I don't know. It's weird information, but whatever. I think the show is a little bit like, oh no one would believe they have weapons unless we tell them that they've raided a cache of weapons. Like, okay, they have a bomb. It's very scary, and this is the whole... what I've just described now is like the plot stakes of the episode. Terrifying. So yeah, I don't know enough about what decommissioned power plants end up looking like, but I don't see how they're off the books.
Even if they're off the books, there's probably so many ways to detect a power plant, from just like radiation to there's probably so many different variables, things they can actually look for and find it.
I'm starting to wonder if you can just recognize it with an eye, like enough searching around, you should be like, that's pretty big.
Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's one of many things that they try to brush over with throwaway lines. That's one of the things that annoyed me throughout the whole season.
Well, they have guards dressed up at the front with like actual like police attire and everything. They
you can just detect heat signatures, right?
Correct. So good on them. But like, people are gonna go by and like, oh, there's like a bunch of people here and they're dressed up in government outfits and they have guns and everything. Like, I don't know how you keep this hidden.
I don't think you do.
And plus, you have to keep bringing food in and out, all the supplies and the trucks and stuff to keep this operation running. You have to bring in your bullets and your guns and your people and all the food and all the equipment and stuff you need. Like, just as we get to
logistics. Nobody ever thinks about logistics.
They don't care.
The magic, essentially the magic laboratory that we'll get to later. I mean, like, how do you build that in secret? All the kinds of stuff that you had to bring in. Don't you have to have like trucks, like actual trucks full of, like of equipment, of laboratory equipment and science technology?
Who knows?
I don't know. I guess not.
I don't know.
Well,
if we don't think about it, we don't have to worry about it.
Remember, Marlo, you might remember this. All the detail they went into showing how Gus established his lab under the laundry mark in Breaking Bad.
Oh yeah, that's Better Call Saul did a whole season on that, didn't they?
Oh no, I didn't see that. So I definitely gotta check that show out eventually. But I'm that just immediately comes to my mind of like shows that put in the details to show you the logistics and like it's so
Hmm.
satisfying when you can see the montages they would do so you can see how his business works. And then we have this where it's just like, oh, they're off the books. Don't think about it. It's so lazy. It's crazy.
Well, Mahler, remember when we were watching The Great Escape? And
Yeah.
they had to worry about all the logistics of how we dig holes and tunnels and where all the wood comes from and
Where's the dirt
and
go?
nails and all of our tools. Yeah, where does the dirt go? How do we get rid of it? Where's where the entrance is going to be? Who are the lookouts? And you're like, oh yeah, I can believe that like 80 people were able to escape a German POW camp. Yeah, because they're like they're working to convince me. Like I believe it.
Hmm.
This
That's the
is
key.
something I don't believe.
That's the key word. They're working to convince you. They care. Like those little details that they add in, and just the, the rewatch value that that brings to films. It's crazy. And with stuff like this, on first watch, it makes no sense at all. I can't even ignore it. It's just glaring.
On that note, like the first thing that should happen, they now are now aware of like a subversive alien element that's trying to cause huge like war. Like, okay, so tell the president, right? Like tell
What
America,
first
of
thing you do?
course.
One.
And then that
Tell
doesn't get
yeah.
addressed like at all because they're not like on wanted yet in the storyline. They will wait until that point before they even think
Nothing in
about
this
like,
show is wanted, Mahler.
oh, but he
Should
should
make a
right
list of the
now.
things that don't get addressed.
First, he should be calling Rhodey. He should be like, "Hey, Rhodey, I found out about a plan, and if me and Maria Hill and Talos can't stop it, then we're probably going to need some help because we're going to be around in Russia where explosions will be going off and they'll be linked to America, or at least you'll be framed for it because there's an alien race trying to take over the world. Just FYI, just thought I'd throw it out.
Wait, what?
But no, they don't.
Throw that in there.
They don't tell anyone, and like I said, there's like 3 different major reasons given across the season. The final big one that's given, and we'll go over it when we get to it as well, but is that Fury says that this is his problem to take care of.
That's why. That's.
I mean,
I was about to say that's why Truman was flying the Enola Gay. I was thinking that's why that happened. Personally. I saw the Enola Gay.
oh neat.
You know what isn't gay? This show. It's sad and depressing.
Mm-hmm. Not gay
just,
in the slightest.
It's really kind of like a huge issue, and this is sort of like the biggest beginning element of the downfall of Nick Fury as a character.
Oh yeah.
And his total destruction because Nick Fury is done. He was done and he was done quick.
Finished.
This show did not take. This show did not wait to establish how shit Nick Fury is and how stupid he is, which is, his number one characteristic that we all know him for is being really stupid, right?
Yes.
He's not a very, shrewd, clever guy, who's imposing and interesting. No, he's just a dumbass, right? A grossly irresponsible loser.
That's why I made sure we pointed out the knee scene because I just thought it was strange that that's the very first thing they wanted to show us, that he's
Well, you say it
broken
like
and old,
they do
limping.
mention he's like physically shit several times in this season. They talk
call
about
him
Yeah,
it.
they're like,
Vapor.
oh, he's weak.
They
He's
call him
exhausted.
Vapor.
And you're lame. You're tired. You're beat down. You're a loser.
The new Nick.
The show insists that he's a loser.
It does. And well, like I said, big knock to intelligence already in this scene, but that's just like good
Yeah.
old fashioned shitty plot for you.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, it's huge. Him not telling people about the Skrull stuff is
Well, it's just there's no
It's
reason
huge.
not to, and then being like, "Well, I have to deal with this." It's like it's beyond you, my man.
Yeah.
Like it's
That's just selfish at
this
that
is-
point.
I
So
will
that's
stop
what-
them with me and my pistol.
if it's already understood that the stakes are essentially the end of humanity, it's not just about you; it's about the world at this point.
Yeah, but this is personal for him.
Yeah, okay,
Like,
it might
okay.
be, still,
All right,
but
then.
still.
You say so.
He was never that selfish of a character. I just feel like
No.
the Nick Fury.
Well, I
of the
mean,
past
it's just
do what he
it's
needed to
they
do.
couldn't afford to get other Avengers in.
He's,
that's all.
That's what Nick
That's
Fury
it.
is. He manages his tools and his
Yeah.
of what use he has of what, and it can be a person or it can be a thing, but he'll always use it right. That's like he's a strategist. That's like his whole thing.
His entire character is to be the mastermind behind the Avengers, and like we never get these opportunities to see him shine. He got his moments in Winter Soldier, even though that movie's got its issues, I still at least appreciate that one scene with him, even though it fucking makes no sense in so many ways. It still gave him an opportunity to be a badass.
You want to?
And that's what we haven't seen.
You would never want to underestimate him. He's always the one who you can believe that he's got surprises in store and he's thought ahead.
Yeah, you want to see that when someone tries to kill him, they fail because he's that ready all the time. Like that's what I like about the idea of the scene.
He shouldn't be able to defeat like most opponents because he's a human, but he should be able to escape and like outthink almost any situation.
Yeah, and it's just got emergency exits everywhere.
Tactics,
yeah,
everything. But in this one, he's just getting draped up and thrown into vans and just like he can't defend himself. It's ridiculous. And I just had a Loki clip. I had to look through the first for one of my videos. I was looking at a Loki clip. And I'm pretty sure Nick Fury would have popped Loki in his fucking head in that first scene if it really came down to that. He's not afraid to die. Like, so just the way they're portraying him now is, oh man, it's complete bullshit. It's not the character. It's what they wanted out of him.
Moving on, we get over to the president and Rhodey, who is now... I keep asking for clarification. I can't remember if there's a quote somewhere about him being Secretary of State or not, but he is basically the #1 to the president. Like,
Rhodey, Secretary of State is like #3, so it'd be President, Vice President, then Secretary of State. Basically.
No, I don't mean how it works in real life. I mean in the show.
Oh, you mean he's always like with the president, essentially?
They're explicit in the show that the president doesn't do anything unless Rhodey tells him to, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which feels really stupid and wrong, but whatever. What are you gonna do? Because the angle is and he calls him Colonel Rhodes all the time. Fury. Is that?
He is a colonel.
Well, but the confusing part is that if he's Secretary of State, that would outrank Fury, right? Because Fury is a part of Saber.
Well, Fury, what is Fury even a part of at this point? Because
he's a part of. To give you that, Fury is supposed to be developing the most complex aerospace defense system in the history of mankind on Saber station.
But like, what is that? Is he with
like whatever
CIA
rank he has? Because this is the thing, Fury throws that at Rhodey in this film. This show, I think episode 3, he says like, "Oh, you're firing me, Colonel? Like, how can you do that to me when I'm a bigger?" And I was like, I'm pretty sure he's above you, like Rhodey. It was confusing to me. I thought Rhodey outranked Fury before and now. I didn't realize that Fury was above him, but Fury didn't even have a role after S.H.I.E.L.D. got disbanded. He quit, didn't he? He went underground. But then he's Saber now, and it's like, what does that mean? I don't know.
I don't even know what Saber is. Is that like part of Sword, or?
I assume it
is a sword.
I think that's
remember
the very
from and it's I guess that's it.
So you have the U.S. government. Sword is the new Shield, and then Saber belongs to Sword.
Wait, Sword's the new Shield? You serious?
Is it? I don't know if it is.
Well, so
the same thing?
I mean, not like in the same, not in that like it turned into that. Like the Hydra stuff happened and all that got disbanded, but they created Sword, and I think from what we have to go on, it's an organization that's under the government's like control.
Sure, but like I don't. What does it mean? Is Sword an espionage? Like, is that what they do?
I don't know if they're like spies and stuff. I think they're like like Shield. Like whatever role Shield did, they do that now.
I like how they just can't like figure out what exactly they do.
They give us so little information that
that's what I mean. Government organization.
Like
that's why I'm trying to get this out of the way now. It's like, what is Rhodey's power level in the government? It's like we know what ranks he has, but ultimately he's kind of the second in command villain of this film. Because I mean, you've got Gravik and then you've got him on the government side of things. He's pulling strings. I guess I kind of gave away something there, but I don't think that's probably fine.
That's fine.
Part of this is hard to discuss without knowing what the fuck's going on. So yeah, what you need to take away from this is Rhodey controls the president essentially, and the president is this guy who I don't think he's had a mention before in anything.
No, and he won't have a mention again because it's gonna be the other Ross going forward.
Yeah,
played by Harrison Ford.
Woo.
Wait, so this guy was supposed to be Ross?
No. This is a guy called Ritson, but he's not going to be. It's going to be the other Ross. Thunderbolt Ross is going to be the president going forward.
I liked Ross's character. At least he had some agency. This guy, like,
but the problem is that saying I like a character doesn't really mean anything anymore when it comes to what's gonna happen to them in the next story.
Don't worry.
Yeah, I wasn't saying I was looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But I just Ross as a character compared to this guy, I do appreciate I appreciate like he had a backbone to him. He was a good character. They'll probably completely fuck him up.
So, yeah, the president's like outraged that Fury has left Saber and they've had no contact. So even the show right now is like kind of highlighting that that's an issue and that Fury doesn't really give a good reason anyway, for why this is happening. They say Hill and Fury have reconnected, but there's been no contact from them with us, so they're considered AWOL. And it's just like, why? That doesn't make any sense. Why they have so many people they can trust and rely on as part of, I assume, Saber, but now they're treating it as though they can only trust each other. And then you're like, wait, how does Fury know he can trust Hill? How does Hill know she can trust Fury?
Well, this is the first of many instances where you wonder. It's like, okay, guys, anytime that you haven't seen somebody, you gotta find out like if they're actually who they say they are.
Because they'll use it as an excuse for some stuff sometimes, and you're like, but you can't have it and not have it at the same time. You gotta go for it.
It's like we mentioned earlier, right? With convenient. The thing, it's every scene. It should be there. Except in this show, that's actually a lot easier to figure out who's who than in the thing.
The paranoia in the thing was like cemented throughout the entire story. Like they made sure every single scene, and it was a part of everything. The tension was, you can see it consistently. With this, they use it when it's convenient for them, and then they contradict it when it's not. It's
and
so...
of course this show has the big problem of this is the sci-fi, like not even near future at this point, hyper futuristic like MCU world. We don't have any technology that can like check for scrolls in a way that's like non-invasive and easy to use. Like with all of the technology that already exists, you're telling me that there's no way to check. Like, I mean, we got nano machines, son. Like
Riri Williams.
Like,
Riri Williams would make something to find those in 2 seconds. Like Riri broke everything when they invented that character.
Yeah, she made an Iron Man suit and a vibranium detector. She made as well, right?
If she could detect vibranium, she could detect Skrulls. Like bullshit. That's what I mean when they create these characters. And then they just ignore them directly after. Like Riri was just a few movies ago.
If immune to radiation, maybe you can like create a machine that detects things that like non-ionizing, like biological, you know, like I don't know.
There's so many ways around it, but they just want us to not think about these things. It's crazy.
So Fury gets kidnapped. You know, it happens a few times.
He
walks outside.
Grabs him.
But to be fair, apparently this one, he does argue this was intentional. He wanted to be kidnapped.
Okay,
that's bullshit.
Yes.
I mean, what do you want me to do? He said it, Rags. Leave me alone.
The problem with that is that it's a lie. So like, it's just not true.
And so we'll see how this goes. All right, I'm gonna make a statement here. I know that it's very likely Fringy and Rags will agree with it, but I'm not sure about our other two guests here. Olivia Colman is introduced, and she is the best character in the show.
Yep.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, she is.
Even if they kind of ruin her at the end, yes.
Yeah, she has one or two cringe lines, but most of the lines are actually pretty solid. And she's the only character that gets to do things like
she's Nick Fury. She's
she's much more like Nick Fury than Nick Fury is. Yeah.
It often seems like her dialogue was written by like somebody else. It doesn't feel like it belongs.
Every aspect of it, her dialogue, the way they portrayed her, like they actually, it reminded me of it kind of reminded me of Fennec from Boba Fett, how she was basically just getting to be Boba Fett, doing all the things he should have been doing. And she kind of played this role for me now.
Fennec was a dumbass.
I didn't like Fennec.
I don't know what's third a lot.
I did not like Fennec at all, and I like this lady. But my point was that Fennec was basically doing what Boba Fett should have been doing, and I feel like this lady was doing what Nick Fury should have been doing if he was actually being portrayed competent.
I mean, I'm with you on the whole, because like Fennec does all the assassinations, and she did like the successful chases, and
other than that, she's crap.
Well, that's the thing. They don't characterize her enough, but like they don't anybody really.
Why give her a character when she's busy being Boba Fett? That was my whole thing with her. She just took his character.
He does. He says funny things. He's funny now. Anyway, yeah. So this is a character that I would argue is super important that we've never ever heard of before. She's an old friend of Fury's. Currently, she operates the MI6, and she's in Russia because she's tracing this Skrull story, and she's aware of it too. It's just like, so the British government know about Skrulls?
Oh, this is... Oh, well, then the cat's out of the bag when it comes to the governments of the world knowing and everything like that, because, like, that's not something that MI6 would keep to itself. MI6 would be like, oh, shit, we need to tell our friends now. If we know they're our friends, we'll do the scroll test, it's fine. But damn, this needs to get out in the open.
Well, why? Like, if she knows about this, are they going to do a scroll test for Fury? Because this could just be a scroll. Like,
exactly.
And he says, "Do you know about the heist in Kazakhstan?" And she says, "Doesn't ring a bell." And then he's like, "Ah, you're lying." And then she says, and it's so not prompted at all. And my God, is it clunky? "You don't know what was taken, do you?" Which tells me everything. I know. It tells me everything I need to know about this old Nick Fury. Thanos' snap changed you, taught you that no matter how hard you fight for what's right, there's always someone stronger to undermine you.
So this would be an instance where the dialogue was written by the same people, because this is the show telling you who Nick Fury is, and they have to keep telling you this because it really is hard to believe. But the show insists that this is the case, that the snap changed Nick Fury.
And you're like, what is Nick Fury's arc going to be, right? Because he's the main character of the show. And all you can gather is, like, we've made him really shit so that by the end we'll be like, he's good now. He's cool now. He's good. But we'll talk about if they achieved that or not.
The arc is him getting back to where he was.
Pretty much. And yeah, and she's just told us, we've never met this lady before, and we've never known this about Fury, but apparently the Thanos snap really fucked him up. And it's like the first thought you have is like, no, it didn't.
When?
We watched him get snapped and we watched him come back and we saw his attitudes after. Like, there's no... What are you talking about? It's not a thing.
That's how deep and subtle PT, post-traumatic snap disorder, can be.
I think that, if anything, he was probably the least affected, and it makes a lot of sense because he just saw it as a, you know, strategy failure, right? Like, he ended up dusted, and so now it's up to the people who are left, and hopefully he's put enough things in place. He comes back, and then he's like, all right, time to start fixing up the world again. There's no, like, existential crisis that he has.
Yeah, there's no room for that. Well, he's not that type of character. He's just doing his duty.
I guess I'm not sure we want to save it for later, but it's kind of, they do try to expand more on the actual sort of, like, you know, why the snap changed him, which is worth talking about when we get to it later.
We're going to get several moments in this film. I think I keep saying that. This show, it is a film. Like, it's just split into 6 pieces. Because, like, the episode lengths are bizarre, by the way. First 2 are, like,
really short.
45 minutes, and then the next 4 are, like, 25. It's, when you chop out the intro, outro previously on, you take a fucking enormous chunk out of the last few episodes, yeah.
And so then when you think about the purported budget of this show of about $200 million, and House of the Dragon cost about $200 million, House of the Dragon had 10 episodes, and those 10 episodes were like 50 minutes minimum. And then you compare it to this show that has a total runtime of maybe 4 hours, maybe. Might be less than that.
I mean, as someone had mentioned, Oppenheimer has a $100 million budget. It costs Oppenheimer costs half of what Secret Invasion did, and they had an incredibly good A-list tier cast, great soundtrack, period accurate sets, and all that sort of stuff. And
loads of talent.
Is this like a tax fraud operation? What's going on here?
Where did all the money go?
Where did the money go? It's a great question.
The intro, the scroll makeup. Like, I don't
know. The intro is cheap as fuck. They didn't spend it on the intro.
It did not go into the scroll makeup. That's something that's pretty lame. Is we barely ever see like scrolls in the scroll makeup, which is a shame because the makeup's actually really good. Like in Captain Marvel, that makeup is pretty excellent. But
they're wearing Goosebumps masks in the show.
Legit. It was better in Captain Marvel. These ones look like Halloween.
It's a lot better in Captain Marvel, but they barely have them here because it's
My favorite example of cutting corners is there's clearly a scroll. The camera turns to a person who's looking at them, and you hear, and then they cut back, and they're a person. It's like.
Because they're too cheap. It's like in She-Hulk when they're like, oh, it's too expensive to show the transformation. And it's like, yeah, so you always do it off screen, like except for once. It's always off screen.
Yeah.
You know the budget of The Descent was £3.5 million.
Oh man.
Which is we can mention why that's being brought up. There's no reason not to. we Rags and Free, along with Drinker, were blessed to have an EFAP movies recording recently, in which our guest was the director of The Descent, Neil Marshall.
Crazy.
And the movie we were watching was The Descent. We watched it
one
with
of the
him.
best horror movies ever made.
That's literally my favorite horror movie. That's my favorite horror movie. I can't believe
it's a really good movie.
It's the one that checks all the boxes for me personally, as for like what personally freaks me out, like the claustrophobia aspect and getting lost, all those other things. But it's also so well done that I'd recommend it to almost anybody. Love that movie.
And so yeah, I mean that was like a bucket list thing, because it's really cool to talk to someone who made what I consider to be one of the best horror movies. So
any insights?
Well, they'll all be in the recording. We stuffed it full of questions and discussions, and it was a really fun time. So it was funny. Nice. I was in the middle of editing that, which was delaying me from editing the Ant-Man stuff, which has now all been delayed while I was getting all the notes ready for Secret Invasion, and then that got delayed because I had family come over. But I'm knocking them all off now. We've had the family stuff. That was all fun.
Did you end up watching Oppenheimer yet?
No, still haven't seen it. I can't fit it in. I will. I'm going to.
Yeah.
Because we haven't. That was partly an intention, was to talk about Barbie and Oppenheimer. We could do that next week at the beginning of whatever we're talking about.
We don't need to talk about Barbie. That's
if you don't want to talk about it, that's okay.
Fine, we'll do our brief mention of it.
Me and Rags will talk about the little doll running around in a Barbie world. It'll be fine.
Can do it.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world.
So
is that song even in it?
No.
Okay.
There's some legal shit behind that.
Definitely not watching.
Obviously, yeah, that was just an aside to say that EFAP movies will be out in a week, probably. I'm debating whether or not I'll go crazy on visuals to get references in, because he references a lot of films and filmmaking stuff. I can get the visuals, it's just going to take a lot longer, but I think you guys will be okay with the wait, and it'll be fun.
For this movie, it's worth it.
Yes. Anyway, what were we? Oh yeah, we were talking about budgets and stuff. Yes.
The point was that the thought occurs when Rags points out that the Descent was made on like a $3.5 million pound budget. You compare it to something like Quantumania, a production that cost $200 million. Like, if you were to break down the maths on that, the logic would be that you could only make like 2 minutes of Quantumania for the entirety of the Descent. That you can only get 2 minutes of that movie.
Which way, Western Man?
For this one amazing, movie. It's just crazy to think about the way that money is spent on these productions. Like, if you were to break it down into how many minutes worth of material you get, like how far $1 million goes with these productions. It's like, what does it get you? It gets you, like in the case of these Marvel productions, they're just getting worse from a production standpoint. They look worse. I don't get it.
I just wonder what the bloat is on like legal this or licensing that or residual this, like all of the not production thing. Production budget.
The only thing I could imagine is that it's a couple of things I could imagine. There's actors, for starters, are probably getting paid a lot of money. Because you mentioned Oppenheimer, a lot of the actors on that took pay cuts because they wanted to make that film. How many actors are you going to get that will willingly like take less money to be part of a Marvel production, Like, how many people are going to believe in it so much that they'd want to get paid less money to do it?
Not for Marvel. Not for Marvel.
Make it happen. And then there's also just there's work that people do on these productions. Like in Ant-Man, there was a lot of work that was done on that in terms of creating like costumes and prosthetics and things for aliens and stuff like that just gets painted over with visual effects later anyway. So it's just like people getting paid for work that ultimately doesn't get to make it into the film. It's got to just be an efficiency.
Yeah. It's just burning money in so many different ways. Because for something like that, they could put that much work into actually making something like that and then covering it over with CGI, and I don't know. The thought process behind all of it can't be. It's nothing about it is efficient. And when you compare that to low budget horror, the profit margin with those things, like it's paranormal activity, like 15 grand.
It's the reason why Jason Blum is like super successful as a producer, right? Is because he'll make a film for like $5-10 million. Most of them are modest successes. A few of them make like 50 to 100 times their budget.
That's the way to do it.
It's you never get the sense on these Marvel projects in particular that anybody is keeping track of where the money goes. It just seems like you never get the idea of someone's watching the budget. Someone is actually like in charge of it, or someone.
Well, that's going to change now. I think
it's going to change now. That's for sure.
Good old Bob Iger, right? Saying that they're going to be cutting back on these productions. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
One of the first things when I went on Open Bar, one of the first things we talked about was how crazy these $200 million budgets are all the time. And I brought up Joker, 50 million, made $1 billion because it was a quality movie, plus all the controversy on top of it boosted the numbers. But $50 million compared to these things, I just don't understand why they're not taking that thought process and like taking a look at those movies that actually can make money for them instead of putting the pressure of $200 million budgets. It's insane.
Would it have been awesome if they had
said that?
Made phase 4 like the phase where loads of, like, we're talking like maybe even 50 projects happen and they're all given a limitation of you can't change basically anything continuity wise. You can only regard one brand new character in a very isolated area who may not even have powers. We'll decide that depending on what we'll allow for what creators. And some of them have budgets of like 5 million, 10 million, and they're just films about people living in the world. Maybe it's all post-blip stuff like we said, and scattershot them out. You can get, as long as one of them does well, they're already paying for like 7 others.
There's no imagination though. Like the prospect of even making a film like that or a TV show like that is something that I doubt has ever come in. Well, the thing is that it's like Mola pointed out, it really isn't risky with the budgets that would be like, it's just that there's no, I doubt that they've ever had the idea of what if we made like a $10 million like very low scope story that's just set in the MCU that doesn't really have anything to do with superheroes. It's just set in that world. I don't think that's ever...
In terms of that low budget, it's definitely not going to be risky for them. Like that's something that's going to be a logical move. But to them, not having a franchise attached to it or the name value, taking a creative risk for them is just insane. They don't actually have the talent to do it. That's what's so
all that they're doing now is taking pure financial risks. That
I was going to say, what we would associate as safe filmmaking is now the riskiest shit they can do. Like this was risky. Yeah. Making something this shit right now is a very risky move.
Marvel is a very risky investment as well. And then again, like Dune 2 costs less money than this show, and that's got a huge cost.
Don't you think at this point you wouldn't even call it? You wouldn't call it risky, would you? Because it's a guarantee. Like Marvel's is guaranteed to fall apart. There's no way it's gonna, like with everything we know now.
This is a bit of a tangent, risky but something that I was wondering, something I was thinking about over the last week or so is. I wonder if they're like past the event horizon in terms of their ability to actually salvage the situation, because if you're in a place where your stuff is really expensive and people perceive it as being cheap and it loses money, how exactly do you solve that problem? You can't spend less money, right, to fix that problem. You probably need to spend more money, but like you probably do need to cut back on spending. Yeah. But are you going to ask the actors to take less money? Are you going to ask them to like get paid less money to do this so that you can put more money into like hiring better writers? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do you fix the problem if it's a matter of being perceived as cheap, but you're actually incredibly expensive?
The only actors that will do that type of thing and take pay cuts are the ones that actually like have a creative vision and want to see the project go through. They're not going to have that for Marvel nowadays. No one's going to believe in this shit. Marvel is here to make. They want to make money.
Yeah,
they want to stack their bank account, but they can't do that with Marvel anymore.
Yeah, how can you really have passion for like this show and stuff? You know, like it's. Yeah, I can just believe that you never get the sense of passion for any of this stuff.
How could you?
And what Fringy said earlier was. Well, it's kind of strange, but I'll explain. Fringy had said about how there's like no imagination in this stuff, when in a weird way, it's almost like the opposite, I feel, where they're trying to use too much imagination, in the sense of if you look at Love and Thunder and Quantumania and stuff like that, you're like, this is insane. Like there's so much stuff and so much magic places and aliens and otherworldly entities and new like multiverses and stuff like that, and they'll do that, and they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars to throw at those kinds of ideas and projects, but they won't do something that is a lot more small scale but more interesting.
But the thing is when you say a lot of like what is pulled from is stuff from the comics, right? It's already existing things that people have come up with. Like there were a lot of visuals in Thor: Love and Thunder that were like pulled from comics. So I don't even know how much you would attribute that to. Like I don't know if I would say that it's like they know that the strategy is to pull things that people recognize from the comics as part of getting like comic book fans, superhero fans like hyped up, but you think about like the actual story structure and like the general conventions that they have for these films and TV shows, it's pretty generic, right? Like the Marvel, like the 6-episode TV show format, there's a lot of broad similarities across them in terms of the way that they're structured, or the fact that they always have to end in a big superhero fight. Like that's like the idea of not doing that, I don't think is often ever entertained with it. Is there any Marvel production that hasn't had a finale or a third act that doesn't end with a big superhero fight? Is there even a single one that doesn't do that?
She-Hulk, I think. If that
well, no, She-Hulk has them all fighting, remember?
Her fucking up the security guards?
And then it has like a meta thing about how that's not the way it should end, but they still did it.
I looked it up. What Sam Jackson's salary is? He earns like 10 to 20 million a single starring role in a major production, and 4 to 6 million every time he appears as Nick Fury in a Marvel movie, even if it's a brief end credit cameo scene with 1 or 2 lines.
No wonder he's in all sorts of shit too with Marvel.
No wonder. Just slip him in. Why not? Get paid.
But again,
that's over now.
How can that be sustainable?
It's over
Having
now,
Nick Fury deliver a line in a post-credit scene is more than the budget of The Descent.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh my god.
And that's just to have Samuel L. Jackson deliver a line, if that.
And you know that if
you got Sam Jackson, chick from fucking Game of Thrones, you got Ben Mendelsohn, you got Olivia Colman, like it's
well, and they rack up costs the more they appear, right, over time. That's just how contracts go.
That's the difficulty of like the MCU, is that the longer that it goes on, the more money you're gonna have to pay them. That's just how it works.
Yeah,
it's how
we know you need me now. Yeah, you're getting rid of me now.
That's the way it works in television, right? The longer a show goes on, the actors can negotiate to get paid more because they just have more value that they bring to the it's harder to remove them from the production and keep it going and get people to come back and watch it. So that's what I mean. Is this like a problem that is kind of unsolvable? Like I don't know.
We're gonna see.
I think
we're gonna see what happens. You gonna say something? No.
I was just gonna say I feel like they know that, and they've been slowly trying to replace them with cheaper actors, from America Chavez to Riri. Like they're just trying to get cheaper version of all these people. Like Yelena is a cheaper version of Black Widow.
Isn't she getting paid $10 million for Thunderbolts? You sure about that? That she's cheaper?
Maybe she's not the best example.
Florence Pugh is in actually very high demand. Actually,
she probably doesn't qualify for the theory I had there. But
Olivia Colman's gotten so many more roles after the Oscar that I imagine that she's not cheap as well.
And Emilia Clarke can't be cheap either.
No. Well, I feel so bad for her. She just can't catch a break. It's crazy. That's what me and Mahler were talking about right before the stream started.
Yeah.
Just fail after fail after fail after fail for her.
And I'll still fight that I believe she's a good actress, but stop making her play these shit characters that have no like chance to emote.
Every single time they need her to play this strong female leader role when it's like that's not what she's best suited for. Like even in Game of Thrones, her better scenes were the leadership. Like I couldn't stand her yelling and being like arrogant and shit. But when you actually got some heart out of her, that's when you got the best out of it. And they just haven't tapped into that. They just keep trying to get her to be dominant Daenerys. It's shit. And I feel like Gus in what's it called? Giancarlo. I can't remember his full name, but they're just trying to repeat what the magic of Gus in The Mandalorian and everything I've seen him in so far. He's just getting pissed away in that show.
Yeah, he's got the exact same problem she does. They keep making him play characters that don't do anything but just be evil.
Nothing. Trying to recreate the show, but not understanding why it worked.
Bye, Rags.
Then he... not understanding why it worked with it in any way. It's kind of ridiculous. From the comics, where it's like they add these things because they know fans will recognize it, but they don't know it worked. They don't understand it at all, but they shove it in there anyway.
Is it lagging for anybody else at all?
Little bit.
Like, am I laggy, or I'm just hoping that things are all right? I don't know, because with Rags
was laggy for a second.
Was I? Shit.
Yeah.
I dropped out like twice. Let me know, because this mic is shit. I gotta get a new one.
You sound good now.
Coffee. Good? Okay.
Yeah.
If I get a little flumpy, just let me know. I need a new one.
Will do.
Fringy said coffee.
Rags is dead, so it's just
into
us
the
three
shadow
now.
realm. I don't know. Okay.
I mean, the funny thing is, because it was kind of a tangent of tangents, but like a part of all of that stuff she said to him about how he's like a shitty Fury now. She said like the main thing that gets to him in a little speech is that there's always someone stronger to undermine you. Like, isn't that like perfect for Fury? Like, that's how he deals with everything. Is the because she's implying that like
isn't that why he started the Avengers in the first place?
Exactly.
There's someone better than
But it's his whole life. He is a man. He's just a guy, and he always finds ways to subvert people through like, you know, intelligent planning or using people that are more powerful than he is to fight them. That's his whole thing. So she's like, oh, that's what gets to you, isn't it? It's like that's what powers him, arguably.
Yeah, it's the opposite. It's crazy. Like, he's fueled by that. He understands his position and his limitations as a human. That's part of the reason he was so on board with the Avengers Initiative and everything that he's done. It was such an important part of his character, but they're just stripping every aspect of his character away slowly, episode by episode, and this is one of them. It's crazy.
And it was funny because she said there's always someone stronger to undermine you. And I was like, she didn't just imply Gravik is stronger than Thanos, did she? Like,
Don't you dare, you bitch. Don't you dare. Gravik.
Maybe she was she'd already seen the last episode and she was thinking about that.
She skipped ahead. She skipped ahead.
So yeah, she basically... Oh, wait, go ahead.
I was gonna ask... No, you know, maybe I should wait to the next episode, but like, fuck it, we're skipping ahead a little bit anyway. What was your initial opinion on Gravik, just like in terms of his performance, like the first 2 episodes? Because I didn't hate him initially.
I was like 50-50, and by the end of the show, I felt like he was pretty cringe. Like, and I don't think it's the actor's fault. I think they were just telling him to like come across as real angry. Just do that. That's good enough.
I think he was a good actor. I think he could have done a way better job if they had good material, but they completely destroyed him by the end.
Oh,
but
yeah. We'll talk about his motivations.
Yeah, that's... Oh, God. Yeah, we'll get to it.
So, yeah, basically she's like, fuck off and don't get involved in this thing. And then Fury says, you know, I've had 30 years of experience with the Skrulls, so what about that? And then she basically just says, go back to your space station. You're in no shape for a fight. And it's like, what are you... No shape for a fight.
Go back to your barber shop.
It's so stupid because it's like she's treating him like he's an out of training wrestler or some shit. That's like, you know, you're not ready for it. It's like, I'm a guy who shoots a gun and plans things.
Yeah, man. He's not throwing haymakers out there. Like, it makes no sense. His tactics and experience should always be valuable. It's a line that doesn't make sense in terms of like how much she should know about him. So that's just the writers hijacking her, trying to make him out as a bum again, just like the knee. It's like you can make a note of every single time because she shouldn't treat him that way. She should know better.
So dumb, and it's annoying because this is one of many speeches by the show that are like, Fury's old and he's useless now, and you should go back to a space station and cry. And you're like,
he's a vapor.
Okay.
They called him Vapor. I can't believe that.
That's, yeah, well,
that was the one where I'm like, wow.
So he bugs her office because they haven't got any information about the Skrulls, and he thinks that if he bugs her office, he can get information from her. It's kind of lame that he gets away with that. I would have thought that since she's MI6, that they would stop him from doing that. If you just kept an eye on him while he was in the room, you can easily see. And it's like, did they not check his coat for like a bunch of technology? Or want to take off him? I don't know. That's well, they didn't even check. Yeah, you're right. So they don't check shit. He could be whatever. Yeah, and it's funny that he creates the Avengers to stop alien threats. They were partially defeated, but then won against Thanos, and we're now supposed to take that as Fury is depressed. Like, no, he'd be happy with this result. He wouldn't be all sad and old and crying. Obvious. He would appreciate that people died and that it was like a difficult sort of fight that went through the whole thing, but I don't think he would be sad overall. But they'll get into more of why that is. Don't you worry.
He wouldn't be affected by that. You can't be the Nick Fury that we saw in the past if you're that soft. Like, he's got to be hard into these things by now.
Mm-hmm. So we cut over into good old Moscow. It's one of their HQ.
You
actually.
pronounce it Moscow.
Moscow. I mean, I always hear people say Moscow. So
Americans say Moscow. I'm pretty sure it's Moscow.
Maybe it was only Americans I was hearing it from then. Maybe.
Yeah.
How do Russians pronounce it?
I think they say Moscow, except more Russian accent.
Moscow.
Like, not like mine.
It might depend on the accent, but I've only heard Moscow.
Molar is correct. It's
Never.
Moscow. Is that American or is that... We got to go with the Russian. Moskva? Moskva? Moskva.
Yeah. The real Russian in here. Pronounce that shit.
Well, all right.
Who knows?
We'll call it the cow place. So that's where they are, the little HQ, and we're shown basically just how I guess they get new recruits. Some guy turns up and he's like, "I'm a Skrull," and then like turn into one to prove it. Which more security than most of the world already. Nice.
Crazy.
I thought it was
I think
funny.
That might be the only scene.
The only scene
That
was
might be the
what?
one scene. That might be literally the only scene where someone who doesn't already know they're a Skrull checks to see if someone's a Skrull. I can't think of another scene where they actually.
Well, the thing is, the premise here is that he's telling them they're a Skrull, and then they like prove it. So it's kind of like a reverse, but I know what you mean. Yeah, and so he's like he's like a subplot that we see develop over, I think I want to say like 5 or 6 scenes. This is his recruitment scene, and he's really excited because he missed being with his people, and she even says we grow Skrull plants here, and he's eating like a goofy sci-fi apple or whatever the fuck. I don't know what you want to call that. I thought it was funny as hell because it's clearly a prop, and he's supposed to
bite that shit.
Yeah, he's supposed to bite into it. It goes like it's just like
Yeah, it looked nasty. It looked nasty.
Oh my god, you've got Goomba fruit, and they're like, yeah, we have Goomba fruit.
That's the best way to describe it.
Like, tasty.
Oh, I love this shit, man.
Styrofoam.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Some nasty fruit that she pulled out of her glove compartment.
I keep all my.
I don't even have a Ziploc bag over it.
Yeah, not even in plastic. It's got hair all over it and shit. Nasty.
And yeah, so you see loads of Skrulls, like in Skrull makeup, and you're like, okay, but then you start seeing loads of humans or human-looking thing. And you're like, wait, why would that be the case in the HQ for good old, Skrull land? And she explains that you have to make a choice. Either you'll be like a civilian or a warrior. Civilians have to stay in the HQ; they can never leave, and they're the ones that are Skrulls. But if you're a warrior, you have to assume a role, and you have to stick to it forever.
Which at first it's already like, really?
Well, there's so many things wrong with that to highlight, but I guess we'll go through their reasoning first, and then we can point out how bad that is, and then how bad it is as an idea overall, but then also why, for meta reasons, that this is happening.
Yeah.
So they keep their human form to, as she says, because the longer you attach to your shell, the less likely you are to be identified by Skrulls or humans. It's like, wait a minute. Because
I feel like, if anything, it makes it more likely.
Well, I was actually going to say, you'd think when she says, the longer you attach to your shell, you think for a second they're like, wait, is she about to say the better you are at maintaining it, maybe? The more used to you are? But no, she doesn't make that argument. She just says, hi, Rex. She just says that it'll make it less likely to be identified, which, as Fringy just said, is like, well, but if you kept changing, then that would make you really hard to identify.
Exactly.
Very hard. Yeah.
And more, yeah, like I don't. Wouldn't you be changing pretty frequently? Because then it makes it harder to like hone in and track you and figure out exactly who you are.
You'd be changing all the time.
I mean, as evidenced by a scene later in this episode where Gravik keeps changing his appearance in a way that makes it difficult for
they do
viewer
that
to keep
one
track of
time.
it.
Yeah.
Yep, one time and then never again.
And what's crazy?
And what I mean
Like,
by one
with
time
Steve
is
doesn't
that
just-
seeing him do
Yeah.
it several times in a row, I mean, they never do that again.
Yeah, they never do that anymore.
Are you
Got
talking
shit
about the
costs
scene
money.
with Talos, where it was like several of them? They all transformed into Gravik?
Talos.
No, you can pick either.
Please.
I don't fucking know what the show wants me to do with that, so pick whatever you want. To lose.
Talos,
I think it's a it seems to be a victim of, we have these actors, so those actors need
we're
to be
not
the
we're
ones
not
that
at
we
the
see.
meta part yet. We're
okay.
working through it.
Yeah, Rags, God, it's like
going
you
in-
disconnected or something, you
Yeah.
big old chungus. Which,
Yeah,
yeah, for anybody who's
okay.
just curious, I don't know if that's permanently fixed, but if you drop out, he'll come back whenever possible.
Yes.
So, yeah, the downside to that is that if you are... She says, like, you wouldn't be recognized by Skrulls or humans, implying that there would be enemy Skrulls we wouldn't want to know that we're undercover and stuff.
Except that's not the case because later on, because her identity is compromised, at least Amelia Clark Gaia identity is compromised on multiple occasions, but she never changes and it causes problems for her.
several people recognize Talos by his
Yeah,
Ben Mendelsohn
by
form.
who he looks like, which
What an
How
idiot! He
embarrassing.
can dress up as anybody he wants, but
Yeah.
Maria Hill in the first episode, right away.
How-
Talos, like, hey.
How embarrassing is it that you get recognized as a Skrull by your human form?
appearance. Yeah,
Like, wow, you suck.
a complete failure in terms of the whole point of it. But I guess that does lead right to the actual like meta reason.
why is this happening? Well,
Wait,
I suppose the reason outside of what Rags was about to say, you could say is budget. It's just much easier to.
It's easier to have them be people than to have
I
them
disagree.
in makeup.
I
Well-
might push back against the budget thing. There's no excuse with $200 million.
Yeah, there is. It costs
Well,
more money.
Where's
I mean,
the budget went?
Well, no.
still
If
costs more money.
Yeah, but if you're spending this kind of money, and this is what we're getting, then
No, I'm
it's
not
not about
saying
budget
that
so much
it's-
as allocation.
Well, yeah, but I'm not saying it's like a good decision, but it is an argument. If you've got them just as regular people rather than having to go through like 4 or 5 hours of makeup, it is cheaper. It has to be cheaper.
They cut corners. There's no reason. There's
Like-
so many scenes where we should have saw people in full Skrull makeup, but they just skipped. Just showed them in human form. It's cheaper.
Yeah, they
And
would
they had
tell
the money
you.
to do it.
They would tell you budget is saved, but what's really happening is always poor planning every time. Because
Yeah.
with the same budget,
then-
we could do incredible things.
Yeah.
And then there may well just be the thing of actors want to be seen as the character rather than in the makeup.
They need to get rid of that.
might be that
like
too.
This whole we need to see my face shit. Like,
Well,
you're
so-
always bitching about that.
I've said this a few times, and I would maintain it. Skrulls are the nanotech helmets of shapeshifters. The constant defaulting to like the same physical human appearance. There's no reason for it. There is like no reason for a Skrull to keep maintaining like the same like human appearance. Especially, it
much
becomes
more sense.
particularly pronounced in this show because this character that Emilia Clarke is playing has her identity compromised, and she still maintains that appearance that she herself states that she basically has no affinity for.
Yeah.
But like she
That's
keeps
why it
doing it
makes no
anyway
sense.
because
And
we
they stay
need to
attached-
see the actor. We need to see the actor's
Yeah.
face. We need to know who's playing them. It's the same as nanotech helmets. It's the same reason. And it's another instance where you forego a really cool design that existed in the comics for the sake of essentially like meta reasons. For like it's
Vanity.
yeah. Someone in chat's pointed out that was what happened with Mystique, like Jennifer Lawrence's Mystique.
Yes,
They were
that's the
like
best
completely
example.
forgetting and foregoing the point of that character
Because we have
to
a
the
direct
point that it was
comparison.
it contradicted her arc, right? Like the arc she went on in like the first 2 movies was essentially coming to accept that she was okay the way that she looked, and then I guess she decided that that was not the case anymore.
Well, as I'm sure many are aware, Jennifer Lawrence famously hated the
Woman
makeup.
moment.
Well, in her
Put that
defense, the
shit on.
makeup
Rebecca put it on
apparently
like 90% of the time.
in her defense, I believe that the makeup actually like irritated her skin pretty significantly.
I don't even think you need
Um,
that as a good defense. I think getting inside, like, if it's like an 8-hour makeup thing, that's a nightmare. I understand. However,
Yeah.
you've signed on to play
Overall.
Mystique.
Yeah.
There's an argument to be made there of like you're gonna have to expect something of a difficulty. But she also,
You
I don't
are
know
a
if she
movie star.
contractually did it, but like she was in how many of them? Was it 3 or 4?
She was in 4. She was in all of them.
Yeah.
It was
All
worth
of
it.
the new era X-Men ones.
And when you compare the performance of Rebecca, how fantastic she looked in the makeup first off, and how much she committed to consistently having it on, you very rarely saw her in her real face, and that always drove me
That's
nuts
true.
with Jennifer Lawrence. I
And
couldn't take her
Rebecca
serious.
Romaine was way better as Mystique.
way better, way better.
Obviously.
And when you finally saw her get her powers removed, even though that movie is shit, it was actually like impactful when you finally see her as a human, because she was one of the one mutants who
True.
was genuinely proud of it. She wasn't ashamed, so it was impactful to see her
Well,
transform.
that's
They completely
I
forget
guess that hones in on the point, right? Is that a lot of the time, I mean, it's I don't understand like essentially there isn't like good story justification for these choices. It's always coming from like meta reasons.
Mhm.
Yeah. When we go to New
and-
Skrullos,
Yeah.
and like everyone's just hanging out as humans, and they're all like, "Oh, we just want to live where we don't have to look like humans." It's like, but you're here in New Skrullos.
Doesn't make any
There's no reason for you to look like a human, but all of you do because it's probably because it's
Well,
cheaper. It's
Then you go the
flexible.
opposite direction. They, as characters, feel that they should be able to be Skrulls and accepted, and this is the one place where they would
We
obviously
can do that.
they would do it, and they would
Yeah.
do it proudly. They'd be like, "Yeah, we're back home, woohoo!"
Yeah,
Makes
we're
no sense. This
Skrulls.
is where to be
But I
comfortable.
mean,
They couldn't. They would
this'll
want to
be
take it off as soon as they go home.
Yep.
your big spoiler for the whole season. The only time that we actually see Emilia Clarke's character as a Skrull is after she's been shot for like 10 seconds. and for the rest of the show, she's always looking the same the whole time.
Well,
Do you
yeah.
think
Like,
that
what's
was
the point
really
of
her in the makeup?
I kind of don't. I actually kind
Yeah,
of don't think it
I
was
think that
her.
the fact that it's so like off screen, like you barely even get to see a lot of it. It's like it's probably not worthwhile to get Emilia Clarke in the thing compared to just someone who looks enough like a girl
Whereas at
Skrull.
least the guy who played Gravik probably did get
Yeah.
in the makeup for that one scene.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's all a
Yeah,
shame,
that
really.
looked like it was him.
And it's just that this is another time. It happens all the time. But it has heavy effects on the narrative. It's hard to take these people seriously, telling us how much they deserve to be Skrulls on the planet. They deserve to be seen that way. And it's like you keep opting for the human camo. Like what's going on? You
If you want
prefer
to
it?
be a human, if it's like a sexual thing, it's fine. Just
Just admit
it's
it.
it's all good. Just admit it. We've all
Yeah,
got
they
our
could have
things.
addressed it in several different ways, but they kept
Unaddressed it.
the way they did it is just a contradiction.
Like I said,
I think
if she had
problem
said the longer you stay in the shell, the easier it is to maintain it, like you're more used to it or something, that could be something, but she didn't. That's not the reason she gave at all.
Yeah, we could absolutely work that into the narrative of, oh shit, I've been found out, and now I have to take on a new form. But that might limit how I can actually use that form. If I'm in a position where I need to be, focusing on something, if I'm doing something very stressful, or if I'm in a combat situation, then I might not be able to maintain this appearance. And so, that could be a point of tension, in the show, if you need to reuse a Skrull character after their cover, so to speak, has been blown.
You would think each Skrull would have several characters they could play for certain situations. Like,
Yeah.
instead of just having one person
Absolutely.
that obviously they're just going to
Humans
abuse.
do
Like,
that.
no?
Well, I mean, this is probably the time to talk about it too, in terms of this kind of world building, I guess, but we find out in several instances they have to have someone to copy. They cannot, like, make something
They
up.
can't
They
invent
can't...
an appearance.
And
out of
they
nothing.
can't approximate, like, but there's so many things that just don't make sense about that, right? Like, first of all, that rule's probably in place to give some level of limitation to the Skrulls, but every time you see someone with a new skin, so to speak, in all the times of this show, you'll have another character be like, who were they? What did they do? And we get a couple of histories of different people who've been taken by this stuff. We're about to get to a big reveal of what the shells are, so, according to the show. But, yeah, they can't look at a hyper-realistic drawing and do it. That wouldn't work. But I'm pretty sure they can look at photos of people and video cameras of people and do it.
Yeah, but I don't know why a hyper-realistic drawing that's indistinguishable from a photograph.
Exactly.
Because if I drew Emilia Clarke, perfectly, and then could she take it from that, or does she have to take it from Emilia Clarke? Like, I don't know. And why? And it's like, And it's just so...
Well, I mean, a cool scene showing.
Well,
like,
we also never find out who she stole the identity of.
No.
So there's some person out there in the world, but it's the same with Ben Mendelsohn, Talos, like the guy from Captain Marvel. It's just like, I guess his identity has been co-opted by this alien, like forever.
Well, and reasonably they could do it from photorealistic images. And then what if I drew a photorealistic Emilia Clarke, but she has like a helicopter hat? Do you copy that too? And then what if I made it like a dick? You have to copy that.
Oh. Do we even get into the whole clothes thing and how they...
they have like some nanotech shit.
Nanotech fixes everything. That's just how they do it.
I mean, the funny thing is their hair always melts into them. It never like falls out because it's all fake or whatever. So it's, because the Skrulls like generate it, but it's like, is it all an illusion? Or is it your actual... Are you shape-shifting? Or are we just seeing something different? The show is just like, shut up. Like, okay.
Nobody knows.
They didn't take much time.
Do you remember the rule they introduced in Captain Marvel, though, regarding the Skrulls?
Well, which rule? Because there's a couple things that they break in this.
When a Skrull can't have long-lasting memories of someone that it took over, and that was how Samuel Jackson was trying to the scene with Captain Marvel and Samuel Jackson in the bar. That's what they established. But the lady in this show was basically describing the memories of the person that she took. So it's a complete contradiction of the rules they established in that one. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, and that way to find out if someone is or isn't a Skrull is never brought up either. And it would be something...
Yeah.
I would respect the show slightly more if you had characters being like, okay, tell me where did we meet? That sort of thing.
It's the one test that we came into the show with, knowing that there's a test for Skrulls, knowing they can do that, and they completely ignore it.
Well, this is why, by the way, Captain Marvel, as bad as it is still better than a lot of the end of Phase 4 stuff in Phase 5.
Shockingly, yes.
Like, there's some stuff in Captain Marvel that's just like, well, that's lame, but fine.
At least you can follow it. It's
Yeah.
shit, but like it's not, incoherent completely.
So she
I can't
leads
believe we're
him.
complimenting Captain Marvel.
I know.
Go ahead.
We know it's the end times. We're moving through the base, and this new recruit, man, he's not allowed into this secret area, which Emilia Clarke goes into, and it's revealed that we have those little mind-tampering machines from Captain Marvel, only they've now got a new thing going on. I
imagine that's all the Disney writers in there.
You put them in this, they get stasis or something, stasified. They don't describe it beyond just seeing it happen. I don't know if they're fed via tubes, or if they just, they ain't answering any of that.
Where does their poop go? Tell me, you cowards.
Human goes in, and then the Skrull will take their look, and then put their hand on their head, and suck out their well, not suck, copy their memories. Like, 100% accurately, I guess. Which kind of
invites some questions, some pretty existential questions, actually. What does it mean when you have, like, another person's entire mind immediately, like, suddenly implanted into your own head?
Well, yeah.
What
if what about the trauma?
This show called
like
Red versus Blue. There's a show called Red versus Blue with the Halo Machinima, where a character has an AI unit installed in his brain, and their memories and like minds essentially meld in a way that becomes impossible for him to ascertain what his own memories are and what the memories of this unit are.
Yeah.
So like that's a little Halo Machinima there, more meaningfully exploring the concepts of what it means to have like another person's mind in your head than this massive Marvel production.
You know how they treat it? It's like you are you, and you got a hard drive in your pocket, and when you take someone as a Skrull, it all goes on the hard drive, and then when someone says, "Hey, when did we meet in 1963?" You open file 1963, and you open up that character, and then it just reads in a text block what you're supposed to say, and you're like, oh, there you go. They don't treat it as it actually is, which you've just absorbed a whole person's life into your brain. You know, like, they treat it as though it's entirely separated, but I don't understand if it's your memory at that point, is it your experience, and thus, you not entirely change as a human being or person.
Yeah. It'd be overwhelming. Like, they don't do anything to explore that concept. They can't touch these things.
Yeah.
Once again, just want you to skip over it.
Like if you get somebody's mind and all of their biases and their perspectives and values and all of that gets in your brain, how exactly do you like square away still maintaining your own beliefs if you've potentially got very contrary beliefs that are all of a sudden as true to you as they were to that person? It's just like you establish this brand new thing, and then it's just like, oh no, you just get the memories and then you can use them, and it's cool. It's
how did
chill.
It not change your values?
It has to change your values because it's a different person's life.
That is one of the many interesting concepts that this show just ignores, and I think that was overall my biggest frustration. Like the idea, like what you just mentioned, the idea of alien invasion. There's so many different concepts that could be so interesting, and they just piss them away every time.
You're overthinking it. The point that's being highlighted here is that you got presented potentially a really good opportunity for some storytelling that would be interesting, and it was completely ignored.
Yeah, I think at this point,
Skrulls as like a culture or their biology and establishing rules for them could have been very interesting.
I would say this is the one time I would say it's absolutely we are thinking it. It's literally been presented, and then you just go, so that means this, and the whole show's like, no.
No, it just means that they know how to use that information. It's like, okay,
it's almost as absurd. Lame. It would be as absurd as if this whole area, this whole like plant, had like a radiation aura that would just annihilate people if they got near it, and then just presented a bunch of humans getting brought in and out of here easily with no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, that would be really.
If they had done that, then we'd be like, oh, I feel like I'm thinking it, and then someone's like, you're overthinking radiation. And it's like, no, that's just regular thinking. That's just what it is.
Explain why it's overthinking. I feel like we're just addressing the problem. Like that's it.
Well, you introduce an idea and you go, "Oh, that means that." It's like, no, you thought about it too much. It's like that's what it is. What do you mean?
Like, why are you punishing me for thinking about the things you're telling me?
They Stop! Shot in the head. Are they dead? It's like you're overthinking it. It's just a bullet. Like, it's have to do that.
That's how they treat it, though. That's how they treat it. It's crazy. Because I do think that's really interesting, and the pattern for me was interesting concepts being pissed away constantly. Like, it's just everything. It was like the theme of the show for me. And like, that's another one. Like, that's something that could be an entire episode of a well-written show, exploring how you would really change absorbing someone else's whole history, how it would change you fundamentally. Are you able to separate it out like a USB, or are you just fucked on the floor trying to process who you really are?
Well, and something that gets really, this is jumping ahead a little bit, but later on,
Oh, don't you want to save it? I have a feeling I know what you're referencing.
yeah, I think you know
exactly.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
so funny.
all right, we'll save it. Yeah, it is pretty hilarious. Episode 3, we'll get there in a couple hours.
Yeah. So, this obviously, mechanics aside, this is horrifying. They've collected many human beings. They're trapping them in these pods, and they're taking over their lives.
Because
Really
they can't
bad.
you can't just take a photograph of some random ass human of the 7 billion that we have, because the chances of you being confused with that random person are negligible. Don't even worry about it. Just some random photograph of some random human in the world. You pick a dead person, absolutely, because you're doing your own thing on News Scrollos. So you just do that, right? Why do you have to take these people and like kidnap them all and keep them hidden here? Like if it's a very specific person, like if they're very high up, or if they're like, oh, if they were to be like a, I don't know, like a head of state or someone famous, you know, of course you'd have to keep the original. But if it's just a random ass person that you're using as cover, there's no need for that. If anything, it creates another issue. People are going to be looking for that person.
And the worst thing that'll happen is some guy will go, "Oh my god, Derek," and then you're like, "Huh?" He's like, "Oh shit, okay, maybe it's someone else. Sorry."
That's it. Walk away.
So people will think that there's just someone out there who looks just like Derek. Isn't that crazy? Instead of there's an alien invasion of shapeshifters.
You could just put on a hat, shave your beard, or grow one, and then you'll be Derek but different, and no one will know.
No, I'm Derek but different.
Like, you think about this for 30 seconds, you can think of all the options they could have went with, and when you just realize they do nothing instead every single time, it's frustrating. Is that he's right? Like people would assume, oh my god, that looks just like some guy I used to know, rather than thinking it's an alien immediately. There's so many ways around this.
So it's all very dramatic and scary, and we see the process. Like some guy gets dragged out, who is a part of Americans Against Russia, by the way. And
what?
Yeah, that man. He's one of them, and he gets put into a pod, and then a Skrull takes his place. That's we're getting shown how it works. You see, they take someone from a terroristic organization, they replace them with a Skrull, and then they, as a Skrull, join that organization to commit havoc. And you see, it's the Skrulls then, but it's actually this cover. Like, okie dokie. Remember, Fury knows all of this, and he's not telling governments. Because why would you? And then, of course, the British government know, but they're not telling anyone either.
They're not telling anybody.
I don't know what the fuck. Like, it's...
Yeah. Now that you have 2 of them, it's just kind of ridiculous. That this should be getting out.
Oh, and by the way, Gaia is on the hook for all this shit.
Yep.
Because you already know in watching this, the guy is going to be the one we're supposed to like, and I was already like,
Like, she saw all of this happening. She's been involved with him for a while.
Look at her off to the side with suspicious looks. She's okay. She doesn't like it fully. Okay, the others do. She's not as bad.
Peepo sus.
Peepo sus indeed. So the little, little camera spy cam on Olivia Colman. She's meeting with the head of, I forget what he's the head of. Something. He's the actor that played Vincent Van Gogh in Doctor Who. Also he was the Invisible Man in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Oh, good. Skinner. Yeah.
I forget his name though. Someone will know it. But I like him, and he has like 2 lines in this whole series. Someone said Cabbage. I don't think that's his name.
Tony Curran.
That might be it. Yes, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone else said that as well. Yeah.
Tony Curran.
Invisible Man. I didn't see him. It's like, ha
ha. What? Wait, what?
So.
Oh, right. He's invisible.
He says the Skrulls have infiltrated many members of high-ranking political institutions. Gravik has plans, but we need to stop the bombs. And the first thing you think is, well, how do either of you know that either of you aren't Skrulls? You just highlighted that the problem is they're in high-ranking members of like political institutions. You are both that. And then the fact that this guy, because this guy is a Skrull, we will find out, he's very nonchalant about it. He's like, oh, it doesn't really matter. It's like, whenever they're like that, whenever you highlight something horrifyingly existential and they're just like, I don't know, maybe, yeah. Like, oh, maybe you're a Skrull. That could be it. Oh my god. But no, another instance where they will not check.
There needs to be a button, and it's just like a soundboard and you click the button in it, and there's just a voice that asks, "Are you a Skrull?" And you click that button every time characters meet because you have to, and that should be like an underlying theme throughout this show.
Rags, we're
Every single
gone
time.
for a little bit of time there. How do we know you're not
I
a
was.
Skrull?
Oh well, I could. Here, let me pull out this hair on my little fluffy tail because I'm a dog, and it won't disappear into the wind. And that's how
Wait,
you
what
can.
are you talking about? We don't know that yet.
Oh, of course. Oh, you're right. There's probably, I don't know how you would test. It's probably some really long, in-depth process that's very, very scientifically intense, and you need special science fiction level technology in a laboratory, or maybe like blood tests or something to find out if I'm a Skrull. That's a good point.
We don't know that yet. That's the point. We're not. We still got like an hour before we're at that point.
So yeah, she says what they know is that there are 5 people that can potentially be contacted to create such a device that the bombers for America against Russia want to build, and that she says my money is on Vasily Poprishin. So, and she says he owns a high-end gallery restoring pigment to paintings and radioactivity to bombs. So just to clarify, right? She's saying that the most likely person that the people with bombs to sabotage and frame America for a Russian bombing is going to be this particular guy who is known for fixing up paintings and adding radioactivity to bombs.
Adding radioactivity to bombs,
or restoring.
like it's on a talent tree.
Yeah,
your bombs now do radioactive damage.
So, because this is the thing. When we first watched this I got blanked on all this. I didn't even realize this was happening. The second time through, I was like, okay, I'm listening now. And my God, I was like, wait. So was the bomb that goes off radioactive? I don't think they mentioned that. It just kills everybody. I don't think it. I don't remember.
Would have had to mention that.
Because if it was radioactive, it would have wiped out Fury, of course. Yeah.
Well, why bother making it radioactive if the whole point of it was just to make a scene so that for insanely retarded reasons everyone just thinks, America is responsible for this. What, the radioactivity doesn't have anything to do with it. It's a bomb that kills thousands of people.
I don't know why they mention it. Why don't they just say that he's a bomb guy? He makes bombs and he
makes bombs. Because if you tell me, oh, there's this guy and he makes bombs, I go, okay, I believe you. But if you tell me I add radioactivity to bombs, I'm like, that's an interesting hobby.
So the guy says, raid them now. And then she says, whoa. We don't want to raid them until a Skrull picks up the device so that we can track the Skrull. And it's like, okay, there's reason to that, but you better, this is end of the world stuff. You better have.
That this is a big risk.
This is like given.
You're risking other people's lives by doing this.
And you need all of the agents.
This is like giving launch codes to nuclear mississiles to the bad guys.
No margin for error. Bring everyone. Make sure that when this exchange happens, you get the Skrull.
Get her down here. Get her.
You know what's funny, by the way? She says that, and then Talos turns it off. And I remember thinking, it was like, well, was that it? Did they say anything else? How do you know? Hello? Like, what if they say something else that's useful? Because he just turns it off after they say about, like, what they're planning to do with tracking, which is just going to be to wait for them to do the pickup. And the other thing I was thinking was, wait a minute, with information I know, like I said, it's kind of relevant. That guy she's talking to is a Skrull. He works with Gravik. How is it that he didn't tell Gravik and thus the pickup was compromised? You know what I
mean? Yeah, yeah. Why didn't he do that?
This is the first time. They're still learning how to do the evil.
Well, maybe he forgot to ring Gravik. He was like, oh, fuck. Press the buttons, but I didn't hit go. It happens.
Press that.
So yeah, with that information, Fury's like, okay, let's go see the bomb builder. And then Talos is like, but there's going to be MI6 operatives there. And Fury says, we'll incapacitate them.
You know, instead of, like,
casually.
Oh yeah, because we can't tell our guys. MI6 knows, but we can't tell we can't tell the FBI or the CIA.
We can't work with MI6 either.
Yeah, we can't work with him, which is bizarre that we're not doing that already. But
Well,
I guess the
remember,
show is really insistent that we
Sonya
just can't.
said he's too old. He needs to go back to his retirement spaceship.
And he took that personally.
Yeah. It's actually that stupid. Like, he's like upset that she said go home. But whatever.
He's so sensitive throughout the whole season. It's ridiculous.
I know. It's only episode 1.
Crazy, man. No. This is skipping ahead, but 0 comebacks to anything that anybody says, and always phrases things to make himself look as bad as possible instead of like actually like yeah. There's so many scenes where he could have said it one way and he says it in the worst way imaginable, so they can shit on him again. Crazy, every time.
And so yeah, with the operatives question, Fury's like, let me explain. We're no longer in a war with Gravik. We're in a race with Sonya Falsworth, which is her name, I guess, who celebrates a scorched earth policy. She'll fuck up everybody who knows the name Gravik. You want to save innocent Skrulls, you're gonna have to hurt people. And then he says,
first off, don't say innocent Skrulls as an oxymoron. But
at this point, there's only like one good Skrull.
Yeah, it makes me think, what's wrong with you? Are you broken?
Don't worry, some of them betray their own team. So some extras in there, maybe half and half. He says Gravik knows your weakness is your mercy. So it's time for you to prove him wrong. This does have a payoff, by the way, and it's awful. It's in episode 3. You remember?
Yes, I remember. I know what it is.
So fucking stupid.
But everything to do, like that was absurd.
Well, so yeah, when he says we got MI6 operatives to deal with, he's not saying I can't hurt them or kill them. It's that it's probably wrong to do that to people who are working in the exact same, potential as us to stop a horrible bombing from happening, and we're gonna attack them. And then Fury's like, let me explain. The bad guy thinks you, like always give mercy out, so we gotta prove him wrong. Like that's an interesting.
Just doesn't address what he said.
It's like if someone said, you'd never betray your values and join me on the dark side. It's like, well, you can't let him, you gotta prove him wrong, man. You gotta prove the bad guy wrong. Can't let him do that to you.
Yeah.
It just doesn't address the point at all, but there's like, end of scene, bye. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. He's got mercy issues, he's too merciful. That's... So, Fury's been noted now by Team Skrull. And his second in command, I think his name is Pagan, says that his man spotted Fury, and that he's washed up, he's limp, and he barely sees out of his good eye.
He's a bum.
He's just like, what?
Just double down on that Fury hate.
And the scene is weird because he says he got all the information from a guy, and then Gravik is like, so you've let other people know that Fury is like, we've let people more than the circle know about this. He's like, no, it's just me and you. And he says, oh, so you're trying to protect me, or you're trying to protect the cause? And it's such a, like, what's going on? What is happening? He's just giving you information that Fury is involved. That's all. Why are you so mad? and it just comes across sometimes like, are we doing like this is the villain, he's mean. And we get a lot more of those scenes as the fucking show goes on. Yeah, and he says, I'm protecting you and the cause. You are the cause. And then Gravik's like, I'm not the cause. The cause is home. We go tomorrow and we don't stop until Earth is ours.
Oh my god.
As an audience member, you're like, you're gonna blow up Russia, blame America, and hope that Earth ends up being yours. Okay.
It's just a shit plan.
It's a really shit plan.
Seriously. Everything that comes out of that guy's mouth, I'm just like, what? Like, that's not gonna work, dude. Like, every time.
You know what would destroy the plan? His Fury telling governments about it. That's all.
Seriously. Carol Danvers is coming back. Where's that bitch at? The whole season, I was wondering, where is everyone? Where's Doctor Strange? Where's Riri? They just, I know they can't afford the actors, but like at least justify it within.
Why can't they spend their money on that instead of spending their money on? I actually don't really know what they're spending their money on. CG, I guess.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Like, cut out all the crappy big fights and add in a few more. Like, fucking, if you had Benedict Cumberbatch be in this, I'd probably smile. I still like him, even if I hate Doctor Strange.
Imagine he showed up in character, like Doctor Strange, who actually gave a fuck and like, actually cleaned this up and did something useful for once. He's been a dumbass in his last 3 movies.
So, yeah, we get to the big day. We got, Talos knocks out 2 MI6 agents, and then we never think about them again. That's all, you know, it's like they show us that as a courtesy, I think. Like, the MI6 people are out now. You're like, okay, sure. The one that's there to pick up the bomb is actually, Gaia. That is her name, Daenerys, Gaia. I'm gonna switch between those two, probably, names, but that's who Gaia is. And so they arrive, like, late. They miss the drop, and they essentially miss her. We'll get back to her in a second. But, like, they're, like, bantering, Talos and Fury, and they miss the drop. And I was just like, I can't believe how casually we're treating this when, from their point of view, it's the end of the world.
Yep.
It's like every fucking Marvel movie. Nobody actually cares. Now, here comes something. There's a chained-up door, and Talos just pulls off the chains because he's that strong.
Apparently, the Skrulls are just, like, very strong.
I do not remember that at all, that they were that strong.
No. But then again, I guess compared to Captain Marvel or, like, a Kree, generally stronger than people.
The big problem is he fucking fistfights Fury in that film.
Oh yeah, but he does beat him.
He doesn't beat him like this. Like
Instantly.
this.
No,
like,
I know, he doesn't beat him
strong,
convincingly.
Fury should be dead.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's it's weird. They seem to be a lot stronger than they were before.
So yeah, that's just keep that in mind. I guess it's not even going to come up that often. It's not like for big payoffs, at least.
No, not really. But yeah, because part of the problem is that they start scaling up the Skrulls.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of them, well, 2 of them significantly.
And Fury makes a comment. He's like, "Oh, you're still strong, even though you're like old." And then he's like, "I'm only 40 in human years. I haven't even gotten to my midlife crisis shopping spree yet. What did you get for yours?" And it's just like, who fucking wrote that?
This is great dialogue, you guys. This is really, really interesting and engaging.
Because you might think with a setup, quote unquote, like that, what do you think the joke's gonna be? You're like, I don't know. What that was so random and weird. I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to do. And it's like, well, Fury says the Avengers.
See, it's fun banter. It's really fun, witty banter.
And you're like, you're saying Fury got the Avengers and he sees it as like a midlife crisis option?
Why? Why did they do this?
I don't.
So fucking dumb.
Oh God! It's just like
that's not the impression I got for the Avengers movie, that he was having a midlife crisis.
Yeah, that's what they.
That's not the impression I got.
He's old. He can't see anymore. He's weak. He's exhausted, and he is on a midlife crisis. You're like, okay.
Yeah, it's just like how he lost his eye from a cat, not from fighting a fucking battle or something.
We're on episode 1, and this guy's just shredded. Like, it gets so much worse. It's crazy.
So, like I said, they missed the drop, but luckily, where Gaia's just walking, much like anyone is, right? There's people walking everywhere. They're all over the place. She's just walking with a bag, and this is enough to tip off Hill. Like, Maria Hill's in a car, and she's like, wait a minute. Look at that.
Oh my God, a woman holding a bag.
That's it.
A short
it's like,
bitch with a bag.
They already know that this is a Skrull thing, so it could be anyone. And she's like, wait a minute. I know her from Game of Thrones. She's famous. I get it. Actually sad as fuck, because you create a problem and then you solve it with the worst shit ever. Like, why were you late for the drop? Just don't be late, and then tell Maria Hill she's coming out. She's already on her way out. She'll be coming out of this door, and then follow that person. Simple. Because now it's just garbage.
Yeah, a little bit.
Why would you write it this way? So,
I wanted to see Maria Hill get beat up by Daenerys. I don't even know why they did that scene. She just got wrecked.
Yeah. Now, they need information out of this painter bomb man. So Fury's got a gun on him. They know he's a Skrull, and so, you know, it's pretty simple. You could do the whole shoot him in the foot thing, or tie him up and then start torturing him, that sort of stuff. Instead, he decides to let Talos start beating him up, and then he starts beating Talos up. It's really weird, and they start fighting. It gets more and more intense until Talos has pretty much lost the fight, kind of, and then Fury executes the guy.
It's like, what are we doing?
It's
a really bizarre scene.
I think it was like the writers were like, we got to get them to accidentally kill him because they can't have the information he's going to have yet. It's too early.
Right, and this is their form of problem solving, essentially.
It's a meme that actually becomes incredibly plot-heavy relevant. Like, it's like, you can take him. He's like, yeah, I can't. He has a couple lines while they're fighting, like, this is my fight, Fury. And it's just like, what? What's going on? It's like, was this a pride thing? And yeah, Fury has to...
He seemed really invested.
It's like, why do they never shoot the fucking leg? Shoot his leg. And then do the thing they do in movies where you stand on it and they go, owie, well, no, and then you ask them a question.
You shoot him in the knee and then you kick him.
It's classic. But no, Fury just executes him and then they're like, whoops.
Yeah, and it's like, oh shit. And think about how consequential this is. Wow. Just keep it in mind that, like, this ruins everything.
Yeah.
It ruins their entire plan and all of
this exact scenario happens again in episode 3.
Yep.
It's just the writers only know how to do this. And this is the one I think where he's on the ground, it cuts to Fury, and then it cuts back, and he's a Skrull. Like, I think they do the squelchy sounds.
They cut away, and it's like, look, there he is.
There we go. Got him.
That sound, oh man.
Yeah, and then Maria Hill and Daenerys fight each other. It's awkward because we just established that Skrulls are super strong, so she'd probably kill her with a punch.
Yep. I mean, if you can rip off a chain off of a door with your bare hands, I don't know.
You're gonna hurt people.
And also, in this fight, doesn't he like punch through the concrete pillar?
I think so.
There?
Yeah. They're pretty. This is what I mean. Is like this doesn't feel like we do, but whatever.
Well, it's just if Captain America punches you in the chest, it's over. And these guys seems to be like about that strong.
Daenerys punches her in the head in the fight.
I don't think even Captain America could rip a chain off like a door. You know, that feels weird to me, seeing him do that.
Yeah, well, you'd see him hit it with his shield, like down.
Exactly.
That's how he did that. Yeah, so Fury and Talos are then got to catch up with this happening because Maria's like on comms with them. And so Talos shows up with a gun on Gaia, who's his daughter. We're about to get that revealed. Fury has disappeared. We will not see him again, like, until other scenes. He's just gone now. It's so fucking dumb. Just out of the show. And so, yeah, we have some back and forth here. This awkward family dynamics. He's like, oh my god, give me the bomb. And then she's like, you are a shitty leader. You fucked up the Skrulls. And then he's like, this isn't what your mum would have wanted. Her last words were find Gaia. And then I thought this was so bad. She's like, what? And it cuts back to him and he goes, she's dead.
Oh my god.
It's like, can you imagine? You're the father of the daughter who's, your wife died, you've seen her, you know she doesn't know, and you say, her last words were, I should find you. And then she's like, oh my god, you go, oh, yeah, she's dead. Like, you should probably open with that, right? Like, be like, I have some really awful news for you, but no, he's like, oh shit, yeah, you don't know, right? Okay, yeah, she's dead. And he says that the people that Gaia works for who killed her. So, a bit more on that.
And it seems like that's going to be more of the drive for her eventual turn, more so than the evil plan that they're concocting. It seems like she cares a lot more about just her mom.
Gravik's like plan is something I think this show doesn't want you to think she believes in, but it has to be that way. At least
she has to. Yeah. She's participating with them for this long, and their plan is to nuke the world and kill all humans. That's their plan.
Well, yeah, we've kind of been over it, but if anyone didn't understand like how it was supposed to work, it's like we false flag attacks on either side, and then we cause an all-out nuclear war between everybody. Everyone's wiped out, and then the Skrulls take over because they're immune to radioactivity.
Bear in mind that in Avengers, Loki wants to rule the world. He doesn't even want to destroy it. He just wants to take it over.
Yep.
By comparison.
Bad Loki. I miss him. Good lad. Been gone for so long. Yeah, and so I guess we didn't even address it back then, but it's like, isn't that a crazy plan? It's like it gives them the whole planet. It's like, yes, it gives them a radiated, like, destroyed wasteland.
Destroyed. And then there's also just the fact that all of these people have to somehow manage to keep living fairly comfortably despite participating in ending billions of lives, including all of the animals as well.
Yep.
You know, so you got people and the animals all gone, all the trees destroyed, the entire... And in the next episode, Gravik's like, oh yeah, humans destroy their planet, not like me, who wants to absolutely destroy it.
Well, I think he actually says, like, I'll give them what they're heading to, or something like that.
I was like, oh, well then, how are you sitting there talking about how humans suck if you're just going to do it, but to a much worse degree?
I think he would actually say to you, like, but I'm self-aware. They're not.
Yeah. Like, that's just...
Okay.
It's crazy how quickly he became a shitty villain. It happened like
yeah.
so quick. So quick. Just
yeah, we'll get scenes for it. We'll talk about it. For now, he really wants the bomb off here because remember, this bomb will be detonated somewhere in Russia to kill a whole bunch of people to be blamed on America. It is very important that you do not let her leave with this bomb. So he says, please, give me the bomb. And then she says, I can't. And he says, you know I'll protect you. And she says, you can't protect anyone. And she leaves. That's it.
Yeah, I know, right? It's just like, and he lets her go.
He lets her go with the bomb. Maria Hill is currently, like, exhausted on the floor, winded, and Fury's just not existing, so that's it. She's gone. She had the bomb and she left with it. Awful. And he let her go because it's his daughter, and I was like, motherfucker, you will shoot your daughter in the leg, okay? You could do it. But no, she gets out with the bomb. And by the way, this bomb does go off. She is on the hook once again.
It kills thousands of people. Thousands.
She has a moment where she cries because her mom's dead, though.
But she doesn't. Yeah, but it's crazy that the show like doesn't understand what the Skrulls' plans are.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
They're trying to.
God, isn't random death sad? It's like, yes. What was your plan again? Nuke everything? Right? Yeah. Okay. Remember they make a big deal out of children having died? And it's like, your plan is to nuke Earth. A lot of children are gonna die.
Like, for these things, like, I don't know.
It's as though she hasn't considered what her plan actually entails. But how could you not? You want to cause a nuclear war. That's gonna kill billions of people.
You don't even, like I said, he doesn't have to kill her. Just stop her. He could have grabbed her leg, but whatever. He just let her go. He was sad. Alice was sad.
Yeah.
So
they never really have a sit-down discussion to like really go in depth with the plan. Like Ravos' thought process, why he's taking this so personally. Because for me, I could believe that there could be a Gravik character, even if this is stupid. It's like all over.
The problem,
I could believe one person could be that stubborn, but an entire faction, you got to explain that to me.
The problem that the show has, I think, might just be down to its very existence as a show. They established the Skrulls as like basically good guys in Captain Marvel, but they're kind of not in the comics, and Secret Invasion is about them trying to take over the world. And so they need to try and find some way to essentially justify some big end-of-the-world story involving the Skrulls trying to destroy the world. And it's like, the problem that they have is that they try to be like, oh, but see, the Skrulls are sad because they didn't get a home. They're sad because, you know, Fury made him a promise and he didn't keep it. We're jumping ahead a little bit. That's essentially the crux of their... That's like the crux of... But it's like, okay, but you have to acknowledge that their plan is to nuke the world.
Yeah.
They want to end humanity.
And even address what steps did they take to do on their own? Like, what are you just waiting, bitching, crying for Fury because he broke his promise? What steps did they take to actually... make a home on Earth or actually find their own spots? Like, we don't really know what things they did. It just feels like they're just complaining about Fury. It's like, what have you done on your own? It's like, I don't understand why they suddenly have no agency.
The problem is that the show has to try and be vague because if it gets into the specifics of what the Skrulls are actually planning to do, you can't write your story of like, oh, poor Skrulls, when it seems like everybody except for Talos is totally comfortable with nuking humanity.
Well, it'll be the train scene we can get into depth on this whole how Fury failed, because don't worry, the show just shovels shit on him every single scene. Speaking of which, he walks into a bar and he's like gonna go grab a drink. He's meeting Maria Hill here, and some fucking guy just looks at him and goes, stare at me all you want, you'll never be the man you once were.
Like, what is going on?
What? This is so fucking random.
Who the fuck are you, buddy? Like, just talking shit.
Some random guy who's just like, I fucking hate you, Nick Fury, and your shit.
This isn't even the most random one. It's further down in the season, the guy who's just in the plane, who's like, says he should be mothballs or some shit.
Yeah,
that guy?
yeah. That's the Black Widow guy.
I knew I recognized that guy.
Oh, we'll
from Black Widow. Yeah.
That'll be funny to announce to chat the awesome cameo of that episode that everyone was hoping he'd come back, and yet there he was. Legendary. But yes, this guy just throws shade at Fury for no reason at all. It's like, you know for a fact
that shade, that's sheltering darkness.
Look at you talking shit.
For.
It's you know, the writers were like, yeah, but it's on theme. Like, what the fuck is...
It doesn't matter if you made up the fucking theme.
Like, it's all bullshit.
It is.
And this is the part... Oh, wait, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know. I kind of lost track. Which did they mention more? The fact that he's old and worthless, or the fact that he's black? Like they keep having to mention that.
That comes up
And his
more.
race was never a factor. It was never
Well,
a factor. Yet they constantly have to mention it.
the thing is, like, it could be implemented really well, but it's super cringe in this show, and yeah, we'll get plenty of
My
that.
point. There's so many examples I could think of in my head where they actually implement these things properly, where it's tasteful and you could believe it's a scene that's, would actually take place. The whole Moscow scene with him walking through at night, and like the only people he sees are like everyone's like, "Oh, scary black man!" every single time. Even the kid. Like, why is there even a kid out at night?
Play with. Well, to be fair, that's a
a
Skrull, I'm pretty sure.
the kid.
Yeah, because we see her later in the sequence in the third act of the episode. I
will
guess
give them a pass if she's a Skrull.
she's a
But if
Skrull.
she's
I'm
a
pretty
human,
sure. Yeah.
then send that child to bed. It didn't make any sense. Like, stupid scene. But yeah, it felt so forced.
Because we have here, so that guy said that, and Maria Hill's like, "Do you know that guy?" And then Fury says, "How do you think we kept the Cold War from getting hot? Spooks buying shots." And she says, "Oh, you can't say that." And he says, "No, you can't say that."
The show thinks it's so fucking. Oh my god!
What are they doing? What do they think they're achieving with these lines? It's just
so cringy.
You see, because he's black and spies are called. And
90% of the audience is not even going to know that or even reference it. Like most people aren't going to know those terms, like right off the bat. I assumed it was something along those lines, but like, why are we doing this?
Like we're supposed to know the latest like racial slurs. I need to
Up to
study
date
up
on
on my
all the
racial
different ways.
slurs.
It's just ridiculous. Because for me, it's his personal life wasn't a big factor. Like he kept all that shit away. The fact, like, and it seems like that's the main focus now. And I don't understand why they would even bother with that.
Yes, that's the thing. Like in certain scenes, I don't really care if you noticed or not, but I've noticed they really like blacken him up in certain scenes. Like he'll just be, just a little too,
In terms of his, are you literally talking about his skin tone here or his delivery of the lines?
His both. Like he'll like
his
one
scenes with
scene
Rhodey.
Especially his scenes with Rhodey, but like
all of those scenes could have been like oh my god, those ones were those were killing me.
Yeah, but there's a scene especially when he's on the train with Talos and he was talking about fried chicken with his mama.
Yes. That was the one where like, where are you going with this? 40 hours of this shit story for a setup, and it didn't even really accomplish anything. And I'm just thinking of all the better ways they could have did that and had an actual something meaningful out of that. That was just pretentious nonsense.
Yeah,
like fuck
they were definitely trying to replicate the speech he had in the elevator with Steve in Winter Soldier. They were trying to do that.
I remember that scene. I liked that one from memory.
They niggified it in this one.
They don't know. They're so shit when it comes to fucking anything with racial tensions or anything. Have you seen the Hurricane with Denzel?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
that's one of my favorite biopics, and Denzel just kills in that movie. And that's one of the movies that explores cultural issues in a tasteful way.
Yeah, there's one scene where Denzel's driving with a friend of his. Cop pulls him, and the cop's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, we're like two Negroes in a car, some shit. And Denzel's like, any two will do. And I'm like,
he kills it. And it feels genuine. Everything makes sense. With this, it's like you just want brownie points. You know what the fuck you're doing. You're trash.
Yeah.
This isn't a proper way to explore cultural issues. It's not it's forced diversity. That's all it is. It's crap. And it's cringe to watch Samuel Jackson and Rhodey do these things because I like both those actors.
I fucking love the characters. Like, I got so much to say about Rhodey. We're not there yet, though. We're not even close.
Yeah. I don't want to skip ahead, but those ones just stood out to me like a sore thumb.
So, it's all that, but then remember we've had like fucking 4 characters tell Fury how useless he is. So Maria's like, "So you gonna explain to me why you abandoned Earth?" And he says, "Oh, I was building out Saber," and she just calls him a liar. He says, "Okay, I had a crisis of faith." Then she says, "Well, why are you back then?" And he says, "It followed me up there, and I owe Talos." And I'm so fucking lost. It's like a
What?
crisis of faith. What? What do you mean?
Miss a movie?
What is it even referencing? Like that he lost faith in being Nick Fury? It lost faith in defending Earth?
I gave up trying to figure out what they're trying to say. Like
I legit don't get it because
time they bring it up.
They're explicit about reasoning for other things later, and they're really bad arguments. But this one, I actually just don't even know what they were trying to say. I don't get it. And before you can even think about it, Maria says, "You sure you're not talking about someone else? The Fury I know was always 3 steps ahead. Your lack of contact is obvious. You're not ready for this. A real threat is out there. You were never the same after the blip."
They just keep insisting that this is the case.
Keep telling us.
It insists on itself.
Yeah, and it feels like almost like every 12 minutes or something. Like there's like a rhythm to it. They need you. They got to make sure you don't forget within the episode that he's shit and he can't do it anymore.
Well, I thought it was
particularly number 5.
I thought it was particularly interesting of them to take a character, a sort of older type, who's like a veteran hero, and sort of make him despondent and useless, and have everyone point that out. I thought that was a cool new idea. And it's just
really
like,
brilliant,
maybe take it, see where it goes. We don't usually do that with everyone. So, yeah, it'll be fun. But, yeah, it got funny at this point. It's like, why is everybody taking the time to tell Fury how useless he is? Like, what's going on? Even Guy in bar couldn't resist.
This random guy, yeah, that was the one where I'm like, okay, I don't even know your name, dude. Like, this is like, when we're pushing it to this point, you can just really clearly see their intentions were just to humiliate him any chance they got.
And then she says, "You once said," meaning Fury, "that there's no shame in walking away when your steps are uncertain. So check your footing, or," and then she looks at the screen and grabs the camera and pushes it right up to her face and says, "or someone will get hurt."
Yeah.
And you're like, what's she talking about?
That's bad.
Yeah, it could mean anything. Really lame and annoying, and you're like, God, we got like 5 minutes of episode left. What's gonna happen? And then the thing happens. Here it is. Oh, I was waiting for how I was gonna go about trying to play this. I think I should be able to get away with just playing the clips, actually, but if for the sake of the people here, I'll be you guys, if you can pull up the stream, I will try and play the clips with volume on so you can actually hear what was done. Where is it? It's been so fucking fast. I'll tell you when. I'm just setting up a second, but basically the scene is Fury remembers the blip.
Oh,
he's having his moment. He's like, oh, I'm sad because the blip was the thing that happened. Now, what I want to show you, and you could have gotten this from memory anyway, I'll show you the scene in Infinity War, and then I'll show you the scene they show us in this show. So here I go. I'm about to start up. So if you guys can load up the stream so you can hear it as well, I'll just not speak until both are done. So this is number 1, the original.
Oh no.
Well done. That's the original. Now I'm gonna play their version.
Did they change it?
Catch that? There you go. That's the best I could do to show you. We'll start talking about it now. They've changed the audio.
They lied. They lied.
In the original.
I had it muted. What'd I miss?
Well, if you want to just scroll back on the stream, you can listen to it. You just have to mute us for a second, because. So, if you're unclear, what's happened here is that they've taken the original. When he realizes he's getting snapped, he does what Nick Fury would do and basically go, "Oh shit, I got hit with the dust in. That means I'm out of the game." It's like getting hit with a ball in dodgeball, but your team's still in. You're like, I can't help now, and I'm not a part of it, but hopefully they can do it. And he's Samuel Jackson. He often plays characters who treat even the most dire of situations in ways that are like pretty fun, and he always has been that as Nick Fury. And so we've seen like the dire circumstances of this whole movie. We see this, and this is supposed to be like a relatively hopeful spark of a moment. Just before he got dusted, he was able to pull Carol Danvers, as much as we love her, I know, but that's what happens in Infinity War. And so he's like, Oh, motherfucker. Like, god damn it, I'm out. And he's a signature line. In the new version, him remembering it, he's like, oh, motherfucker.
Motherfucker.
They
No.
changed the tone. Oh my
yeah,
god. I didn't notice that.
This is a retcon.
This is a retcon,
really
a big
bad
one. This is a Ryan
A
Johnson
really,
level
really
retcon.
This
That's
is a really
treachery.
bad one.
That's just you're just lying
Yeah,
to
I
us.
think it's fair to say that. I think it is pretty much as close as you can get to like lying in a story.
Just
You're
straight
relying
up,
on
like,
people not remembering how it played out originally, and you needed to change it because otherwise your story doesn't function.
And they
You
put on
need
the
it to
sad
be like
music.
this.
The violin's like...
They put on sad music, yeah.
this wasn't a sad scene. Like they repeat that's some
No.
bullshit. I'm actually annoyed by this.
It's like,
I didn't notice that at all.
like you said before, the way that the scene is meant to be read is like, ah, shit, I'm out of this situation. Like I'm gone, so now I can't do anything. So now I just have to rely essentially on other people to solve this problem without me.
Well, if anything, for
But
analysis of character, it's really cool how on the ball he was. He saw Maria Hill get dusted, and he grabbed
And
the thing that
instantly-
calls Captain
yeah.
Marvel just before he got dusted.
It's something you judge his character for. Like he knows he's about to die. He saw what happened to her, but he's still making tactical decisions. We got to get Carol Danvers here, and that's the scene. It was a great way to go out, and for them to just fuck with it like that, I didn't even notice that. That's
just
I think
pissed me off.
they're relying on you
that's
not
really
noticing it.
manipulative.
They're relying
That's-
on you not remembering.
That's part of the reason I'm extra irritated now. Like, had I noticed that on my own and we were talking about it now, I'd be able to laugh about it. But now, fresh, I'm like, you motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Just
that's fair.
manipulating your audience. Just completely manipulating your audience. That's just a straight up lie.
Look how sad he is, thinking about that sad sequence where violins just came out of nowhere and started like playing behind him and around him. Because, like you said, he did it knowing he was going to die. I think it's slightly more interesting that he knew it knowing he may very well die, and then he noticed his hand and he was like, oh, for fuck's sake, like, it is me. I rolled the dice and I've lost.
Some of the most interesting things for a death scene could be the decisions they make when they know they're about to die. Like, what can I gamble? Like, what can I do to provide help for my people in my last breath? Like, there's so much character you can get out of that one moment, and I just to retcon that. Like, that's probably like one of the things that irritates me the most over anything in the show now. Now that you've pointed that out, that's not cool.
Well, and
You
so
can
if
make
you
your
haven't...
shit shows, but like, don't fucking lie to your audience and try to manipulate people like that.
It doesn't take much to now figure out once you see that. You're like, oh, we're just going this direction. Fury is depressed because he failed. Yep. That's like the main thing the show is doing, and they have had to shove so much shit that doesn't make any sense into it.
He succeeded if we're talking about the blip.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the thing that you heard what...
He got Captain Marvel and she saved the day.
It's what Olivia Colman said. She's like, you're always sad now because there are threats that are bigger than you that you can't stop or whatever. Referencing Thanos. She said you weren't the same after the blip.
Threats. What's this woman talking about?
She said...
The whole point of the Avengers as an initiative was him getting together a team of people that could do things that he couldn't do, that regular human beings couldn't do.
Point. It's what I mean. Lines like that. It's like, have you ever watched this character before? Like, how could you say that?
Well, as we see, they did watch a prior scene, and then they knew that they had to dub it over with.
That's even funnier, isn't it?
Oh man, why'd I even
so
say
they
that?
knew.
Right.
They knew. They had to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
It's terrible, isn't it?
It is when you really wrap it all around. Like, yeah, that's the picture you just painted there. Just irritates me as much as anything else in this whole season, because that's extra manipulative for something that I really, really like that scene. And now I'm forced to think about that every time. Like, rewatch Infinity War, that's gonna be in the back of my head. Like, it's terrible.
It's a shame because it's kind of like a cool thing for Fury, that reaction, because it just backs up everything we know about him. And now they're trying to retcon it into he's going on a character arc because he's more depressed now than ever that he got blipped. Remember, Olivia Colman and Maria Hill, they both said it. They both said, you've changed after the blip, Fury. Like, no, he didn't. Yeah. We saw him after the blip. He was exactly the fucking same.
Lying. They insist that he's changed. So, yeah, I mean, as close as you can get, the storytelling equivalent.
When you see him on the spaceship in Far From Home, he looks like... that's not how he looks now when he gets off. He looks fine. He aged like 20 years since.
I guarantee you, the purpose of that scene when they made it was to be like, look, he looks chill, doesn't he? He looks chill, doesn't he? Oh, we move out and he's actually in control of this enormous facility, all based in like space military sort of stuff. You're like, oh, that does seem like a Fury thing where more than meets the eye, that sort of angle. And it's like, no, he was depressed, very depressed. Like, oh, I don't believe you.
Oh no, yeah. I didn't catch that.
Because it's fucking lies. They had something else to do this time.
Seriously.
There's a Gravik scene where his subordinate is like, I guess we can go ahead with our crazy plan to blow up the I forget where are they blowing up? Do you remember if it was like a town name or anything or an area? It's not. I can't remember if it was like a monument. It's just a place, right?
It was like Unity Day or something. Like
yeah, it was some celebration.
Yeah.
So then, because this show is terrible, they have Gaia being conflicted, and she says, maybe we should postpone. And then he just goes, no, we have the bait now, thanks to you. And it's like, it feels like they had this scene in here just to tell me that it's now entirely her fault that this is going to happen.
And yet, the show doesn't at all seem to believe that.
No, she gets off the hook quite a bit in this show, you could argue.
Yes.
Yeah, not a lot.
Not only does she not get, she doesn't just get off the hook. She is rewarded immensely.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in 10 hours.
So, I know, I'm actually kind of surprised. We're not done with episode 1, and we are coming up to 3 hours. I will say, the episodes, yeah, not only have we've covered a lot of the foundational stuff, but, like, the episodes get much shorter. In fact, the last episode, there's, like, 2 big scenes in the last episode that are happening, and then it's over.
Yeah.
And we've covered a lot of things that we can probably skip over for...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So random lady gets in taxi with random guy, and it turns out this is Gaia using a disguise, which, like, we never, ever, ever see. And this is like, oh, good. It is because she's meeting Talos, who's also wearing a disguise, as far as I'm aware.
And then when they get to the place that they're gonna go,
they go back to normal.
Decide to undisguise. Well, it's not even normal. It's an identity that means nothing to them.
That's
people,
true. So. But they treat it like it's their default, and therefore I have to say normal. Like, that's what they do.
You have to say normal because that's what they... Yeah, it's really stupid, is what it is.
So yeah, he's like, thanks for coming to see me, which is so hard for me to watch. I'm like, you should be fucking furious with her right now.
Yep.
Yeah, and then he says, you know, you're taking a risk, I understand that. And then she says, a risk? Did you explain that to Bub? I was just sitting there like, the mother was killed by your guys. How can you lay that on Talos? That doesn't even make sense. Like, what? And then he says, yeah, she died while working for, while you were working for her killer, so don't go down that road. I was like, yeah, you already told her this. And I don't understand how she wouldn't have known. And I don't understand what Gravik would think would happen if she was to find out about it, but whatever. And she says, the attack is planned for tomorrow. There are 3 bombs, and he knows you'll be there. And he says, how? And she says, I have no idea. And there are hundreds of scrolls in the field, or I think she says 100 scrolls in the field. Identities that are secret even from us. And he says your mum would be proud for that. You understand that the information that she's given him isn't that useful?
No, it's
3 bombs.
It's not very useful at all. And as it turns out, it doesn't help them even remotely.
No.
And in fact, it probably hindered them significantly. But
the last line she has after that is, tomorrow, each bag is going to be marked with infrared spray, and I'm going to be one of the couriers. Okay, so there'll be 3 carrying 3, and you've got to get all 3 of them off them before they explode. And I was already thinking, like, well, are we accounting for the fact that are these bombs set to explode if they're tampered with? Can you even grab them off these people? Like, are they just going to detonate anyway? They're already at the preferred blast zone. What's the plan? Like, what do we... It's like, yeah, those are where the bombs are. It's like, yes, but this is also where they're planning to blow them up. So... And it's just like, no, we got all... Thank you for all the information. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I couldn't get the logistics of this scene. I knew there was a bomb involved. I knew they had a plan at this event, but I wasn't really understanding, like...
But it gets worse anyway.
You know?
But yeah, you contact the governments now. You have to. This is an emergency. You have no way to control this situation. But they don't. And of course, the Avengers have not been mentioned whatsoever. They will be, but not yet. So, the scene begins. How exciting. It's triggered, in fact, by, I think it's Talos notices, or Maria Hill notices, Gaia's come into frame. It's like we could see her, and she's got 2 bags. And they say, keep an eye on the bags. And Talos says, well, there's a lot of bags in Russia. And it's like, what? And then Fury says, yeah, but she's marked them with... sorry, it's the other way around. Fury says there's a lot of bags in Russia, and then he says, yeah, but these are marked with infrared. And it's like, you waited until she was, like, making the moves with the bags to tell him this? And it's funny, because Fury cycles his little glasses, and he's like, infrared. It's like, wait, but if he didn't have that in his glasses... like, you just said, like, they're marked with infrared. It's like, I can't see infrared, you fucking idiot. Like, what do you want me to do about that? Oh, God, I thought it was so dumb. Like, that's the plan, is to find anyone that's holding a bag with an infrared X on it and just grab it off them. That's the plan. Hope it works out. But bear in mind, Gravik knows that Fury is here. And she told them that. It feels like this plan could only go wrong. And yeah, they've only got eyes on 2 bags anyway. And since that previous scene happened saying decoys, then as the audience, I guess we're supposed to assume those are probably going to be the decoys, and so the 3rd bomb will be really important. Fury's not wearing a disguise, by the way, and then of course Talos isn't, even though everyone recognizes this form that he uses. Yeah. Just stupid all around. And you might be like, well, what would Fury do? It's like, well, Fury tells us he has a Widow's Veil later in this season, but he doesn't use it.
My head almost exploded when I saw that thing. I'm like, where has that thing been the entire show? You just suddenly whip it out now. You gotta be kidding me. I'd rather, go ahead.
Absolutely amazing, because it's just like, that would have been real useful several times, but oh well.
Every episode, it would have been useful. And
yeah, because he's wanted by, like, everybody, and he keeps getting kidnapped.
This guy, like, walking through Moscow at night, throw that veil on. Like, seriously, every scene it could have been useful. Like, that was one of the most frustrating parts. I'm like, I can't believe you're gonna whip that out now.
So, yeah, he's following a mysterious person because he's recognizing the people they're turning into as people he's seen before, including that little girl with the ball. So he's like, wait a minute. Meanwhile, Maria and Talos reach their targets, and they realize they're both decoys. And it's like, oh no. And then Gravik shows up. It's like, oh boy, we're about to get our big showdown. What's going to happen? And he turns around and I think he detonates, yeah.
He's immune to shrapnel.
Which is really annoying, because if you look, right, we're here, and we know that there's a chance of a bomb going off that's going to kill everybody. And, like, Fury's got his gun on him, and then he watches him hold that up and then push it. It's like, wouldn't Fury just shoot?
Yeah.
He would just shoot. He'd shoot him in the fucking face.
He had the gun on him before he even raised his hand.
You know what's funny, too, is that this exact situation happens another time in this season with someone else, and Fury does shoot in the head. Yep. Unfortunately, something else happened. So yeah, the bomb goes off. How terrible. This, as was mentioned, kills thousands of people. Fury's very sad. It's all very awful. And then Maria Hill is like, oh, golly gosh, what are we going to do? And she bumps into Fury, who's kind of shoots her. And it's like, wait, what? And all the characters realize that the Skrulls can take on the form of other people. Obviously, this is news to them. Actually, you can't take this seriously for 5 seconds. It's like, are you kidding?
Oh my god, yeah.
And he's like, meh.
Smiley.
Like, he even looks evil. Like, you could just tell that's not Nick. Like, look at that smirk. Come on, Maria. What do they pay you for?
So
like,
suspicious.
Yeah, this is a shit death.
Well, yeah.
She's not an important character, but, like, she did her part. She's been around from the beginning. She deserved better than this.
Oh, yeah, she deserves better than this.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, Disparu.
Yeah, hello.
Do you know how far we are?
I checked the stream out before I joined. I was like, oh. Because I was like, I can stay for a bit. I wonder how far along. Oh, they're on the first episode and they've not even reached that. What do you mean? I felt really bad because I was hours late, and you're like, oh.
No, it's the finale of the first episode, okay? It's the last frames of the first episode. We're way further than you make it sound. Oh.
It was funny because it like pissed me off the instant I heard you talking, because you went Widow's Veil. I'm like, that woman said they spent $1 billion and it can only change your face. I'm like, $1 billion for a country for the perfect disguise that can turn you into any. That's a bargain. What are you on about?
Oh
yeah, that scene, man.
We got so yeah. We're trying to sort of do it chronologically, right? Like in terms of approaching problems, but we've already mentioned yes, the Widow's Veil.
I mean, the series didn't.
No, I know.
Like, it's hard to do that.
the Widow's Veil is something he should have anyway. Like we don't need to be shown that he has it to think that he has it, right? Like he's had it since they had it since Winter Soldier. Isn't that what introduced it? Or was it before that? I think it was.
Yeah, it was Winter Soldier. That was the first time.
Black Widow and Winter Soldier.
Remember, in the timeline, that's about 12 years.
You'd think they'd probably keep that in the old pocket. Just saying.
There's no reason to not have that. Like it's such a useful tool, especially when we're in this type of show. I cannot believe they revealed that in the middle of the season. It's been useful the whole time. Ridiculous.
He suggested they've got a full body one as well.
Yes,
so
they did.
They transform anyone into anyone now.
Which means you can be a Skrull if you want to. That's all that is.
Thanks.
So fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And yeah, she it's funny. She gets shot by him, and the first thought you'd think Maria Hill would have is like, "Oh fuck, that's a Skrull," because it's obviously not Fury. But instead, he walks up to her once she's dying, the real Fury, and she looks at him and she says, "You?" And he goes, "Not me, not me."
That was so confusing. I don't know what to do with that. It's like, obviously it was a Skrull.
Like,
Come
how
on.
stupid can you
that
fucking
out
be?
on her own? Like,
I don't know about that
on.
pub scene. He was just really angry.
Oh,
He's pissed off.
that could explain it. Yeah, she's just it's just embarrassing. Because what should be happening here is her saying sorry to him, and then he'd be like, "No, like she's like, I should have known." That's probably what she should say, not you.
Yeah, she would have been ashamed to go out that way. She would have been ashamed that she didn't figure it out in time. She wouldn't just be like, "Oh my god, it was you!" Like that's ridiculous. She's such a tiny character, yet they managed to shred the little bit of character that she had. She was smarter than this. I'm sorry, such a shit death.
Yeah, she's had probably like, I don't know, 8 minutes of screen time across the whole MCU, and then they're just like, "You're dead now." Like, oh, okay, I guess. So
I liked her interview about it, where she was just like, "Well, they gave me cake afterwards." She seemed happy enough.
Wow.
Cake, sweet. Like 10 years in the franchise, you get murdered.
You get
you're a
cake.
dumbass, but you got cake, so
Get murder cake.
good.
Oh, that's one thing, by the way. Did
man.
you, because I haven't seen your coverage of it yet, Disparate, but did you catch that they re-edited the Infinity War scene in retrospect, when he got blipped?
Did they?
Yeah, if you look at the flashback on episode 1, they've added in like super sad music, and they've changed the way he delivers the
a bitch.
line.
I
Oh,
didn't notice it either.
in the finale, when they say, we're going ahead, but it is in reference to this. It's like, "Oh, I really regretted it. I felt sad." I was like, "No, you didn't." So I looked up that moment and put in the original clip where he obviously isn't sad.
They
So,
changed
of
it. They
course
put
they had to
sad music
re-edit
in
it.
there.
Oh,
Yeah, they had to
Oh,
show
I
it to me. I didn't even
despise
notice
them.
it. It's crazy. That's one of the things we were bitching about a second ago. It's so manipulative, and you don't even notice it. I didn't notice it at all until they showed it. The change in tone, the change in the way he delivers it, they completely retcon the scene. It's a treacherous lie. That's the only way I can describe it.
well, they lulled the audience into sort of a comatose state by this
Yeah.
point, so that's how they snuck it past everyone.
100%. That's something I feel like I would have noticed, but like at that, I just didn't care. That must be it for me.
But yeah, when I first saw this, I figured that they were going to play around with it, that it wasn't Maria Hill the whole time, or that something was going. I didn't really believe that they would actually just kill her so crappily, but they
No.
did.
Especially as she's in the Marvels.
Wait, is she in the Marvels?
That's what the Hollywood Reporter has said.
What? How?
What?
There's been several articles about it. The
Somehow
timeline doesn't
Maria
make
Hill's
sense.
returned. Like what
Yeah,
the hell?
it's in the interview where she's talking about her death. In this show, it says her next appearance will be the Marvels.
Is it like a
I didn't
I can
know
get
flashback?
the link if you want. I'll
did.
probably find it.
Is it a flashback, or do you think a scroll like
It
assumes
could be a
her form?
flashback.
The fuck?
Or that.
No,
Just
they
as her next
resurrect
appearance.
her. They legit resurrect her. Like,
Lazarus
that's what
pit.
they're gonna do.
Why not?
Oh my
My
god.
god, yeah, jeez. Because people are doing the, like, no one's ever really gone meme, and it's like, yeah, of course, but like, what a shit death. You wouldn't even want to go that way.
Yeah.
But like, and then there's the angle of like, why are you putting this much effort into someone who has barely had a chance to be a character anyway?
Yeah. Like I remember Coulson more than I remember her, and he had like one movie.
That's funny as hell. Considering a 2011 casting at Avengers led to another 5 movies and 3 series, Smulders is taking her MCU exit in stride. Her 7th movie appearance will reportedly be in the Marvels in November. It's like, wait, what? What? It could, yeah. We'll have to see what the context is for that, I guess.
Resurrection. That's I got money on that.
All right,
I thought you were dead. I was.
I was.
Well, the director of
I
this
want
is
that
already
exact
gone.
scene.
The director of this has already been talking about Talos coming back.
What?
You not see that?
What?
He's spoken before about, well, these people have died, but, it's anything's even Smolders, they say, is there any chance of you coming back? And she's like, well, in the multiverse, anything is possible.
Oh,
and then
God,
just today, the director's been on about Talos' future in the MCU. I'm like, what?
Oh my God. Just bring back Jensen from the first Iron Man, the guy who saved Tony.
I liked him.
Bring that motherfucker back. Bring Jensen back if we're just gonna resurrect everybody. That dude deserves to live. Like, this is ridiculous.
It got better. Ugh. All right. Well, we better keep the train running. We're gonna get to episode 6 somehow. So yeah, episode 2 begins with a huge Captain Marvel catch up, like loads of scenes from Captain Marvel, as if like, by the way, remember all this shit happened because, and they do a bit of focus on like Talos and Fury's relationship and the promise to get them a new home. So finally, we might get some answers on what the fuck's going on in regards to that. We got some cringe first, though. I mean, there's always cringe, but different selections at different moments. We meet Gravik as a kid. So exciting. Before he became a horrible monster that wanted to kill everybody. He's been introduced to join like the Skrulls under Fury. And the strange thing here is that this is all accepted. You can understand this from the Captain Marvel point of view, from what you can take from that movie. But Fury gives a big speech about how, like, yeah, I'll find you a home. I will. But I'm gonna need you to do something for me. And it was so like, wait, what? He was like, I need you to be my spies, my whole spy network. And I legit was like, good God, that feels fucked up. Like,
little children he's telling this. Little
I'll get
children
you.
who just want a home.
Yeah, he's like, I'll find you a place to stay if you give me a little something, something. It's like, what?
At this point, Talos has already said that he's gone out and searched the universe. He just popped out in an afternoon and did it. There is no planet in the entire universe that you can find. Yeah. And the thing is, the only explanation is they're such a horrible people. He said they're a warlike species. They've absolutely pissed off every single people in the universe, and nobody wants them in their backyard. So
makes you
Fury's
wonder.
like, well, I'm the only person that can do the job at this point. So, I kind of think it explains it.
What about Thanos' planet where he's farming and shit? Like, who's using that?
No, that one is radiated with Thanos flames. It's so funny because, yeah, that's the most obvious one. You showed us a guy farming on it. Like, it's...
Legit, there's good soil there. We know there's good soil. That's all we need. And, like, they could... whatever you call it, the Goomba fruit. Fucking scroll. They can grow that shit and they're good.
The backup one as well
could stop themselves. They join a planet. They just start wiping out everyone on it and nearby.
Yeah. They just can't resist. They've got to kill all the political leaders. It's like,
maybe it's their fault. Like the show never establishes. Maybe you guys are just shit. Maybe it's your fault that you can't fucking find a home anywhere.
Well, they say they started the Kree War. They admit that.
Oh, jeez. Oh my God.
Makes you wonder. And then it's like, maybe if you drop them off in nowhere and the Guardians took care of them, you wonder how long it would be before they try and like assimilate Drax, sorry, not Jax. And be like, oh God, like how long before they reveal? Because it's just like, we just want a planet. It makes it all so complicated as well, because it's like, Fury, you probably shouldn't use them as spies when they're this vulnerable. And then he uses a kid as a spy. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? Because they say like, oh, his parents were killed in the war, and he escaped. He piloted a ship all on his own. He's smart, Fury. We could use him. And then he's like, but he's a child. Then she says, only to humanize. And I was like, wait, what? Like, and they try to say that because of the whole like, like human and dog years. Like they say, in human years, Talos is 40. So it's like, wait, so you're saying like this kid is way older than he looks? Is that what they're saying?
I thought she meant that if he transforms into a 40-year-old human, he's a 40-year-old.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like he can pass as an adult. I thought that's what they were going for.
But then so if she said only to humanize that he's a child, then because if he could transform, then it wouldn't be to humanize at that point, right?
Well, I don't know, because would eyes matter? You'd still be objectively because wouldn't she just go, well, he's 39? Like,
well, but it doesn't even come across that way. He comes across as a kid. He looks like one and he sounds like one, and it's like, what's the?
Look at his mannerisms. That's a kid.
Yeah, and then they're like, don't worry, he's probably like 103 or something. But it doesn't seem that way. And yeah, it's something Fury would never do. He wouldn't, first of all, enlist all of them in like a way of, you have to be my spies or I won't find you a home. Fury would never fucking do that. And he certainly wouldn't do it to Skrull children. That's not happening. No fucking way. So, you know, it's bad enough that they've made him a character that will do that, but it will be held over him for this whole season, that act. By every character, and it'll, like, result in everything going wrong.
Such a pivotal scene, and it's just, like, all of it. I don't feel like he... Every line of dialogue he had there, I just feel like he wouldn't address it this way. He would act...
Oh, no.
He would do it.
You lagged out a bit there.
Oh. Good?
No.
Good
No.
No. That's why it's funny.
Hello there. Is it back?
I think it might be now, yeah?
Good, good. Still good or still fucking around?
No, it sounds
Still
good now.
fine.
It's good.
Okay, my point was that whole scene was bullshit, and Fury would never do that. Let me just get the point out real quick. Yeah, he would see potential in them, and maybe see some people in the future that can help him with the spy work. But his focus would be on finding these people a home. They did that just to make him another scene to make him out to be a piece of shit.
And yeah, he basically just introduces the idea of them all going to be his spies, and so you might start getting worried, because what's that going to mean in terms of retconning? It's like, oh, don't you worry, we'll get there. We'll get there. And yeah, it ends with him saying, you know, you keep your word and I'll keep mine. But obviously we know that Fury didn't get him a place, so... Oh, so many questions to answer. What's going on?
He did, though. That's the thing. Earth is a place.
Here.
Well,
You're here. Where are you right now? I got you in, like...
that building...
I'm grateful. Like, I don't know.
I mean,
What
they're Skrulls. If you
specifically
can't...
did they want? Land?
If you can't make money turning into literally anyone on Earth, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but that's your fault.
Yeah, first of all, they should
Yeah, no
easily
one-
be able to integrate, like, if they were just in a way that didn't want to sabotage all of Earth's political systems. But secondly,
Yeah.
New Asgard, Earth actually made a place for aliens to live.
They ignore that completely.
So the Skrulls could just go live there. It's like they don't remember anything. They never do. They have no idea what's going on in their own universe.
Yeah, they have the perfect power to blend in, and they have places they can go, but they ignore all these things just so they can whine about Fury.
Yeah, by the way, they cut back to the explosion at the beginning of this episode, and Gaia's, like, clearly not happy with the explosion, and it's such a moment of, well, did you expect something else to happen? I don't know what's... She's like, oh no. And then I started to wonder, like, what was her... She's like a double agent, right? What did she do to prevent the explosion going off in this scenario? Anything?
Seemingly nothing.
And then, from Talos and Fury's point of view, wouldn't they think she betrayed them?
It's so weird that the show doesn't seem to realize that from their perspective, it would seem that she sabotaged them. She set them up to fail. But they still seem to believe that she's chill.
She said there'd be 3. We only saw her with 2. They were both decoys, and then the bomb went off and killed thousands of people. It's like, oh, so you fucked us.
I'm pretty sure that's what I thought when I was watching it the first time.
Yeah, I feel like they never addressed
there's never a conversation that she's still their double agent as far as the show is concerned, and they talk to her later about plans and stuff. They just never talk about how that went horribly wrong, and it's because of her not doing it. Like, she should have been able to do something on her end, but she chose not to. So that's pretty awkward, but it's fine.
Conversation there.
Once again, she should be on the hook. Oh, I completely forgot about this. Fury's like panicking because he's old and stupid and confused, and then some guy grabs him and shoves him into a van, kidnaps him.
He just goes.
And draped up by anybody, some random dude.
It's so funny. It's like, yeah, why not kidnap him? Everyone else does. And this random dude gets into the car and then fucking transforms back into Talos. So you're like, what are you doing?
Why do that? Why would you
do that?
Nanotech helmets, man. It's nanotech helmets.
But like in this instance, we see him for like a split second, so it feels to me like they just wanted us to understand who kidnapped Fury.
Yeah,
when it's like I didn't need you to show. You could do this so many other ways. What's wrong with you? But then you also like wait. A way you could have showed it is by having him say to Fury as he's kidnapping him, "Don't worry, it's me." But he doesn't.
Yeah,
he just leaves him there to panic.
Yeah,
like, this guy's probably having a heart attack in the back of the truck.
It's so funny. He conveys the information to us, the viewers who don't exist in this world, but he doesn't convey it to the person who's
He's freaking
so
out in
bad.
his trip right now. Who's supposed to be his friend for 30 years? Let this guy have a panic attack instead of just clarifying it. It's so stupid.
You can imagine that would have happened, by the way. He would have looked through the back and said, "Don't worry, it's me." And then Fury would have been like, "Why the fuck didn't you say that? Like, what's wrong with you?"
I almost shot
that
you in
was
the
meant
face.
to be like a pre-credits cliffhanger. Like, oh, is that going on with Talos? Like, no.
No, yeah.
It's just lazy.
Stupid.
And during this scene, you see loads of people running around. A ton of people survived that explosion. And then they go, you do realize 6,000 people died to those bombs. It's like, what? There wasn't even 6,000 people in the area.
Wait, did they actually
And
get to
most
the
of them
point of saying...
survived.
I think they said 2,000 people died, and it's going to be close to like triple that when we do the
Yeah, in the
bomb.
buildings.
Right, yeah.
Something like that. But did you watch the scene? Like, Fury would be dead. Gravik would be like, Gravik was right next to it. This doesn't make, like, I'm sorry, like 30 people died from that tops. Like, there's no way it was like thousands of people. It's ridiculous. They keep they just don't remember their own scenes. It's so strange.
Yeah, but it looked cool because it went off behind him and it looked great.
That's why I'm saying he's immune to shrapnel. He just like ignores all the exploding stuff behind him. It's just
It was so
just for the
cool.
shot. Just for the shot.
So, we have the train scene. This one's pretty difficult. Okay, so yeah.
Oh, cornbread and chicken. Like, jeez.
Oh yeah. By the way, they
Like,
established
bro, this
that
scene was like half an hour for me.
they established that Fury is a wanted man now in Russia. Like they're putting out posters and whatever. Like he's as wanted as can be. He has a widow's veil. He will not be using it because why would you? He'll just look like Fury. He's wearing a hat. Isn't that good enough? God damn it! Why'd you
Wait,
complain?
they say he's a wanted man in this?
Yeah,
didn't check the
they
bathroom.
actually show it to Talos, who's like dressed up as the girl. They say like,
So
"Have you
what
seen
was-
this man?"
What was Rhodey's threat then? Because that was entirely reliant on the fact that nobody knew he was there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I guess the threat would then move from instead of it just being Russian, it would be the worldwide. I don't know.
I mean, surely the US would have heard about.
Well, the weird thing
wanting
is,
to hunt down
The
Fury.
Russians want him right now because they know he was there. That's all they've got. But then the hearings suggests that the whole world believed that Fury had something to do with the bombing, and then Fury, you're right, Rhodey then threatens really far on that, like, I'll tell everybody you were there by showing footage of you killing Maria Hill, right? That's what his threat was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the proof.
Like, you would think the Russians would leak that on their own, let alone anything else.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how to follow this. It's too difficult.
Doesn't make any sense. This info should have definitely been out.
So, like, they're chill, and it's mostly fine, and then he's just like, you know, I used to take the train as a little nipper. And he just starts talking. And it's so bizarre, 'cause it's like, you guys have shit to talk about. You haven't got time for a story about how you used to eat chicken with your mum on the train. That is absolutely fucking insane.
Couldn't use the bathroom. We had cornbread in the box. Like,
And that we eat that chicken, and that chicken will be gone. Like just
set up the whole train.
Chicken Georging it up on this
Oh
goddamn.
my god.
I did have to look up what deviled eggs were, though. I'd never heard of them before. It's like,
God.
Well,
I know all that shit, and it was cringe to listen to, and it just lasted so long. Like, please stop talking and get to the fucking point.
well, do you
Please,
like the
I-
random cuts to Taylor just smiling every once in a while? He's like,
Smiling politely. Yes, I'm white. I don't know chicken.
I don't know what you're talking about. But it sounds
Well, you know what he
delicious,
did when he labeled off a bunch of foods and how it's like just anything. I could just wait for Taylor to be like, I have no idea what you're talking about right now. Like, he's sure, man. And yeah, he eventually arrives at talking about telling the truth about things. Like, it's the most convoluted garbage just to get to the point of him saying, tell us what happened with the Skrulls. That's all we actually are supposed to get out of this scene is stuff to do with the Skrulls. But he just tells this fucking story about how his mum would
shit.
ask him to tell her something about things that she knew about. Or something. It took so long. The scene just goes on and on and on.
You can
that's
think of,
my
like,
favorite quote,
1,000
though.
1,000 different movies that like have, you know, complex backstories or things that they convert into a setup for the scene, and it's actually interesting and it like applies to it. This was just a waste of time. Like, just get to it already. Like, this is you just.
You're right.
That was pretty bad. There's so many I could think of that'd be better than that.
Absolutely an attempt at recreating the Winter Soldier one, which, yes, had a much more definitive and obvious point that he was making about security.
It's like the writer just thinks he's a lot smarter than he actually is. He really
That's
thinks
it
he's
right there.
creating House of Cards or some shit.
basic shit, but it just comes off as if they think it's brilliant, and every time I'm just rolling my eyes.
Well, and
What were you gonna say, Drew? What was your favorite line? Sorry, I think I cut him off.
Oh, well, to carry on what you were saying about being smarter than he is, there's actually a character that does this in the Blacklist, and he always comes out with stories about stuff, but it's always relevant to the thing, and it actually makes the point. Just imitate
satisfying in the end.
Raymond Reddington, and the story would have worked perfectly. You could have just stolen it from the script.
They legit could have copied that same concept from so many other things and like make it satisfying in the end to tie in. This was a waste of time. Just straight up. It was a complete waste of time. I could just feel it as I was listening to it. Like, we're not getting anything out of this substance. That's actually like worthwhile.
Yeah, but it has my favorite quote soon after it, where he goes, "Tell me what you know about the Skrulls that fled." He goes, "They're here." And Fury just looks at him and goes, "Who's here?"
Yeah,
you're talking about the Skrulls, mate. Tell me about the Skrulls.
I just know that,
like, he's got dementia or something.
In future, if ever there's a scene where someone's sitting down with him and he just starts going like, "You know, once I sat on the toilet," you're like, "No, I don't care. Like, I don't know. I don't know what his fucking story's gonna be."
I took a shit the size of Mississippi.
Perfect timing.
Chicken gave me dysentery.
I've been listening on my phone. I see you guys are
all the way up to episode 2's opening.
Yeah, so I've heard. We had our bomb, we had our explosion, we had the thousands dead, and now we're talking about fried chicken on the train and sitting on the porch drinking lemonade.
Just kept going.
I just love. Do you remember Toys R Us?
And the second they actually like cut into something useful,
the giraffe's name was Jeffrey. Do you remember Jeffrey?
You know what I think about chewing gum?
Do you remember Bazooka Joe?
I remember that one time chased by the Klan.
Do you remember LeBron? Do you remember LeBron's Lightning Lemonade? Ooh.
God.
Do they still make baby bottle pops? I don't know.
This scene's gonna age
Which
so
was
badly.
the style at the time? He just says that over and over again.
Which was the style at the time.
And yeah, the second they get into actually useful information, Talos just drops on him. By the way, there's 1 million scrolls in Earth hidden. And,
by the way,
the response from Fury is something they were so proud of. They ended up putting it in like I think 1 or 2 previously, where he's like, "Have you lost your reptilian ass mind?"
It's awesome. I love that. It's so useful.
So, are they reptiles?
I don't fucking know. I don't know.
That green is close enough.
Because if he called Nick Fury a mammal,
right?
You're like, oh, okay, black people are mammals. That is true. I don't know what the MCU's position is on that, but that's a weird thing. Your reptilian ass mind. I don't think they're reptiles.
Because he's green. It's a racism thing.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Jolly Green Giant. Maybe.
He was a reptile.
He was a reptile.
Yeah, Talos just said he put out a call, and every single Skrull that isn't in Emperor Drogue's colony answered. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'm assuming it's future stuff. Emperor Drogue?
Who's that?
I don't know.
If he's an emperor, why aren't they with the Emperor Skrull?
Is he evil? Is that he has an evil name, Drogue?
Well, Mahler, if he's a Skrull, statistically, yes, he
There's
is evil.
one good Skrull, I think.
That's true, but I think something's wrong with him.
He's like broken. Fell down the
yeah,
stairs.
he's clearly not functioning correctly.
Yeah, and so Fury's like, "You lied to me," and then he's like, "We were being hunted. Either I let them die or I bring them here. What would you have done?" And it's like, "Well, no. He said you lied. He didn't question the decision to bring them here. He said you lied about them being here. That's all." And you're like, why would the writer write that way? Why would they do a non sequitur? And it's like, well, because he then says, "What would you have done?"
Argument.
Yeah, well, he says, "What would you have done?" And then Fury says, "This isn't about me." And then he says, "Oh, right, but you like using us as your spies and errand boys." And that,
now
all
you have
writing.
an argument instead of so that you can ignore the real conversation, which is you invited 1 million Skrulls to come to Earth.
Yes, and they got here and you didn't tell me about it, and now they're all everywhere.
You didn't tell Fury about it, and now they're everywhere on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is layers of
1 million.
Well, it's just
this
wow,
is
dude.
is shit.
Like
you can't do that. Like
Bit of a catastrophe.
You can't do that. This is going to. So I hate this. I'm going to be clear. I hate Skrulls. This show made me racist against Skrulls, and I hate them. All right.
Skrullist.
The fact that you can have Talos do this is insane. We're just going to have 1 million people come to Earth, settle here wherever they want. Can't do that. It's Earth. Every place is claimed. There's a government in all of these places. They're countries. So you're subverting all of this stuff to just bring them to a planet that you have no right to invite them to. And then you're not going to tell anyone. You're not going to call up the president.
We eventually find out that some of these Skrulls have subverted governments.
Yeah.
They've like actually replaced heads of state, and so it's like they've subverted governments. Like they've subverted democracies.
Which I think you could consider a declaration of war, right? That they've done that.
Absolutely, 100%.
And that's a war, interspecies war. And by the way, as soon as all of Earth finds out that there's an alien species trying to take over, they will unite like hell against you.
In the extent of their powers.
Take over and then nuke all of you. You know?
Well,
like,
just the fact that the Skrulls have the abilities that they have means that they wouldn't be allowed to be here.
Yeah, well, they're just with that ability.
It's a bit awkward, right? Because you talk about the idea of like aliens living on Earth. I think that having like Veb or Korg or Meek or those guys hanging out on Earth is super chill. Having them sit around on the couch, play video games, like I'm super chill with them. But then when it's like, oh, but these are aliens that can like shapeshift into other people, steal their entire life, steal their minds. It's like, okay, that's a bit more complicated because it makes it really hard for society to function.
Yeah,
like, you know,
you can't be here. You can take over the minds of people. Yeah, you could make yourself appear as someone else. You could subvert the very sort of like fundamental nature upon which human civilization and interaction is built upon. You are not compatible with our species. Sorry, but you can't be here. Go to the Thanos planet and farm fluteberries. Or go to nowhere.
It's probably worth again addressing the idea that you can't find a home for the Skrulls in like, the galaxy.
They knew they couldn't justify that, the writers, so they just said, couldn't do it. We're out. We're not going to talk about that. No way.
What are you like? The idea that you couldn't just find some planet. Everybody's pointed it out. Thanos' garden planet, and I mean, there's a Skrull who knows that planet exists as well, but he didn't tell anybody.
So, someone said if they're not trying to take over the planet, then there's no problem. Like, so it's already pretty difficult for Earth to implement like systems to take care of an alien race that can at any point take over anything they want. In a way that's really hard to tell. But we don't get to enjoy that potential because Talos fucked it over. He decided that we would skip that. And now it's too late because, like was said, they have several high positions of power. It's too late. Like, as soon as a government finds out that even one person has taken over, like a president or anything like that, it's like, oh, fuck all of you. Like, absolutely.
But you think that's just it he would actually do? Like, I feel like that wasn't his character from Captain Marvel. Like,
the Talos would just invite 1 million Skrulls.
No,
to Earth.
The story can't work unless we do it this way. Like, this is the only way we can do the story, so...
I feel like he would say it's not his place to make that kind of choice.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's like, this is the humans' planet, you know?
But do you remember...
Like, not the Skrull planet.
Even the lines he said is like, they're our hosts. We have to be able to, like, compromise and be, you know, like, you can't, like... He was respectful of the fact that this is their planet and we have to make this work. That line doesn't fit with the same dude that would bring 1 million fucking Skrulls.
Well, without asking anybody. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and this is what I mean. The writers...
That is a secret invasion. That is the part that is the secret invasion. It's Talos is the one who did the secret invasion. Having 1 million Skrulls come here without permission, when you have no right to be here, that's the invasion.
And you can just judge them by their actions, because they can turn into anybody. They just need DNA. So they could have turned into dead people or people without identities. No, every single one of them took somebody else's life, kidnapped them, and shoved them in a basement. Even the supposed good Skrulls still took over somebody else's life and removed theirs from them. So
it would be a rule of them being here. We would not allow them. You can't look like humans. Like, you just can't do that.
That's one of the things they would 100%, like, they'd be banned from shapeshifting. That would be the number one rule in terms of compromise.
If by a miracle, by an absurd miracle, you were allowed to stay here, which you wouldn't be. They would say, yeah, like, if you transform to look like a human, then like then you're gonna be imprisoned or whatever.
Which works out because the Skrulls want to look like Skrulls anyway. Great, there we go, wonderful.
But then they ignore all that.
Yes,
we never get to that position because like we didn't find out about them first, so they got to act, and we got to see how they would act naturally without anyone forcing them, and they just decided to start taking over the world.
This is the thing. Everything we're talking about is the natural way that this would all work out. Is that Fury would, first of all, he would never turn them into his personal agents when they're looking for a home, like as if that's an exchange that's fair. And then Talos would never lie about implementing 1 million Skrulls into Earth without telling him, right? Those two things wouldn't have happened. And if they didn't happen, then everything would go pretty normally and boringly. Fury would have put them on a planet and they'd been fine, because there's plenty of them. And that's it. It's over. It's like, well, that's not fun. We got to make a story. And hence, every time something tries to get addressed, we'd say, like, Fury was sad, Fury failed, Fury couldn't find it, Fury was a failure. It's like, why did Talos do it? It's like, we never get to ask him that. He only ever, he deflects.
It seems the only explanation would be, well, they would have been in trouble. And it's like,
that's not
sure, but like, I thought...
Better to ask forgiveness than permission.
We were looking for a planet that you guys wanted a home.
Well, if Fury's about to bring up... why that's a really bad argument anyway, to credit him somewhat. If you bring in a bunch of aliens into Earth in a secret way, the second they're discovered, they're going to start getting exterminated.
Mm-hmm.
Especially ones that are trying to fucking destroy the planet, by the way.
Yeah.
It's none of it makes any fucking sense. And the closest we get to him saying, like, you know, why did you lie to me? Like why would you do that? That's not in character at all. He just says, like, he's bringing up the whole agents thing, as if, like, that's a completely different out of character problem. But I guess it deflects from the current issue. Which you see that a lot in shit writing, right? Like, hide the mess, move on to something else. Hopefully people get distracted. Because man, was that
pretty much been the show.
I think that's a good way of describing the show, because of all the ramifications that are going to stem from the events as will be described going forward. The MCU has to forget it, because it's now a permanent thing that they would have to deal with in terms of world building, especially with how the show ends.
Yeah, they've already said the next Captain America will just ignore this.
I'm sure that they will not directly ignore. I could believe that. Yeah, I could believe that. I wouldn't want to deal with it. How could you deal with this, like, writing? Like, how do you deal with this from world-building perspective that now, basically on Earth all the time, you have to always be accounting for Skrulls, and, like, the paranoia that the whole world has about the existence of Skrulls, and that any given person they interact with could not be, like, who they think they are.
As of what they did with a particular character, at this point, it's like, they've found almost every single way you can drain the stakes out of a story, like an ongoing story, and one of the newer ones included is that any one person you know or believe in as a character could not be them from any point now or from onwards. You never know. You'll never know. There's no way to know.
You'll never truly know.
Like, that's fun. That keeps me invested.
That's really awesome. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like the meta element of it's the same reason that, like, think about what, I guess Mahler just said there in terms of the meta of us, an audience watching a TV show. And imagine that's your life now. That's like your life. Every person you meet, ever, for the rest of forever, could be an alien shapeshifter who's actually pretending to be someone else. And you see where, gonna be some issues.
Oh, it sucks too. Let's say there was a Skrull who walked up to someone as like, say right now, Fury meets up with Cap and it's a Skrull, and then he's like, "Prove it. Where did we meet?" And blah blah. And then he's like, "Oh, you got me. I was a Skrull," and just leaves. And then the next time he sees Cap, that could be the same guy trying again. And he's like, "I remember what I was supposed to remember this time, so ask me the question." That sort of thing. Like, what a shit world. Well, you can test it.
Turns the whole MCU into the thing. It turns the whole MCU into the thing. In
permanent the thing, yeah.
Way. Like, permanently. Yeah. But instead of just, like, the outpost, it's like the entire cinematic universe. So it's like, they're not going to be able to address this. Like, even within the show, I think one of the main patterns we've addressed is they had no interest in figuring out the rules for the Skrulls, how the powers work. Like, they didn't have any interest in that. They didn't care. They just slapped everything together. And if you don't have interest in that, how can we have interest in them to have continuity with it going forward? They're just going to ignore all this and move on.
As far as I remember, the only time they ever check if anyone is a Skrull is when they already know that person is a Skrull.
Yeah.
Those are the two ones. It was the lady, the I can never remember her name, but the agent lady and Nick Fury with Rhodey. Like, the only scenes I could think of were when they actually already knew they were a Skrull. They didn't actually take the time to figure it out. It's so weird.
Well,
Not one scene did they do anything clever.
It would destroy like the entire series. So shut up. Like, why would you?
Well, there's like not even one thing where they get it wrong. Because I mean, they even again the thing. It's like it's a movie. It's not a television series, and even that film has the like squeezes in an opportunity for there to be one instance where they're not the thing. It was a person.
Mm-hmm. There's this. You play with the concept, like actually have fun with it, and that's what screamed out to me with this is they didn't care.
I think
they
it's
didn't
part of the
find this
reason why
interesting, and that's sad.
I think it's the reason why they actually lost a lot of the regular audience was because there was an expectation that that's what this story was going to have. It was going to actually lean into that paranoia element, and it doesn't at all. It's basically the same
completely
as like
absent. Yeah,
it's just not a part of the show at all.
Like you have those scenes in The Thing, right, where the guy runs to the shotguns and like he runs to the weapons, breaks the case open because he's really worried about what's happening, and everybody has to calm him down, and everybody's on edge, and even the like security guy, he gives up his pistol, as a display. But like all of those little things that pile up and add on, people trying to be believable, and then of course the subversion of the thing itself. It makes that not only really interesting to watch, but it gives it a lot of things to appreciate on repeat viewings. But this show's devoid of that. What are you going to learn about this show that's worth learning on a second,
it's just
viewing?
Gonna get worse.
Yeah, it's just going to get worse, and you're going to add it to your notes, and you're going to make a live stream about it.
Yeah, probably.
That's pretty much it. Good writing gets better on a rewatch, and like bad writing like this, it's just gonna fall apart. And most of this stuff is things you can notice on the first watch. Like it's actually that terribly made.
I'm starting to learn how dense this program is with its horrible problems, obviously.
Yeah.
A few minutes after Rhodey appears, I saw people going, "He's a Skrull." He called him Nick. No one called him Nick. He's a Skrull. It was that obvious.
Yeah.
So there was no depth to any of it.
People figured it out real quick.
Were you ever tricked by anything? Any of the Skrull tricks? Was there any setup or anything that just like, oh, you know what, that was pretty clever? Is there any moment? I can't even think of one.
Was the Skull tricks?
The Skrull, like in terms of a Skrull,
they did a couple reveals throughout the season of like, did you think that person was a Skrull? Did you think? But most of them, a lot of them, the story didn't work if they weren't that. You'd be like, wait, how does like it would be retarded if this was happening for real, and then it's like, it's not. You're like, right. Obviously, in this conversation, the fact that he reveals that horrible million Skrull invasion thing, and Fury's like outraged, but then before he can ask him more on that, he points out the whole "you made us spies" thing. You made us your own personal agents in exchange for getting a home, which, yes, is like, what the fuck? Yeah, Fury, what the fuck? Then do you remember what Fury says back to that? The host sets the terms. Like, Fury, like, he's saying, he understands that he's criticizing you. He's saying that was immoral. You fucking moron. But, like, there's no excuse. You can't write an excuse for why Fury would do that, so you just have to say, yeah, I did do that. Yeah.
Do.
It's like, anything else? It's like, nope, that's that. I did that. And then Talos says, like, oh yeah, well, what happens when the host disappears? And it's like, oh shit, I forgot. That's another thing that doesn't make any sense. You turn them into agents, dependent in every way on you, and then you abandon them. Sounds like Nick Fury.
Yeah, that's Nick
well,
Fury.
It's just they needed to create a reason for there to be a grudge against him. And it's like the only way that they were able to do that was to have him act in a way that was completely contrary to his character. It's wild. Like,
yes.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
And, we've been highlighting them all as they've come, but here's another one. Talos then says, I didn't think you were coming back, and even when you did, I couldn't talk to you about anything real. Your boots didn't even hit the ground. Oh, it's too heavy down here, man. I'll just run off to my space station. You've been up there for years. It's like, did he just make fun of him for saying that he was under too much pressure and had to run off to a space? Like, what the fuck is going on? You imagine the scene where Fury's like, I'm too sad, I'm gonna run up to space. Like, okay. And yeah, he abandoned them for years. Does that sound like something he'd do?
I never understood why he was upset that he went away in the blip. And after the finale, now we know. Because he was relieved that he got blipped off, he was upset that he lived. He was upset that he came back.
When he got dusted back, he was like, oh.
Yeah, he was like, I thought it was finally over, and you've brought me back to this disastrous life, is essentially what he was miserable about.
I thought I was out of the MCU, damn it.
I just thought I was dead.
The second he reformed, he was like, all right, that's 4 million already. Okay, you gotta pay me. I ain't doing this otherwise. It's like, Jesus. Yeah, Yeah, and then he says, but you knew how to get in touch with me, Talos, and you didn't because you didn't want me to know. And it's like, wait, you could talk to him whenever you want, and yet you're claiming he abandoned you for 2 years? Like, you could have just called him?
If you could have called him, why didn't you
Not
call
unless
him
you
and
call me
say,
first.
Is it chill if I bring 1 million scrolls to
Yeah,
Earth?
like,
And I swear they never follow up
well,
on
but
that.
remember, the Skrulls thing was 15 years ago he did that. So that was when they
Yeah,
were talking
so,
to each other regularly.
And he just
did
tell
that.
him, which was wow.
So I don't. I mean, this whole conversation is filled with gaping holes everywhere. It's just like, are you just throwing more and more at me to distract me from not answering the others? Is that it? It's just like, here's another one. Here's another one.
What do you not want me to know?
Talos must have been keeping tabs on the Skrulls, so he would have known they've been taking over governments and stuff. And at no point did he think this has got a bit out of hand. I should probably call someone.
Yeah, you're correct, because
Yeah.
the council he's talking about being removed from is the council with the Prime Minister of Britain and the leader of NATO, was it? There's
So
like,
he's fine with them
I
taking
think-
over the
I think
world.
It was like United Nations dude.
yeah, well,
like
in any
Hardball
case,
and,
you
I think it
don't,
was
it only
NATO.
takes a Google search to find out that these people were hyper powerful. You know, like if they weren't already explicitly talking about, you know what I mean? Like, unless they did it
And those
yesterday.
scrolls have already well, but I mean, that doesn't see. I mean, I don't know. The problem is, again, we know that there is an individual who has been held captive
Yes.
by the rogue Skrulls for potentially 10 years. So, yeah, like
And
it's
yeah,
hard to
thanks
say
for letting
how
us know,
long it would've
Talos.
been. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and they're both
Would've been-
fucked
would've
at
been
this
nice.
point. Both of them aren't the characters they're supposed to be playing. They're entirely fucked up. And
Yeah.
that means anything can happen at this point. Because Talos then says, with your help, Skrulls and humans can still coexist. And then Fury says, humans don't coexist with each other. We've been at war forever with each other since we could walk upright. And it's like, wait, hang on. Like, I understand being mad at the Skrulls, but I thought... It's like he's saying all of this even though this was Fury's plan, was to integrate the Skrulls.
What I'm saying, it's like, why would that doesn't
Well,
make
it
any
was.
sense for him of all people to say that? When how could he have the plan that he had to actually implement them when he thinks that way, that they can never blend
Well, was
together?
it?
It's just
I got the impression they were trying to make like a grander point that this show is making, that humans in general are pretty like prejudiced towards anything, not just like Skrulls
Yeah,
as the
that's-
allegory, but that
Yeah,
'Cause
humans
the
can't get along.
it doesn't make
even though
sense
we
for
clearly
Fury to
can.
say that,
Doesn't make-
and so
that's what I
having
was
him say
gonna
it
say.
makes me
Why
feel
would
like it's a point they wanted to make.
Well, Fury
As-
says at the end that he realized that there was no planet in the universe that could do it, so he wanted them all here to make like his only choice was his intention was to make a home for them here. He
Yeah.
says that in the finale.
Yeah, that's why it was really weird to make him say this line. It doesn't match anything, and it's like I guess they just wanted to say that in general. I don't know. And then he says, matter of fact, I think this is your stop, and kicks Talos out of the train, basically. Which is like, this is probably the worst time ever to do that.
You need to keep tabs on this guy, and you probably should arrest him and bring him to the president or something.
Probably, yeah. This is a nightmare scenario, and that everything is on fire, and people have died, and that you need all the help you can get. But then he's just like, go away. Like, okay, and he leaves. And then I actually think they do cut back to Fury, and he's like, oh my god. It's like,
They do that
what the
several
fuck?
times. where They'll
They-
cut to him after a conversation, and he'll be like on the bench, like, oh my god. It's like completely breaking down every single time.
Yeah,
Never had-
the time where he gives his like
Oh.
little Fury speech, and then he has to run outside and sit on a bench because he's sad.
Oh
I
my
remember
god.
that,
It's like
yeah.
overwhelmed. It just it ruins the power of the line before. He's like,
That was the
Ah.
point.
Yeah.
they keep doing it.
Because that was like, oh yeah, Fury's back now. It's like, oh no, he's destroyed again. He can't have the energy. Every time he has some big moment, it's like there's like does a big moment at the end,
Yep.
and then it's oh no, it's not even him. So it's
Yeah.
done deliberately.
And then he sighs after. Like they keep doing it, and it's so frustrating to watch. Does anyone remember Shaft from 2000? Samuel Jackson.
Yep.
Yeah. So in that movie, he loses his license as a cop too. And there's a scene where he's intimidating the gangsters. Like basically, they're saying, "Oh, you're not a pig anymore," and he explains, "Do you think that makes me more dangerous, or less dangerous, or more dangerous?" And just showing that now he doesn't have any rules to follow, but he still has all that experience and background. This is what we should be seeing with Nick Fury. Like even though he doesn't have the Avengers and all these other things, he should still have skills, tactics, resources. But he's just a sensitive bitch the entire time. It's so. It
Well, it's
sucks
that
to
plus
watch, man.
he's super depressed because Thanos dusted him, and that made him have an
Oh,
existential
man.
crisis. So it's just like, who the fuck
Oh,
is this
man.
character?
Who are you? Like, yeah, no, he's gone.
Who are you?
Why? Then we have a really awkward scene where Maria Hill's funeral's happening, and her mum is like, "Hi, were you there?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "How did it happen?" He said, "She died trying to stop the attack. A trap was set for me. Someone wanted to hurt me, and so they hurt her." And then she's like, "Wow, so you're the reason that I'm taking my daughter home in a box."
I'm just like, no. I'm just throwing my head in like, why phrase it that way? Of all the ways, you just, oh my god.
Your daughter died because of me. I killed her. I fucking stabbed her in the throat. It was me. And then she's like, "So it was you."
You just know they have to do it, man.
Yeah.
All the ways he could have phrased that, especially with all the variables. He could, even if he's guilty, he could have phrased it in a way that was a little bit more neutral. But no, they have to make him as stupid and as guilty as possible every scene.
It was super awkward that he said it this way, especially if the information gets out that he shot her. You know what I mean? "Quote unquote," he shot. Like she'll be like, "Wait a minute! Like what the fuck?"
Right.
This motherfucker lied to me.
And then, he says, "I'm sorry I couldn't protect her." And she says, "You're Nick Fury. She believed in you. She would have followed you to hell and back. I don't know what she died for out there, but don't let it be for nothing." Which I thought was a really funny line, because she knows nothing about what happened. So she's like, "Don't let her die for nothing." It's like, you don't know if she died for nothing or something. Why are you saying it?
It's not even that. She believed in you. No, the last scene we saw her, she was in the pub bitching at him about how he's a useless waste of space and couldn't do anything. She didn't believe him in at all.
Well, and she died thinking he shot her because she's a dumbass.
If she believed in him, she wouldn't have thought that. She would initially, had the reaction we said, she would have been ashamed that she didn't see it coming. But instead, it's the complete opposite. They don't know what they're doing.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, and this whole scene is just another one piling on Fury. It's like, look how you failed her, Fury. You failed. You suck. And it's just like, when are we at the part where you stop doing this with every single fucking character, please? The subtlety is not respectable, is what I would say. So,
well, I did think that they'd rebuild him for the next movie. It's like, no.
Oh, really? No.
I had low standards, and they beat them.
Look, Americans against Russia.
Scene, and that was it.
Yeah, this is where they say the whole killed 2,000 civilians. Then they say the UK Prime Minister was quick to denounce the attack. And I found that sentence so strange. I was like, yeah? You said that like we didn't know if she would do that. Like, maybe the British Prime Minister was going to approve of the attack.
She's famously
it's just like they get what they deserve.
She's a bit of a cunt, so sometimes, but today she denounced it, so it's all good. Also, buy rags.
Yeah, what's going on with him?
It's the internet, I think he mentioned, but he said he's listening, so he's here in spirit. Yeah, and she says the NATO Security General is acting swiftly to gather intel on the bombing. So I guess, yeah, he is the NATO Security General.
Yeah.
Despite the outpouring of condemnation, all signs point to imminent retaliation from Russia from what the Kremlin regards as an all-out declaration of war by the Americans. What? What the fuck are you they even have the suspect in custody of the leader of Americans against Russia. How is it that a group of psychos in a country is now means that there's a declaration of war between Russia and America? It's like, what do you... Because this was the plan by the Skrulls, and it actually seems to have worked for now. This is like, how...
I mean, I don't even understand, because at this point, the British know that the Skrulls exist.
Yep.
And so if Russia and America were going to war, you'd think they'd be like, you do realize Skrulls are on
Why
Earth,
hasn't
right?
Fury told anyone? He's still...
Yeah.
It's like, Fury, just tell the Americans that it's like, oh, they're being tricked. Tell the Russians it's all these crazy aliens. And by the way, it's not hard to believe, because shapeshifting already exists. It was in the She-Hulk show. It was one of the stupidest Guardians.
There's a million of them. Like, one of them gets a nosebleed, and everyone knows they're on Earth. So...
And then, as well, the Widow's Veil shit has been around for over a decade, right? Why wouldn't that always mean you can never trust any footage? You just can't.
They should have been prepped for this before the Skrulls because of that veil. That's such a good point. Like, it's a concept that they should be prepared for. The fact that identities can be hidden so easily.
Mm-hmm.
They should be prepped for this.
Yet fucking Dead Reckoning got it, where he's like pulling on people's skin, like, hey, you real? It's like, we need to see people doing that.
It's like when Rhodey threatens him with it, though, and he's like, is that your excuse? That aliens can turn into other people? It's like, well, firstly, it's true.
Yeah.
And secondly, he could have just pulled out the Widow's Veil and go, I can look like anybody.
And also, with the insane technology, it's like, the fucking footage could have been hacked. You don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know anything. There's nothing can be fucking... Isn't that the whole point of this show originally? When you can't trust anything, all you can trust is people. But what if you couldn't even trust people? Ooh.
Everyone just trusts everything on face value in this show.
How do you open the story with that, but then completely forget to implement that concept, like, properly? Like, just no suspicion or tension from anybody.
And then they have, what's really funny is they have fake Fox News. And this is the character that they have say... They're all saying that we have something to do with that attack, but there's no way it was American. It's got to be a false flag. It's written all over it. Like, that's the most reasonable thing that was said on the news. It's like the most obvious. But it's the FXN news, you see. It's not Fox.
This turns out to be a Skrull. So I think what they're trying to say is, this is one of the good Skrulls trying to prevent the war, and he still died.
Well, but he's on the council that agrees to try and start the war.
Yeah, this guy's on there.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is he telling everyone not to start a war?
Maybe to... I actually don't know.
Because he's showing shit disprove, that's why.
Because you think
it's a deeper moment.
You'd think the line they want to go with for him would be like, I'm not sure if I believe it, but there's a lot of reason that America would do this, and you never know. The government's, like, they would have him do that instead of outright denying it.
Well, I thought that's what the meaning was at the end of him dying. It was like, well, innocent Skrulls are getting swept up in this that tried to actively prevent the war. But if he voted for it, that's...
he voted in favor of...
Yeah, he was with it.
Yeah, why would they do that?
I live.
What did they mean by this? I don't understand.
They mean everything simultaneously, is what I've got.
Oh, man.
So now we're going to get our very first scene of a character saying that Fury sucks, because we've not done that yet. Gravik.
Does Fury suck?
You know what? I don't know. I'm going to have to figure it out from what the characters tell me, because she asks if Gravik knew Fury would be there, and he says, I didn't, but I hoped he'd be there. I wanted to see what was left of him, but he's just vapors, old. I could have killed him if I wanted to, but I don't want to punish a man by giving him what he wants.
So
can we just
Fury want to die?
Can we just get a checkbox? Fury wants to die. There we go. We got it, everyone.
The vapors.
You can join the trophy shelf of all the fucking heroes of old wanting to fucking die. Yay!
At least when Luke wanted to die, he went to a nice aesthetic island with a lovely view and some nice frog people.
Yeah,
Nick Fury went to
space
Russia.
station to cry.
Yeah, Luke's death was more considerate.
No wonder he doesn't want the Avengers to come back in this, then. He's only depressed because they won. So he's like, I wanted to die, and you saved me? You utter bastard.
That's what I mean. There was
just saying, you could kill yourself whenever you want.
Yeah, Fury, making a big thing out of it.
Let's see, do it. Do a flip.
So, yeah, that again, just another one. And he hasn't done it yet, this character, the graphics, so it's nice to, have everyone have their scene to say that Fury's shit.
At least now the villain is saying it, so that's...
Now it's the villain. So, he's heading into the Skrull meeting, and Guy is not allowed in, and the guard's like, no, you can wait outside. And so she's like, oh, what the fuck? And then Gravik hands her a pistol and says, if I'm not out in an hour, shoot this guy in the head.
What?
This will solve nothing.
No, it doesn't even go. It's just supposed to be like threatening. It's just like, I mean, they're the security. She's like 4 foot.
That means in 10 minutes he'll shoot her first. That means when we're at the 9-something minute mark, he's going to be ready to plug her first.
Because remember, they're Skrulls too. They've got the super strength that she has, so... What the fuck? Like, it's so weird. It is supposed to just be badass, I think. It's like, look how cool Gravik is.
I mean, to be fair, Gravik's taller than the security and she beats him.
Geez.
Yeah, the size differences are pretty funny here, actually. She's so tiny. She should shapeshift into someone taller so she can reach things.
Gravik barely fits in that door.
He's a tall boy. So, here we go. The scene that... I think this is arguably the scene where it's just like, they could never, ever get a good show after this. This is all so fucked. Gravik just walks in as... He's like, oh, Secretary General, Madam Prime Minister. Like, oh yeah, and obviously the news guy that we just saw. And the implication, of course, being... I always remember him for some reason. Well, I mean, now I'm remembering this guy from Faculty. That's what we last saw him, right? Or was it after that? Remember he was
that was
popping
a
up?
good movie.
Oh,
Yeah, he was the dad.
is the dad of
Elijah Wood.
Elijah Wood. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot his name there for a second.
Oh, he's in that movie?
Elijah Wood.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in years.
In that movie.
The Faculty's good.
Yeah, it is actually.
This is
If it holds up, that's one I'll check out. That's definitely one to check out if it holds up.
So Gravik opens with like, I see all of you dressed up in the man's finery, using his cutlery. And I was like,
The man's?
wait, hang
what?
on. Like you
don't
you
use
wear
forks?
clothes too, Gravik. And like what do you mean? Using a knife and fork is now like anti-Skrull? What do you guys do?
Two animals.
Well,
eat with our hands.
That's the funny is the only time we saw a Skrull eat Skrull food was the Grumbo fruit. He dug into it with his mouth. He's just like wow wow. They don't use knives and forks.
Crumbleberries are delicious.
Savages.
It's so cringe. He's like, you're doing human things. It's like, this is just normal, dude. Like, a lot of
look at
species
how
can
you're
benefit
living.
from it. Well, yeah, he just
Wasn't he
blowed up
drinking coffee
planets.
throughout the whole series? Isn't that human things? Like him and his sugar thing?
He's literally
He's in a human form.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
He should be Skrull form. That would actually make the scene
That's right,
stronger.
because there's nobody around. There's
Right.
several instances in this show where it would make the show stronger if the Skrulls like decided, I'm gonna look like a Skrull now because I'm proud of being a Skrull. But they never do
know,
it because I want to do the makeup.
You're so right. This scene initially kind of confused me because I'm like, if this is a Skrull council, why the fuck are you guys not in Skrull form? right
Yep.
now? There's no reason to be human.
That's why I thought this was a cheap show, and then I found out it cost 212 million. I was stunned.
We've been trying to figure out from the beginning of this podcast, where did that money go? Where?
The
Like
lighting.
what part of the show cost that much?
They bought a chandelier.
Maybe they tried to construct a space station and film it for the Saber thing, and then it like crashed, and they were like, "Oh fuck,
We've got to make space
Something went
realistic.
wrong, man. Something went wrong.
they won't believe it unless it's a real space station."
It was just like one SpaceX rocket.
And
That
then
was
in the
it.
end, all they could afford was bad green.
Seriously.
Um,
God.
It would
So-
have made a very powerful visual too if you showed all of these people transforming into humans, like after the meeting
Yes.
or something. That would have been like,
Just-
oh yeah, it's a little.
So many
visual.
ways they could have played with it, but they don't care. They don't find the scrolls interesting. If they did, they would have at least tried something. It's I don't know. Why do these people write these things if they have no interest in the concept?
Oh, and that news super chat, that's kind of fair. The news broadcast was before the council where he agreed to start World War III. You could argue that maybe he was a peace-loving guy, but
He was pressured.
this council meeting pressures him into being a bad guy. But then, of course, Disbrew's point was that isn't it sad that he got, like, that maybe the show was saying, like, look, the good one's dead, and it's like, he's not really the good one if he was complicit in all of it, right? But
Yeah. Especially when one of them says no, walks off, and nothing happens to her.
Yeah.
Like, he could have gone, actually, I changed my mind.
Oh, he could have done loads more. All the Skrulls could have done loads more, but they just don't. So yeah, Gravik says all that shit, and then one of them says back, "It's better to live like a human than a dog." And then he says, "I like dogs."
First off,
I like dogs.
Well, he says dogs aren't hypocrites. They don't lie, and they don't lock each other in
True.
cages and pimp each other, or poison each other, or destroy their own habitat.
They do destroy their own habitat.
Yeah, they
Anyone
do.
who's had a dog knows they destroy
don't.
their own
What the fuck are they
habitat.
talking about?
lies.
I mean,
Dogs
Dogs
are
are
how many-
lying. No.
I mean, how many pit bull maulings have we had this year?
Oh
What are
no!
you talking about?
None. It's a false flag.
It's like, the dogs will hide treats. They'll do
They're
all sorts
Skrull
of things.
dogs.
They're dirty. They're liars when they have the opportunities to. So I didn't take any of that in.
Wow.
Well, he says all
Not
of
you,
that.
Rags,
all,
you're
this,
cool.
all this racism in here. I didn't know it was lurking under the surface this whole time. All it took was a
Hidden in plain
scroll show for
sight.
it to come bubbling up to the top.
Yeah, so he says all of that, obviously referencing humans, and then the guy says that's a naive reading of human history. And his response is, "It's the only reading." Like, ooh, humans, all they do is
Ooh.
lock each other in
Edgelord.
cages, pimp and poison
I'm
and destroy themselves.
Yeah, that's all
Ooh,
we've
I'm
ever
a-
done. No innovations, no nothing. Like
I'm a 12-year-old. Ooh,
Just
I'm
just
edgy.
reminder,
I
this,
eat unhappy meals now, Mom.
just a reminder, the Skrulls got everything destroyed because they went to war that they apparently started, yet the humans are the ones that destroy themselves in their own habitat. You're trying to
They call
steal
them-
our planet.
Gravik calls themselves a war people. So he can't complain if we're
Yeah,
a
it doesn't
warlike
make any
species
sense
as well.
at all.
Because he'd be like, this is glorious. You're just like us.
one of the many reasons he makes no sense, constantly contradicting himself. I have no idea what this man wants, or it's like his thought process the whole season. It
Well,
keeps
you broke
flipping
a
back and
promise. That's basically a storyline.
That's it. That's it. That's pretty much it. Oh my god.
So one of the characters is like, recent acts of terror have undermined the peace that we intend to preserve, and punishment must be meted out on those responsible. You murdered children, and you don't seem remotely remorseful. What gives you the right to disobey the council? And then his response to all of that, which, by the way, is a great argument, and I knew the writer wasn't prepared to be able to fight back at that argument, because it's like, this is almost
it was
impossible.
his own argument.
And so Gravik says, Fury promised us a home, but it never came.
All right, well then the child murder's okay.
Like, what?
You got me.
Why are you killing children, man? That's a
Why
bit
didn't
weird.
I consider that?
And he says, like, the humans cast us aside. Then I was like, wait a minute, they didn't even know
No,
you were here.
exist.
They didn't even have a chance to cast you aside. We might have, because you're an asshole, but
We
they
probably would have.
You know, it didn't happen.
At least give us a chance to.
And then he says, I promise you Earth will be our home because I'm gonna take it. It's like, you really haven't addressed our point. Like, not even a little bit about the whole children killing thing. You're just like, nah, I'm just gonna kill more people, fuck it. And then, do you remember this delivery? He says, I think it's a war. A war!
Oh,
It's like, what
Yeah,
the
the-
fuck?
there's several times he's sort of, I am acting. Just
Yeah.
he just gets louder.
I thought it was
I
awkward
don't
because
think he was a. I don't think he was a terrible actor, but it seems like that,
Whatever.
where it's like, what are you doing?
This is what I mean. Yeah, like, I think he's probably capable of a lot more than that, but, like, man, they made him do some cringe stuff.
Yeah.
Like, maybe don't. Maybe have something else. I don't know. But yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
everything he said didn't address the point that killing children is bad. And that's at this point, I think you can see the pattern. That's what the writer does. They seem to recognize problems, and then they just highlight other things and hope you ignore that they didn't address it. It's like, bye.
Away lines.
I mean, distraction lines. I don't even know what to call it. I don't like it, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he says, you know, humans are destined to consume themselves. Anyone worrying about innocent deaths, don't you worry. We're simply hastening the inevitable.
All right.
But it's like, do you listen to your own, like, you need to put on, like, a big spooky black cloak and have, like, a
Seriously.
scepter or something.
He has a big mustache.
How has he just not argued for the Kree?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because as a warlike species, it was inevitable. The Kree were just doing it for them.
it's
It's the
sad.
same- yeah, exactly.
Like, because the writers can't come up with anything interesting for Gravik. They've just made it so that it's like, I'm mad that we didn't get to take over Earth, so I'm going to do it by force and kill their children too. Like, okay.
Killmonger logic. Like, he's just.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's their ability to write villains is. I don't know how they ever pulled Thanos off. Like, that's like.
No.
It was a fluke.
Looking back at that, it's because my next video is going to be on Thanos. I'm comparing him to Darkseid, and taking a look with a fine-tooth comb at his opening scene.
Reminding me of Darkseid.
Oh my god!
Well,
What's the? Go ahead.
it keeps happening because, like, the next step, of course, we've covered this a couple of times, but this is the first time the fucking show decides to, is the Avengers. It's like, even this Skrull Council is smart enough to be like, we can't beat the Avengers. They're pretty pretty tough. And it just shows him, and he goes,
no one calls them.
and he just says, you don't think I thought about that?
And then he never brings it up.
He doesn't
again.
tell him what his solution is. Now, we know what his solution technically might be. It's not even a solution.
Tell them, right? He tells them later.
Well,
Then
yeah,
bring
but
them to the.
This
later,
is
but not
the
in the
this
scene.
is the time to tell him, because we're going to get a vote soon.
Yeah, exactly. This is the time to tell him Super
And
Skrull.
he's being all
Yeah.
vague and evil.
Well, he's being vague because it's for the audience to be like, "Oh, is he talking about Super
Yeah.
Skrull?" Woo-hoo-hoo.
And
That's
yeah,
why. That's why I'm gonna go on that.
British Prime Minister just stands up and says, we need to streamline our chain of command, especially when at war. I nominate Gravik.
Yeah, it's
It's
just
like,
like she
what?
immediately jumps to that, and it's like, what the fuck is going on?
And then one of them rightly points out, oh, you're like a traitor. You, like, set this up ahead of time. It's like, well, yeah, because that came out of fucking nowhere. It's just,
Yeah,
this is happening now. And then the guy says, I'm the commander of NATO. I can mobilize 1 million troops at the snap of a... And then they hit him. Like, they slap him or something? I forget.
This scene is so fucking cringe.
They hit him in the throat. He just goes, oh.
He's the most powerful person in that room, probably. If you're the commander of NATO, then you have like an insane amount of say and sway over the largest assortment of armies that have ever been
was
in a
weird.
military alliance in all human history.
Because the
They judo
guard...
chop him in the throat.
Yeah, and the guard is like looking to the British Prime Minister lady. What am I supposed to do next? Like, what do you want me to do with him? Like, the implication being like, do you want me to kill him? It's just like, Jesus, can you just? Is that something you can do? I don't even. And weirdly, the Fox News allegory guy, he's just smiling at it. I don't like this should be pretty haunting, right? That showing any dissent gets you possibly killed. That's probably not fun.
He's got a big smile.
I don't know how you can operate a form of government like this, like the way the council is supposed to work.
Yeah.
Like, no wonder y'all suck. This doesn't make any sense. How you're barbarians.
They never portray governments or anything like they're logical. Like this scene could have been a good scene, and like you could imagine all the parts are here for this to be a good scene, but they just botch it every opportunity they have, and they make it seem like there's no way you guys could have been in charge of all this power. You're a bunch of idiots. This is the way you conduct business. Jude will chop this guy in the neck.
Have all that power.
So yeah, then they like all in favor except this lady. I forget what her role is, but she's like, I fear you've forgotten our history. We didn't end up refugees because we were unwilling to wage war. It was because we were too willing, and I don't submit. Basically saying no, like the other guy, and all he says to her is, "That's fine. You know, you can leave."
No, he says, if I had 100 of you, I'd take over this planet immediately. I was like, what? Yep. All she did is stand up to you. You need 100 people to follow orders, surely, if anything.
Isn't it a bit curious? The first guy that stood up to him, they had a guard attack him, and then when she stood up to him, it's like, you're cool.
Oh, yeah.
So what's that about?
Yeah, that is strange.
Fucking annoying, because we don't see that character. She gives information to Talos, I think, in this episode, and then we don't see her till, like, the end. She's...
The very end, yeah.
So, like, my point is that Gravik legit let her go. He was just like, yeah, do whatever you want. It's like, she just said she's not in favor of you committing, like, war against the humans. Don't you think, like, that's a liability?
Well, yeah, because the first thing she does after leaving is betray him.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, Gravik walks out of the room. Is Gravik not the kind of general that would be like, well, one of the highest power Skrulls in my command has said they're not interested in any of my plans and actively are interested in the opposite. You can go. Like, no. Just commit to the evil thing. You just said you're going to kill everyone and all the children. You may as well go the next step and kill her.
Yeah. I think that the entire thing, they're trying to make him sympathetic. They're trying to make the Skrulls sympathetic. Yeah.
I absolutely think that their goal is to try and make him sympathetic, yeah.
They're awful at it.
They're absolutely terrible at it, but I think that's the goal. It's like, see, you know, he's not all bad, even though he wants to nuke Earth.
Yeah, because the entire point of this is the allegory of, well, you're not supposed to judge people all at the same time, just for the actions of a few. That's what they're going for. And I think they're even meant to make Gravik... Because you've got an entire monologue at the end in the final episode, which is from his side of the story. And that's meant to make you like him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. It broke me, that scene.
Just pro tip for any writer, when you have your character massacre children, it gets really difficult, whatever they're going to say next, to like them. Like
what is it? It's like the Killmonger thing that they do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's right. Killmonger said that he wanted to kill children as well. That's what he said.
Yeah, and then there was fucking video essays about how Killmonger was right. It's like, excuse me?
Were you not paying attention?
I've been asking for years, why did Killmonger kill his girlfriend? Nobody's giving me an answer for this. Nobody. It's so ridiculous. It's
I mean, he betrayed Claw as well, and there's nothing clear on why he did that. Except for, like, he used him as a bargaining chip, but you could just do that when he was alive anyway.
Yeah, it makes no sense. And Claw, he's known him since he was a kid. He was practically like an uncle to him. There could have been a whole story there, and they just kill him. And the girlfriend, I've never seen anyone bring this up. She bypassed the cameras in the museum. She was actually a part of their crew. Like, she wasn't just some random girl. She was a part of the crew. She was a part of the job. And just kill her off like nothing. And then we're supposed to feel sorry for him in the very next scene. Right after he kills his girlfriend and Claw, they go into the flashback with his dad. It's just like, which one? Like, commit. Either he's a crazy person or he's this sympathetic figure. And they're trying to do both. And this guy is Killmonger all over again. Trying to do both.
Except that Killmonger didn't want to nuke the whole world.
Yeah. Like,
Killmonger had standards, okay?
Yeah, he only wanted to kill the whites, which is technically less evil than wanting to kill the entire world. So.
Oh my god, yeah, this guy is worse than Killmonger. Like, that's when you've reached.
Well, it's like I mentioned, Loki just.
When you're worse than a guy named Killmonger, you're pretty bad, probably.
Oh man.
So, yeah, she phones Talos immediately and says Gravik has control of our people.
Which at that point you're just like, so why did you let her go?
I don't know. Yeah, exactly.
And also
immediately after.
She's like just outside the building.
Yeah.
Betraying him.
That's the room. She started dialing as she was walking out of that room. That's how stupid it is.
It'd be so funny if he walks out of the building while she's talking to Talos. He's like, "Who you calling?" She's like, "Nobody. It's fine. This is my daughter picking her up from football practice or something. Don't you worry about it."
So one of the things that really confused me was the element. So with this the Skrull Council, you have Scrouncil, and at the Scrouncil, Gravik he comes in, and they say, "You've done a very, 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 very bad thing. You have to be punished." And he said, "No, I'm starting a war on Earth." And they're like, "Okay, you should be in charge then."
Yep.
And then one of the people, and then if you have someone on the council who doesn't agree with the rest of the council, they get, I assume, normally killed. So why not just have a dictator? What's the point of what's the council part? If anyone disagrees, they get killed.
Obviously it's something that doesn't get explored in the show, but how did each member of this council come to be? How were they elected in terms of, are they elected? Is this a representative?
Also, I think we're supposed to believe
the Skrull Nation like a constitutional republic or something? Like,
well,
do they have representatives?
I don't even think they were just the elder Skrulls that just talked to each other about their plans. That's probably what it was when Talos, because remember, this is the group Talos was a part of and he got voted out of, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, he was a general
violent enough.
Well, because that's how the show begins, right? He says that they booed me off the council.
Why is that?
Too nice.
Because he's too sympathetic to humanity.
That idiot.
Gonna blow everything up.
We should be nice to the people whose planet we are invading.
Oh, so
well,
the Elder Scrolls.
The Elder Scrolls.
The
Elder I got it. The Elder Scrolls Oblivious.
Dude, doesn't Amelia Clarke look like she's like possibly like 16 here?
Yeah, Mom took me to a meeting at the dentist I didn't want to go to.
So tiny. Do you think they got a really small chair to try and make it look big?
And then they go for a big tracks on. Well, that's
yeah. Spoilers. It's funny
Mom
because
took
if
me to
anyone
the dentist that didn't have the N64 in the waiting room.
Yeah.
It would have been a funny joke actually if they did have like an N64 or a GameCube sitting out there.
Hey man, that's if you're gonna take me to the dentist, take me to whichever one had the N64 in the waiting room, okay?
Oh yeah.
If I'm gonna have you fucking around with my teeth, and at least let me race around Mario Kart for a while before my doom.
So this part is really weird and super important. Gravik comes back and everyone's cheering. Oh my god, yay, this is great. I guess he told them that we're going to war and they're all really happy about that.
They're all really happy, which is, again, it's like, oh damn, so the civilians here are chill with this? Wow.
Everyone's on the hook. All of them. Bastards.
They're all on board with this.
They never explain why they're so on board with them. Like there's never a scene to really show like what leadership ability he had or anything. It's just
woohoo, I clap for war, yeah.
Yeah, war. Woo, we sure do love war.
Die.
I love war. War's great.
God, if only we could have some more war.
Yeah.
We ran out of war the other day.
The warrior.
Isn't it kind of fascinating when you, again, think about the history? The history was that the Skrulls were basically being hunted to extinction by the Kree, and then Captain Marvel and Nick Fury, and yeah, I guess you could say humanity were like the ones that were willing to help you out. And what is the payment for that? It's death.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
None of the
humanity helped you. They helped you when nobody else would.
Yeah, that's true. Because they said that you went to all the other planets and you didn't find shit, so... Which is so bullshit. You're lying. You're lying.
Fury broke his promise, so none of that matters.
Fury broke his promise. All the people who were unbeknownst to any of this, who didn't make a promise that they broke, all of them should die.
I need that scene where Talos arrives at nowhere and he says, "Could you guys help us? I have refugees that need a home," and they just go, "No."
Well, no, you cried to him and be like, "Yeah, sure, buddy."
No, he says no. He says no because remember, Talos said he checked all the planets. No results. Nothing.
Right, no results, including Thanos' garden planet.
Yeah, but that one, it was when they killed Thanos, his blood seeped into the core and destroyed the planet. So
ruined the soil. He salted the earth.
It's so awkward because that's the one that everybody points to. It was an empty garden planet. It was a beautiful garden planet that nobody lived on.
That's the level of retconning, though. It could be like mentioned. They specifically call it Thanos' gardening planet or something. And then they're like, "Why can't we go there?" And then they say, "No, remember the Earth got salted." It flashes back to Rhodey just salting the Earth for no reason at all.
You have Homer just walking around salting. You remember that joke in The Simpsons?
Yes, the flat. Did you have to salt the Earth afterward?
So nothing would ever grow again?
It's fucking great. So anyway, they're all cheering, and then Gaia's like, those two over there look sus. I'm gonna follow them. And there's like 1 or 2 rooms, and then we enter into extremely experimental secret science project that she's not allowed to see right now, apparently. And it's just
they
like,
just
wait,
leave
what?
that desk overturned. It's just no one ever...
It's so funny,
put it
she
right side up.
just follows them through like one corridor and then secret room, and it's like, oh my god, you're discovering something crazy. It's like, what?
And she's just standing in the open as well. Like,
you have to appreciate. Look at this shot. You have to appreciate this.
You have to show the shot.
We're seeing her right now looking at there, but it's like, so if any of them turn around, you're fucked. It's like, let's just hope they don't, I guess. And then she's like, oh no, see, look how secret that is. It's like, from her point of view, it'd be so fucking easy to, like, they show this to try and be like, see, you wouldn't be able to see it. It's like, no, you fucking can.
You know, like, you could just, like, transform into somebody who isn't you so that if they do catch you, they wouldn't know it was you.
Yep.
You know?
They just
but
don't...
she's still got to be Amelia Clarke so that we know who she is. Even though she should not want anybody to know who she is if they do see her.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to fuck that up. It's so funny, look at that shot. You just want a scientist to be like, excuse me? She's like, what? You can't see me, I can't see you, so you can't see me.
You are a Skrull, right?
What?
You're a Skrull, right?
Little
Because
peeker.
you can't be in here, but that's marginally better.
Dumb as fuck, but this will be very important going forward. Don't you worry, we'll come back to it.
This is perhaps the most important thing to happen on Earth ever.
So, as a result of this all being blamed on America,
interesting-looking person,
we have a report that says the 27 EU heads of state, including the British Prime Minister, are asking America to answer for this.
To answer for random American citizens going to a different country to
blow something up. It's absurd.
What is it trying to understand? It's like, they're terrorists. They're not like American soldiers.
It's absolutely fucking nuts.
We're not with them. That's why they had to do this without our help. Also, they're not with us. Also, we'll help you bring them to justice.
You can't trust any of this information because nanotech veils, like, and scrolls and
literal
shape-shifting
fairy woman
people.
who can shapeshift. Like, we're not forgetting that She-Hulk.
You can't just have it for a funny meme and then forget about it completely. It's not allowed.
So the scene begins with, like, Colonel, are you denying 2 of your citizens were present in the attacks? And he says, I'm aware of allegations. And as private citizens, they are welcome to travel countries. I'm happy to have the photos analyzed at Langley. Which, by the way, is possibly the most reasonable line of dialogue in the entire series. That was, like, a good answer. Because there's nothing you can trust for sources of information when it comes to, like, a recording in this universe. Neither is there a problem with people visiting places. That's not illegal as far as I know. And the fact that he said, we'll have them analyzed if you want. And the response, by the way, is like some of the country's representatives just go, oh. It's like, what? What do you expect him to say? Yes, it was us. We blew up Russia. Like, what? Scene is fucking crazy. Yeah, and then he says, if Slovakia rolls its eyes at me one more time, I'm going to put on the suit and carpet bomb it.
It's Slovakia rolls their eyes. Yeah, the country of Slovakia, not the representative name that you would probably know, right?
It's just weird, because that's not something you should probably say in this scenario.
It's a really bad thing. It's just that the way that he's referring to a person as a country reminds me of that South Park episode where the alien guy came to Earth and they found a bunch of space cash in his ship. And then Randy's on the phone with all of the representatives of all the countries around the world, and he'd just say, like, shut up, Finland, or, like, will you listen to me, you know, India.
Yeah.
It's like, it's such a, like, it's funny in that instance, but wouldn't he know his name? You know?
You'd have
it's
thought.
Not like, oh, yeah, the country of Slovakia rolls its eyes. What is that? Like, what is this?
Yeah, and he just says, we're not going to do it. Like, America's not doing anything until you have evidence. They're just like, oh. It's just funny to me that he was dragged out there just to say, do you have evidence? And that was it.
Also, like,
no, we don't have evidence, but, you know.
In this little meeting, look at the little assemblage of countries that they have. You have, like, Slovakia, Pakistan, Italy, and, like, what about, like, what a strange, like, look, who the fuck cares what Pakistan thinks about anything? Like, why? How come we have, like, Denmark over there? That okay, we have France and some of the big ones, but like, it's kind of weird that Pakistan's just like over there.
I think what's strange about it, I guess, is that it's like
a weird combo.
Yeah, because there's what
really
did they say there was?
Countries?
They said in total there was 27, and so we have like named. There's about 8. Seems a bit odd, but fine. I guess they're the ones that are allowed to speak. No one else is.
Yeah, we have Germany there. That's good. You have, I guess, the big 3: France, UK, Germany. There's Denmark on the left. So I feel like we should have these really filled out with a lot. Like, what about like Japan? You know, China, South Korea, like American ally, like really strong, staunch American allies, and other NATO countries. Is Pakistan in NATO? Is Pakistan in NATO? Okay, it does. Okay, Pakistan is in NATO. Okay.
There you go. The more you know.
Where's Australia?
Australia's not part of NATO.
NATO's global part. It says here that we have quote. Well, yeah, Pakistan isn't. Well, hold up. It says that. It says here that NATO has a number of quote unquote partners across the globe, which the alliance cooperates with on an individual basis.
Australia's not in NATO. Australia's part of like other treaties and alliances, but we're not in NATO.
Pakistan's not in NATO either. I thought it said that, but it meant partners across the globe.
Well, remember, North Atlantic, so it's Europe and North America.
So surely, if Pakistan's here, you'd have like Australia there, you know.
So I'm not like fussed with the list of countries that are in this scene. It's more so just that this scene is like pointless. It's just like Mola said. They just brought Rhodey over, and it's like, oh, do you have evidence?
They wasted his time.
Well, I guess that's the end of the conversation. Then, like, what's the point of it?
Slovakia was just happy that he was invited someplace. He's like, oh wait, I get to go to a meeting. But this scene is like, oh, we believe that America is evil now because of this one thing. And
hey, we'll get there. There's a line that regards that. That's really, really funny soon. Because we're about to get the Fury Rhodey meeting, which is horrible and cringe.
With some of the best ADR that I've ever seen in a Marvel production.
Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to play that as well, because it's pretty bad. So, yeah, Fury meets up with Rhodey, and remember, Fury is right now thought to be the one that has detonated the bomb, or at least through negligence caused it, as well as just being off the grid. He was AWOL, as they said. So,
as like an argument, that as a conclusion is already like absurd.
Well, but it's enough that they're going to take him in, obviously.
Of course, they have to.
There's no way they're going to let him go, but of course he leaves this place pretty easily, even though he's the old, sad, useless Fury.
If anything, if that last scene is anything to indicate, this is an incredibly tense geopolitical situation right now.
Yes.
You know, like, you gotta take him in.
So...
if they figure out that you just fired him and didn't arrest him, then...
yeah, imagine if they found out. It's like, oh my god, you're harboring, like, a wanted fugitive.
Rhodey starts with, like, you're lucky I'm not handing you over to a Siberian retirement facility. As if to imply that he vaguely believes. But the problem here, by the way, is you can't trust anything that Rhodey's... you know, we're going to have to kind of talk about that now, I guess. Everything he says is suspect, is kind of what I'm getting at. You get the reveal at the end of next episode, I think, right? That's when you hear the voice, so that's the full... well, not necessarily the most explicit, but at least that would be explicit. So, whatever. We don't need to dance around it. I'm saying, Skrull is a Rhodey. It's
Rhodey is a
Skrull is a Rhodey.
Which everybody expected. It was not a surprise at all.
It was kind of sad to think about, because when crafting this show and looking at all the current characters, it was like, I think people theorized, like, what would be the most interesting yet least impactful? But even then, you know, it would be about exactly when you choose, which we will talk about, but not yet. We're just going to go with the fact that he is currently a Skrull. And so everything he says, you have to think about it from a perspective of he's trying to subvert Fury and work for Gravik. So kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, judging the dialogue, it's equally confusing as it is shit. In any case, he's doing that disrespect shit, and then Fury's like, "You forgetting your rank here, Colonel?" That's the thing I was saying earlier, that I was confused. I would have thought already Colonel was higher rank than Fury anyway, but I thought he was even higher than that now, and that Fury doesn't even have a rank.
So, you know.
This is what I mean. It's just like, you forget your rank is like, isn't he? He's a higher rank than you. What the fuck? Yeah, and Rhodey says, "I'm the last friend you got." He says he was trying to stop the attack, and then Rhodey says, "Well, good job. 2,000 set to triple when they clear the rubble. You've not only set the stage for World War III, you flipped all of our allies to Team Russia."
Because that's a thing you can do.
What? It doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
You know how much we love Russia.
Not a thing. And it's so funny that it's just a foregone conclusion that everyone believes America did this. It's like, no. That's just something people are claiming. That guy who worked for America against Russia, which is... why? It just doesn't make any fucking sense. But yes, that's the state of the world. That's what they want us to believe is happening.
And in this, doesn't he admit that he was told years ago that Skrulls exist?
Yep.
So Fury should be like, well, if they think that America did it, why don't you just tell them it was the Skrulls? Because it was.
We say that, again, we say this, like, there's so many reasons to think it could have been anything. We've got tech, there's loads of tech that can make this happen that's not even Skrulls. It's so weird that they just assume that's the case. And yeah.
That's why I was saying this is something that they should have been accounting for way back when they had the Black Widow veil thing. Like, if you have that type of technology, then that is that's just as dangerous as a scroll, you know? But it seems like they're not prepared for this at all.
Well, it was in Civil War. Remember in Civil War when someone didn't even use the same tech. Nope. That was like prosthetics, and that caused a crazy huge international incident. And that was 10 years ago in this timeline. You can't
just make up.
Yeah, and that was something that, like, at this point has to be known it was the case that Winter Soldier was framed. So, like, how can they believe anything? Why does this show keep forgetting the world that it's set in?
That's so ridiculous. They should be so on guard for that specific thing, like that type of so they just ignore it completely.
So, yeah, on the point of 15 years that he's been aware of them, which, by the way, Fury takes pretty easily. He's just like, wow. Yeah, and he says the Pentagon were made aware of several light ships crashing to Earth 15 years ago. So
wow.
The thing about this is that would have been something that Fury, like, that wouldn't be happening with the Talos scrolls. That must have been the million that Talos smuggled in, right? And so you're telling me the Pentagon knew about those, but Fury didn't.
Fury, when S.H.I.E.L.D. still existed 15 years ago on the timeline, didn't know. Really?
He didn't know about that. But that Rhodey found out about it and didn't tell anyone.
Didn't tell Fury, yeah.
And then it all cascades. It's like, wait, Rhodey's known that Skrulls, shape-shifting aliens, have been on Earth for 15 years. So every single encounter he's ever had with any suspicious activity in any of these stories, he's never entertained the idea it could be Skrulls.
And he didn't tell anybody.
And of course, he tells Tony. How could he not tell Tony?
He would definitely tell Tony. It's the first person he would tell.
Spies for who? The right?
Oh
no, man. They have no
and
interest
also,
in the scrolls. It's crazy.
If that's the case, that may well have been on the files, right? That got leaked in Winter Soldier, because that would have been before Winter Soldier. The scrolls would have landed on Earth, or rather, that if Rhodey knew that 15 years ago, then that means S.H.I.E.L.D. could have known, and it would have been on their files, and then everybody.
And then everyone would know.
Maybe we should call her.
Oh, here it is. All right. So this
Hydra would have known by that extension, right?
Yeah.
Draco.
You gotta play the ADR. You gotta do it.
I'll play this once because of copyright. You never know what's gonna happen. But basically, Rhodey's about to say maybe we should call our friends, and this is what Fury says in response. Just give me a sec. I'll let you guys know when it's over because chat gotta see this.
Maybe we should call our friends.
No, we can't.
Hang on, I'm gonna pause. Just I'm cutting it in half for safety. All Fury said is no. Here we go. All right, listen up. Here we go. This is it.
He jumped the gun on that. You know, we get them in a fight with the Skrulls, and next thing you know, they find themselves duplicated. And
catch that, chat? It's some of the most blatant chopping in of audio that clearly wasn't there before ever. The line, for those who couldn't listen for whatever reason, he says, no, we can't jump the gun on bringing in the Avengers. We get them in a fight with the Skrulls, and the next thing you know, they... And then it hard cuts into him saying, find themselves duplicated and turned into terrorists.
Oh,
Which,
geez.
that's bizarre and confusing and not a good reason not to bring them.
Yeah, so my theory, and I totally fucking felt like it was confirmed when we get to a certain line in episode 5, because this was done in post, so episode 5 wasn't, and episode 5 matches what I think was supposed to be said in this scene, which is, no, we can't jump the gun on that. If we get them, being the Avengers, in a fight with the Skrulls, and next thing you know, he was cut off into a different line, but I think the original would have been like, that's going to make the situation worse. It's going to have all kinds of powerful people doing all kinds of powerful things. Everything will get out of control. You know, we want to control this. That's probably what it was originally, which makes no fucking sense at all. And they probably realized that. And so then they recorded the new line of him saying, you don't want to find the Avengers duplicated and then turned into terrorists.
It's like, but what does that mean?
Duplicated.
Like, duplicate Captain Marvel,
Ours?
and then you can't... Well, we're not there yet, Rag, so he couldn't have meant that.
Well, no, I mean, like, duplicated. Like, in terms of, like, if a
The
Skrull...
only thing I could imagine is that somebody, I don't know, duplicates, like, Sam, and then, I don't know, pretends to be Captain America or Falcon, you know, going around doing crazy
Which
shit.
they can already do anyway.
They can already do that, because all they need to do is, like, see, like, a video or something, a video recording of that.
That's
and
funny.
Just copy their...
You're going that way. I actually, when I said they can already do that, I meant that technology allows them to do what Skrulls can do to the Avengers.
Yeah,
They
like
can
the
do
veil.
that anyway.
That's right,
So it's absolutely insane
not a real
nonsense that doesn't make any
and
sense.
this is the end. And again, if the Skrulls win, it's the end of the world. So you know, it might be worthwhile to take a risk here.
This is kind of like a classic moment. It's so like almost naked the way that they've done this, like the writers. It's like that first reason that I theorized was the thing was crap, and they realized it. Their second reason is even worse, I would say. That makes even less sense. They come up with a third reason in the penultimate episode. We talked about it a bit earlier. He says this is personal. This is his fight. That's what they give as their final reason. But my theory is he said that it would be it would cause too much trouble to bring them in now. The stakes they get pretty serious by the time we hit the penultimate episode, and so that wouldn't work anymore. And so they had that bonus reason of this is personal, this is my fight.
But then in the finale, he contradicts all of them.
Well, I was going to say, then they ADR'd this scene, but they didn't change that later episode 5 one. So now we can't bring them in because they'd be duplicated. And then he's asked again, and then he says, well, this is personal. It's like, no, you said they can't be duplicated.
Or,
but then
was that bullshit, you know, that first time? It was
And yes,
just a lie.
Just prove you are correct. That's all going to get subverted because of what happens at the end, yes.
Yeah, like, contradicts every single one of them. And that was the stupid thing. Like, episode 5 ends with him going, like, giving his reason, and then the first thing he does in the next episode is break it.
You're right, yep.
Oh.
it's nothing but
I don't understand why, if they can't have the Avengers in because they'll turn into him, why do they need the machine to turn him into them in the first place?
So we can have even more?
Why must you ask these difficult questions?
Like, because he had the DNA and everything, he could have just put it on his finger or something, presumably, and just transformed into it.
Also, how amazing that this is just something they could do, period.
Yeah, the whole Groot arm
you
thing.
Can just
Hey, wait, lay off, all right?
Like, yeah, we're not to Galador yet.
I didn't say nothing.
Good God, the most shocking things are still yet to come. This is what I mean, by the way. We've gone this far. This show is absolute ass. And it's gonna get worse. What's funny about the legs, though, is we're not too far away from being done with episode 2, and that will actually put us at the halfway point because the first 2 are double the size.
Thank God.
Yeah,
okay,
good. Doing too bad. So yeah, he says like basically, Rhodey, help me fight my Skrull war, and he's like, no. And then he says, are you forgetting who helped you get your seat at the table? Which I was a little confused by. I had no idea Fury had anything to do with Rhodey's rise to Colonel. I had no clue that was the thing that happened. I thought they were separate entities until the Avengers stuff. Like, but I guess apparently Fury helped Rhodey get to where he is. And so Rhodey says, oh, so I owe you now? And then Fury says, we owe each other. Men who look like us don't get promoted because of who our daddies know. Every ounce of power we wrestle from the vice grip of mediocre Alexander Pierces who run this world was earned in blood. So let's make the power mean something. Help a brother out.
Oh, God.
Pretty cringy.
Wow, yeah,
didn't even
that's
know what to do with that. It was just.
how do they explain Obama?
Do you think that like sometimes there's the no teeth argument again, because it's like, why don't you just say what you were saying? He says men who look like us. I mean, do you mean black men? And then when you say Alexander Pierce, you mean white men.
It's so fucked up the way they try to twist it, and it's like I'm just sitting there like, what am I supposed to take from this? Like, if you're gonna be that mask off, just like actually,
Just
say
say
what
it,
you
yeah.
feel. Yeah.
Because
Especially when you find out that Fury didn't do any of his own actions anyway, and he owes it all to someone else, and he's trying to brag about it.
Rhodey's not a black man right now. He's someone else.
He's a green man.
Responsible for what they have.
It's so fucking awkward. It's like,
Oh my god, that's so true.
And then something that kind of just annoys me. I don't know if you guys remember who Alexander Pierce is, villain from Winter Soldier. Robert Redford played him. That's a character who Fury had a lot of respect for. They have a huge history. They work together. Like the idea that he's now referring to him as the mediocre Alexander Pierce. It's like, no, you would hate him. You wouldn't go like, he's mediocre. It's like you'd hate what happened, but respect that. Like it doesn't represent at all the relationship that Fury had with him. That was like a super important one. That
he would only have strong opinions on Pierce. He wouldn't have like he was just a middling guy. It would have been he really liked him before, and now he really dislikes him.
And I don't buy
the neutral. That's not true.
Connection.
I don't buy that he would think that Alexander Pierce got to where he was because he was white. I don't think that is something that Fury would have. Like they fought in like wars together. I don't buy that. That's something he thought.
Yeah, it's very reductive.
That whole history.
For a show that's supposed to be intelligent.
It's super cringy, and like I don't know what. Like help a brother out. He's talking about war.
He's not in a barber shop.
Just help a brother out.
World we're talking about.
He's trying to borrow $20. Like that's what it sounds like. Like, seriously, like this is a serious conversation, but they treat it so childishly, and I just raised one eyebrow to this scene of just what do you? Yeah, it was bizarre. It's such a. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Just that, like, it's made worse by the fact that Rhodey's response, I think, is actually pretty good, but you're supposed to retroactively look at it as like a bad line because he's a Skrull.
Yeah, if he wasn't a Skrull, then he would have sided with him.
Yeah, I think that's what we're supposed to take from it, because he says the world is on the line, and we don't wrestle power away from mediocre men who don't look like us just to give it to people who do, like who are mediocre and do look like us. Which I was like, that's a good line. Like, in response to the shitty line of just, we're both black, therefore we work together, he's like, yeah, but you're shit. It's like, well... like,
you old shitbag.
Crap at your job, so fuck off. And it's just like, yeah. But then, yeah, Rhodey's evil, so never mind.
Evil Rhodey's the only one who makes sense. Like, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, oh, and then he goes into saying that you're fired, which was, like I said, I didn't even know who Fury's fucking working for. I don't know what Fury's rank is. I don't know what's going on, but he says Fury's fired now. And then Fury's response, instead of appreciating how insane this scenario is, that he's being framed, that he knows that Skrulls are trying to take over the world, that World War III is imminent, and that his friend, who right now that he assumes, is a human, just said, like, you know, I don't trust you and I'm firing you. This is actually existential for what I would consider a Fury character to deal with, losing all of his power and network connections, right? That's actually something that's going to affect him. Not to the point of making him depressed, but certainly to the point to worry him. His response is, they said you to fire me? Which just, it's like, what the fuck? Like,
he's like second only to the president, isn't he?
He's pretty high up.
Third. Rhodey, if Rhodey is Secretary of State, is that what it is?
Yeah.
He's number 3.
Then he's number 3. Yeah, it's President, Vice President, Secretary of State.
Oh, because he said that the president doesn't know anything unless I...
Yeah, in the show they presented as though Rhodey's basically the president at this point. He uses him as a puppet.
Yeah, we can't expect white people to be able to run anything.
Wrestle the power away from those mediocre Alexander Pierces. That's what we gotta do.
Oh, God.
But yeah, I just thought it was a bizarre reaction that instead of being like, holy fuck, this has gotten really bad, he's like, lol, He's like, shut up, little bro, like idiot. Like, okay, that seems weird on Fury's part. The master tactician man. And yeah, I think he says like nobody's, because yeah, he said like when he said they sent you to fire me, he says nobody sent me, I volunteered, which I feel like is one of those lines where you could have just said nobody sent me, right? That would have been enough.
Yeah.
Always opportunities to shave that they don't take. And
Well,
he says the
I
mess
just
you
wanted to-
created killed Maria Hill, so you've earned all of this. Which again is just like, but so now what? So Rhodey does believe all of that shit happened, even though he was the one presenting all the arguments for why it's probably absolute bullshit. Okay, why not? Unless he's doing it to annoy Fury, I don't know.
He says, "You earned all of this smoke, brother." I'm like, I can't stand this script.
Yeah.
I was like, please.
Oh well, that's the evil Rhodey speech, and then they're supposed to take him away, by the way. But Fury, I think, like breaks this guy's hand and takes his gun, and for some reason that means he's allowed to go free now, instead of it meaning all the other guards should come in and capture him.
Yeah, like you can't let him leave, especially after he's just attacked you.
Well,
Come
if you
on.
think about it, you can't let him leave from a Colonel Rhodes point of view. You certainly can't let him leave from a Gravik Skrull point of view. And so it's like, what's going on here? How does Fury get out of this?
Just walks out.
I don't know. He just does. You're like, okay, then.
It's like one of the one scenes he actually has some agency, but it doesn't even make sense for him to have agency in this scene. Like this is the one time, like it's crazy how they do this.
If you're, because he says like, and you wonder why you're out, and then he says, "I'm Nick Fury. Even when I'm out, I'm in."
And then he goes outside and cries on the bench. Like,
well, this is the thing. I thought the line was crap anyway, but then yes, he goes and cries.
Yeah, and then they double it up.
It's his best of the series.
Best of the series, maybe. Sure, I don't know.
But he doesn't do anything else. The only other badass thing he does is walk out of a crypt. I like throughout the entire series.
It's just so much pressure. God damn it! I'm so.
Wow.
Does he like collapse with his head in his knees at the end as well?
How would you wait? So it's safe to, at this point he doesn't actually know that Rhodey is a Skrull, right?
No.
I thought he did. Like, so this is the thing.
Know.
He said he knows who is and who isn't a Skrull based on just the fact that someone wouldn't call him Nick. Rhodey calls him Nick in the scene. So the show is telling me Fury knows, but he doesn't behave like Fury knows.
No, he doesn't.
Well,
okay, now I'm confused.
Even Rhodey acts like he should have known from that, because when they're in the hospital later, he says something when he's like outing him, and he goes, "Yeah, Nick." So he emphasizes it as if I did it deliberately, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's all over the place, because Fury would be doing a lot different things if he knew Rhodey was a Skrull right now. He needs to tell everyone, first of all.
Even when he's talking to the British woman about it, when he tells her it's Rhodey, he even takes the picture. He's like, how did you not know? You say I'm slow. So he implies that he knew immediately.
Also, someone's just said something that I must check. I actually said I wouldn't mind getting these scripts for all films that have Nick Fury in them, or even references to it. Actually, all of the films in the MCU and just Control F Nick. Because I have a feeling that they made that up. And I don't think, considering how they approach basically everything.
Well, that was what, when everyone was saying he's a Skrull, that was their justification, that nobody calls him Nick. So
you know what? That would be a cool thing to look up, because I could see them screwing that up. Like one of the movies probably.
Well, we already know.
So someone in chat just told me it's in the Infinity War script. So just Control F, and you've got Fury says same energy signatures as New York. Hill says 10 times bigger. Fury says Cole Klein. We'll meet him at, and then Hill says Nick.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom. Over.
And then a few seconds later, she gets his attention because she's dusting, and she says Nick again.
Oh. Okay.
That's That's pretty bad. Like that's
Yeah.
How did you?
Like that's not even that long ago.
No.
And you're referencing that specific movie in your
Yeah, they
literally
referenced the
changed
fucking
that
scene.
exact scene.
They would
Yet
have
they
had to
didn't.
watch that scene in order to get that clip.
Yeah, I can't believe.
Wow.
At this point, this is
Wow.
just vibes,
That's
right?
pretty
This
bad.
image. That's just how we're feeling. It's like-
Yeah.
This
That's
is that to
literally
be the
me.
thumbnail.
That's literally me right now. Just like, what is this show? How do you watch the scene to retcon it, but you don't pay attention to the? That's mind-boggling.
Well, when you write down the Nick thing, you're like, oh, we should check.
Just Control
To see
F.
if-
That's what I mean.
We
This
should-
is so easy.
We should check to see if
5
that's not a
seconds.
lie.
You found that within the stream while we're live. Yet
I
you
never-
didn't bother to check
Like I
that
said,
out.
I never checked. I just put out the idea that someone did. Someone
Because you
controlled.
assume they would never be that stupid. You would automatically assume, yeah, they would have to check, right? No,
There's no way they would lie so brazenly
way.
about something that would be so easy to double check and verify.
You know what?
It is
Wait,
$200 million
Did they
show. They
lie,
wouldn't
or are
just
they
not do that.
stupid? I think the retcon, that's a lie, the Nick Fury part, but maybe they're just stupid. They just didn't they forgot the other part of the scene. I don't know what happened there.
And it's funny too because if they were writing this, they're like, "What would be a name someone might call him that definitely hasn't been used in other films?" And then someone's like, "Nick." Like, that sounds like something that might have been used. Like, nah, it's fine. You should have gone with Nickalicious. Nobody would have called him that before.
Nicholas.
And he's like, "Nobody calls me Nickalicious."
No one calls me Nick with a hard R.
Would have nailed it, but oh well. And yes, he does wheeze and cry. It's okay though. He needs a moment.
He's just depressed he's alive. That is
He's
literally the
depressed. That's actually true. Yeah, you're
That's
right.
actually the
Yep.
plot.
Yep.
Now the
So-
plaque on that bench is gonna read, "It was here, it was on this day, that's 2000 whatever, that Nick Fury fucking cried like a baby."
We
this
dedicate this to
day.
his tears. So, Olivia Colman, we're back with her, and she
Yay.
walks in, and the guy is like, "Wait, that door is locked," and she says, "What does that tell you about me and doors?" That means she's saying that she can unlock doors.
I thought it means that locked doors don't stop her, just in general. Like, she doesn't care if it's locked or not. She doesn't
Well,
care.
because the other thing I thought was that maybe that's her way of saying "I'm allowed in here, you idiot," sort of thing. Like that she unlocked it because she had a key for it because this is a place she's heading to. They waited
No.
for her as well, right? Or...
They show you her breaking the door from memory. Like she doesn't even pick it; she just pushes it like harder,
Oh,
and it
okay.
opens. It's like all it shows you is that it's a crap door, basically.
But he's like, "Who are you?" And then she says, "Above your pay grade." Where is he? And he looks over because that guy who got captured who worked for America, or the Skrull. Sorry, yeah, this is kind of confusing. The Skrull who took the identity of the guy who worked for America against Russia people, he's been captured by MI6, and she is here to torture him herself. Which is interesting, but sure, I guess, if she's good at it. I don't see...
All right, yeah,
Why
sure, I
not?
suppose. Why not?
Um,
Maybe she just loves what she does.
Well,
You
and
know,
so-
that she doesn't work a day in her life.
This is something that maybe we can have some agreements or disagreements on, but I could see it going one of two ways for people. It did actually end up going a good way for me. I really enjoyed her performance in this. She felt
She's
like
excellent.
different and fun. And I strictly give it to Olivia Colman. It's nothing to do with like anything else because I'm so
Yeah.
familiar with her and other stuff now that I'm just like, oh, neat. And then you have all of these dreary, lame, depressed assholes, and then she'll come in the room and just be like, she sees a bunch of men torturing a guy, and she just goes, "I'm taking over," and smiles at them. And it's like,
She's
different.
She's very refreshing as a character in this
Yeah.
story because, like you said, everybody else is a lame, boring loser, and she's just sort of this sort of wild card in the mix.
Like a person with like a personality.
Well, one
and
of
a bit
the
of a-
Skills.
One of the
it's
keys
not a
to
brain.
it, I would argue, is that the plot prevents a lot of people from doing anything, but she actually has stuff that she needs to do to make the plot move forward, and so she gets to do competent things. It's crazy.
It's kind of funny to when you put it that way. Like the plot allows her to actually be competent.
Well, it has to because
It
the
has to,
entire
yeah.
thing was building up to her
Yeah,
replacing
exactly.
Fury.
Yep.
So
That's what I was saying. How like she was basically doing everything that Nick would normally be doing in terms of like, just the tactics and how skillful and witty she was in all these conversations. She did great.
So this guy, I want everyone to take a good look. They describe this guy they need information from, okay? And she's been sent in to do torture. The torturer currently says to Olivia Colman, I've thrown everything at him, and he hasn't said a word. What are you gonna do? You see this guy?
He doesn't look like he's. He looks like he's had some. I don't know, like some mothballs thrown at him.
He's been hit.
Yeah.
But like compared to how bad it could get in terms of getting tortured. Like,
well, EFAP will know from our coverage of things. This is a weird thing that happens in all kinds of movies where a torturer just for some reason only knows how to punch or slap.
They never go for anything that's more like terrifying instantly, like amputation of a limb or waterboarding or any of those kinds of things. It's always punching.
Waterboarding doesn't even like hurt, like damage you. It's a psychological thing.
It's a psychological thing. There's a lot of those, and then but then I guess you got something like Lethal Weapon where they like electroshocked Mel Gibson. So
Joel and The Last of Us. I love that torture scene.
Yeah, this
get the job done.
Oh, dude, you just reminded me of the sound it makes when he does
that crunch, that crunch. I like seeing like that. Looks like someone who wants to get answers now. None of this like I'm gonna slap you 30 times. Like, yeah, that was much better.
Yeah,
and I was like, was it the Joker who said you don't go for the face first because it makes them like a bit numb to everything else because they're all confused? So don't go and punch them in the face in the first place.
And then Batman punches him in the hand, and he goes, "See," because he couldn't feel that because he's disoriented. It's good shit. But yeah, so she comes in. She just says, "Where's the escape hatch?" And the guy's like, "Well, there." And then he's like, "Why do you want to know that?" And she's like, "Oh, just a hunch." It's just like, I guess that's good to know, if ever. Always know where your exits are. Something I literally said about Fury was that's something that he would always be aware of. So it's just like, that's good.
Know your exit.
And then she said, easy way or hard way? And the guy said, I'm going to break out of these chains and kill you. So she says, hard way. And cuts off his finger straight away. I love it.
And then it's like, oh, wow, okay. It's just, she just gets straight to the point, essentially.
Yeah, and doing the whole, like, kindly, sort of motherly, grandma person who's just here to do some stuff. She's like, off comes the finger. It's just like,
she nailed it.
This is fun. Yeah, and then she's like, well, the really interesting part to me is that she says this confirms you're a Skrull. And it's like, she did that, not even fully knowing if he was a Skrull or not. She was just like, fuck it, this'll work. It's like, where the hell has this been the whole series?
Now it's time to have the conversation about identifying Skrull. If you can amputate some portion of that person and then it reverts back to a Skrull form, then it's really, really, really easy to find out if people are Skrulls. Just like get them to prick their finger with a needle and then see what happens to the blood. If it turns purple, or ask them to pull out a strand of hair, and if it disappears into nothing, well, they're a Skrull. Basically, like, it's really, really easy to test for it, and nobody does it.
It's easy and it's interesting, but they skip
Blood is the easiest one.
Because we know from like the blood splatter, especially at the end, it turns blue immediately before it hits the wall.
Well,
so it's not even slow.
Actually, so it's funny you point that out, because that's a continuity error. The guy in episode 1 who gets shot, he's a Skrull, and the blood is actually red when it splatters on the wall.
Wow, I didn't even get that right.
Yeah, at the end of episode 6, with certain character, it's instantly purple. Yeah. But still, the blood one works, because as soon as it gets separated from the body, it seems to immediately... That's how you do it. So it's easy to test, but the show doesn't understand that. It doesn't realize that that's the case. Which is cataclysmic. This is disastrous for every character. Well, it's funny. The thing is more obtrusive. You need to get the blood, and then you need to like actually damage it in some way. Like it's
I love that
harder.
It's even easier for them, and they still don't do it.
Yeah.
I said in one of my reviews, this is like watching Memento. None of the characters remember what happened like 5 seconds ago. Like everything is just a first discovery in every scene, which is why now she can learn, I can detect Skrulls, and later on just completely forget it as if it never happened because it was never written.
So this is a disaster basically for the whole show. Because now that this is a thing that's proven to work, you can just do this all the time. Every single time that you meet someone, you haven't seen them before, it's like, all right, pull out a strand of your hair or use a needle, prick your blood, and get some blood out there, and let's see. Every single scene, every time that you meet someone for the first time again.
To the point where it almost becomes you could even make a joke of it, where every time someone shows up, they have to wait for him to do the thing, and they like maybe some of the characters like roll their eyes, but because they know they gotta do it, but they're like how they
the
they
funny thing
get the
is,
tweezers out or hand them some tweezers and they pluck a
there are
hair
a lot
off
of
their
people in
arm or
chat.
something.
A lot of people in chat are saying the thing rules. It's worse than that because again, with the thing, you got to actually threaten to damage the entity that is the blood. Here, you don't need to like set up a thing and then get it really hot and then apply it to the blood. You don't even need to do that.
Nope.
You just need to see it. It's so much easier, and they still ignore it. Crazy.
Exactly.
It's boink. You just take out a little hair. That's it.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I'm genuinely curious. What does scroll hair do when you cut it off? Amelia's got a whole.
It has to disappear, right? It has to disappear. It's not attached to them anymore, so it's got to
whenever they
disintegrate.
Change, it's not
the
like
fact that they don't care about these things.
Well, it's got to be a piece of them, surely. So it's got to be like maybe they'd have a bit less of an ear or something.
You could. Well, so this is the thing: when you've got people you don't even care about, or people that is a life or death situation, there are things you can chop off that people aren't going to mind too much, and they're like, you could probably pull out a nail. I mean, it's going to suck.
Or just clip a nail. Don't pull it out. Just clip it. You know.
Yeah. As long as the nail is long enough, you can clip it. Yeah.
I mean, why did the original torturer not do that just like as standard practice?
Well, I guess the thing is that they were trying to figure out like why he did it. They didn't even think that he was a Skrull, right? They were just trying to.
Maybe
that was
no. What I mean, just as a standard part of like the interrogation. Surely that would be one of the first things you'd do.
It should be standard practice at this point. Yeah.
It should be, but they just want to punch you like.
Go for things that actually scare the person, you know? Like go for things that would actually make like permanent bodily damage is that's like scary, right?
You threaten to remove someone's eye. You threaten to remove someone's eye, it's over. They're giving you that information. You punch them 30 times, you might still have some time. Like,
yeah, it's almost like a challenge for being like when you're punching someone for information, they're almost like, oh, this is my challenge. I can do this. I can take it. When you threaten to take an eye, they're like, there's no coming back. I lose that eye, it's gone forever. So.
I was liking those scenes where they're holding out for ages, and then they're like, I'm going to take your eye, and he doesn't say anything. Then he takes the eye, and then they give them the information. Well, if you just said it 10 seconds earlier, you could have saved your own eye.
Yeah, they screw up these scenes in both directions. Yeah, they're not always good. Thank you, Joel. That's one of the good ones I'm going to reference.
So, we cut over to good old Gaia, who's looking at a screen because she's investigating that weird machine she saw, and we see something we really don't want to see. This is how we're going to be introducing it to the wonderful audience at home, okay? On the screen, we got Groot, Frost Beast, and Cull Obsidian. Now, for those who don't remember, Cull Obsidian is the big Chongus who worked for Thanos. And in his image, he even just has his arm or hand, whatever, like the thing that got chopped off by Wong. Yeah. So, what are these doing here? Great question. We'll find out later. They're on the computer for now. Very strange. What are they doing? It's funny because Frost Beast, I just like the idea that they categorized the creature that was icy and from Jotunheim as just fucking Frost Beast. It's like, I don't know, whatever, fuck you. Yeah, and Gravik's like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, just looking at people doing things. She's trying to figure out his evil plan. And of course, you know, that's as far as she can get for now. And then Gravik does some more good writing. He says, I remember when you first came to me, Gaia. You were the daughter of a failed general. I thought to myself, what kind of a man would send his daughter to do what he wouldn't? But then I realized that kind of coward doesn't have it in him. Our man on the inside is located Brogan, the one that got kidnapped, so we're going to go to him now. It's just like, fuck, there's no elegance at all, is there? It's just thunk, thunk, thunk. Like, next thing.
Yeah, it just clunks along.
Anyway, back to Olivia Colman and her amazing torture techniques. After she's chopped off his finger, he's like, I'll never talk. And then she says, everyone talks when their blood boils. The smart ones talk earlier. And I was just like, okay, that's pretty good, yeah. And then he says, put it in my arm. I don't care. And so she stabs him in the ass, which I thought was kind of funny. Just, you know, he was expecting the cool arm syringe, but now he's got something in his butt, which... Men don't like that when you're torturing them, okay? Well, maybe some of them do, actually. I don't want to say. Wouldn't want to cover too broad of a spectrum there. But, yeah, his blood starts to boil. That was a pretty good idea from her. Does no one else know about this? Torturers everywhere would probably want this device, because apparently it just gives them searing agony, and it doesn't even have permanent damage, which is pretty useful. Or maybe it doesn't. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't address that. I was kind of curious.
I think it was, I'm pretty sure that there was a scene in 24 where they used something similar like some sort of thing that enters the bloodstream stream and makes it like incredibly painful just throughout somebody's body.
So, yeah, he gives the information up, or some information. The information he gives is that a machine is being made to make Skrulls better, and that the scientist involved surname is Dalton. He gives her all of that, and then she's like, thank you, and goes down the little hatch. Again, she needs to know that information for the story to continue, but the scene itself in isolation is, like, actually okay. Because she tortures someone properly. You just don't see that much anymore, because they're not allowed to. In fact, I think I was surprised when she chopped his finger off. I was like, oh. Not just for the intelligence of it, but also like the gore factor, because a lot of the time they'll just, you know, go off screen.
Cut away.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah, then it goes back to being real piss again. So you got freezer with like 3 guys standing outside of it. And then about 3 meters away, you have a guy in the front of the store. Gravik comes through the door. And look at this shit. He opens it a little bit so that he can hold the bell so it won't make a noise. Like, as if this is actually going to maintain some stealth. Shoots the guy at the front, like, desk who falls over. And the guys who are 3 meters away don't hear a thing.
No, I'm pretty sure they shoot through the glass first before they open the door with the bell.
Oh, really? That's even worse.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I remember commenting on it.
Yeah, because they...
You know, broken windows don't make noise, though.
No, that's what I mean. There's even more sounds, and they just don't notice anything. And it's so funny because they shoot this to try and avoid showing you just how clear it is. But then there's a shot after they've thrown the grenade, I think, that really lets you see it. Yeah, there. So they were standing there, planning all of this after having killed someone. That's where someone and someone else were. Like, how the fuck do you think this is a secret?
Also, I think that flashbang is gonna fuck you up too, guys. It might be in the next thing over, but it's good. That's gonna you're
he's literally looking right at it.
Yeah, he's just looking right at it.
So yeah, you're probably not going to be hearing anything for a while, and you might be temporarily just completely dazed visually.
Then they have a shitty action fight where they just fucking kill everybody.
Really shitty. Yeah, no one shoots anyone except the people who need to.
It's
do
all
the
usual.
Blah blah blah. It's, blah blah blah.
Gaia runs off in the middle of this to go and tell, I guess, like the police where the safe house is, which is where they'll be heading next. So that happens, and then they collect their guy, and they're like, "What did you tell him?" And he's like, "Nothing, just lies." But it made me think, like, why didn't he tell her lies? You know, when your information is they're building a machine and it's run by Dalton, you could have said they're building a weapon, like a gun. And there's a smith they're going back and forth with who's called, you know, fucking Luba. You could have made a normal name. But what I'm getting at is that it's just lie with the truth. You know what truth that she's after. You can just use different names and items. It throws her off completely. But he doesn't...
Never get creative.
Like, there's no... You know, you'd be like, yeah, but he's under great pain. He's like, yeah, but she'll not know the difference. She can't know the difference. Impossible. You don't have a lie detector. She's a person. But lucky he did tell her the truth, I guess. But, yeah, Gravik's doing mean faces. It's like, uh-oh, you're gonna kill him, probably. And on their way back, they see that the police have gotten to their safe house, which I thought was really funny. It's like, did you tell them to just instantly raid it? Usually the police wait before doing something like that with a safe house in order to, you know, get the people. So, yeah, I don't know what... It almost seems like she did this... There was this thing I was trying to talk about. There's some films that are so fucking shittily written that you end up thinking, if you're paying attention, like, wait, is she a triple agent? Because she's like, oh, I'm definitely working for Talos and Fury, right? And I'm sabotaging them by giving away their safe house. And it's like, yeah, I guess you can tell them that, but you gave it away so early that they weren't going to get captured with it. You do that on purpose? Could have given it away just as... or told them to wait until everyone goes in, right? And then you capture everyone and the war's over. These are all the leaders. But I guess she didn't think about that. Or she's a triple agent. Like I said, pay more attention, and then you start to think of different stories being told.
Yeah. Her whole... It was kind of confusing to get it to see... You know she's going to be good in the end, but you can't really, like, get a grasp on what she's trying to do, what side she's on.
And they're like, how did they find the safe house? And they assume it's information that Mr. Brogan in the middle there gave up. And as a result, they execute him. which is like, what does Gaia think about that first? Considering she just got him killed.
What does everyone think about that? This guy's missing a finger and his blood's all fucked up, and you're like, oh no, but you did tell him, so we gotta kill you. Like, what? Why? Because it's only punishment.
Yeah,
right?
at this
You're
point,
not, it's only you're just punishing him for talking after he had his finger cut off and his blood turned to acid. Like, why would you? I mean, all you're doing is you're basically just saying to everyone, like, first off, the camaraderie aspect of, like, oh, we're just going to kill our own people now if they talk when they're being tortured. It's like, okay, so what if this is me? What if any of us get tortured? Oh, we might as well just fucking tell them everything anyway and save yourself the trouble of resisting.
It's the reason why we often complain about the bad guy killing their own men trope. It's like, what is to stop the person from thinking, oh shit, that could be me next. What am I even doing here? Why would I even want to help you? When you could betray me at any moment.
Which is used, by the way, as part of a growing sentiment of mistrust in Gravik that'll have a payoff. But like I said, the other thing that's going on in this scene is like, oh, look how sad Gaia is because the information she gave is going to get this guy killed now. And that does get brought up next episode really quickly. There's not much to say about it, and then never again. I just think it's always obviously missed opportunities, but also just like, why would I give a shit about this character? You don't.
Well, yeah, and because they didn't care, like, why did they even bring him into the woods in the first place? Just shoot him where he was. They already knew he was a Skrull, so it's not as if you're hiding the fact he's a Skrull from them. You literally brought him all the way out into the forest to
kill him, yeah.
Bury him in a hole.
Well, at least they didn't eat him like the Harfoots would.
Those savages.
Yeah, and then the episode ends with Fury visiting his Skrull wife. Which is just like, what?
Where did this come from?
A lot of new invented history for Nick Fury.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, the show keeps doing this. It's just like, this was a thing the whole time. I say the show, all of Marvel does this. And, like, good God, has it had an effect at this point. We've been kind of talking about it, but just, like, people have lost interest in Marvel so hard recently.
I feel like this goes further than other things, though, because even if you were like, okay, maybe they just want to destroy Fury as a character now, it's like, no, that's not enough. We have to go back throughout all of his entire life and destroy every single moment of it.
Every shred of the man's history and legacy. Like, they went for it. That's why I was so shocked by how, like, this takes the amount of effort they put into destroying characters. If they put that into the other aspects of the script, they could actually do great things, because it's crazy how much they went for everything.
It's only going to get worse.
Hey, we know they'll go back and just flat out re-edit old shit so that it can fit with the new shit. So, hey,
they're already doing that now. It's crazy.
And yeah, episode 3 is 15 minutes shorter. Like, damn.
Thank God of mercy.
Well, I guess we'll start moving probably a little faster now through these, but we're on 3. We're only at 5 hours, everyone.
I think the last one's 36 minutes.
Yeah, Salem's commented about why he did it. He was like, well, we thought it dragged a little bit, and we wanted to increase the pace and build up to a big explosive moment at the end. Like, that was in articles today.
Why does he needs to stop talking.
Yeah,
everything he says
needs to stop talking.
I saw something that he said the other day that had to do with, like, the fact that Secret Invasion is the lowest rated Marvel production ever. And it was just this massive cope, essentially, about the ratings. Stop it. It's like when, what's his name? Jeff Loveness. It's like, I was really bummed out that everybody didn't like Ant-Man. But then I went to the theater and everybody was laughing. And it's like, no, MODOK is funny. What? Like, you're allowed to cope and seethe in private. It's okay.
So, we begin next episode with a little scene for our wonderful Gravik's men. The new guy, that guy we mentioned before, he's on his first mission, and he says, do you think bringing chaos is going to work? And then they say, why did you join? I know, right? There's something wrong with this whole thing. I always wonder if I should read it all out or go bit by bit, but do you think bringing chaos is going to work? And they say, why did you join? He says, because I don't want our people to keep running. And then he says, no, you joined the same reason I did. Faith in the future, and faith is built on risk.
Faith is built on risk. No, faith isn't built on anything. That's the word.
Well, and also just, he said, like, do you think chaos is going to work? And the guy's response is, it's cool to have risks.
It doesn't answer his question.
It's like, do you think it will work? I've already understood that it's a risk. I'm asking you, do you think it'll work? I hate this dialogue. It's so
just
crap.
talking at each other.
Yeah.
There's not even, there's no processing going on.
So these three are going to the Royal Navy, and they're gonna take the personas of three people that I guess they've stolen the information of and have kidnapped. I have to assume, otherwise it wouldn't really make much sense. And they arrive. This is so fucking stupid. They're like right next to the place, and then he says, "Right now it's time to change." They're here, and they change into their. Oh fuck!
As they roll up.
Why does this guy always wear the fucking hat?
I don't know. I think it's to help us remember who he is.
Why?
Nanotech, like, because their clothes are all like nanotech, right? Including, I guess, hats.
But he had that hat before he went there.
He's always wearing the hat.
Yeah,
like the hat's a part of his skin?
No,
so
the
can a Skrull not change it?
Well, so that's the fun question, right? Is like, so can you copy someone's appearance but then like alternate outfits? The answer has to be yes, right? Because we see that,
right?
With Gaia, she has a few outfits, so I guess you can. And he just
so
really
she can change clothes. Wait, what if? Well, unless those are clothes.
No, they can't. No, I don't think they can be. Every time you see a Skrull, they can always like change their clothes as well. It's like nanotech.
But why can't? So does that mean they're like always cold and stuff? Like they feel naked?
Maybe it's well. The nanotech can be like a physical thing, right? It's like a physical like hat and a physical jacket and things like that.
So they can change their molecular structure to be that of clothes.
Well, if you took the hat off him, theoretically it wouldn't remove, and if you stabbed it, it wouldn't hurt him.
We have no idea.
Yeah, I was about to say no clue, but I'm pretty sure that they would just be like, "Shut up! That it works the way it works." Because shut up. But no way it makes sense now. So Gravik explains what we're seeing here, which is that they're going to execute an attack on key United Nations targets, or a target. The heroes of Earth are going to react, and the only counter we have is to become super ourselves. We no longer change faces, we change powers. All of us. Super Skrulls. Humans will start a war, and while they fight, we're going to break their backs.
Super Skrulls.
That name.
Yeah, well,
Super Skrulls on the Skrull Council.
In Skrullos. New Skrullos.
New Skrullos.
It just doesn't work. Oh my god.
But it's so and then storytelling, we've been over it before, but like suddenly it's like what's happening this episode, because like this hasn't been built up. It's like three of them are going undercover to the Royal Navy to shoot a missile at some target that's important to then cause World War III to happen, and while that's happening we're going to run a scientific experiment to give ourselves Avengers powers to then kill the rest of the humans. He ends this speech by saying, "I invite you to join me in the extinction of the human race." There's so many parts of that that are just absolutely, what the fuck are you talking about? And, power creep is a thing.
Well, I mean, is it even power creep at this point? It's like power bound, power leap, power...
Yeah, what do you even call this?
This would be used as examples in future, I think, of the worst kind of power creep, where you don't know what to do anymore. How do you beat Captain Marvel? Well, I have an idea. It's like, oh.
Well, it's like everything else, though. You go from the fate of one planet to the universe to the entire multiverse. There was no build-up that, well, maybe we're just destroying a part of it. It's literally all or nothing at every point.
Oh, so yeah, that's the plan. We've already been over all the different ways it would fall apart every time. Some governments are aware that this shit is even happening, like the British government, which is they're using the British government to fire this time. So, like, imagine the checks and balances involved in. By the way, their target, I'm pretty sure, is like a UN summit or something, like some conference with all the UN leaders in it, or like a ship or a boat or an island. I'll remember when I get there, but it's the kind of thing that's just like, how could that missile ever be fucking launched? I could never buy it. You'd need there'd be so many people. We'll get there, it's fine. We'll go over it when we get to the actual sub and stuff.
They never like phone back. Are you sure?
Are you sure? So, Fury and his GF. Oh, after I skip past the 10-hour intro, of course.
Thank
I'll
you.
be doing that. This is like showing how it works. He would meet up with these scrolls relatively secretly, and then they'd hand him information about different people, and this one, she says, is about Dreykov, and it's gonna fuck him up. And it's just like, man, okay, that's just how that works. And you're starting to think, like, wait a minute. Does this mean, and you'll get an answer to that question later, as to Yuri's involvement as a spy in general. I wonder what it was. And so then he asks her, because this is a scroll he recognizes in terms of personality, but not in face. And so he says, who's the woman you've taken? And then she says, that depends on where this goes. Meaning she doesn't want to tell him if they're going to hook up. And then he says, whoa, 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 there's a rule for, like, commanders and agents. And she says, that doesn't apply to us because our unit doesn't exist, so I don't technically work for you.
Okay, that's not how that works at all.
That's just an awful set of lines. Like, first of all, if I said to a girl, like, where did you get that face from? And they said, well, if I'm going to sleep with you, I'd rather you don't know. It's like, what?
Wait, what?
A little sketchy.
But she's crazy in the sack.
Because remember, she only reveals where she gets this face from in like episode 4, I think.
Which means we're talking decades later.
Yeah, way later. She never told him where this is from. And then, of course, on top of that, saying like, well, power dynamics, I'm in control of everything, and I'm the reason that you're going to be able to have a home, so probably not the greatest idea to start sleeping with each other. And then she just says, yeah, but our unit doesn't officially exist.
Like,
in that case, I don't officially give a fuck.
I feel like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, gosh, that's awful. Who wrote you? Why did they do this? What's wrong with them?
You gotta wonder, right? Like, when they write that down, do they look at that and go, yeah, that's coherent?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
They probably say like, yeah, but they're in love. And you're like, all right.
That excuses.
Why didn't you just say that? Why did you say all the other stuff? Just makes it really fucking weird. So, yeah, that's obviously past scene, and then we get to go to the present, where we'll have some questions as an audience member, like, who the fuck is this? And when did you decide this was what was happening? And what the hell's going on? And the first thing she said, or one of the first things, is, dare I ask, what must have happened to bring you back to me since you've been gone for years? And again, it's like, fucking hell.
Man, again, they're doubling, like, abandon the scrolls, abandon his wife, just every box they could check. It's crazy. Everything.
And what would his reason for doing it even be? Like, if he is just depressed to be alive, and that's why he ran away, why would he dump his wife?
Here? Yeah, wouldn't he be here? This looks like a place of comfort, but instead he's in space. Like, explain.
Saber is more comfortable than home with his beloved wife.
Apparently, this show has a serious problem with trying to justify how sweet, cute, and awesome and passionate their relationship is, while simultaneously arguing he never fucking talks to her.
Yeah, it's like, what? We're missing something here.
I don't buy it.
Is she just insane? Like, I don't get it.
Well, because she says, I've never harbored any illusions about you going away, but staying away, that leaves a mark. So you're cool with him just leaving you regularly, I guess?
Like, yeah. What is this chick? Like,
and you have to,
man, this is a real keeper.
She's a simp, man.
This is setting up that he hurt her so much that she went to cause the apocalypse.
Yeah.
So
well, it comes out of nowhere.
It's like crazy how many of these instances are like, oh, I have a personal agreement, therefore all of humanity must die.
Seriously, it's crazy.
Woman moment.
It's because he just says to her, "You've been in touch with Gravik while I was gone. Who've you become while I was gone?" And suddenly it's like, "Oh shit! Are you? Wait, if she works for, is this like a? Could she shoot you? Like, what's it's like everything's chill, but it's like you work for Gravik, the guy who's trying to destroy the world. Hello? Like, it feels such like a weird scene because they're just doing lovey-dovey husband and wife shit while talking about like, oh yeah, you work for a guy who wants to nuke everyone. Huh? How about that? Weird.
Yeah, because he definitely knows at this point, as you find out in the next scene. So,
but then she complains to him about how fucked up it was that he got blipped. Bit weird. And then he
50-50 chance.
He came back, and then she was like, I thought we'd heal together, but then you just ran off to your spaceship. And we're just sitting here like, what the fuck? What is this? Like, when did this happen? You're lying. Who is this woman? What's the spaceship? What's going on?
And he won't say anything. Like everyone keeps telling him he's fucking shit, and he never has a reply. So it's like, okay, I guess he's shit. There's
Does
nothing
he
else for us
agree?
to work
I
with.
guess.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, I've got a note that says, so apparently he's a failure of a husband to a wife that didn't exist 5 seconds ago. It's like, yeah, like,
Yeah.
good to know.
Relationships maybe like
They
that
invent
sometime.
these people. They invent these people just to make sure they have someone that he fucked over. It's crazy.
Well, it's just,
You
you know,
late
remember
on Black Widow again.
the big criticism of Fury as a character in this show was invented in this show.
Yeah.
All of it.
Pardon me for not seeing that, coming.
Yeah, I know, right?
On
Yeah.
the
Like-
absolute wiping of his history, which we're getting closer and closer to. It's not going to be fun.
yeah.
That scene. You got like, yeah, you need to have the dialogue ready for that one because it's so thick.
Oh yeah,
everything
yeah.
says.
So she gets a ring on her phone. She picks it up and answers it, and then just goes like, "Mm-hmm." And then she says, "I don't have that information at hand right now." And then hangs up, and he's like, "Who are you talking to?" And it's like, obviously the bad guys. Why would she talk like that if it was the normal person? Besides, who else does she fucking know? Oh, I just thought that was dumb as fuck. It's like, Fury, just fuck off. So then we get this really awful scene. Didn't want to shock you with that, but I just have to lay these truth bombs every once in a while.
Yeah, it's
Gravik-
controversial. That's you and your controversy.
Look at this cinematography, though. Look at that light. The
Wow,
cinema.
they thought that was cool. Is that CGI light?
Probably.
CGI God rays.
It kind of looks a little bit like CGI God rays, but who knows? Maybe I'm just so jaded.
A little bit.
I can't even trust the light, and light's the only thing I can see. God damn it!
So I got
yeah, go for it.
got real confused because, like I said, Brogan, the agent from the previous episode, got executed because they assumed he gave away the secret hideout, right? Because they weren't going to kill him, and then they're like, "Oh wait, we will," because yeah, he clearly blabbed, and that the drama would of course be that she kind of gave that away, and now it didn't get them anything except a dead person, which is now on her hands, that sort of stuff. But then Gravik walks in the room, sits down, and says, "Brogan didn't even know where our hideout was, so how did they know?" And it's like, wait,
So it's like, wait,
why'd you kill him? Like, what? I actually have no idea. Why did you kill him? And then, do you know what she says? Well, he made an educated guess. Like, an educated guess on a safe house? Either you know or you don't. You don't guess a safe house, surely. Like, but Gravik buys this, and he says, "Is that what you would do?" And she said, "No, I would lie, because I'm good at lying. It was definitely Brogan, and he is weaker than you thought."
Well, I'm convinced.
Not sketchy at all.
It is
know,
such an I'm
poor
convinced
Brogan.
scene, yeah.
But she's basically telling him what she's doing right now. So it'd be like, are you lying to me now? Because I'm asking you a question. She's like, well, I'm a great liar, so would you really
Why
know?
would you say that? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we're supposed to think that he does think she's a traitor at this point. But later in the episode, he figures it out because of the submarine shit. So I was like, so if not for that, would he still have believed she was chill after this awful attempt? Like, how did he know something he didn't know? He guessed. Yeah, okay. that's great. I gotcha. You didn't betray me though, right? She's like, no. Also, I'm very good at lying. Great stuff.
So if you ask me if I'm loyal to you, I may be
Unlike
lying.
that guy.
Unfortunately, JLongbone has to leave us. We got through
Yeah.
just 6 hours. Ugh, that's like barely an episode, but I guess, some people do have to sleep or eat or etc. But of course, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Nice to meet you, Jay.
Nice to meet you as well.
Before
Yeah.
you leave, though, why don't you tell people where you're at, what you're up to?
All right. I just posted a reaction for that trailer. That's out. Pretty soon I'm gonna have you out. Yeah.
You're cutting out literally only the important parts. You're like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Damn it.
you've got 2 things out, but we don't know what they are.
Trailer reaction to.
Okay,
out.
okay, can you hear me now?
yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I just posted a trailer reaction for that new Exorcist movie.
Got it. Exorcist movie. Got it.
Yep. Exorcist
Oh my
movie. New
God.
Exorcist movie.
Get it out.
No, we did. New Exorcist
I
movie.
don't know why it's suddenly like
4
Wait,
hours,
hey.
you're good, and now.
Okay, well, whatever. I got a bar review coming out pretty soon.
Sweet.
All right,
Awesome.
Barbie and Exorcist.
You're gonna go
Okay.
after the
Barbie.
kid's doll. Wow. What's wrong with you?
Wow.
Okay, well, link in description. I imagine most people know who you are at this point on EFAP, but again, thanks for joining us, and I'll catch you around.
Yeah,
Interwebs.
thank you. Bye, guys.
Goodbye.
See ya.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Right then, let us continue. We're already closing in. We're a third through the episode already because these are so much smaller. Isn't that great?
So much, yeah. Mercifully.
And there's some scenes where, like that one, for example, that's all that happened. That's all there is to talk about. That's it. It's really quick because the writers, they're just so expedient. You know, it's great. They know exactly what they're doing.
Efficient and skilled. They deserve to be paid more for their work.
Yeah, she's driving Gravik. Gravik says the UN plane will be at Neptune's coordinates, flight 819, 2200 hours. He says that. That's the full target. Right in front of her. And so she's able to relay it to Talos, right? It was going to be a criticism.
I was sure this was fake.
Well, so it's great. This layers, right? So first layer, I thought was criticism. Why is he stupid enough to say this in front of her instead of just on his own, just in case she's a mole, right? Then I was like, oh wait,
What if she's a Skrull?
maybe he's doing that on purpose to find out if she's a mole. It's like, because the information was okay, yeah. That. Then I was like, but wait, why wouldn't you just feed her fake information, see if that goes through the pipeline, so it actually protects your actual goal of completing this mission?
Yeah. Because you might have a lot of other failure points in your big new Skrullos operation, right? That might not in any way be related to her. So you're a dumbass.
Yes.
This guy's just an idiot.
Funny how thinking works like that. I was like, you're a dumbass. No, wait. No, definitely, yeah.
No,
And you could tell different people, like, different parts of the plan that were all wrong. And whichever one leaks, you find out who it is.
Season 2 Tyrion, he did that exact thing with 3 people, and you can pinpoint who leaked the information because you give 3 different people a part of the truth, but then you make sure a part of it is not true, and then you can actually pinpoint who's the liar. But this guy's an idiot.
Or is he?
Fucking Christ.
So he's having his meeting with good old Talos, Tulumbo. And he says, it's remarkable, innit? Gathering up... He's looking at the painting, the Statesman of World War I, and he says, gathering up all these men for a big painting. I mean, it just sums up the difference between soldiers and statesmen. One lot spends the war posing for pictures, and the other lot does the killing and dying. Which, my God, when I heard that, I was like, this is... I've never heard this point of view before.
It's like a 12-year-old wrote this.
Incredible. Like, you must... I wonder if he's seen something from as much as fucking 50, 60, 70, 80 years. You know, just like everything that's ever happened in media as a point of view. You gonna do anything interesting with it? No. Says that, the choice between having my story in ink and oil paint versus blood, I choose blood all day.
I choose blood all day.
Doesn't that sound like shit, though?
Why were you giving a speech to?
Us, Springy. To you and me.
It is literally us, yes.
It's like he rehearsed this beforehand. He rehearsed it.
Yeah, definitely. This was a speech. This wasn't.
That's the thing. If Talos said something like that, it might save the scene. But he all he says back is like, "Yeah, your blood and everyone else's." And then he just says, "Yeah."
Like, it feels like why doesn't any character cut down Gravik in a way that would like? Because I bet you if you did say like, "Wow," you know, like that was a fucking mouthful, like you know. Just any amount of like criticizing how like performative this is, that kind of thing would piss him off.
Yeah, like, did you want me to think you just stumbled on these thoughts just now? Is that what you like? Really, dude?
Olivia, what's her name? Olivia,
Ullman?
that chick. She would.
Yeah, she'd fuck him.
She would have said something. She would have roasted this guy for that cringe line. Like, what are you fucking talking about, bro?
No, but the thing is, they're a war species, so they would all think exactly the same thing. You've got the Klingons. They'd be far more like them, as if, yeah, we'd all agree with you for that kind of thing. None of us want to be sort of just in the back room doing dealings. I don't think you'd even have a concept of people doing what he's complaining about.
That's why I'm saying I can't get a grasp of this character. Like, I can believe a Gravik-like figure could emerge in the situation, but you have to justify it. He's just a madman. It's just...
Well, I mean, what have we learned? They're not capable of writing any of the stuff they've bitten off. It's just like we only really talk about it with the She-Hulk stuff, right? It's like, oh, you're gonna do a law procedural without knowing anything about the law. It's like, haha, la la la. It's like, well, that's just the same for all these writers for all these projects. Like, what do you know about? I was about to say anything, but it's like that's mean. But you know,
no, like the example you made of like with She-Hulk, like people are gonna lose interest immediately when they realize that they don't know a damn thing about law. Like the people who went into that for a court show, like
yeah, but it's supposed to be funny.
It's ridiculous. And this is the same thing for me. Like anyone who's an Alien fan, is a fan of sci-fi and alien invasions, knows that you can do a lot of things with that concept, especially shapeshifters, and they do fuck all with all of it. Every interesting thing they could use, they have no interest in it, and it's so clear.
Makes you wonder if they before they made us, like, let's rewatch something like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, because they'll wear those inspirations on their sleeve seemingly, but then you actually watch the story and there's none of that inspiration in the story itself.
That's because they've heard of Invasion.
They've heard of Invasion, yeah.
They've heard it.
It's just, do your job. Like, even if it's not really something you're passionate about, you're not a big sci-fi guy, watch 3 of the classic movies that have this concept in it and see what works and see what doesn't. Instead, they just slap this shit together. It's crazy. All this money they're pissing away.
So, he has a chat with good old Ben Mendelsohn, and it could have been a great scene if you think about it, right? Could have. These two have a huge history. They both Skrulls that ended up in this situation have completely different points of view on what to do. But I have boiled it down to just a couple of quotes because nothing else happens in the scene. Basically, he's like, "Stop murdering innocent people." Simple as that. Just stop doing the innocent people killing thing. And Gravik's like, "Do you know why they put me in charge instead of you?" And there's like a gap, and then he's like, "Gaia's in the car. You want to say hello?" And then Talos is like, "You better be careful." And already it's like, so we were about to do something. They like, don't kill innocent people. He doesn't address it. Instead talks about how they put him in charge instead of you. They kicked you out. Well, the answer is that. I guess we're supposed to imagine what the answer to that is based on things. And then he's like, by the way, Gaia's in the car. And then he's like, how dare you say that?
Like, no one gets in Gaia's car but me.
Keep my daughter's name out your mouth.
Literally, yeah, because obviously the Gravix is like doing a threat. He's like, she's right there. I could kill her, I guess. And he's like, you better not threaten that. I find that weird as a dynamic because it makes sense to us because we know what's going on with the double agent stuff. But for these two, it doesn't. Gravik isn't sure about that yet. And as far as he knows, she's betrayed her father. You know what I mean? Like, the line doesn't quite... Like, what Talos should be doing is like, yeah, she's chosen her path, you know? That sort of attitude, even if he's pretending, but whatever. And then Gravik says, you should be grateful I haven't killed her. And so he goes to strangle Gravik, and then everyone turns into Gravik. And it's just, like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I thought that even from the trailer, was meant to be like, you don't actually know I'm me, so even if you kill me, I could actually be one of the other people, and this is just kind of someone impersonating
That would be
me.
more fun.
So,
you're giving
but then it just turns out he's the right one anyway. So...
They had to rehearse this too. Gravik had to say, okay, guys. So if he like grabs me or threatens me in any way, I want you. You guys are gonna love.
They would have had to.
I need you to all stand up and then turn into me. This is gonna be so great.
Speech, man. That's ridiculous.
Hope you guys get to see his face.
Wait, this doesn't even make any sense because he says later on why he chose this body. But if they need the DNA of the body to turn into them, does he just like keep some lying around to give to all of these people?
Can you copy a scroll that's done?
You have to look at them, right? You just look at the person.
Yeah, if you want their memories, you have to touch them.
Yeah, but then they could just turn into the Avengers whenever they want, so it has to be the DNA.
Well, again, that was something that was retarded when they brought it up. Like, oh no, for the Avengers here, they can turn into them. It's like, they can turn into them anyway. Shut up.
Oh, I thought they at least needed the DNA. I thought they'd retconned it.
It's all shit. That's the safe bet every time.
And in multiple scenes as well, it's been drawn attention to the fact that he always puts a ton of sugar in everything he drinks. And I expected that to be a plot point, just never mentioned.
Nope, yeah, I actually hadn't brought it up because it doesn't go anywhere, but I should have brought it up just to say it doesn't go anywhere. He keeps putting loads of sugar in his coffees and teas or whatever the fuck he's drinking. And
yeah, they even comment on it.
Yeah,
like how much he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. He's hyperactive, he has lots of sugar.
I thought there was going to be something that like the Skrulls needed or something. There's going to be some type of scientific reveal, but no, he just likes sugar.
He's got a sweet tooth.
Yeah, that's it.
It's It's as
We
far
don't
as they
have
could
this on our
go.
planet. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, I see why you're
I
also
would've-
fucking fat.
I honestly would have taken that. That they there's no sugar on Scrollville, wherever the fuck they come from, and like
Old
they just love sugar.
Skrullos.
I
Yeah.
would have taken that, but instead they did nothing with it. It's weird.
So, Gravik says all these miscreants, meaning humans, know is murder.
Right.
Look at how they treat each other. We're gonna murder them all. And it's like,
Look at
we already know that. He asked you why. Like, he said stop innocent killing people, and then you just said we're gonna kill them all. What is with the writing every time? It's like,
Yeah,
hello?
but at least we're not barbaric like humans.
And then, Talos says, you don't understand humans. They're at their most formidable when threatened by a common foe. And I was like...
You know, like, probably all species.
I was about
are
to say, isn't that
probably-
just applicable to literally everything? Like, whenever...
anything.
What a
You know, humans, how they're
uninsightful
stronger
comment.
united. Like, yeah.
The better thing to probably have said is, you're gonna lose, because humans are really good at wiping out enemy species. Like, really good. And they're pretty advanced as of recently. Have you seen that Wakanda Forever film, or the Quantumania film? They can go to different universes, they can travel in time. I don't think you're gonna win, honestly. They're gonna fuck you up.
Humans are pretty OP at this point in the Marvel universe.
They should.
And
They
then,
don't seem to realize
when
that.
they get the upper hand and they've captured all of you, what reason will they have not to literally fucking expel you into space? Like, what would be the reason not to? And then Gravik says, have you forgotten how we fight? Which I assume he means that they can
Dirty?
shapeshift.
Without honor?
I don't know.
Yeah, infiltrate.
But it's like,
manipulate.
yeah...
Activate.
Humans have ways to
Investigate.
subvert that. It's not going to be too difficult. As soon as we could probably devise goggles that'll show us who's a Skrull.
Riri
Yeah,
Williams.
Tony can
build
whip it up
something
next
in 5
weekend.
minutes.
The They Live
Wow.
glasses.
He comes back from the dead, you mean?
Why not?
Yeah.
No, that's why they
Yeah.
have Riri for all that crap now.
Yeah. But yeah, so obviously he's saying like they could remain like a secret, and then Talos says, "You think I'm gonna let you continue this fight under anonymity? I'm gonna tell everyone, and you'll lose the surprise. You'll be put down." I was just thinking, like,
Everyone
what
already
is...
knows.
And, well, there's that, but there's also, if Gravik thought it was a secret and that he's threatening to tell everyone, why wouldn't he just kill him here and now?
Yep.
He doesn't. There's
Because
that
he
idea for a
wants to
different
die,
time.
you just be giving him what he wants or something.
Well, his response to Talos on that is, "You'll have exterminated the Skrulls," which is, like, I mean, well, but you guys are trying to exterminate... Ugh, nobody's having a chat here, it's just crap.
Talking at each other.
Yeah, and then he says, "Well, then you'll see the difference between us and you." And then he says, "And your daughter?" And then he stabs him. I think that they're just trying to make it so that whenever you mention Talos' daughter, he gets very mad and stabs people.
Shockingly
Stupid. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they were trying that, it's never used again, is it?
No, they
Nah.
don't even really bank on their
Well-
relationship.
Well, they
Look
use
at
it.
this
Yeah, they
image.
use it. They do it. They do use it one more time, right?
Oh yeah, but that's different. There's a different reason for that. That's because he's worked something out.
Yeah, and when I say bank, I mean like actually like a good writer bank, not like a whatever the fuck they think they were doing in that. I think assume you're talking about the bench scene, but I'm not sure.
No,
No.
with the missile
When
guy.
he shoots the guy, the missile guy.
Yeah, but that's because he mentions that she's a double agent. So he realizes it's not just that he mentioned the daughter. He realizes something.
It
Well,
might
but
be.
And that's also
you
a double thing for the whole Mercy comment, but it's really dumb as fuck in that moment for other reasons. We'll get there. We're almost there, actually. Yeah, Gravik's having a bad time, if you can tell from his face. Like, oh,
That's a funny expression.
hurts so
that knife hurts, that does, oh. Ooh.
It gets worse when he removes it, though. He does it in like the most painful way
Yeah,
possible.
yeah.
Yeah, why do you do that?
Well, he did it so that they can better show what Extremis is. Because if they did it just like that, it would be a little bit confusing. But he tears it out for no good reason at all, and then is repaired with the stuff from Iron Man 3. Ugh.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Why not?
Yeah, that's the Iron Man song.
And so that means that we saw in the computer they had Groot, Frost Beast, and Cull Obsidian, and apparently they have Extremis too. That means he probably has all 4 of those in him. That's
That's a
fun.
lot of genes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of powers.
It's like, what can you even say about this? It's just like, that seems really stupid. It's a writing thing. Good luck trying to undo this.
How do you balance that?
You don't.
Oh, we gave up on that a
It's
long
funny.
time ago.
Talking about balancing the fact that they can get any power they want, essentially, right now. Extremis itself had balancing in Iron Man 3. It was highly volatile. Like, you could die from having Extremis put in you if it was on, like, unstable levels. You have to take care of it. But this is just like, you just have it now. Fuck off.
Yeah. At least they tried to account for it back then. It's crazy.
Everything gets
It's
worse
something.
and worse. It's like you
Oh,
push...
this is pathetic.
Oh, yeah, he is.
The only reason he doesn't see her, like, change is because a van pulls up in front of him. Like, the entire story hinges on a van.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of vans in this area, so it makes sense. It's funny, too, because, like I said, I thought that maybe they were trying to imply that he is suspecting her, but then not, but then is, but then... You know what I mean?
Yeah, and she will have she has to transform somewhere from crossing the road to being on the pavement when she's surrounded by human beings and she's just shapeshifted. Nobody noticed.
It makes sense.
Nobody's
Nobody would
on the
react
street.
to someone literally changing into a different human being right in front of them. That's pretty normal.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys
Even
don't have
clothes
it.
and everything.
We
Yep.
do it all the time.
Is there a single scene in the whole series of someone like getting caught in that way?
No, because
No.
the entire world doesn't know skulls exist, apparently, even though there's a
Everyone's just
million of them
stupid.
doing it all the time.
So, Fury talking to Talos in the little pub here, and he's like, "You have
this.
yeah, this scene. He's like, "You have the balls to ask me for help," and he says, "I've got a lead on a rebel Skrull high up in the government." And so, to summarize this scene quickly, he says, "Okay, say, help me, Talos. I'm useless without you, and then I'll help you." And so he says, "Help me, Talos. I'm useless without you."
He goes to leave, and then he's like, "No, actually, I do need him that badly."
I mean, the Fury thing to do would be like, we're not playing games. This is about saving the world. Like, I don't care about your pride being wounded. Let's go. We got work
Would you
to do.
not save the world if I didn't say these words to you?
Yeah.
I think he'd compromise.
weird.
I think he'd compromise and rephrase it. He'd say, "Help me, Talos, because I'm your friend and I need your help." Something like that, instead
be
of
something.
actually
I
saying
would like
that
that,
I'm
yeah.
fucking useless.
More.
I can't believe that. Like, it's just a compromise, acknowledging your mistake, but like, come on, we got a history here. Stop fucking around. Like, kind of like a mix of what you said. But the fact that he walked back and said the exact line, that I'm like, it's over. It's over. Like, Nick wouldn't do that. I'm sorry. Nick would keep some type of like, dignity there, and just
Yeah, but what if it's
terrible.
true?
Well,
we
that's an
get to
interesting
that.
thought. Who knows?
What? Man.
So, they call Livia Coleman to say that Neptune is a British sub, and it's going to get taken over by Skrulls to launch a missile at a UN meeting. And for some reason, the writers had her say, well, I'm dealing with my own infiltration. There's someone clearly gave up the information that I was in the butcher's shop, and so I've got to sort that out. My hands are tied. She's literally been told that the UN delegation is going to be nuked, or whatever missile they're using, and it will cause World War III, and that Gravik has infiltrated British command. All she says back is, I'm busy. Really weird, because the whole reason she's involved in any of this is because she wants to prevent the end of the world. Like, crazy, I know. I know you guys are like, what? What kind of motivation is that? It's like, yeah, I know. They threw that on her, I guess. But yeah, she's just too busy. She's got stuff to do, so never mind. I guess they could do it. She says you guys can sort it out, I guess. Yeah, go ahead. So she gives the information to the guy they need to find who's in command of the whole thing, Robert Fairbanks. So off they go. And they have a little chat. Chat.
Okay.
I think for this one, we'll go the route of I'm just going to read the whole thing, because, sorry, this is going to hurt. Sorry, chat,
enough.
get ready, alright? So,
Go for
he
it.
sees a dog, a man and a dog, and he's like, I don't get dogs. Name me one interspecies relationship where one side cleans the other's shit, basically. And Fury's like, well, I cleaned up your shit for 30 years. And then he says, oh, that's rich. When I arrived, and this is Talos, by the way, when I arrived in 95, you were a bench-warming nobody in a dumpy field office in S.H.I.E.L.D. You didn't start ascending the ranks until 20 of us signed on as your invisible spy network. We fed you more dirt and intel than you could possibly have uncovered on your own in a lifetime. Every promotion you got was us. Every single terror attack you subverted was us. Every enemy you sabotaged, an ally you leveraged with dirt, no one else in the world had access to, we did that. You are smart. You're capable. but your life was more charmed once I came into it, and it was my pleasure. Just don't rewrite history.
Just don't rewrite history.
They had the nerve to say that line.
So
That's the
yeah,
line.
also
Oh man.
retroactively, no, it wasn't Nick Fury who did all those things. It was because in this show we gave him access to all these, all this stuff. It wasn't actually Nick Fury. Fuck that guy.
It's kind of incredible they
I
actually
mean.
did have the balls to say don't rewrite history in that speech.
That was the part that got me. I'm like, okay, you guys are coming for the jugular here with him. You want to shred his whole history now, but then you want to mention rewriting history when that's all you motherfuckers do. Like, I couldn't. This was the scene that just floored me in terms of you wrote this. You wrote this. You thought this.
Yeah, it kind of hits you as a surprise because they kind of did this already in episode 2. With the beginning scene on the train where he was like, you turned us into your friggin' spies, we did all these spyware. You can kind of infer, like, oh shit, they've just said that, like, a lot of the work Fury's done over the years, it's actually the Skrulls and not himself. He's the super spy. Nick Fury's supposed to be the best spy in the universe, that sort of thing. It's like, oh, I guess some of the Skrulls did something. And then this scene comes in, it's like, no. Let me make it myself clear. Because clearly, you're interpreting things that are inaccurate. We did everything. Everything. And you're like, oh...
Why are you even here?
He's just worthless completely. It was so perfectly crafted, like every single word to make sure he's shredded, and then just the cherry on top at the end was shocking.
Retcons, yay!
Yeah. Pretty extreme one here, and yeah, that just
ruins.
I think it was
yeah.
Was it by this point? I think that we had decided that it had been systematic. Essentially, the assassination of Nick Fury. By this point, every single thing that you could take from him and destroy about him is gone. Like here, it's done. It's over.
All of his past accomplishments were never actually him. All the stuff that he's doing in the present, well, he's being extremely stupid in all of those things too. We are inventing new things for him that he can be bad for. So it's like a three-pronged attack temporally of all of his, failures throughout the timeline.
Like Mahler was saying, the scene in the train, there's room for interpretation there, and maybe they could have did something with it. But now this scene, they're like, no, let's just crystallize this shit. Every single thing of his past is just like he gets no credit for. It's crazy.
And I'd say this
that's why.
Go ahead.
That's why this show annoyed me so much. And that a lot of the other remakes and stuff, it's never really bothered me about the original. I've always been able to separate it. It's either a remake or there's been some gap, it's a new team coming in. But the fact that they got Samuel L. Jackson to destroy his own character, this destroyed Fury to me throughout everything. Because this is canon. There is no way you can separate this from the other movies or be like, oh, I'll just stop here. Because it's the same people doing it.
You can't take any scene with him serious going forward, and all of his scenes in the past are now damaged. Like that cat thing.
Like what?
That cat thing in Captain Marvel seems so tame now compared to all.
Oh yeah, no, seriously.
You know what I mean?
This is probably the most
level humiliation.
This would have to take the award for like most explicit retcon probably ever, because it's a character basically looking at the fucking camera saying, "This character you believe did X, I did it actually."
Yeah.
And don't you dare pretend anything else. And you're like, wow, okay.
Like I don't know. Like, how do you qualify like top tier character assassination? Like, but like, for me, Luke and Daenerys are still like my 1 and 2. Like, those are like that's where I look as like S tier. You just fucking shredded them. But there's got to be room for people like this where he's still alive, but you completely ruined his character, every aspect of it, everything I thought was Nick Fury, from his eye to his history to his accomplishments, isn't true. It's
the thing that I find interesting in terms of you pointing out those examples is in this case, it's like, dude, it feels like it was systematic, like it was almost like it was their goal.
It was their goal.
Destroy every facet of Nick Fury, every facet, his history, his motivations. His traits,
personal life,
his place in this world, everything.
They didn't miss
this so quickly.
Yeah,
it's really spiteful too, right? Like you were a shitty desk jockey, warmer, idiot, loser, shield agent until I came into your life. It's like,
wow. Abandoned his wife. Throw that in there too. He abandoned his wife and the Skrulls.
Failed everybody. Couldn't get anything right.
a list of things you could fuck up as a man, and they just fucking like, how do we incorporate every one of these into the story?
What you go after if it's Nick Fury and you want to do the hardest, like, cruelest job ever is you make him a shit spy, and that's what they've done. They've retconned all of his spy antics as just crap that he got everyone else to do. If anything, he's just a manipulator now. And it's especially weird when they have that line where he highlights the weirdness of dating someone under his command, and then she's like, "It's okay though," and he's like, "Oh, okay." It's like that too. It's like, what are we doing?
Invent a wife and make him a bad husband. Like, it takes 5 seconds for them to do these things.
Well, yeah, you invent
it was the other way.
You invent a wife to which he was a bad husband. It's incredible.
Well, I think in the writer's room, when they were thinking of all the ways to tear him down, one of the guys said, "Oh yeah, and we'll make him a bad husband too." And then I was like, "Wait,
yeah, like
they had it
on
we gotta give him a wife. Yeah, write him a wife so he could be a shitty husband."
They had it up on a whiteboard, right? And it's like Nick Fury, why he sucks, and then just putting all of these new dot points down.
They put more thought and passion into that than anything in the show. Like, it was clearly a goal. Like, how many? This is episode 3 or something, right? I'm losing track at this point.
It's hard not to feel like it was a goal when it's this systematic.
I think it's, especially going through it slowly. Like, that was my thoughts watching it by myself. But going through it now, breaking it down, how could, like, I feel like we can prove it. Like, there's gonna be more references.
I guess the thing is, it's so awkward because it seems like what happens a lot of the time is they're like, yeah, we're gonna knock him down, but we're gonna build him back up, and then they forget about that second part.
Exactly. Like, what do you? Not to skip ahead, but the fucking gear up scene. I love my gear up scenes. Like, you like, I don't need a lot of context to appreciate a gear up scene, but that was, I feel nothing. I feel like, grab your coat, grab your gun, you're still a bum.
It was like a parody.
You're still a bum, yeah.
Each thing was in a separate box.
I'll put on my boots to kick puppies with. I'll get my gun to shoot my wife.
Played the music as well. They played the theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, the music you said they were playing. That's the one time I actually do remember it. I was looking at that clip again.
They were real proud of themselves, I think.
For anyone wondering, there's no clapback. There's nothing from Fury. He just said, eventually Talos says, "Why are we stopped?" And he says, "'Cause we're here, to get Bob, to get the guy who's launching a nuclear attack, unless you want to hurl more abuse at me." Which is so fucking pathetic on Fury's part.
Confirms it. Yeah, confirms all of it. There's no reply whatsoever. He doesn't give us any room for another interpretation. He shuts his mouth like a good little boy, and every single from the mother, Maria's mother, to his wife, to Talos, to every situation where he can at least have some type of backbone, he's just a bitch crying on a bench.
Dude, it's like it's kind of like in Quantumania when Scott points out that he saved the world and everybody just starts shitting on him and he just takes it. It's like,
what have you done lately, you fuck? You saved the world.
I mean, the thing is that he understated it. He saved the universe. He didn't just save the world. He saved the universe.
Frustrating. They just shit on him for no reason, as if they've done something special, and he doesn't defend himself. That's the worst part. They never defend themselves.
They never defend themselves.
Dr. Strange is like, "Oh, you always have to have it your way," or whatever the fuck that line was, and he just never defends himself or explains his thought process throughout the entire movie. They're always just these, like...
He tells Wanda that she's justifiably angry, which is wrong.
Oh my God.
And then she claps back with a completely non sequitur response, and he just takes it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It begs the question with this, what did he mean by "I've been cleaning up your mess for all the decades" then? Because it sounded like he's just lied, and that's something that never happened.
Yeah.
He should have had a rebuttal.
Dude, it's clearly there to just set up Talos. That's the only purpose for the line. Give him a lead in. Because it would be unhinged if Talos just started ranting about how important he is to Fury's reputation,
It would be unhinged for Fury to just go, "I've been cleaning up your messes for 20 years," and Talos is like, "When?" Like, what?
What's the thing? He shuts the fuck up once he gives his rant. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was actually entirely wrong and an asshole, I guess. Bye." It's like,
shutting the fuck up. Him shutting the fuck up is 10 times worse because of that opening line. That opening line implies that he has at least a side of the story they can add. Like, give us another, like, a version of the events. But he just, it's crazy. Why open with that? It's just a complete lazy setup to lead to it. Just empty. Like the chicken cornbread stupid trail scene. It's like a really a lazy long 4-hour setup for something that was just like vapid in the first place, I don't know why they do this.
Didn't Fury have a wife in Winter Soldier? Whether or not there was any reference to a wife in any of the previous stuff, like this woman and where they are and stuff, it's all invented for the show.
There was never a point in the Winter Soldier where they were writing it like, and see, she's a Skrull.
The most important part being, of course, that he's a shit husband. That was never,
Yeah.
like, in the deal. That was never a part of it. They just
All in
decided, yeah, that's what's gonna be. That's the thing.
That's why Samuel L. Jackson charges so much, because they know what the kind of shit they're gonna put his character through.
Yeah, and he's just, at this point, waiting to see
Wow, and
how much
he
they'll
was
pay.
executive producer on this too, I think. So
Oh well.
A piece
He
of the
did well, right?
pie.
Maybe when he said he was like relieved to die, he just meant this role. It's like, I'm fed up of being Fury. I just want to be something else.
This is the thing. I think he likes Mace Windu and Nick Fury. I remember hearing a quote saying, like, fuck all those other movies. He just wants to have fun playing those roles. I think he actually likes this character. Why wouldn't he?
I think he
Why would he
I think
not?
he basically just broadly likes doing roles, regardless of whether they're in like more dramatic roles for, I guess you could say, more serious movies, and doing these ones too.
You'd think
see why wouldn't
he would
like
hang
this
on to
character.
something of Fury's character, though. Like, you'd be
Yeah.
like,
You'd think so,
He's
that he
not.
would have told
That's
him,
the
like,
one.
you got to wonder, right? If the actors are on set, like, no, they wouldn't do that. You know?
Yeah.
And what they get told.
This is
But at
why
least not be
I
actively
will,
destroyed. Like someone you've played
Yeah.
for like over a decade.
yeah,
will
and it's not like
always
he's
appreciate-
it's not like he's dementia ridden or anything. He's still very coherent.
I will always appreciate Mark Hamill and even Tamora Morrison, like the few people that actually speak out and like remember the Boba Fett quotes from a while back saying how like he shouldn't be talking this much and like they're
If only that you'd brought it up when filming instead of.
I know.
Now
You would think they'd have-
afterwards when he knew it was shit, he was speaking out, but
That was just sad because that's another case of like you can tell he liked the character and he was passionate to do something with it, but they don't care. He wasn't even in Mandal season 3 when he thought he was gonna be. Sad.
Never got the call.
Yeah, and I remember being happy to see him in Kenobi as the broken down clone trooper. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like just there's a lot of potential for what that character is and the role he's had in the story, and they don't see it that way. I guess I don't know.
So, Talos pretends to be the guy they're trying to get to, who's obviously like owns all this stuff and is trying to get in, which I thought was interesting because the Skrulls, being Gravik, would be aware that there's an attempt to subvert this. Remember, it's partly a test as well on the part of Fury and Talos. So that these guys should be aware, because these are Skrulls as well, by the way, this security detail. They should be aware that someone might try and get in who's a Skrull, who's evil. Like.
Yep.
But nope.
They should be aware of the notion of Skrulls that would try to, because, I mean, the reality is, right, if 1 million Skrulls are on Earth, there aren't 1 million Skrulls in that compound. So there's got to be some out there that might get recruited to help Talos.
I didn't realize these guards were Skrulls.
Yeah, once they're dead,
when they get shot,
go
they go
green.
to
Yeah.
and they go green. Yeah. Oh, this scene here, this part's stupid.
He's walking up as his cover to this random guard. The guard says, "Sir, I just spoke with you." Like the implication being, you're supposed to be inside the house, not in front of me. How did this happen? And so Talos switches into his regular mode and then attacks him.
Why did you just attack straight away if you're gonna? Why would you take the time to do this?
What's even funnier?
Just trying to be cheeky.
No, the point is because nanotech helmets rags, but shapeshifters.
Yeah, because he should still be in this role, because as soon as he knocks out the guard, if anyone was to come here, because he says my cover's blown, it's like, no, it's not. All you have to say is, this guard, he's been knocked out. What's going on? Or you can say he attacked me.
Yep.
Anything. You still got cover, but he just says, nah, my cover's blown now. It's like, oh, okay. I guess so. Fine. If Fury just kills 3 guards, they're all Skrulls. We see Talos note the son is playing, I don't know what game it is, but he's playing a game. And so they ignore him. And then on the receiver, Talos is like, oh, you gotta come up to this particular room. I've got him, he's in here. Like, oh, he's captured. But the big giveaway is he calls him Nick. Because nobody calls him Nick.
That's right.
Nobody, not know how.
Yeah. We double checked. That's true.
We double checked.
How do they fuck that up?
And so Nick brings in the guy's son, and then there's a sort of standoff, I guess. But I thought this was interesting. As much as I totally understand a father giving up the position for a son and everything, wouldn't he think, like, if I give up my leverage, they might just kill us both? Does that ever come into mind?
No, because remember, Talos is a weakling.
Well, Fury's there, though.
Yeah.
But he knows they still need him for the missile.
Yeah, but like after that, or whatever, you know?
After that thing.
It just, to me, if I were him, I'd be like, yeah, you've got my son, but you're just going to kill us both if I let Talos go anyway. And then
Yeah,
Fury could be like, I haven't got time, but something like that. Somebody just gives him up straight away, and I was just like, I don't know. I feel like you've really lost now because they've got full control. Anyway, this situation's gonna get real bad soon. This big old missile's gonna cause World War III.
Could I just ask why they don't phone the plane and tell it to turn around?
I was about to say the exact same thing. Why did they just turn the plane around? What the hell is this?
Well, don't you understand that you can't phone a plane? They're too far in the sky.
It doesn't have a cell signal.
Idiot.
It's too high up.
Yeah, planes are moving too fast.
The whole time, I was like, why? We're just worrying about this other part. And just call the fucking plane. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, you're just nitpicking.
That's why, yeah.
Planes have phones. Like,
airplane mode.
It's funny too because the writers are struggling here in terms of plot holes because you have Fury just goes, why can't you just turn into that guy and call it off? And then he's like, because I'd need a code word. And you just sort of say that, like, do you know this? What do you know about what is whatever information you have? And then it's like, shouldn't you really wouldn't Olivia Colman be the one to call now? Like, you have him.
She would be the one to call.
And you're like, listen, they're about to... She should be invested in this anyway, but she's not. But now you'd be like, listen, we're in the room with him. And, I mean, can you pull any strings? We're about to enter World War III. I feel like this is worthwhile in terms of a call. I don't know. Yeah, and then, so Fury says, like, we haven't got time for this and shoots him in the leg. That's nice to see, as long as he didn't shoot him in something super vital in the leg. Be careful, aim for the foot, that sort of stuff.
That's true. The biggest blood vessels in your body are in your leg there, and your upper thigh, so be careful.
I'm now thinking about in Family Guy when they tried to get out of the military and then they tried to shoot each other in the foot. But then Brian missed. And so Stewie is just like, oh, you got me. Oh, let me see.
Yeah.
No, you got me. Let me see.
So, Fury looks like he's going unhinged to Talos, who takes the gun off him, and he's like, no, we want you to do this. We'll get the information out of him. And Fury is like, you're not... This is obviously a payoff for the whole you're a pussy thing. you do too much mercy. I thought, I think we were talking about this when we were watching it, like, the sun's going to come into this, right? Like Talos is going to crack and he's going to use the sun. He's going to put the gun to the sun's head, and he's like...
Yeah, why would they show the sun in there with the Fortnite or whatever he's playing?
And then, of course, the subversion could be that he really tries, he can't do it, and then Fury does it, and Talos has to realize, like, holy fuck, this is how we have to go to save the world, like, this is right. Some other thing like that, he might be right that. But no, instead, the guy, like, is taunting Talos... When we're literally on a countdown, by the way, it's like seconds away from... You can see in the screen in the background. Can you see that? Like on the left, it's basically over. It's already in range. Like, but they're just like, he's like doing like a you're a shitty leader. Did you know that? It's just like, what the fuck are we doing? And
all of this, no one's asking him questions or like hurting him or anything. Everyone's just sitting there. And Fury's kind of like, are you going to do anything? Tell us at any point.
Yeah, Fury looks like he's pouting.
No sense. Yeah.
Like he's just like, and sitting in his little chair when it's the end of the fucking world, man.
You'd go and get his son and bring him back in the room.
Yeah.
So the guy says, traitors are why we've been in exile for 30 years. Is your daughter a traitor too? And so Talos executes him. Which is really fucking stupid.
I mean, incredibly stupid, because they don't have a guarantee yet for what they need, but you've just killed somebody who might be your last hope for that.
And it's like, reasoning like, well, I don't want him to give away my daughter, and it's like, even if you can kill him afterwards.
Can you do that right now?
Yeah,
exactly,
he can't fucking tell anybody.
But again, isn't that just fascinating about Talos? It's like, when it comes to saving the world, I can't cross that line. But when it comes to saying things that upset me...
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
He's so principled all the time. But you say Gaia, and then he'll pop you in the chest. Like,
and that's what I mean. Like, it seems weird that the show would essentially, like, kind of, it would get close to going to the ideas again. Something like 24, right? Where it's like, okay, well, what exactly are people willing to do potentially? To stop threats, to save the world, to protect lives. What are these trade-offs? Between essentially consequentialism or like just principled positions. But the show doesn't really want to deal with that at all.
No.
Well, if anything, this proves he'd rather save his daughter than 8 billion people.
It's
He
insane.
gets upset consistently more
just
so.
makes me
Yeah, when people
confused
say
for him.
things about his daughter than when people are actually like about to die. It's crazy.
What I liked about Talos was the idea of like one Skrull understanding that they have to do this like in a civil manner. Like this isn't their home. They have to. There's got to be another way. They can't do the path of war. But then he does shit like this, where I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like this is
It's like,
just
yeah, but
like,
he taunted me. It's like,
he
okay.
I'm saying, like, you can't have that type of conviction.
daughter.
Like, you can't have that fucking stance and then just snap and shoot this guy when you need the
Well,
information to save lives.
And then it gets
Like, right
even
now,
crazier
it's
because I
crazy.
think this has been written in real time. This is how it looks to me. And it's like the writers were like, okay, so what would be the solution now? What would it be? And then Talos just rings Gaia and says, do you know what the password is?
That's,
Oh yeah,
Hey, Gaia.
which makes it pointless of killing that guy in the first place because he's essentially outed her himself.
It's there's a lot to it that's absolutely baffling. She doesn't know the code. What he's asking her to do is find the body of the man that they captured that's down in the basement, read his mind, get all of his memories, and then access the password. When it's like, that's not even necessarily going to work. We don't know when this password was created, and it's more than likely the password was created newly for Skrull. You know, he's a Skrull. They probably would want a passcode that's like not familiar to everyone else or to his past life or whatever.
Yeah, at least when you set off on a new mission, you'd have new passwords.
Yeah, so it's like, so this could have just completely, and then she has to beat up 2 Skrull guards, by the way, which could have gone completely wrong. And then she has to like be in the whole area with all of those pod people without getting captured. There's no alerts. She doesn't need keys. She doesn't need access codes herself to get into these things.
Health 100, the whole show.
And yeah, she does everything perfectly. And then there's this wonderful moment. You want to talk about it, Fringy? I'll just throw visuals.
Well, so the guy that they're trying to get the information from is in the little memory extracting machine, and so as for some reason she's not just like absorbing them directly from his mind in the way that was shown before, where you just like put your hand
would be
on their
faster
head
and
then
more
you get all of
efficient.
it,
Yes,
which would be way faster. She's like going through the machine, and as she's doing it, it's like flashing memories of him, the real guy, hanging out with his son, and then she like looks at him like, "Oh my god, you have a life." And it's just like, what the, like,
We don't have lives on Skrullos.
Like, what did she think was the case?
I believe this is supposed to give us reason for why she's going to be hardcore a good guy, and it's like,
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, she's realizing that humans are people too.
Oh my god, is she
They're people and they have lives, and it's like, are you kidding me? Are you serious? You know, like, come on.
In Captain Marvel, they had the same thing, but it was random. So this whole scene, I was thinking, how the hell is she going to find this one code flicking through someone's entire life? Because if that's how it works from that movie, right?
Yeah, that was dumb as fuck too. She wouldn't have stumbled on that randomly. That's not going to happen.
Fuck insane, even knowing how mentally you do that. How that's a thing you can just do.
You flick through
it's just embarrassing. And I think it's meant to be like, see, now she understands what she's doing is wrong, to which you just have to believe that she was an absolute idiot beforehand.
Yeah, so the girl's life she took, by the way, I guess had nothing going for her.
Well, yeah, like, because she would have taken that person's life and then stolen her memories. Did she not get any memories of her hanging out with her family or anything?
Nothing at
or, like,
all.
Working at, like, volunteer work at a homeless shelter? Like, how did it take her this long to realize that human beings are people?
It's insane. It's terrible, awful writing.
And the point that's being made here is she's on the hook for all of the. She's on the hook still. She doesn't get to escape.
It feels
culpability.
Going from this point onward, I think she's only got good deeds, and so I think they want us to believe like, yeah, but she's a different person now. She's learned. She's understood. This is going for. And it's like, fuck off. This is not good enough for her to realize that there's some guys out there who like their sons and have family moments.
There are people who have lives, as if that wasn't something that she could conclude.
That's
how would she not understand this? She's an adult, right?
Yes.
Like she's
been here for 30 years. How would she not notice like the concept
so
of father and son? Like it's and Captain Marvel said that they can't remember the memories of the scrolls that they take, and that was basically the test that they use in that movie. Now it's the complete opposite. So which rules are we even following? I have no idea how these things work.
It seems like essentially extract long-term memories, which again, she would have had the long-term memories of whoever she's impersonating and whose identity she's going to keep forever. Because I guess there's no ethical considerations as to whether you should still maintain those identities that you took from people without their permission. But
They said the exact opposite in Captain Marvel, and they want us they expect this to make sense now. Like, I don't even know how to follow it.
I guess the only thing you could say is 30 years of technology, but again, their technology was already pretty advanced. They were a spacefaring civilization. So you figure that they wouldn't have figured this out in the last 30 years when they have less resources and are stuck on Earth.
Had they figured that out within that span of time, that in itself could have been an interesting story. What kind of innovations they made on their own during that time. But it feels like they're just been sitting on their hands.
Well, I mean, we know what one of the innovations is. They've created a machine that can imbue you with the traits that are extracted from other like beings, essentially. And it's going to get worse from here, guys.
Oh, God.
Well, yeah, so he gets the code, he goes in and says it, it all works out, everything's fine. We came that close to blowing up a UN airship. I don't even know what it was, like, because I don't think they were that specific about. It's just a bunch of world leaders were on a plane that was about to be blown up by Britain. That was a thing that almost happened, but it got called off at the last second. There's only 3 Skrulls on that sub, or rather in the control of the sub or whatever. It's just like, how are there not everyone panicking at the fact that we almost launched a missile at that plane that would have caused World War III? This is insane. The same people, by the way, the British government know about Skrulls and that they're infiltrating members of the military to try and cause World War III.
Yeah,
Hello?
like at this point, you guys should be scrambling to verify who's who very quickly.
And then we have Olivia Colman is just like, hopefully you guys took care of that. I was busy.
They have the worst system on that sub because they need 2 keys to launch it. But the entire point of 2 keys is you need 2 people. And yet they're right next to each other. And so to the point where he tries to grab both of them and turn them himself.
Yeah.
Right at the end. And the other guy stares at him.
Which, by the way, how are they not screwed? How are they not going to get like pinned down and like held captive, you know? It's like you tried to defy the order. Like you can't. You're stuck here. You're not getting out of here.
Anyway, they're successful. Mission aborted, and Gaia's heading out of the facility, and she bumps into Gravik. Not even kidding. He didn't like track her down, and she's on a motorbike, and I guess there's only one road in and out, so she very cleverly used it instead of finding some other place to secretly get out. Now that she's like potentially exposed, and I don't know. I think this scene is supposed to be tense. She gets shot, and it's like, oh no.
Back. They're not going to kill her off in 3 episodes.
Well, no. She has to be dead because it can't be Extremis that'll save her because Extremis works straight away. If you shoot someone and it has Extremis, it makes like the searing sound and you can see all the lights and stuff.
And all
when
the
she gets
red
killed,
stuff poops out.
Yeah, she's clearly dead. He looks at her and he's like, oh, well, she's dead. Though I would have, if I were him, shot her 10 times in the face just to make sure. Hey, I'm not Grant.
I'm surprised. Not only would he confirm the kill, but he would take the body. Why would he want to leave?
Of course. Why would you just leave it out in the road? Then some other guy's going to drive out the next day and be like, what the hell? You've obstructed my path out of here.
Half an hour later. Like, literally, someone's going to pass by, like, what the fuck is that on the road?
It's so classic. It's like, can we have it so that she appears dead for a while? It's like, no, that's not how Extremis works. And they're like, can we do it anyway? And they're like, yeah. Okay.
I mean, we've already retconned the old movies, so whatever.
They spoiled this plot twist themselves. They released a trailer for the next episode where she's in it going, oh, well, that was quick. Maybe too quick. And you're like, what are you doing? It's your own plot twist.
They spoiled it with the trailer showing her in scenes that follow this episode that haven't been shown yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then there's just the reality of like, I don't trust you guys.
Well, the big one is
that you would do this.
She hasn't done enough to justify bringing her in yet.
To play a character in a show, and you kill her off after 3 episodes? No way. Though to be fair, I didn't realize what they were going to do with that character.
I had no idea they were going to do that.
Nobody did. Nobody did.
So Fury's GF is ordered, or wife, whatever, is ordered to. She goes to a deposit box to get a gun, and the reality is she's going to be told to kill Fury now. That's her command from Gravik. I never get over this because the whole show plays with this. They even point this out at one point. Why are you so bad at killing Fury when it's so easy? Everyone talks about how shit he is, and yet you never actually kill him when you finally get the chance. And like the implication is that Gravik doesn't want to kill him. And if you remember in episode 2, I think he said never give a man what he wants in relation to killing him. But then he orders his death with several assassins. It's like,
and then he says after this that he still needs him. It's like, I have no idea what you're doing, Gravik.
And then if you remember, Rhodey says either you kill Fury or we kill you. It's like, okay, so like, what's going on?
Why didn't Rhodey just kill him?
Why did anyone just kill him? He's a useless old man who wheezes on
Iron Man
benches.
suit? Like, oh god.
Oh, don't even get started on that. Jesus. Well, that's the end of episode 3.
All right, halfway there. Whoa,
6 hours
I
later.
don't fucking
Holy
care.
shit.
We're more than halfway, luckily.
Yeah.
You know.
But we've covered a lot of like episode 1 was like a double dip almost. I feel like we covered so many things.
Yeah, we had to establish a lot.
Yeah. Establishing grounds, yeah.
But with that one, we'll have to say goodbye to Disparu, who's probably trying to go to sleep at a reasonable time as well. Potentially.
Always attempting. I need to eat and everything. I was working on a video and I said, I might be a few hours late. And then a few hours later, I'm like, there's no way I'm finishing this video tonight.
Yeah.
So it was all but useless anyway.
Well,
it's nice to meet you. I'm the only first time meeting you here, so
yeah,
you like your
did
videos. Thank you, man.
Awesome stuff. But before you run off, tell everybody what you're up to. Have you been covering Secret Wars, Secret and Marvel? Oh,
yes, Marvel secret Marvel hidden
Secret Marvel.
Secret Marvel.
Yeah, I did the reviews for this. It were some of the worst. Like to actually get through, it was weird because it took me the shortest amount to record, and I still released them later because I kept just walking away from my computer. I couldn't focus. It was. At least the other reviews have been fun. This wasn't fun.
What do you think the reason is for that? Is it because you were quite invested in Nick Fury particularly?
I like Fury as a character. Yeah, and there's an element where something gets so bad it's actually entertaining. That was Willow. Willow was genuinely funny at times, but it was not taking itself seriously. This was like it's bad, but there's no kind of it was competently filmed and put together, but the script writing was trash, and it's using characters that I like, and it's just kind of hateful the entire way through.
I feel the exact same way, where it's just like She-Hulk was so ridiculous that you can actually poke fun of it. Same with like Boba Fett, but this reminds me of Kenobi, where I'm just kind of pissed off. You're just annoying me here with the choices that you're making, and it's such a waste of a concept and the acting and everything. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, and She-Hulk and Willow were trying to be comedies, so there was an element of like them trying to be funny and not being funny was funny in itself, kind of thing, and you could make jokes about it. There was no entertainment or humor to be found in this.
Yeah, this is supposed to be
when
drama.
They're like, you deserve that smoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think other than episode 6, I didn't really laugh at anything. But just nothing enjoyable, man. Really miserable show.
The finale where he's just screaming at him was the worst. I think I resorted to just like screaming back at the screen in the review.
And he's suddenly dying of...
I'm just like, proof he's a Skrull!
He's suddenly dying of lung cancer. Like, when was he fucking coughing up the entire... oh, God. So I just want to cover that since you're leaving. Yeah. I have no idea why they suddenly had him coughing up his lungs out of nowhere when that wasn't even really a part of the show.
There's so many things to do with that. I can't wait to talk about it. This show has plenty of surprises left.
Oh, yes, it does.
Cat listeners,
things beyond all comprehension.
As for Disparu, thank you so much for joining us, sir. It was always a pleasure whenever you do. And I'm sorry you had to suffer through Secret Invasion again. But hey,
it's a lot more entertaining going through it with people than it is on your own, and it's just you and that for hours. But yeah, it's always fun, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes,
you bet.
Catch you around.
Catch you later, dude.
Bye.
See you later.
Episode 4. If everybody is ready.
Yeah,
I am ready.
Please.
They give us like a set of flashbacks. Like, by the way, we didn't show you this, but she stole the personality of Science Lady. She then went to the machine to operate it fully and got herself the powers that Gravik currently has, including Extremis. I'm actually not sure if she got more, because we never see her use anything more than Extremis. But if you see on this...
If they use the same one, it should be the same ones he had, so she probably has group powers too.
On this screen, you can see Extremis, and then underneath it says Frost Beast, and underneath that, Cull Obsidian, so I assume she's got them all.
She got the same ones, we just never see it.
By the way, do you like how fucking childish this is? Extremis, power transfer, healing abilities 100, heat strength 100.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's like, shut
You
up.
figure that they might nerf it a little bit, right? So it's like it's not 100% effective. It's not exactly the same.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
no.
like the more we combine, the less powerful they are.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
they're only ever
It's like
going
a
to be
video
like
game.
a fraction of the original.
What I'm talking about is like
you were
the
trying-
complications of a scientific sort of addition to your genome being extremis. It would not be boiled down to healing abilities and heat strength.
Yeah, like what does that even mean? Healing abilities and heat strength 100%. What does that mean? As like a biological like fact, I suppose you could say.
It's like, well, we don't know what else to put on there, and it's like, I know. That's what I'm pointing out.
I know you don't. Yeah.
You just hope you won't read it.
Absolutely.
They don't. I think they don't want people to read it. Yeah.
EFAP is read is like this.
It's weird because they wrote it out. You know, it's all there.
Yeah, that is the scroll version of her, presumably, but I don't know if she ever actually got on the makeup.
I don't think so. But why would she instantly turn back into someone who isn't her?
They do it quick, too.
Nanotech helmets of shapeshifters.
They do not want her being a scroll.
No.
It really feels like they're showing her off, right? It's like, look, it's Amelia Clark. Look, look, look. And it's like, you have loads of famous people.
But, like, why did you get her for this role, then, if you wanted to do that? Why would you get her for a role that would be the least appropriate to have the same person playing the character?
Don't know.
None of it's thought out.
So, we begin the episode with a good old flashback to just post-Avengers time. It's just after it.
Yeah.
And if there's anything I can trust, it's a flashback.
Yeah. Every time these start up, you're like, oh boy, what are we destroying this time?
Yep. What lies are you preparing to tell me? Trying to gaslight me.
She just says, as I saw them all saving the world, I had a feeling someone had something to do with it. Someone getting them together. And if he's the man I think he has a powerful sense of righteousness. He understands the universe is dangerous, and home is worth fighting for, and that the weak are worth protecting. It's like clockwork every fucking time. All the horrible dialogue that just tells you explicitly what everyone's feeling, whether or not it makes any sense at all. And the whole point of this writing thing is to hide that element. You're supposed to make us, like, not notice just what you think about whatever.
Well, you're meant to make us buy into this as like a real exchange between people.
Yeah.
Create the illusion, but they just can't do that. They just tell you straight up what their thoughts are. Just need to update you as fast as possible. No elegance to it.
And she says she's reading some Raymond Carver, and some of his poems are 3 or 4 lines. And then Fury is like, oh, do you have a favorite? And she says, Late Fragment. And he says, well, how's it go? And then she says, actually, it's a conversation. Which is a really weird line.
It's weird.
Because that's not correcting him on anything. He just said, how does it go?
How does it go? Oh, no. Actually, it's a conversation. Conversations don't go.
Yeah.
Well, I can believe how someone in the MCU might not think that conversations, like, go.
What's funny to me is that could be how it was written, and they just, shit at writing. Shocking revelation. Or it could be what makes me feel like it is, which this scene was maybe like 3 times as long, and it got chopped to shit. Like, who knows? But either way, it doesn't feel genuine. It just feels like I'm sitting there like, get to the point. What's it going to be?
Yeah, tell me what the thing is.
I said out loud, I'm like, man, this is going to take forever, isn't it? Like, I would have rather it just be a poem. But
yeah, and this better be if you're going to read me poetry, it better be a fucking banger.
Yeah.
Well, and all that's said is she says the one thing she wants in life is to call herself beloved and to feel herself beloved. And it's like, okay.
That was all that build up for that, like all this hype.
That's not half of how interesting as you think it is.
Yeah. I thought they had a banger, but no.
It's kind of worth noting we're already like a fifth of the way through.
Oh, thank God.
They get short.
They get real short. Which is good. So Rhodey's threatening her. He's like, hey, you're supposed to be working for Gravik, you fuck.
Fuck.
She says Fury was fired, by the way, and then Rhodey says how, which was confusing for a second, because I was like, you fired him, didn't you? But the point is he's supposed to be sort of figuring out what she knows. And she said President Ritson must have done it. And he says, no, I did it. Ritson doesn't do anything unless I tell him to. And
He's the president. I don't believe you.
I was just like, why? When did this happen, that the president only had one advisor and he did everything he said? When was that a thing?
Since when was Rhodey Grima Wormtongue?
Yeah.
Seriously. That's another thing they invented. Like, I don't know.
And again, it's just like you get pulled out.
Scrolls do not exist, my lord.
You get yanked out every once in a while because, like, Rhodey's just telling us that's how it is. And that's the writer telling us how it is. It's like, we have all that under control because I decided this character does this. And you're like, alright, fine. The same as everything else, I guess. And yeah, he says, kill Fury or we kill you. And it turns out Fury is eavesdropping on the whole thing. I don't, like, because we do find out this is not something she knew. I guess he bugged her. And so this should be pretty, like, shocking to discover, I'd imagine. That he now knows that his wife is going to try and kill him under orders from Gravik. You know, that sucks. He doesn't really care, though. He just slouches in his seat.
Yeah,
Oh, and by the way, it's been a while since we've had one of these, but she's another character to do it. So she says, she mentioned something about him being shit. I'm trying to find it.
He's so shit, don't worry about him. We don't even need to kill him. He's trash now. He's vagrant.
Yeah, she says...
You're very bad.
It's almost worse than that. She says the old Fury, the one with power, the one with ability, the one who was indispensable to us, he's gone. The new one will be dead from exhaustion and defeat soon enough.
That was the one, yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
Would you add that with all the other lines?
Yeah, it's like, is this a fetish?
The thing about it is, someone would try to argue, is like, don't you get it? She's saying that because she's trying to convince him not to kill him. It's like, well, then why is it the same as what everyone says about Fury in this fucking show? Like, everybody. The villains, the heroes, all of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, and there was
guy at a bar.
There was a really awful line that was clearly posing as a cool line from Rhodey. I don't know if you guys remember, but this is the shot you get for it. And he says, if you keep telling me what you're not gonna do, I'm gonna show you what I am gonna do.
Good shit line.
That is
the clunkiest motherfucking line.
Like, why don't you?
We need to refine that a lot.
Yeah.
That needs so much help.
Again.
It actually feels like if there was a road equivalent of that, it would just be going up, down, left, right, like it would break dimensions.
Yeah, you have this general concept of the exchange you want in your head, and then as a writer, you think, oh, how can I refine this and polish this and make it short and quippy? You know, I like, never mind, whatever. Next, whatever. How come he didn't say, either you show me what you can do, or I'll show you what I can do, or something like that?
It's already cleaner. Like,
it's quicker.
If you don't act, I will. Boom.
Oh god, we're getting small. Turns out the quicker and smaller the line, likely the better it is. Like that's just
exactly
often how it goes.
I feel like Don Cheadle could have improv that better than whatever it was on the spot, but he's stuck with his stupid line.
It is very bad.
It's all variations of like you choose or we will. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, either you do it or we'll do it.
So simple. And yet, what did they end up with? If you keep telling me what you're not gonna do, I'm gonna show you what I am gonna do.
How did they get?
How did you get it that long? What the fuck?
That's like the intoxicated version of that line. You show me what you're gonna do, and I'm gonna show you what I can be doing. If you,
yeah, that line.
Oh god, are we in a church?
Leaving a bar, but not like in this scene.
How'd we get in here?
So, before leaving for the next mission. Gravik says, remember, we want them to think that we're the Russians, so make it loud and big like Russians would.
What?
Russians love it big and loud.
It's so funny.
You know those Russians.
You know the Russians, man. That's how we'll convince everyone.
Only Russian.
Well, it's the opposite, right?
There's got to be some Russian MCU fan that's just like, fuck, has to roll his eyes.
Yeah, definitely.
He's like, they do know me, yes.
Remember, no English.
I do love big and loud, yes.
No scroll.
No scroll.
Why is that?
Remember, guys, if you get shot and die, don't turn into a scroll.
Don't turn into a scroll.
Hold it in as you go to the other side.
Yeah, it's like clenching your butt cheeks so you don't like turn back into a scroll or whatever. Like, sir, what if one of us gets injured or killed? We're just gonna be scrolls.
It's like, no.
Oh, damn, you're right.
We'll shoot you up so bad you'll just be piles of flesh. It'll be fine. No one will tell.
No sense at all.
So we get our father-daughter scene. It's great. He says, I shouldn't have forced you into this. And then she says, I don't need a...
Go ahead. Scrolls, by the way. before we continue.
Oh yeah,
This
they're
is
both Skrulls.
in person. If they both got to appear as Skrulls, wouldn't that be like meaningful to them?
Yeah, because not
Maybe
only are
that
they
will
not
appear as
Skrulls,
random humans.
they're not even.
Well,
They
it's just-
keep choosing these humans though.
Just these specific random humans whose identities you've co-opted instead of like, oh, I haven't seen you like as like a Skrull in, I don't know, like 20 years or something. Wouldn't that be meaningful? But they don't want to do the makeup, I guess.
But yeah, of course, him saying I shouldn't have forced you into this is really bizarre because she's made many choices at this point that are really fucked up. And
It's out of her hands.
But I guess you can give it room for that he's her dad. You know, maybe that's something he would say, which is kind of annoying. But then she's doing the thing, and it's so sad to see it because at this point it's all you get. She's like, I don't need a sorry for what I did of my own free will.
Boring.
It's the
boring.
Emilia Clarke plank delivery. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to call it at this point.
This is strong female writing.
Was strong female acting too.
Yeah.
Like she wants to be stone-faced. But it makes it so that she's like no emotion. And we've seen it with Sarah Connor with that was it Kira from Solo?
I can't remember.
Kira, I think, I think her name was Kira.
And then Daenerys, it's not like that started becoming a problem the more the show went on. It was just like Daenerys does the same thing every fucking time.
Yep.
She glares at people and says, I don't think you should overstep your place. Just like, you're like, yeah, I got it.
They keep forcing her to play this character. It's like this blueprint they tapped into, and I would like to know what this woman could do other than Daenerys Targaryen over and over and over again. Because I think she could do other things, but it's an annoying typecast.
See, like, look at her eyebrows. She's capable of more.
She can
look
do
at the
more.
move.
Fuck.
They don't let her, because they got one job they wanted to do.
Too busy being strong. Like, fucking hell.
But
What was
anyway,
that? Yes, eyebrows. That's the shot right there.
Then she starts saying stupid shit. She says, have you got a plan to get the Skrulls home? Because Gravik has a plan, and he's implementing it, and it works.
It works.
Blowing up the planet works.
Blowing up all of Earth works.
It turns out you can just blow up the planet.
Killing billions of people, destroying all of the planet's infrastructure. That plan works for you, does it?
It's so insane. It's like, do the writers know what she just said? That his plan works?
His plan works? Come
Maybe
on.
she's
what the
sad
hell?
that it works and is effective?
But like,
She's saying that like you need to come up with a plan that works because his does not work.
His doesn't work.
Referencing.
So
not only does it not work in terms of what you want to achieve, it's deeply immoral.
Yeah, and something that they've now declared that she would be very much against. You don't want to kill people who might have families like humans.
Yeah. Didn't she just have a change of heart when she realized fathers have sons?
Well, but that's the point of this scene, is to point out that Talos, whatever, he's not done a good enough job in response to Gravik. He doesn't offer a better solution. When his solution was try and live among the humans and don't fucking murder the children.
Exactly.
Decent solution.
The idea
he's delusional, Friggy, delusional.
Apparently, the idea that a large number of Skrulls find that uncompelling compared to nuking the planet. Like, come on.
Shape-shift.
What do you want people to think about the Skrulls? What do you want people to think?
Yeah, because
get
you showed us that she snapped out of the evil Skrull crew by seeing a normal person doing normal things. It's like, do they all need that moment? Do they all need to see humans play with children?
To recognize that human beings are like them and that they have lives and care about people.
I guess they don't have TV.
Their lives and lead them.
Yeah, these guys are living in a box. I just don't understand. They're not exposed.
Well, yeah, like what does it look like when they watch a sitcom? You know, they're like, these foolish humans don't care about anything.
They didn't explore anything. They were too busy having Gravik on the fucking screen. Where I'm kind of curious as to what those Skrulls' thought process was. Why they believe in this guy? Like, there's a story there. They just skipped it. They skip everything.
He says, we have to deal with reality. We have to rely on the goodwill of our hosts. They're going to see us for who we are. And I think he says, like, good people or whatever. And she says, you're delusional. That's not who we are, and it's not who I've become.
Boring.
Yep, absolutely fucking shit. She's doing the I'm evil thing, but obviously she won't be, because she's just sad and confused, but also doing her I'm a mean old Mr. Fish and Chips person.
I don't know, she seems really old. Like, this doesn't...
She should be, what, like in her 40s?
Yeah, like, you shouldn't be, like, discovering your own, like, basic foundational morality and stuff at this
because the character that she's playing was a kid in the 90s, so she's like, got to be in her, like, 40s at this point, right?
At least, minimum.
Thereabouts.
I have no idea, but probably, yeah. Well, she's got
So,
a lot to learn about humans.
How hard is it to figure this out? You know, like it's like how is it only at like 40 that you start to realize, oh, people lead lives and value them?
And then how do you figure that out in your big epiphany and then say this line in the next scene? Like, make up your mind. I don't know what she wants.
That's not who I've become. It's like, what are you talking? What are you saying? You're like an evil? What are you doing? What's happening? Why would you say that to your dad? What?
I guess it's because she hasn't completed her arc yet of realizing that maybe he has a point, that you need to like actually prove to people that you're good.
Maybe he has a point. Maybe you shouldn't kill children. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess so. So then we get this scene. The wife is coming back home and she realizes the ring has not been picked up, even though Fury is here. And remember when we were watching this, I was like, so Fury's a Skrull. This isn't actually Fury. Because he's already gone over all of this, that he's supposed to pick up the ring. And then she tells him and he's like, oh, must have forgotten. It's like, he's a Skrull. He's got to be a Skrull. He's not.
Skrull.
That's not the point of this scene. We don't even think that's a possibility.
Just kill him because I'd be embarrassed to be in the same room with him.
At this point, yes. But there's no thought of that. There never is. We randomly... Nope. Remember the two that just had that conversation? One of them could be an enemy Skrull. They don't even know.
Not... Well, yeah, exactly. Like, because again, this isn't... that's not your daughter. That's some other woman. Like, that's not... You know, you don't know that. The only way that a Skrull would know is presumably Skrulls can't impersonate other Skrulls. I guess that's like some limit on them.
But why?
I don't know why that would be the case.
If
you can assimilate entirely foreign, like, alien beings, presumably you'd be able to impersonate people that are, like, very similar to you anatomically.
Yeah, how would you be able to evolve that characteristic if you couldn't use it on your own?
So the reality is, it might be a problem with the Skrulls is that they can't even recognize themselves, but, like, these identities are not... They're not you. Like, the show doesn't seem to understand that. It occasionally does, but it's like, these aren't them. They're different people.
They never addressed that.
Nope. They're not. Well, they can't even do tier 1, which is just, you might be a Skrull now that I haven't seen you for a day.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even do that, so yeah. Fury and her have a serious little chat. He says that, of all my mistakes in my life, you're the greatest. I lost all my reason to be your husband, ignored every signal that screamed stop. And even now, as I know you plan to kill me with your pistol, I don't know that I would change a thing if I did it over again. And I don't...
So, Fury's just consigning himself to die here?
Seemingly. And so then, you finally find out the story of her face.
Oh,
he says,
God. This is...
This is pretty bad. So,
go ahead.
She had a friend who had a heart defect, and she kept it a secret from her family, the friend. And then this Skrull here would visit that person every day, and at some point had to acknowledge that, I can't believe him. I was about to say this straight up as if, like, you guys don't need a warning, everyone. This is about to get really weird. As is the same with all of this lady's dialogue in this fucking show. She says, at some point, I had to acknowledge that I needed a face that could slip your defenses. She says that to Fury.
I needed a black face?
I don't know what she means by that exactly.
No idea.
But the implication I'm getting is that she needed to find someone that she believed could seduce, I knew you said Fringy. Fury.
Seduce Fringy.
So,
Fringy, you like it?
Don't you think that's, like, really fucking weird to tell your husband of potential decades? Like, I was looking for the face you see now because I wanted to, like, trick you into marrying me. I needed that to happen. You're just like, oh. Okay.
That's a very, like, that's a really strange thing to admit to. And it's not even, it keeps going.
Oh yeah, this isn't even...
disturbing. It gets more disturbing than this.
Well, so the first, like, what do you say back to that? It's like, you could choose millions of things. Nick says, playing the long game on me, huh?
As opposed
like, wow,
to,
you took that well.
Wow.
Yes, okay.
She's like, oh,
he wasn't paying attention.
Oh, you took that well. Moving on then.
And to that, he says, she says, don't do that, Nick. It's like, what? He had a very chill reaction to that fucking information, but fine, yeah. She said to the lady in the hospital, do you want to fall in love? And the lady in the hospital, of course, said, how? And then the Skrull said, oh, let me tell you about Nick Fury. Now, the implication we're supposed to buy is that she explains, I'm going to take your appearance and I'm going to go date Nick Fury. Somehow, this translates into, do you want to fall in love?
I need your face to seduce him.
Actually, like, what in the fuck?
There's a complete disconnect there, but continue.
If it's not bad enough, she says, you can only take my whole life with 3 conditions. Condition 1, bury me at sea. Like, as ashes, toss them at sea.
Okay.
Like, sure, fine, I guess, yeah. And then condition 2 was be a daughter to her parents.
It's like, oh.
Yeah.
What the? That immediately that's the one. Like, what?
Yeah, that's the one that's really fucked up. It's like, so don't let her parents know she died, and instead assume her identity and pretend everything's fine.
But wasn't this person in the hospital, like, dying?
Yeah, but she kept it a
Like,
secret, apparently. No one knew, which I don't buy at all, but okay.
Don't buy it all.
Well, because then officially she has to get rid of the body, replace her, and then recover from this dilapidating fatal injury, or whatever it was.
Well, and whenever they try to draw blood, it turns purple.
Yeah, no, see, none of this makes any fucking sense. What actually happened is she probably killed that woman and took her appearance. That makes way more sense. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, she's lying.
But it's just like, that's creepy.
Well, and last condition, this is the final part of it. This is a condition from the woman who's dying in the hospital. The third condition is, don't hurt Nick Fury.
All of this is just like
that doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
Bizarre, nonsensical, and weird.
Didn't she just tell this woman about Nick Fury?
Yes, she literally just mentioned him, and now she's like, never hurt him. It's like, why is that your condition?
Why would she?
This guy sounds nice. Promise to never hurt him.
And why would she extract any value? Like, yes, I will be loved after I'm dead by somebody who isn't me, but stole my identity. Well, didn't steal it, I guess, if you gave it to her, but you know.
The implication is that nobody shoots each other in the scene. 1, because Fury loves her, and 2, because she promised she wouldn't hurt Fury to this dying person who didn't even know who Fury was, that she stole the life of.
Mm-hmm.
What in the fuck?
Bizarre.
Why should we take any of this as sweet or romantic? It's just horrible. All of it's horrible.
It's not romantic. It's creepy. It really is creepy.
She just explained that she planned to fall in love with Fury.
Yep. So Fury should be feeling very betrayed. Not like, yes, we are kindred spirits. It's like, no, you deceived me. Like,
you are a bastard.
Yeah, that's just gross.
And the thing is that in a better show, it could be recognized as like, oh my god, that's terrifying. But like the show doesn't.
It's not smart enough to know that that's
terrifying. The show doesn't know what's happening.
I think it's chill.
They don't even realize
like, yeah, no, it's pretty chill.
They think that was sweet. They think that was sweet and like this is a meaningful conversation. But I was just like, what? That you're living her life for her now? Like you're not gonna elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, the idea of like getting a shape-shifting alien to pretend to your parents that you didn't die.
Yeah. How long? What's the deal here? Like that's pretty twisted.
What? That's so strange. Like,
how many people are manipulating her family, Fury? Like everyone she's ever known. It's just you can't skip over those things for people who have a brain and just want us to go back to this stupid conversation.
No,
I couldn't pay attention to anything else they said after that. I was just like, yeah, this that's messed up.
Like I said, it's all horrendous and horrible, and we only just met this lady like fucking half an hour ago. Like,
oh yeah, because something that happens is that before they do the simultaneous shoot at each other, they do a callback to the poem that was introduced 10 minutes earlier in the episode.
What a meaningful callback!
Like,
wow.
Oh yeah, that's an amazing
so
callback.
Meaningful.
That is for something that was set up 10 minutes ago in the episode. That's not how callbacks work. You get
pretty
set it
meaningful
up
for
10
them,
minutes
though.
beforehand.
They think because
sure
it's a flashback, that's enough. There's enough.
That counts. Exactly.
That
well, they said it to each other in 2012. That's when they said it.
It's technically like years ago.
It was ages ago.
Technically, yeah, that's so long ago. We've been building this up for that long. That's what that means.
And
That's the opposite of what you want to achieve with a setup.
As Freeze just mentioned, they both very deliberately pull up their pistols and shoot, and both deliberately just miss each other.
See, because they're kindred spirits.
Because
it's pretty like, a moment of wow. If either of you thought the other was actually going to do it, that would have been awkward. Like, because the other one like aims properly.
one of them misses and one of them shoots. It's like, oh shit.
What if one of them missed on purpose and the other one was trying to hit but like missed accidentally? And
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nick Fury's probably got pretty bad depth perception, right? Like he only has one working eye.
Look at this. Does this not look like the? I mean, Fury's. I think
It
looks like it'll miss. His doesn't.
Right. No, wait. Why? But why do this? Oh, look, they shoot exactly at the same time too, the same millisecond.
Like
I can look like she's missing, by the way.
Yeah, I can buy Fury's misses. I don't buy that hers missed.
No.
Yeah, she's pointing right at him.
It's yeah.
They're pointing right at him.
Yeah.
He did. He died.
Which, by the way, this wouldn't have been hard to film. Just have her not fucking aim at him.
That would have been a really awkward end to Nick Fury, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But he would have been happy.
Why do scenes like this? You're not gonna have any suspense with your audience. Like we know, like what's the point?
Well, you're not gonna kill Nick Fury in the middle of episode 4. What's the point of even pretending that might happen?
Well, I mean, he's in all the trailers for the Marvels, so it'd be kind of weird.
Yeah.
The ultimate one is the Chewie in Solo. They're gonna die. Like, why the fuck would you even do that when we know they're alive for like 40 years?
Oh, I was thinking of I was thinking of in the Rise of Skywalker.
Which one?
Ray blew up Chewie. But he
my god, yeah, that one.
He wasn't
that
on
was
the yeah, he wasn't on it.
Consequences. One chance for there to be actually like answers, and it's like it was the most interesting thing that ever happened to Ray, and they just like, nah, in the very next scene he's alive. I couldn't believe they did
well,
that.
It's just it's so weird, isn't it?
Another funny film.
That's why at the very end Ray says to that old lady in the desert, "My name is Ray Chewbacca."
Oh my god,
Ray Baca.
She doesn't know what the fuck she
Ray
is.
Baca.
Just
Just
not talk about Ray.
So like he leaves and she says, "Would you have loved me if I was using my Gooba face, my scroll face?" And he says, "Guess I'll never know, or guess we'll never know."
It takes a long pause before he says that.
I don't buy that he would fucking say that, but it's obviously a setup for him to say something else or do something else at a later part in the season. We can't do that payoff yet. Okay, we gotta wait. But like, as if he would say anything other than like, "Of course I would love you. I'd love you no matter what." That sort of sappy shit. This stupid show. You don't even.
Yeah.
Just making shit up. Oh yeah. And then they just casually do this. It is kind of funny. I think the implication here is it's a lady Skrull who's Rhodey. That looks like a lady Skrull to me.
I 100% thought that was a girl.
And
but
then,
I guess it doesn't really make a difference, right?
No, it doesn't. Well,
can turn into women.
It doesn't make a difference.
Skrulls can shapeshift into anybody.
Writing wise, but man, that must feel weird. I imagine,
Yeah, why would they? So yeah, to make Rhodey.
Doesn't matter. Like,
set up a bigger twist. What was the point of that?
Skrulls can shapeshift into anybody. So.
No, I said that already. I'm saying it must be weird.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if it's like you get different things to work with, switching back and forth. I wonder if that Skrull lady has a preference. She'd have a lot of insight to be able to talk about, how things work, how things go. But yes, that's the really overt confirmation. But I mean, you could already have picked it up. And they.
Would you say that's the best shot that we got of a Skrull in the season?
But like transformation, or
yeah, in
all,
terms of
no,
I don't know.
Shot of the face.
That one's pretty
Captain
quick.
Marvel, the thing is that Captain Marvel has like one that's actually like pretty detailed, and that's like the only time that they've ever.
I'm excluding Captain Marvel's just way better.
That's what I'm saying is I don't think that there are any in this that I would consider good. They're all like way too quick. It's the same with the nanotech where they do it so quick that it's like they're kind of cheating. It almost feels like it's like
you don't even get a chance to really absorb the face and like.
Yeah,
really
it's they do it so quick that they don't have to actually like do. You can make it super floopy and not look good, and you could pause on like any of those frames, and it's probably going to look really terrible. And it's like, they rely on it going by so fast that you can't pick up any details.
I don't know. It's just the decisions they make. Like, you remember that the random Mando episode in the middle of Boba where he was like going through he was in that random area after the dropping off the bounty, and he was in the elevator with that really cool looking alien. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
I just remember specifically thinking, man, that alien actually looks really cool. They can do proper, like, practical effects. But then you see this shit, and it's like, where did the money go?
I still want to see
quality should be here.
The spin-off show with the train alien, the big guy who doesn't talk much. That's what I'm waiting for. We'll get it one day, I'm sure.
I want the spin-off of that.
That too.
Oh man,
they could be roommates. So, yeah, we got another cringe scene. Fury's broken into Rhodey's apartment. Scroldy. And, they get another wonderful line. By the way, you could collect these in the show. There's so many of them. Rhodey says, Fury, what the hell? You mind telling me what the hell you're doing here? Two what the hells right next to each other.
What the hell?
Flunky.
Man, there's so much hell going on
And
here.
had him say, what the heck?
My...
On the second one, do
Oh.
it. Go on.
Yeah,
What the heck?
What
I like saying
in
that,
the
those
heck?
Americans.
What the heck are you doing?
I just want to compliment, even if
What
it's
the
the scroll getting the
heck?
credit, I want to compliment his place. I like the black and gold, so that was my only compliment for this scene.
It's not even his place though, right? It's like an apartment he's got.
A hotel or
Oh,
something.
okay.
There's a hotel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good job, hotel.
They get the credit.
See, the show's not worthless. There was a nice hotel room.
That was about it. One compliment.
So, Fury says, we brothers have got to stick together. We got to settle our
Oh,
beef
God.
like proper gentlemen. And then he offers him a drink, and he's like, should I be concerned about poison? He says, no, nano trackers. And they both laugh, and the meme is that he's actually put nano trackers in there. Not a joke.
Which, again, Skrull Rhodey should be aware of, because Skrull Rhodey's been
Rhodey.
around in the era of nanotech.
Yeah, this isn't something that... Nobody would be stupid enough to fall for this shit. Why would you drink a drink he's giving you after everything?
Even if you
I've
didn't know
lit-
about nanotech, you just don't drink
Yeah,
that
you
drink.
just don't.
It's just
No,
stupid.
it's a meme.
I got
until-
literally nothing to gain from this.
Nope.
Exactly. Just pour it out and then get another
What?
one.
You think I'm such an alcoholic that I just have to have this drink from
Maybe
you?
he takes the whole bottle. Jeez.
Yeah, and
He doesn't take a breath mint after this scene. He goes straight to his superior officer.
And there's a... Yeah, that's true. There's a line, Fury wants him to take the drink, and I don't know if it's supposed to be convincing, but he says, if you waste any of this drink, I promise you your ancestors will reach out from beyond and strangle your black ass. Which is like... I assume he didn't actually take that seriously. It's like, I better drink it, otherwise, you know, I'm wasting some
Or else
really
my
good
black ass will
alcohol.
get strangled.
It's just, yeah, it's dumb. But like, the next huge important scene doesn't happen unless Rhodey drinks that, which is dumb as fuck, because you don't need to trace or track him via a drink. You could just keep an eye on him in general. You could do anything. But whatever, he drank a tracker. And then he says, hey, Fury, I've got footage of you killing Maria, and I'm gonna release it to everybody unless you fuck off. Kind of strange.
Also, you shouldn't be fucking off. You should be under arrest or something.
Also, this is like a funny tech thing. He pulls out a USB, puts it into his laptop, and presses one button, and then it just plays the video. Like,
Yeah.
what button did you press? Like,
In the VLC button.
yeah,
Just
VLC
imagine-
play.
Play,
You know what
yeah.
I'm saying? It's just
Play
so-
pause function. Yeah.
But like, you can see it. I think it's one of the F buttons, or is it? No, it could be a ooh, ooh. It looks like it's caps lock.
Oh, it's not the top row. The top row would be the F keys and everything, right?
He goes down
It
a layer.
literally. It
It's
might
like
be
an
a W,
S. It's
for all
like
we
S
know.
or D.
What did
That
they
looks like a
tell him
W,
to
dude.
press? You know, like what button did they say that he should press? They're just like, press any button, it's fine.
Oh yeah, sorry, tab, not caps lock. Caps lock's underneath
I guess.
tab, right? Yeah.
I don't think you pressed. It
Well,
looks-
Yeah, tab's there.
That looks like tab, yeah. I could buy tab because the
Oh,
F
well,
keys
we
would be
solved the
above that,
mystery
right?
Then.
Or maybe
I'm
The point
thinking-
is, all he had to do was go click, 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 click.
If
and that
it's-
would have looked more fancy.
I'm thinking
Instead of doing one
ARS.
click.
I think it's too far to the left to be ARS.
I think it's too
Yeah, I
far to
think
the
so.
right to be tab.
Also, I think I'm
Wow.
wrong anyway about
Yeah, I
tab,
think
because
it's
if
the
he's got an
middle-
F key layer, then it would be the numbers key, so he's hitting like... He'd be
Like
hitting like
Q or
1.
W? Or 1, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. He's not hitting anything that would be fucking useful. There's no button on you. Like, this
Maybe it's a
doesn't work
secret-
this way.
Secret government keyboard. That's
Yeah,
how
I
they
wouldn't.
did
It's a
it
Tony
over there.
Stark laptop. It does everything you want just by pressing a button. It reads your mind.
Why not just
Great.
actually have it link? You know, have a little bit of realism. Have it actually linked to the TV, because that's a real thing of technology that we can do. And then just be like, oh yeah,
This-
then you just do the thing and you play it. And
Someone
then
just
the camera there
suggested
records it.
you
for
could
the
literally
show.
have done a voice command. He just says, play clip 1, and that's it.
Boom. Done.
Yeah,
Solved.
play the clip. It's like when they were demoing the
Yeah.
Kinect. It's like, Xbox, do that. What was it like when they're playing Mass Effect 3 and this is the best way to play? And it's like, the RS, like stasis, singularity. Oh, this is amazing. It's way better than just pressing 2 buttons.
so
This won't get incredibly annoying very quickly.
Fury says, you and I both know that's Gravik. And then Rhodey says, that's gonna be your defense in court? No, Your Honor, it was a 6-foot-tall, bald, black, one-eyed extraterrestrial.
Well, wait, that's...
Wait, black extraterrestrial.
Well, yeah, because
I guess
the suggestion is, like, that's all an alien, what you're seeing on the screen.
I guess, but I mean, like, you know, does Rhodey, as far as a human Rhodey, not Skrull Rhodey, would he know who Gravik is at this point? You know what I mean? It's like, Gravik, and then he's like, oh yeah, shape-shifting alien. It's like, I didn't say that, I just said it's Gravik, you don't know who that is. You know what I mean? Like, how would he have just jumped to that conclusion if he still believed that Fury didn't know that he was a Skrull? You know what I mean?
I honestly find it hard to track who thinks what everyone knows at any time, sometimes.
They heavily rely on that vagueness of,
yeah.
You know, you could always sort of rely on, well, maybe they know, maybe they don't know. Who knows? Well, my job here is done as a writer.
Well,
because if the Nick thing was supposed to clue him into it, then he should technically know during this scene, but there's no tell for that. It seems like he has no idea until the end.
Well, and this is a dumb appeal anyway, because, yeah, he says this like it's an impossibility that anyone could be impersonating Fury when we've seen it several times. I don't know. Yeah. I thought that was part of the intelligence of Rhodey in the like interview that he went in with those countries. I thought the point was like, yeah, this can be doctored, this can be faked. We know many ways, but now he's like, nah, court would never believe that.
Oh my god! So that line was such a good line, probably one of the better lines, and it's kind of like now ruined by this stupidity. It's like he wouldn't. Why would he say this?
He explicitly mentions a court, and it's like we've had a court case involving a shapeshifter in this universe recently.
Oh man, that's the Civil War, the fact that it was something as simple as makeup, and the Black Widow veil thing. There's three. There's just no excuse for them to be prepared for Skrulls. It's just
doesn't make any sense.
They don't care. That's just the only explanation.
And then Rhodey says, don't you worry, I'll have every video I've made, every copy, including this one, remaining under wraps, but I can't have you running around spouting wild conspiracies or breaking in here. And then he says, but I can't have the rest of this drink because it is fire. That's such a...
Oh my god.
That Mauler feels emote, you know?
Yeah,
it's
fire. You gotta
fire water
here so that I can see him.
Where is he?
No, yes, just text, fool.
That drink is fire. It's like,
fire.
Wow.
So,
you know, I didn't.
Why wouldn't Nick Fury at this point just show him Men Bendelson?
To what end?
To prove that Skrulls exist.
The problem here is that Rhodey's basically evil, and Fury knows that, and I don't know what Rhodey knows exactly, but the only goal here is to get the tracker on him. It's not anything else. Remember, he overheard Rhodey telling his girlfriend to kill him, or wife.
Does he know he's a Skrull, though? We know he's evil, but does he know he's a Skrull? Or is that just assumed?
I feel like he has to at this point, right?
The fact that we don't know for sure is just a failure of this show.
Absolutely. I can't remember when and if and when he...
Because
we should be aware of their context and like their perspectives. If we don't know what the fuck they think or want, like, what are we doing here?
Because of that line of dialogue, I just go ahead. Finish this point first. I'll jump in later.
So, if we don't know, so if you're Nick Fury, you might think that Rhodey, has a reason to kill you that is completely independent of the Skrull's existence, right? For the bombing, him getting fired, all the international pressure. He might think, oh shit, they're trying to kill me, right? They're trying to, they're trying to kill me. And that could exist entirely outside of Skrull existence. If there were no Skrulls, then this is something that Rhodey and the United States government might want to do to him because, of the terrorist attack in Russia.
I think they'd be more aware.
To rewind a little bit. Go ahead.
Just after you read out that line of him saying that the drink was fire, I decided who wrote this, and I just wanted to check. And the guy who wrote, at least partially or fully, every episode of the season, he'd only written one movie beforehand 10 years ago. I don't get it. It's something called Broken City.
I don't know anything about it.
It's got Mark Wahlberg and Russell Crowe in it, and it made $19 million against a $35 million production budget.
Rip.
I just don't get it. How do you write one screenplay You write one screenplay, and then you get to be the writer on every episode of a television series.
Of a
You know what I
$200
mean?
million television show.
I don't get it.
Nepotism, like, it's got to be a mix of a few things. Like, how do you just
Maybe
hand
Broken
someone the keys to something like that?
Maybe Broken City didn't fail because of the writing. Maybe it was
I
just
mean,
bad marketing.
I guess I find it crazy that like for so many recent Marvel productions, like the writer who gets attached to it has written like one movie, one episode of a television show, and then
Why do
they
you think
become
that
like
is?
a writer on it. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. It baffles me that that's the way
Yeah.
it worked.
How
Even
like
with
It
they
makes me
must
think
know
they want to
somebody?
like. It
Even
makes
it
me
would be
think they
like
want people that are less experienced
writer.
so they can like have more leverage over them and more control over the project. But it's like, what are you hiring them? In
I
the
don't
first place
know.
for?
It's the impression you get in terms of the arc that you would go on is like what a lot of people who are now, you know, prominent directors, like Steven Spielberg directed a bunch of stuff for television. Like you'd have writers who were staff writers on a television show, assistant writers, then they'd start writing episodes and then they do screenplays. Like Aaron Sorkin did plays, then he did screenplays for film and television shows. Like you figure that it goes through that arc. I just find it unfathomable that you'd write one screenplay and then get handed an entire season of television on a $200 million budget. I just don't get it. Not to say that it's impossible that somebody could write, you know, one screenplay, then go on to write a television show and it ends up being amazing. That's always possible. It just seems like you have such limited experience that it would be
Like,
surprising if you'd be able to handle a project that is this big.
I don't know what their standards are for hiring these people. Like when you have someone who's just written like, you know, one thing and you're giving them such a large project, it's just such a risk. It just feels like they don't have a respect for the difficulty of writing and how much talent it takes to make a consistent script. They think it's just like, oh, he's a writer, he wrote this, we can write that.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's just
you
it's
figure
so
that
shocking.
it's you got to
It's the
build up
key.
your you know, bigger scope. Bigger scope means that you need like more experience in terms of writing, essentially, to handle stuff that's getting huge in terms of how many characters you got to juggle, how the world building is going to feed into other shows. I don't know. I just find it so bizarre.
And especially with this much money on the line, and this is supposed to be a cinematic universe. Like the continuity is what really appealed to me at the beginning. It's like, you know, at least the attempt at continuity, but they just don't give a fuck anymore. It's yeah, they've given up the pretense that there's continuity in this. They're doing whatever they want in every new show and every new movie.
Well, I was going to say, to rewind a little bit, this part I forgot where, because when he was first coming in, he says, like, we got to squash our beef, because that's his answer to what are you doing here. Then after that, Rhodey then says again, why are you here? And Fury's like, oh, can't get anything past you. And it's such a, like, what you actually, like, you came here just to have a drink and say sorry, let's be friends. Like, it's such a weird,
That's just a lie.
it's just, there's so much dialogue, it's so
know?
shit, it's insane. And then Fury says, I have it on good authority, there's a scroll mole near the president. All you gotta do...
He said scroll mole.
He says, all you've got to do is keep my mouth... all you got to do to keep my mouth shut is to give me my job back.
I really want my job, please.
Well, so I assume that's all fake, because he is just trying to get the tracker on him. But is the implication that he does indeed know he's a Skrull?
I have no idea.
Let's put it this way.
I mean, he has to know.
If he doesn't know he's a Skrull, he absolutely should. He's got all of the evidence he needs and clues. If he does know he's a Skrull, then he needs to contact the American government beyond Rhodey and say, you've got a Skrull right next to the president. And you can test this easily. Because that's detrimental as hell. You got a Skrull right next to the president. All he has to do is assume the president's form, kill the president, get rid of the body in whatever government-related way ever, and then he's got the role.
If you believe that something bad is about to happen to the president, what's to say that if you intervene and it fails, he doesn't just shoot him in the head?
It's kind of insane, and he doesn't treat it that way at all. He's just kind of like, I got the tracker on him, yeah. Because remember, they're tracking them to what's going to happen next, and you guys remember what happens next in this episode, right? So,
yeah.
We got big events every episode, and we're about to come to this episode's big event. But this drink is fire. Love it.
Yeah.
I didn't hate his performance overall, but then he always ruins it with cringe lines like that at the end.
Well, it's not his fault,
I like.
is it?
I'm fine with Don Cheadle. They obviously told
I
him
really
to
like
play the role a little different because you're a Skrull, but like it's
But
cringe.
he didn't play the role differently for the last like several appearances, though.
That's how good the
We're gonna-
Skrulls are.
I actually picked up some quotes and stuff for the end of our discussion of this TV show. 'Cause
Yeah, we can talk about those.
That director talks a lot.
He needs to
Shouldn't
stop.
have.
It's just not helping. It's just making everybody mad.
So they follow Rhodey. He meets with the president, and this is kind of weird moment where he's like, when it comes to Russians, you've got to project strength. Keep pushing as long as you feel flesh, but as soon as you feel like metal, you got to stop. Not entirely, like, I guess it's like push for as long as you're able to push, but then don't push when you can't push. It's like useless information, basically. But the president just says, like, have you been pre-gaming before our bilateral with the Russians?
Man, came straight there with rum breath. Like,
Yeah.
why would he do that?
I don't know. And I'm surprised the president was okay with it. That's like some of the most unprofessional shit ever. This is like an incredibly important meeting, too. Like,
Brody, if you weren't always giving me the bestest advice ever, then I'd be upset at you. But you're just so darn good at telling me what to do. I am so dumb.
So to catch everyone up in case you're not familiar with what's about to happen, you got the motorcade filled with all kinds of Americans, and then you got Gravik and his men in helicopters coming in to destroy the motorcade and pretend they're Russians, so that it looks like the Russians tried to assassinate the president, and then World War III happens.
Now, the first question would be like, surely, like the presidential motor, like that they would have some means of identifying incoming air vehicles. That like helicopters can't just ambush the presidential like convoy.
If you look at this, like, it's like, how is this a surprise that the helicopters already?
They would have seen them for ages.
Where was the location of the ambush? It was in.
That's a good question. I can't remember.
Is it in the United States, or is this in?
I don't think
Russia,
so.
Or...
I think it's. I don't think it's in America.
Where
I actually can't remember where this takes place because they globetrotted this with no consequences. So.
Because I don't know, yeah, depending on where they are location-wise, it should be even more difficult to, basically impossible for you to just... So, first off, you have to get all this equipment, and it all has to be Russian equipment. So you have to find a way to get your hands on, like, multiple attack helicopters, like, multiple Russian attack helicopters, Heinz or whatever. And I'm like, wow, you have the ability to do that? That's probably an extremely difficult / expensive thing for you to do. And then you have all the guys with the guns, and you have to get them to this location and have to ambush. Like, I just don't believe this. This is horseshit. Why not just assassinate them?
Apparently, a couple people said this was the UK. This is set in.
Well,
what?
So then this
There's
possible.
No way.
Then this is absolutely possible. Unidentified helicopters flying towards the presidential convoy.
Wait, yeah, these helicopters came from.
How would they make it this far?
The helicopters came from Russia.
They
flew from Russia to the UK to attack the president.
There's no way. They don't have the.
There's no way. This is impossible.
How
well,
do
yeah.
they get
How
over
do they
European
even get there?
airspace?
Yeah.
How do they
This
just
can't even happen. This can't
no
even
way.
happen.
Why
Another
would you
thing
not
they just skip over.
Well, this is just another instance in many, many instances of films and television shows like not realizing the capacity of like the US military. Just like the insane amount of like technology and planning and resources.
So
like
said
the
maybe
idea
they had
that
a
this
kill
could even
streak.
happen. What, they had like a enemy payload,
Yeah.
they got a payload kill streak or attack helicopter, AC-130.
Yeah,
Just summon. Honestly, that's the only thing that makes sense. They summoned the kill streak because there's no way they'd be able to make it that far in.
I guess one thing they could have done is they could have gotten a couple of Skrulls to turn into helicopters, right?
Yeah, that could be it. Just to be explicit now, Gravik's men, they want to kill the president. They need to. That's their
That's
number
their
one
plan.
goal.
They want to kill the president, then World War III.
They missiled his car, and it made it flip, and he's just unconscious. It's like, damn.
Well, I guess the thing is that we've seen the, in Winter Soldier, those cars are like invincible, basically, and you got to imagine that the president has that kind of vehicle at this point in the MCU.
He does not.
Yeah, with this technology out there,
He doesn't have the indestructible. Because remember, in Winter Soldier, they had like they had a mechanical battering ram that like got drilled into the ground to smash through the window, and it took like 4 attempts before.
Well, yeah, do you remember it like embedded into the window? It crushed it into like a thing before it got through.
And again, in the timeline, this is 12 years ago at this point, because this show is set in 2025 or 2026. So we're talking 12-year-old technology, and look at that car. Look at that, totaled,
got chewed up,
ruined.
The one Nick Fury used, yeah.
So, of course, you might be thinking, well, what's Rhodey going to do during all of this? They have one shot to show him in his car, and he just sits there doing nothing. The implication being, of course, he won't be involved in any of this because he wants to let it play out. But isn't that, like, immensely suspicious? Colonel Rhodes did nothing in the entire... Like,
War Machine! Where's this nanotech suit?
So, I was going to bring this up, but, like, does it not feel like this show forgot he was War Machine, even though they referenced War Machine 3 times in this?
Remember, Tony had a nanotech suit that he could just like wear around on his chest.
Yeah,
you're telling me
Rhodey's got
doesn't have
that at this point. Dude, Rhodey would have inherited the Iron Man tech.
Of course he would have. Nobody else would have inherited it.
That would have been in Tony's will.
He's one of the most neglected characters.
Yeah, he's absolutely neglected.
He is one of the most
Imagine we had,
characters.
imagine Iron Man 4 was Rhodey, and it was the story of how he's going to take over Stark Industries, and he's going to relinquish his role as like a colonel to, you know, lead the Stark Industries as best he can because he's the only one that has Tony trust. Basically, like
story there.
Yeah, because he threw that all on him in his will, thinking he could handle it, but like the stories about how that's not a role he ever wanted, sort of thing.
So much you can play with.
Yeah, plenty to work with, but like. He doesn't have his War Machine suit, nor does he intend to get it, and no one is asking, like, what is Rhodes doing? Like, I don't know.
He should be the first person that everyone's looking to in a disaster. Like he should be.
He's the most important. If he has the War Machine suit, they'll be fine.
And then, of course, there's also the fact that if the president is dead and the vice president's nowhere to be found, I guess, but it's like he's very high up in the line of succession. For the United States.
That's true, yeah.
Which makes me wonder why if their plan is to assassinate the president, if you just assassinate the president and the vice president, exactly. Rhodey's in charge now. You have a Skrull as the president of the United States.
Yeah. That's not something they ever talk about in the whole show, but that's a really, really good point, especially when you're killing one of the two.
Yeah, you're going for the hard one.
Yeah.
And it's actually like if with your resources, I mean, you have some sniper on a building or whatever, and then you frame it to look like a Russian guy did it or something like that. And like this is the most ridiculously stupid way, especially because
they needed a big
already
action scene for the trailers, though, Rags. That's
because we can't have a tent scene where they're trying to stop an assassination attempt. Those are boring and lame. We have to have.
Yeah, they could have. You're right. They could have had this scene like that, but they needed a big blowout action scene here for the trailers.
They stopped the assassination
attempt. Have a helicopter blowing up.
It was funny. Someone said the Speaker of the House would have ended up as president in that scenario, but the reality is he could just take the president as in a scroll time. He could just scroll him. I don't know why they haven't done that.
We keep talking about line of succession and everything, but like, yeah, that's right. Like at the end of the day, he could just like
scroll him. I don't know why they wouldn't have. They've got complete access. What you do is scroll the president with the Rhodey one, and then you can just get someone else to fill Rhodey, or you can switch them over then once they're back, because Rhodey would be more familiar. But I find it all fascinating. You decided to get War Machine. Oh, great choice, but you don't want the president. Okay, that's strange. Especially when you've had, what, 15 years and 1 million scrolls.
Also, like, helicopters aren't immune to small arms fire.
Oh yeah, we gotta, I mean, it's bad enough because I see it, it's one of my biggest firearm-related pet peeves in media, and it's in fucking everything. Yep. That cars are bulletproof.
Everything.
If you're in a car and you just duck, and look a little concerned, you're fine, right? Cars are not designed to be bulletproof. Specific cars are designed to be bulletproof, and they're quite good at being bulletproof, but normal average cars are by no means bulletproof. Cars will punch rifle rounds will punch lengthwise through a mid-sized car, right? They'll go in the front and out the back. Bullets are no joke. And
Rhodey looks so comfortable here.
Can you see him? Yeah, and there's a guy in the car with him. If he just turns, he's like, Colonel Rhodes, what are we supposed to do? What does he do? Does he just go?
I don't know.
Like, this is a big deal. Like, you can get killed by accident.
They thought this was clever because they're like, see, he's not doing anything. It's like, no, it doesn't work.
Like, everybody around would be, dude, War Machine, come
bullet.
on, War Machine.
Use
War
your
Machine,
thing.
go.
Call someone. Call Avengers.
Call someone. Yeah, exactly.
Call the coroner. Call the
Just standing
police.
there.
Well, did you see the
Also,
graphics, man? Just got like they're just not using cover. Loads of people
they're
are just getting
walking out
shot.
in the open, but they keep getting. Isn't it great how
they're not
the
even
named
looking down the.
important- Don't you love again the meme? The named important characters aren't wearing masks or anything. They've got their faces out in the open.
Yeah.
But the non-speaking nameless goons, they're wearing masks and balaclavas and everything.
But yeah, but what Frango said, yes. If you take a bunch of guys with assault rifles and there's a helicopter flying around and you all shoot a shit ton of bullets into the helicopter's going down.
Yeah, it's
helicopters
not
are.
You can shoot it in places that will destroy it.
Absolutely.
You can shoot them in Call of Duty and they go down. So there you go.
Yeah, you'll punch through the sides.
And this show.
They make it seem like you always need a missile every time.
I mean, they're very susceptible to small arms fire. Like that's attack helicopters are they're like glass cannons on on battlefields. They can be insanely effective and damaging and quick, but like they can get shot by missiles. They can get shot by small arms fire. It's just it's just going down. All the guys will be like, "Oh, I'll shoot the big helicopter up there."
Fury and Talos arrive, and Talos says, "Bloody hell, it's a kill zone." And then Fury says, "The whole planet's gonna be a kill zone if we don't save the president."
Great writing. Good job. Great dialogue.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
All right, but we have to survive now so that we could stop that.
Does Gravik not care that there's almost certainly many security cameras in these vehicles that are capturing this identity that he will retain going forward?
Nope.
Your identity's compromised.
I mean, remember, Talos has turned up as Ben Mendelsohn again.
Yeah.
Why?
Again. Why do that?
Also, these missiles are just going back and forth and back and forth. Everyone's blowing up. This is a very catastrophic plan.
Catastrophic?
No, catastrophic.
Oh, wow.
Catastrophic?
Yeah. That rocket was aimed so perfectly that it blew up that anti-air cannon.
It's just...
You think it's what they would have shot at
This scene
first?
really felt like it's like we've got our pyrotechnics are ready. We're going to blow up just stuff. And then story will happen once we're done with that.
Yeah, whatever.
Because this is...
An excuse to blow things up. That's all this was. This whole scene.
Yeah, they needed it for the trailer. Explosions, helicopters crashing, Fury with a gun. It's like, yeah, look at that.
No, yeah, remember...
And suddenly he's super accurate. Like, nobody's getting hit with any bullets as they're shooting for each other for 5 minutes. But then Fury comes in and suddenly he's like, just dropping people. So
and again, already several Skrulls have been killed. So your plan is already, you failed.
Yeah. You can't lose anyone.
You can't lose anybody.
Yeah, not a single one, yeah.
Because you're taking on a president's, convoy. You're taking on, Secret Service.
Or they're like, everyone just stay. Why would the helicopter fly that fucking low and swoop in? And everyone's just standing out in the open and what the fuck is this mess?
Fury and Fury's super spy, he ends up getting a shotgun. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a pistol grip shotgun. Because whatever.
Situation?
There's no such thing as cover.
Yeah. No tactics, nothing.
It's absolutely painful. And yeah, the plan is to just go in and shoot whoever you can shoot and try and get the president. It's everything is just clunk as fuck. Nobody's using anything they have ready for them. Everyone's plans are retarded. It's kind of hard to follow too in terms of the battle lines.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's really confusing. It seems like it resets really multiple times.
Point. We'll get to it, but it's the most egregious one. It's so bad.
You're shooting people, everyone's shooting each other, shooting's happening.
How come we're not seeing anybody turned into Skrulls?
Oh god, here it is. Look,
yeah.
Gravik's like, I'm gonna get you, and it's like, what's going on here? Aren't they gonna shoot him? And then, whoa! Whoa. And it's funny, because the second you see this, it's like, oh, why didn't you just do all of this yourself?
Seriously.
This would have been easy.
Open with that. Seriously, you got your Groot fingers, just use them.
Yeah.
He is Groot, and he could have just done what Groot does in Guardians, spiked basically everybody all in a row.
Don't even show it.
One at a time.
Yeah. Just fucking wow. That's something that he hasn't...
Also, having Extremis doesn't mean that you're immune to 1,000,000 bullets being fired at you.
No, but they don't care about that. Remember it said Health Regen 100 or something?
Yeah, okay.
He upgraded it. He put all his points in there.
Ugh.
So,
Also, they don't notice this truck coming up
the
with
best-
our boys in it.
best way I can describe this is backup turns up for the president, and there's a line between graphics men just... This is where they become background NPCs. They just constantly are shooting. We're not going to address them for a little bit. We're doing something else now. Our guys are all here shooting too. Everyone's just shooting. But we realize, like, to get the president out, we're going to have to break the window in the car, but it's pretty strong. And so...
And also, while this is all happening, imagine the amount of lead that's flying in either direction. Just the random bullets that are that are just peppering the whole area. This is like, if I was there, I'd just be like prone with my head covered and just being like, yep, I'm just going to wait here.
They never take precautions. Like, even just seriously, half the people there should be prone, hiding behind, better positions.
Well, there's
Yeah, they should be
there's not enough.
or something.
There just aren't enough people to keep the fight going for as long as it goes as well. It's like you all have to be constantly missing every single shot.
Yeah.
We hear firing
wait.
constantly, but nobody's dying anymore.
How come Ravik is the only person with an M4, but everyone else on his team has AK-74s?
Don't know. You have to ask Gravik.
This is fucking weird. I don't know. I don't know why he's
I
not
have a
using the
better
same gun.
question.
All the yeah.
Why are they? This is the president here. Why are they letting some random dude like punch the thing?
It gets even better than that, right?
who is this
Fury is
guy?
currently a wanted man who's AWOL from like the U.S. government. The British guys here who are here to defend the president have no idea who these two are.
Yep.
And then they see this old man trying to beat the car open.
Oh, that looks bad.
And it's just like,
looks bad.
how do they not like go, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, what a stupid
feel like
idea.
he
You're trying
would've
to
got
punch a door open? Can you please move
Yeah.
aside? We'll use the butt of our guns, which would be better.
So many different things they could have did.
But no, they just
They
let
was
this
just give him his
happen,
moment.
which is really weird. And then Gravik orders his man to flank, and for some reason, it's in such a way that's just like, look at this shot. None of these guys know this is happening.
And none of them notice this. Nobody's watching their flanks.
He just moves.
Nobody-
Yeah, and it's just like, guys, you're embarrassing. Come on. And he just he has a clean shot to basically fuck up everything. Which he
Also,
decides
Fury's
to do.
over here now. I guess. They're just like lined up like this. What the fuck? It's cartoonish.
They tag Ben Mendelsohn, and because Fury's such a good lad, he doesn't get him out of there. He instead just gets him to continue hitting the car.
what a great friend he is.
What a Chad, I guess. And the one thing that I kind of liked here is that Talos, as he's trying to break open the window, which is obviously in aid of trying to prevent World War III, he's losing his disguise because he's losing blood from having been shot.
That's an interesting rule.
Yeah, that's neat, I guess.
Which I mean that would be, if this was something that was consistent, that would legitimately be like an interesting scroll rule. The more blood you lose, or the more pain you're in, or the more distracted you are, or traumatized you get physically, the harder it is, or it becomes impossible for you to fully maintain your guys.
Yep.
And
so
yeah, and it's like,
I was not gonna point this gun at your fucking head.
I guess it's something that Talos would do, and it just shows that he's a pretty good guy, even with all the shit writing this series has given him. And so, you know,
go ahead.
He gets further and further along, but he's also losing more and more of the
Oh,
disguise.
is that's a continuity error, isn't it? He's got the pistol, and I think that is. I think there's a continuity error in terms of the pistol that he's holding, appearing and unappearing.
Fair enough.
Why wouldn't he use his elbow?
So it takes I don't know, it takes a while, but people actually start to notice that this man is literally mutating in front of them, which is insane, bizarre, and then like, oh wait, he's an alien, and he's trying to get to the president. This finally triggers them, and then some guy is like, oh my god, there's an alien man trying to get to the president. And then Nick Fury goes, he's with me.
Oh, the criminal? Like, okay. All right then.
Well, so it's not even just that, it's that Fury, you could be a Skrull too. Like, what?
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
I mean, and also, alien.
Yeah, but like, there's so many things wrong with it. It's like, I don't care if he's with you. I don't even know who you are or what you're wanting. What are
not
you
from this planet?
Oh, it's multiple things. You're Nick Fury, a wanted fugitive, or maybe you're also an alien. And also, I don't care.
Well, the great part of it is that the guy who like highlights that gets told that by Fury that he's like, okay. It's like, okay, then. Sure, that's good enough.
A really busy day.
Really is. And so then Fury grabs the president, walks him away, and the British guys are like, let's get him in here, and then Fury goes, no, I've got my own ride.
So no, let's get him in here.
It's just it's such a like, I don't care, who even are you, man? Like, what?
It wouldn't just let the president get taken by some random green dude, and like, yeah, everything about this was wrong. Protocol wise, they wouldn't let this happen.
And so then he actually gets the president in his car, and then locks it up, turns around, and he sees that the soldier that's picked up Talos is giving him a weird look, and he realizes, oh no, it's Gravik. And remember, Gravik has been flip-flopping on whether or not he wants Fury dead, but he could obviously kill him here because he has the group powers. That would be pretty easy. Boom. Like, so what's gonna happen? And then Fury takes a shot, and he puts it right in his face. Like I said, he should have done that in the first episode, and he would have died if he'd done it then. I think, because he didn't have the powers then.
Look, they don't even notice or care about anything.
Oh yeah, the scroll.
Yeah,
that's so weird how the helmet goes away and everything. That's just bizarre.
Nanotech, right?
Let's see.
Imagine they had to like use the gear and everything, and it turns out the soldiers at the end are like watching it again. Wait, hold up. Looking at okay, it's weird that UK reinforcement. Yeah, so I guess this is in the UK because
None of
patch there.
Yeah, look, they're all just standing there, and
nobody's noticed the gunfire right next to him. And then that happens. He looks like he stabs him in the same place he was shot. Well, not the exact same place, but it's just near it.
A shoulder stab. That's not fatal.
I don't think it's his shoulder. It looks like it might be his torso, but
it looks like his shoulder, man. It looks like his shoulder.
It looks like his torso.
What?
Let me see it again.
Well, I'd say it also looks like his torso. Yeah,
that's not his shoulder.
Maybe the jacket's messing it up. Either way, he's fucked.
Yeah, he's dead.
Keep shooting.
Well, the other guy's still. It's so funny to watch all these British soldiers shooting around.
Still. Like, look to the left, fools. What are they paying you for? Yeah, it's crazy. You can't film shit like this. Don't do this.
I remember Fury is shooting in that direction as well. He's shooting in
Which, by the way, any of these guys, if they turned and saw Fury shooting at them,
exactly. Yeah, but they just don't exist right now. They don't exist.
It's like, lads, there is a fucking... That's the leader of the bad guys. He's right there. Like...
Right there. Yeah, and look, dude, he's like 2 steps away.
Oh, Fury sucks so much.
Peripheral vision. It's just... They don't know about it over at Disney. I don't get it.
Got him in the face. But then they're like, look, instant extremis, baby. Healing factor 100. You probably downloaded the DLC as well. Like, who knows? Gives you, like, it lets you regenerate helmets.
Maybe.
Look at his face from Fury. Oh my Jesus! You got the extremis.
That's so lame. It's so lame.
Yeah. And I'll admit, this one, I was like, they wouldn't seriously kill Ben Mendelsohn, right? Like,
no, I didn't think they were going to do it
here like this.
Hated this.
Well, and according to Disparu, they made a comment that like, it might not be his last appearance. I guess that could be a multiverse thing, though.
My God, they don't care.
So this means now all the Skrulls are evil.
Wow, except for Gaia, maybe.
Well, Gaia and the wife. The wife is...
And the wife, yeah. But that's Talos dead, and it's kind of lame, because I kind of like Talos.
I was going to say...
Writing here.
He's the one part of the show that actually gave me some type of meaning. The idea of him trying to like fix all these problems, find a peace for his people, fix his family issues, and like he's willing to die a martyr death to just to improve their position of the Skrulls. It's like it just such a great opportunity here pissed away, and especially when we know what happens going forward, it drives me insane that his story just is like kind of wasted. He dies for nothing.
It's so lame that like Fury just drives off and leaves his corpse there. It's like, wow. Yeah. It's like, oh, I guess that's Talos done.
Yep.
That really sucks.
It's lame. The fact that he's now being replaced with a way lamer character as well.
Yeah.
In the form of Gaia. She's so lame. Like he kind of had some personality and some charisma.
I really like Talos in terms of like not what they displayed to me, but in my head, the idea there that could have worked for him with Ben's acting. There was something there, and man dies for nothing. When
Well, yeah,
it
and
could
it's
have made these more
confused
meaningful.
because if he had died desperately saving the president, maybe you could draw the whole like that was a pretty noble act, and it could play into like the exoneration of the
That's what they were gonna
Skrulls.
do.
Yeah.
But like, what happened instead is he took a bullet while saving the president for no real good reason, to be honest with you, because they just didn't notice that guy was flanking. And then he's like carried by someone who's Gravik, who then kills him, and you're like, oh, okay. Like it's a little disconnected. You try and piece it together, and it's like,
How do you even get there? Just teleported Gravik in.
yeah. Well, he dug a tunnel.
Oh yeah, and then
His
the dude
powers.
just drives through all of the British soldiers and everything to just pick him up on a motorcycle and drive away.
But why
Nobody's trying to
establish
stop him.
he has the instant kill powers with Groot and the instant self-heal with Extremis and then have him run away? Why?
Yeah, like why wouldn't he keep trying?
The president is right there.
It's right there. You can just kill Fury and then get the president.
Well,
You
and
haven't
if-
actually lost here.
And if he actually doesn't want to kill Fury because they flip-flop on that all the time, then just kill the president. Fury's not going to get in your way. He's crap. He can't do anything.
Yeah.
But that's it.
You get a pistol.
We're getting the president out of here and we're leaving. And then credits.
And that's episode 4.
Yeah, it's kind of like, wow, you just knocked off one of them characters, huh? Because at least with some of these shows, you can pretend they don't exist, kinda. But it's like, oh, that was the end of his story?
Sucks.
Why aren't you shooting the motorcycle so that he can't get away on it? Why aren't you shooting the driver?
Because that would be scary.
Okay. I mean, he's driving a BMW. That's reason enough. Oh, there he is. He died. Dead Mendelsohn.
Oh my
Yeah, I
god.
did not like this at all.
He
Anyway.
he has been Mendelsohn.
Yes, there are 2 episodes left.
Yeah.
Well,
God, this takes
at least it only
7
gets better from here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, we could make more stories where Ben Mendelsohn is in it. It's like, why'd you kill him, you moron? What's the
Why would
point?
they waste that? He's just,
Yeah, just
to replace him with
don't
Gaia.
kill him.
President's taken into hospital and Fury's gonna sit outside to make sure nobody gets to him, which is funny because it's like this first person that comes along with higher authority than you tries to arrest you or whatever, you're just gonna kill. Like, what's gonna happen? And like, you're gonna do a scroll check, the thing you never usually do.
Exactly. Yeah.
Spell check.
Whatever, yeah. So, we head back to Gravik's HQ, and it seems that Pagan, his #1 guy, is like, motherfucker, you didn't kill Fury when you had the chance. You're a weird person. And I guess it's good that we killed Talos. And then he says, our target was the president. Our war is delayed because had you stolen what you were supposed to, I would have dominated the whole fight. So much to unpack here.
Right. Uh-oh. What? Wait, wait, what is that?
Well,
What is
I
this
mean-
new plot element?
I think we were told at some point, I don't know if I mentioned it, but like the DNA pieces of Groot and whoever else was stolen by this guy. This guy was going to different places to get them, and he was supposed to have gotten a lot more. The main thing they want is the harvest. That's going to come up a little later. Just put a little pin in that. And so, yeah, this conversation starts with like, woohoo, we killed Talos. He was like our enemy. And then he says we were supposed to kill the president, and I would have had you found the harvest, sort of stuff. And it's like, you could have killed him anyway. What do you mean? What does it mean? Like, he was right there. You could have just poked him, and that would have been it.
Root fingers.
I don't get it at all. And then the guy says in response, I could tell Fury never trusted you because I searched all the locations and there was nothing there. No Avengers DNA. Like, Fury never trusted... And it's like, what's going on? And then Gravik kills him.
Just in front of everybody, just impales him with the Groot powers.
Yep.
It's
He
like,
asks
wow,
these
okay.
questions, and he just kills him.
Really fucking strange. Remember, this started with, hey, Gravik, isn't it great? We killed Talos. Victory. And then it ends with Gravik killing this guy. So fucking strange. And it's like, yeah, because we need to sow discontent with these guys, basically.
This is the point where they're like, well, no, we need to make Gravik super evil as if he already wasn't. Like as if he
calling
wasn't
everybody
already,
faceless.
you know?
He calls them all faceless like pawns or whatever it was. Where it's like, okay, like what do you? You're just setting yourself up to get betrayed. It's so stupid.
That's the thing. It's just
Every
like
villain does this.
they've got to put more evil. You know,
Double
now
down on the
suddenly you
evilness.
got to put more of the evil in, as if again nuking the world wasn't already like evil enough.
He's a piece of shit already. We didn't need this.
Oh yeah, he gets the call he makes right now is like Rhodey, keep the president alive and tell him there's scrolls in Russia. And then Rhodey's like, what the fuck plan is this? And he's basically like, convince him there are scrolls where there actually are right here, and tell him to nuke this place in Russia so that it'll piss off Russia and it'll kill all of the important people that are stored here. That will surely generate World War III. Because that's all he's been trying to do this whole season.
Basically,
the whole point that he wants.
He's willing to surrender all of the lives of these scrolls as well.
He's just willing to kill everything at this point. Because he's lost his mind. Most MCU villains do this eventually, but he already lost his mind, so the losing of the mind part is kind of irrelevant.
Well, yeah, his plan was already batshit insane and crazy. And now it's like, oh, well, you know, now it's even more crazier.
So Rhodey visits the president, but Nick gets the jump on him, and he's like, you're a Skrull,
Hey, don't call him that.
I just did, and you can't stop me.
You Skrull? You're a Skrull.
You're a Skrully, Skrull.
You Skrully, Skrull, you.
And he says, in order to out me, Nick, you'd have to kill me, and the footage of you killing Maria Hill is going to release in 60 seconds.
And it'd be so awkward if Fury's like, I just recorded that. What do you mean, out you? What are you talking about? That's a bit suspicious, isn't it, Mr.
Well,
President?
it got confusing, because they say it in front of this guard. We were like, is the guard a Skrull or not?
Not.
He might, you'd have to assume that he's just a guy doing his job, protecting Rhodey.
I think we concluded that they were Skrulls. I think we're wrong because of the finale episode. I think they're all normal. They're not Skrulls.
Yeah.
Which means this scene doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
They all get darted instead of killed.
They don't get killed.
And they don't go and then turn back into Skrulls.
Yeah.
So,
remember the severe lack of all of that happening in the last action scene. Because remember, at this point, there should be a lot of Skrull alien bodies just like around.
Skrulls and 0 Russians.
But yeah, if he shot Rhodey in the hand and then like you know did a Nick Fury like and hit this guy in the head that's to the left of him to prevent him from doing anything, then he would dehuman himself and then he'd be out and he'd be over. That's all he has to do.
Yeah. He could use it. I mean, and if he's going into this prepared, he could literally just take a knife, make a little cut, and then hold up the purple blood, and the guy's like, "Oh shit!"
Or he could like look at this god and say, "Listen, I know you probably think I'm crazy or that I'm a Skrull or whatever, but trust me, this guy is, and we can do a really quick and easy test on both of us. Actually, I'll chop off a bit of my beard. There you go. Look, it's real. Wow, crazy."
All right.
Now it's time for Rhodey. You know what? We can all do it. All 3 of us. Why not? It'll be fun. and then Rhodey be like, "No, you got me."
That could have been a really intense scene where the guard was like, he didn't know what to think or do. He's trying to protect Rhodey, but Nick Fury is there, and so yeah, he has to. We have that scene, that standoff where he's like, "I'm going to do the test."
He likes
the old Nick Fury would have thought of that and like incorporated this. Not this bum. This guy is just.
I just need to get a glass of water. I'm thirsty.
I remember.
A nice standoff with a guy. That would have been fun.
So Rhodey's like, just leave. And then he does, and they've all got guns on him, and they could stop him, and I just don't understand what the fuck's happening anymore. Does Gravik not want to stop the man who keeps trying to subvert his whole plan?
Why do you stop him? He's constantly being an issue for you.
They don't want to kill Nick, okay? They don't.
But I do want the assassin lady to kill him earlier. Though. Yeah, I want his wife to try and kill him.
They want him dead, then they don't want him dead. They can't make up their mind. Like, it's literally contradicted in the next scene when he says, "I needed him."
Every time they try to kill him, they ask, "Hey, do you want to die?" And he says yes. And they're like, "Oh, well, we can't give him what he wants. All right, we'll ask tomorrow."
And by the way, he's now
sure.
wanted worldwide for the murder of Maria Hill, as of now. They've also got a clip of Talos saving the president, and it says, "Suspected alien involvement in ambush of U.S. president convoy."
Suspected.
Yeah, when it's clearly an alien. But sure, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, we have Olivia Colman goes to that guy that she was mentioning, had her hands tied up in terms of sorting stuff out, and she says, where is the doctor that helped Gravik live? Where do they live? And he says, what? And she just shoots him in the hand straight away. And it was funny, right? Because I think, Rags, you were like, how is this not alerting people? And they come in straight away, but it doesn't matter, because he's already revealed he's a Skrull now, because he's been shot in the hand, and it means the hand turns to Skrull, I guess. And then she's like, see? He's a Skrull. And they'll go, whoa, okay, yeah.
Oh,
it's
shit.
like, why show me this?
He was subverting our entire institution, and you saved us, lady.
Yeah, she does the obvious thing that Nick could have done to Rhodey, but didn't for some reason. What if Nick just shot him in the hand and then just used him as a body shield until the Skrull hand showed? That's all he had to do.
These scenes are side by side. Does that not just feel like intentional to you? Like just make him a dumbass. There's no excuse when you show this tactic by her and he just is completely worthless in the scene before in the same situation.
So annoying, because again, this is why I kind of like her. It's like, oh, you did a smart thing. And it's like, no, she just did a normal thing, and no one else gets to do anything.
It seems smart compared to everyone else in the show, but this is just like a basic tactic. That's what you should do.
Yeah, well, we just need to do some Skrull tests on some
And she's
people.
even like, because she says, I have to inform you, the SIS has no policy on killing Skrulls, so unless you want me to enact my preference, you should start talking. Which is like, that's an okay line compared to the others.
Yeah, it's pretty based and red-pilled.
Makes you wonder if someone else wrote it.
Seriously. Every scene with her is like, what? Where was
she was like, oh no, thank you, I'll do my own lines.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
That might be it.
So anyway, the intern guy that we've been kind of following the story of briefly, he says, why did you kill Pagan? And Gravik says, he failed us. Then there's a pause. He just goes, aw, you scared? And then he goes, yeah, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, we're all scared you'll randomly kill us.
Are you what's your problem? Like, do you not think that people might be scared after they just saw you impale one of their guys?
But yeah, I'm fucking scared. You just killed one of us for no reason at all.
Yeah.
And so they all attack him. This is an ambush, and he kills all of them, obviously, because he has superpowers. I don't even know why they tried this.
None of them have a gun. They all like go at him with.
It's funny though.
They wanted to punch him. They didn't even have a plan.
Yeah, well, one of them tried to strangle him with a bag, which is an okay idea. You could do that while stabbing him, while shooting him. But yeah, no one has guns. Even though, let's just say we're planning this. I'd be like, guys, what if he Groots all of us?
Exactly. Which I mean, he could do. You need to like get a grenade on him.
Yeah, do we need to hit him in the head with like a 50 caliber sniper rifle? Because we can get those.
Yeah, we could do it.
Yeah, we can just do that. The second he walks in the door, just shoot him in the back of the head with a 50 caliber sniper rifle. You're in Russia, you can get your hands on a Lynx or two, and then that's it. And then elect someone else in charge who's less crazy and unstable.
Yep.
And also be like, how did he turn into Groot?
Well, I guess, at this point, they've got to know about that, right? They've got to know.
They would have seen the battlefield. There's got to be someone else who went home with him, so yeah, they should know.
So say it happened, It's like
because they don't talk about like how did you get powers? Do we get those powers too?
Yeah.
Are all of us going to get powers, or is it just for? Are you using those just to like rule over us? Are you going to be like an evil dictator? Are you going to be like Mecha Hitler?
Oh, and by the way, he like grabs this guy who's barely conscious and slices his throat in front of everybody. And it's just like, okay, Gravik, pro tip, you killed one person for no reason and it made like 7 guys turn on you and you've now killed all of them in front of the rest of your people.
What do you think is about to happen?
What's the next thing?
Wait a second. Why is he wearing his outfit if he's a Skrull? I'm so confused.
Skrulls can keep wearing their outfit, I guess, if they want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so he only changed.
Well, the thing is
body.
In Captain Marvel, they have like these super duper space sci-fi suits that they wear that they usually default back to. But I guess here he's just like, yeah, I really like this jacket,
So these are just clothes, and
no, these are probably nanotech clothes too.
Oh, okay, but he kept the nanotech clothes on, but only changed his skin, which probably takes more concentration in the moment.
Yeah, I guess.
To selectively only change your skin and not your nanotech clothes. your biotech clothes.
So,
Look, alright, I haven't thought about it that much.
Fury and Gaia have a little chat, and she does the exact same thing she's been doing, same delivery, and then same sort of shit where she's like, my father died on a foreign planet, on a foreign road, and nothing will come of it. And it's like, why did that happen again? Oh, right. Because Gravik, the guy you're helping, or have been for a while.
You could have stopped him. You have the same powers.
Yeah, you could have stopped him, but oh well, your dad died. And the way she delivers this is like, this is everyone's fault but me. It's very annoying.
It's her fault specifically.
And she said she ran away because she knew he would lose. Like, thanks for helping him when you have invincibility almost.
Yeah, you could have won if you were there. You have the same powers as Gravik. You could have stopped him.
This is a dusty ass room.
It is.
Ignore that.
Yeah.
Can they not clean this place? I thought they live here.
And by the way, Fury says, like, he chose the struggle. He didn't lose. You can't let grief paralyze you. He told me how you survived your execution. It's like, well, yeah, she gave herself superpowers. That's a pretty easy decision, I think.
Yeah.
There's no drawbacks. It's so lame. Like, yeah, of course she did. Normal.
Wouldn't you?
I guess.
Like, they're making it seem like it's a crazy decision she made.
Yeah, that's just the right move to make, isn't it?
And then she's like, I need to bury my father. And then he says, take your father to my wife. She'll know what to do. And I was like, that body is with the British government.
Yeah, like, who would have retrieved it? Nobody would have.
No way she
No
gets to
idea
have
where
that
that
body. That's not happening.
There must be some scenes that have been cut.
Yeah, because I don't think they give us...
because they had... Yeah, yeah, I never thought about that. How do they have access to the body?
Yeah.
The government would be like,
Wondering
holy
that the whole
shit,
thing-
aliens!
The British government would want the alien body, yeah. It's
Yeah,
like,
like, holy shit, aliens!
look at the
probably-
aliens, poke them.
Dissected while they're talking.
Yeah.
They're already being, dissected.
Fucking hell.
So yeah, good stuff. Now over to Olivia Colman again, which is a bit more... She's got more competency to do, so it's good. The two doctors walk in the room, and she's like, oh, hello, Skrulls, which I thought was fun. And they're like, who are you? And she says, who would you like me to be? I'm good at being your bestie, but I'm devilishly good at not being that. So cake or death? Which I thought was fun as well. Because she's just more lively. I feel like she's alive when I watch her.
She has a personality, and she's kind of fun to listen to, and she's acting.
It's a character where we're stuck with all
Yeah.
these drones.
It's like a character
Yeah.
in a movie.
Refreshing.
Crazy idea. Yeah, and then she says, oh dear, this is a clerical error, Nigel. We're going to have to talk to someone about being fired or shot because this keeps happening. And she's talking about nearly dying. And then he's like, my name's not Nigel. And then she's like, no, I'm talking to the man behind you with the silencer at the base of your skull. And it's like, hey, that's kind of fun too. And, having a gun on her that she could die at any moment, but she's just steely nerves, that's also fun. Kind of makes me wonder if maybe she's in something else. She'll have a chance to be a character that's beyond the she's kind of a gimmick as of this show, but that's still pretty good for the amount of screen time she has.
I'll take a gimmick.
She's
I'll take a
doing
gimmick I like.
well with it. Like, if you're gonna make a gimmick, at least have someone who can.
But, like, if
perform it.
she-
she seems like she enjoys it.
If they made her a full-on character in a film that's actually not shit, it would be really funny if she ends up being the best person in the MCU because they annihilate everything else.
Think for a second. She literally might be one of the best characters in the MCU right now, currently. Just based on
Probably.
what do we got? By default, she's in the mix. Everyone is
Might
trash.
be.
Name someone you're invested in. I don't give I'd have to think about it for a second if there's someone I actually care about.
Well, it's basically Spider-Man.
It's basically, yeah.
Yeah, it's
It's
pretty much
Peter
that.
Parker.
Pretty
And I
much all
guess
that's left.
Rocket, specifically Rocket.
Rocket, yeah.
Are they gonna do anything
Specifically
with him?
Rocket. Kraglin.
Not to change the subject. Is Guardians 3 worth checking out? I
Cosmo.
wasn't a big fan of the second
Wow.
one.
Most
And-
people would say yes, but
Yeah, I almost want
As
to say...
someone who didn't like the second one, do you think I should bother with the third? Because
If
I
you
feel
don't
like
like the
after they reset
one-
Gamora,
Second
Endgame
one's good.
ruined that for me.
well,
I
if
don't
you
have any issues with
that
that. It just
upset
didn't
you,
hit me.
then,
for-
well,
It's tough to say because we were in the minority of not liking Guardians 3 at all.
It had a lot of big issues, and it does a lot of damage to quite a few characters.
Hey,
There
chat,
is
how you
stuff
feeling
of value
about...
in.
How you feeling
How
about
you feel
Guardians
about
3
it,
these
Adam?
days? Let us know. Because as much as you
Tell
do...
us how right we were.
You like watching us break things down, but sometimes you know, you might be like, hey, you know what? I loved it anyway. I haven't seen it. Boo. Didn't watch it. Haven't watched. Holy shit. I guess that should not be surprising, actually, should it?
Oh, John Walker. John Walker.
John Walker's another one of the best characters in the MCU.
Yeah.
It's got to be in there.
They need to make an Avenger out of them.
Haven't seen it.
I want John Walker and Rocket to meet.
Didn't watch. It was okay. Missed it. Hated it. Terrible. Great. We've literally got every opinion. So.
Who do you think was wasted more, Rhodey or the Winter Soldier?
The Winter Soldier, probably because of the connection to Cap and the
connection to Iron Man for Rhodey.
I think I would say that Rhodey is probably the most squandered character in the MCU.
When you realize he's been in it since the first film, it's insane.
See, this is why I think this conversation is interesting. I would love to see what everyone's opinion on it because you can get so many different perspectives of what you define as waste, and there's so many different people to pick from.
Character arcs and stuff. Like he has had things going on for him, whereas Rhodey's basically you basically get breadcrumbs. You get like barely anything, right? Like that little conversation that he had with Nebula, which at this point we have to presume.
Wait on that one.
What?
We get that later because everyone's already talking about it in chat. We haven't gotten to it yet. Rhodey's fine, okay? There's a scroll that took over him probably like yesterday. I don't know. It's fine.
Exactly. That's the earliest Falcon and the Winter Soldier at earliest.
Yeah.
This is a very recent plan. Yeah.
Must have been. I'm sure it is. Definitely. There wouldn't be any reason to assume anything otherwise for now. And in terms of overall waste, you could probably pick anything from the MCU, honestly. There's arguments to be made about all kinds of shit. Like, you know, like Scarlet Witch, for example.
John Walker would have saved the president.
I remember hearing you say that you ranked her pretty high in terms of your character assassination.
I really liked Scarlet Witch, and they destroyed the fuck out of it. Black Widow I really liked, and they destroyed the fuck out of it.
Black Widow's like number 4 or 5 for me. That one is like, one day I will make a video on that. It's just, that one...
Black Widow is famous for being one of the only people to survive Endgame. Like, as a character, pretty much. Yeah. She's not unscathed, but she does a lot better than most.
I'll give both you guys credit for that majorly. Fringy really highlighted to me in his Endgame video how much she was the only good piece of that movie in terms of character work, and I really do like pretty decent. And then Black Widow just fucked everything. I didn't realize how much my favorite superhero is probably Batman for the grounded aspect, and I really like the concept behind it. And there's aspects of him that I really see in her. The fact that she doesn't have powers, and it comes much more about her will and her tactics. And they just shit on all over that. Again, what they did to Fury in this was basically Black Widow.
Because they went for his spy achievements in this, and they destroyed them all. And then they went for his competency, and they destroyed it all. What they do to Black Widow is they took the fact that she loves family and told us that she ignored and practically got rid of entirely her core family that she was with. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. And it's like, yeah, well, that's what she did now. And you're like, okay. And then she has to apologize for it. Just like Fury has to apologize for all his mistakes. It's like, this didn't happen. Stop telling me this is what happened. It didn't happen.
You're not clever.
And then they're like, don't you rewrite history. It's like, you fucker. They should do that every time they retcon something. Tell the other character, you better treat this as true.
I don't know, man. Everyone needs to be like this terrible person who abandoned everybody. Like, how many times are they going to do this? It's just...
What if we just ruin everyone? Seems to be the strategy. Instead of, what if we just allow them to keep being a hero that we all like? It's like, no, what if we just tear them down and shit all over them? Isn't that clever and subversive? Ooh.
Crazy. The Black Widow jail scene and then Riri blowing up all those cops. It's like the same thing over and over again. And I feel like they use those scenes the same way.
Oh, there's so many of those.
Yeah.
What if we make a zombie movie, but the humans are the real monsters? Ooh, no one's ever thought of that before.
Wait
a
second. That's a genius idea. So anyway, we're halfway through this episode already, by the way.
Yay!
Oh, good.
So they really do seem to just keep getting quicker, which is cool. And I don't even mean that from a sense of us covering them. I mean like actual time codes. But anyway, they take the scientists, Skrulls people out of their house. They're going to take their information and burn it all. As this is happening, can you see this shot here? We got securityman on the left, then Olivia, then the 2 Skrull people, and then Guy throwing, I assume, Molotov into house where it's burning. Okay, cool. Then they show us this. Guy uses Skrull power to break out of handcuffs because I guess they didn't know that Skrulls can do that.
Larg.
don't know. He hits this security guard, gets his gun while he's struggling on the floor. So
oh, you've hit me on the shoulder with your
wow, he did hit him in the shoulder. Wow. He's holding
why didn't he just punch her too?
So yeah, his plan. Yeah. Well, so first of all, where's the security guard? He was right over, he was doing the Molotov thing. He should be around, but he's disappeared. He's gone into the ether. Secondly, that means this Olivia Colman's the only one left to subvert before you can get out of here. Now, the reason he's doing this hostage situation is he says, "Let us both go, and I won't kill her," meaning the girl he's got in hostage. And you, of course, ask yourself, why is he not just shooting Olivia Colman?
Shoot her.
There's no reason not to. And of course, she's just like, wow, you're annoying, when this is actually a situation where she's got no safety net. She could have died easily here.
Yeah, and look at her face. She seems like she's invincible right now when she has nothing.
Because she knows the plot is keeping her safe this time.
That's exactly it.
Yep.
This is kind of annoying, but yeah, she just...
Look, did she have the gun in the last shot?
Good question.
Ooh,
No,
yeah.
Wait
a minute.
Did she have the gun
Wait
in
a
her hand?
minute.
I'm curious, yeah.
She had the gun in her hand.
I think you
need to
can
know.
see... the
Oh,
gun
yes, there it
there.
is. Yeah,
Oh,
it's in her hand. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, there
All
you
right,
go.
All right. Throw him a
Yeah.
bone.
A bone.
It's good to
has been
check. It's
thrown.
good to check, you know,
Yes.
with these things.
Honestly, after the Nick thing, we should check everything. Like, who knows?
Yeah, we have to check. I can't trust my mind anymore. They lie to me. They hate me.
But yeah, he says, let us go or I'll kill her. And she says, I don't doubt you for a second. The males of my own species are very similar. If they're not busy gaslighting you, they're threatening you with murder.
First off, wow, I wonder if her bodyguards are still conscious and around her. They're like, hey,
Yeah.
sorry, by the way, we just saved your life in there.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
It feels like
but-
such like an obligatory cringe line. It's just like, did you
We
just...
have
what
to,
did you do?
yeah, we have to shit on men.
We
It's
gotta
the-
throw
They
one
had
of
to
those
slip it
in. Like,
It's-
I'm surprised
it
that
feels
wasn't
like
in the
they-
trailer. They usually put those in the trailer as well.
Yeah.
And it
I think
doesn't
I
seem
feel
like
the character gets
something she'd
hijacked
say.
for a moment. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I feel
Yeah.
like the character just
It's
getting
like an
hijacked for a
instant,
moment by the writers.
The other person who was writing all of our lines it's like they didn't show up for work that day. So it's like, well, we can do that. We can write her lines.
Throw in some cringe.
I'm like, there's nothing to take from it. It's just something she says randomly, like, okie dokie. And then I think people would say, like, it's funny. And I'd be like, okay.
Okay, whatever you
This
say.
is the one scene that didn't work. This was when her...
It was just so bizarre, too.
Charm started
It comes out of nowhere.
Not that aren't as good for her character.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
her delivery is all the same as usual, but it's like, what's she going to do with lines like that?
Yeah, it's true. Her delivery can't save everything, and I feel like the best of her is already gone.
This is
Oh,
kind of
that
a
is-
Why
funny
did he
freeze
react?
frame.
Why did he react?
He didn't
just-
react.
He
just
didn't
stood
even
there.
blink.
Yeah, and it took her a little while, but yeah, that's him done. What a loser!
Ooh.
What an idiot! Why is his wait? So it's his okay. So his
Comes out
blood
purple.
I don't get it. That guy in episode 1, the blood came out red.
Shut
Totally
up.
don't give
Yeah,
a
but
fuck.
but
They
can
don't
you
give
be
a
sure?
fuck, Fringy.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah.
Names, blood, nothing. They don't
Purple
know
is
what
like
they're doing.
half red.
Kind of, yeah. See, that makes sense. So, Daenerys goes to Fury GF house, which doesn't
I
really make
guess
much
he can't get
sense
impressed.
Fine.
because she
1,000
spared
lies.
Fury, right? Meaning she knows that Gravik knows she's a traitor, which means that she should be expecting someone to come and kill her.
Yep.
So you shouldn't even be here, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
She's still retaining
The
this
moment she
identity.
walked in the door.
This
What the fuck
identity
is this art?
compromised. I don't know. Her identity is compromised. Is the important
Yeah,
part
she should be
here.
dressed up as fucking anybody else, and so should Gaia, by the way.
That's what. Oh, yes, both of them. I was actually just talking about her, but yeah, both of them.
Black
should,
Widow flashbacks.
So they
should
both
be.
got guns
Oh
on
my
each
God,
other.
You're right.
And I forget her name every single time. Fury GF says, "Are you here to kill me?" And it's like, you probably shouldn't have taken that fucking risk. If she is, you're now 50-50 instead of being able to execute her on her way in. She came in with a gun to your house. She broke in. And you know that people are trying to come and kill you.
Are Glocks the only pistols they have in this show?
Yes. And why wouldn't you
Okay.
just have it so that Fury rang her ahead of this, saying that Gaia's on the way? Don't shoot her.
Yeah.
And she'll identify by
But when
shouting
there's
out
drama,
banana
then
or something. Or
Well, exactly,
cheese.
because if you say, like, don't shoot Guy, it's like, well, who is that? This is a scroll. She could be anybody.
Exactly.
Who is that?
This actually could be Gravik trying to trick her. You never know. Nobody could possibly know. You're super fucked when you think it's a scroll, but it could be an enemy scroll. Well, how are you going to prove anything then?
Yeah, they could have killed the wife lady and just have another scroll there, hey, waiting around just as a trap.
At least they didn't switch guns like Yelena and Black Widow in that stupid kitchen
Oh,
scene.
yeah, that was terrible.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take your gun.
So, Rhodey explains that there is a, powered down nuclear plant where all the Skrulls are hiding in Russia, and that if we nuke it now, we prevent them from destroying the whole world. So we've got to nuke Russia to save the world.
Well, the first thing that he needs to be saying is, Rhodey, where the fuck is your Iron Man suit?
And then you'll say, I lost
New rule.
it in the mail.
New rule. You always wear it. You need to always have it in official.
Skrull Rhodey should be invested in wearing it because,
it's
really good.
Yeah, it's like it's basically an Iron Man suit with an emphasis on destruction.
So he says we have to nuke Russia in order to defeat some Skrulls, and if we don't act now, the Skrulls will invade and destroy everything. I would prefer war to extinction. That's what Rhodey says, and he says England is also behind us. And I thought that was really weird.
Lie?
Well, because I was like, so the Prime Minister is a Skrull, so it could mean that she's... But we find out it's not the Prime Minister he's talking about. He's talking about Olivia Colman. She's approved of this. We will get to her reasoning. I don't want to spoil it, because I don't think you guys are going to remember. It's so fucking bad.
I can't actually quite remember.
I actually can't either.
It's like a form of leverage for Rhodey to say that England want us to blow it up too, I guess, and like that. But it's an absolutely insane idea, and she already... We'll get there, it's fine. So then Gravik and Fury just have a little chat on the phone. Why not?
Like, Gravik just gives Nick Fury a phone call. He just has his phone number. How?
He just does. Have a nice little
Nick
chat.
say, "Oh, I was waiting for you to call," like he was expecting.
And it's a nice cringe conversation as well, like every conversation with Gravik.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain from this. I've summed it up as Gravik says, if I don't get what I want, which is the harvest, then the president is going to bomb New Skrullos with beginning the war. And also, don't just bring me the harvest, bring some iodide pills, because the reactor room could be a touch aggressive.
Should I have like an outfit on for that?
It didn't need to be that way, but they've made it that way, and we'll talk about it again later.
Yeah, I guess, like, why bother? Why bother having it be a thing?
Hey, whatever.
Oh well.
Guys, look!
What? Oh, what?
Look who it is!
Oh my god, it's Guy from Black Widow. Guy.
It's Quinjet Acquirer.
Yeah, man. It's so awesome to see him back.
Yeah, he's on you could tell by the hat, he's on the B team.
Here he is. I know it's been a while, and everyone's waiting for his new sort of contribution to the MCU, and excited to say here it is. And it was really funny, because there was a tweet saying, like, so awesome to see him back, and then there was a viral tweet, the quote tweet, saying, who the fuck is that? They said this guy is the Glub Shitto of Marvel.
Glub Shitto.
Such a forgettable character.
I love Glub Shitto.
He would just spawn whenever they needed in that movie. It was
Glub Shitto's great.
Oh, and then, of course, he takes a moment to say that Fury is shit, by the way, because he hadn't done it. He's a new character, see? It's fine.
Yep.
Good to get another one in. He's like, you should be
contractual.
mothballed. Get out of there.
Do you even know Fury? Like, who are you?
I don't fucking... Yes, maybe. Like, I guess so. It was a great cameo. Why you hating? Stop.
Oh, everyone just is terrible.
So then they have a funeral for Talos, because I guess they at least remember to do that.
How'd they get the body?
Shut up. And then
that's a good question.
They say, she's like, I don't know the prayer. And then Nick Fury's wife starts going like... Starts
conjuring a demon.
It's just like those are the words of Skrullos or something. It's just like, this sounds funny. Sounds like
Draguna Makoites.
Hakuna Matata. Yeah, it's very emotional.
Is that supposed to be a wedding ring?
I don't know what it is
on the thing, because that is a very thin wedding ring.
Well,
Question is
maybe they
why
like
she's
thin
still
wedding
chilling
rings.
here.
Maybe.
She's still chilling here when she knows that they're coming for her. Like, the entire
Maybe.
scene
Yeah.
where she's like,
Why the
leave.
fuck would you be here?
Maybe it's a special scroll ring that changes size based on you changing into things, you know? So that'd be great. There you
It's
go.
a nanotech ring. I mean, yeah, I guess you don't ever have to actually have a ring because you can just have one. Like you could choose to look like yourself, but with a ring, so that only the ring is what changes, right?
Yeah.
And
Do you even is like on Skrullos or in Skrull culture? Do they even have like tailors or like clothes? Because you can just like make them appear, right? So you can just like, would you even need to make those?
I don't fucking
Well, I
know.
guess I don't know. I guess the whatever the nanotech like little thing is. I guess maybe there's tailors who work on the nanotech little thing.
If you needed like a pan, if you're in a kitchen, could you like make a pan?
I mean, it's the problem with nanotech,
As long as you kept,
right?
as long as you kept your
already...
hand on it, right?
Only
there's
if
gotta be,
you
like...
take the role of a chef. You get the hat and the pan.
Because you can do the hat and the pan, yeah. And as long as you hold onto the pan, it stays a pan, right? I assume.
see, these thoughts casually come into your head, just like curious about it. But I feel like they never had these discussions, like even out of
No.
just for fun. There's just nothing. They didn't play with the concepts or ideas at all. Just waste in every category.
They have themselves a
If
chat.
you are a Skrull and you transform into someone with all your clothes and you keep that illusion or you keep that form for a long time, but you eat a lot of pasta and carbs and cake and ice cream and you get to be a big fat fuck, right? Does that mean would your clothes would you be tighter inside of your clothes, or would your clothes like expand along with you?
It seems like because Skrulls can like take the appearance of people who are considerably different sizes to them.
Yeah.
To which I guess you have to assume that there is no such thing
They're
as
less
an overweight
dense?
Skrull. Well, I mean, it's the problem that you're going to get in with any shape-shifting thing, right? Like, because, you know, like Amelia Clark, Skrull lady, impersonates much larger people than herself. So you just have to presume that they can, like, I don't know, their metabolism means that they can never be fat. Or that if they're fat, it doesn't matter because they can just change their cells to not be fat.
Yeah, they could all look really, really good all the time. Being a Skrull, it's like Adam. It gives you no excuse to not look beautiful.
I probably don't gain weight.
So anyway, they're having a chat, and Gaia says, I told him he was a failure. What kind of daughter does that make me? Like, pretty awful. Yeah, just explicitly awful, yeah.
You
And
killed
then-
a lot of people.
And then
Also.
Lady says, last thing I said to Fury before the snap was if you spend all your time looking for aliens, you might lose the one you married. And I'm just like, I don't care. Like,
Don't care. You were invented
No,
in this show and you're pretending that these characters have massive history when they don't.
Yep. Then she says, why does Gravik want you dead? Like, disobeying orders? Then, like, well, why wait for him to kill you? And
Kill yourself.
Skrull Lady says, I love this house. I had to find a place with privacy, security, and lots of light. And then they start talking about how Nick Fury likes this house. And it's just like, did we seriously just say the reason that she didn't leave is because she likes the house? Nice, guys. Good job.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be difficult to like the house if you're dead.
And this place has shit security. She broke in by pushing the door. We saw
Well,
it.
That's-
look at
yeah,
these,
that's just how
look at these
doors- that's
open
just-
windows. Like, there's less walls in this house than the average house. Look at all those
Oh
windows.
yeah, lots
over
of
there.
light. That's what she
Yeah.
likes about it. There's lots of
Yeah.
light.
Not
Oh,
much
yes, lots of
security.
glass
Well, she says
instead of
security and
big-
privacy too, Regs.
Security and
Okay.
privacy and lots of light. Is like, well, which one is it?
Well, you
Yeah.
would think that Nick Fury's house would have a bunch of like automated turrets or something that would just pop out of
Yeah.
the walls.
Safe
if it was
room,
anything
maybe.
like his wheels.
Yeah,
Like the
safe
car,
room.
exactly. Yeah, you would think he'd have
Yep.
all these things, all these
Exactly.
plan Bs. He should be the king of plan Bs, but he
Remember,
doesn't have
this is
any
the
plan at all.
world of like super advanced AI, right? Like Friday and I can't believe I've
Jarvis.
forgotten his name, Jarvis.
Jarvis.
You know, and they've been around for like nearly 20 years in this timeline at this point.
They just ignore it. Everything they establish, just ignored.
So there's a
Alright.
chair,
Ignore
and
it.
Skrull Lady's like, oh, Fury would sit there reading a book, and I'd get lost watching him like that for hours. Just a really
That's kinda
normal
creepy.
thing. It's perfectly normal to say, okay? The not
Every
normal
Every other line
thing.
out of this bitch is creepy as hell.
He's trying to be romantic. He's really bad at it all the time. You have to
Yeah, just
understand.
sucks at it.
But it gets weirder
That's
anyway
what
because
Skrulls do when they love each other, is they stare at each other for hours silently.
Gaius says in response to that, did he ever get lost watching you in your own skin?
It feels like a weird thing to say when we've never seen you as an alien.
It's just fucking rude. What
It
the
is
hell?
rude, isn't it?
Like,
Mind your business, child.
we just had someone that we both heavily appreciate have their funeral. I'm sharing something about how I love my husband, and then you just said, yeah, but was he racist? It's like, what the fuck?
Or it's like, does he like looking at you naked?
I don't.
It's another case of them getting hijacked by the writers, man. Like, she wouldn't say this. That's just stupid.
No, of course not. And the lady's like, that's none of your business. And I was like, wow, yeah, true. It isn't. There's nothing to do with you.
Yeah,
Like,
wow,
who are you? Who are you? You know?
Yeah.
That might have been her best scene.
Okay.
Like, just putting her in her place.
Kind of a fucked up thing to say. Someone.
But what's weird is we drift back into that earlier question of why she's still at the house, right? She says, after that happens, you're young. You don't know what it takes to build a life with someone to sustain it. When it comes to facing my executioners, I want to meet them head on instead of in some dark alley. Like,
What does that have to do with
the
anything?
fuck? Like, what just happened? The conversation, like, got split in two and moved around until it... Like, what... So now her reason is, I want to face them myself. I don't want to be killed in a dark alley. It's like, they can't get you as soon as you switch to any random human being.
Exactly. They can't find you anymore.
This is some Aunt Beru logic. Like, let's
Dumb as
fight them off.
fuck.
It's crazy.
Why can't you just be not stupid? But yeah, when she's having this little rant, what they don't realize is that Gravik's men have arrived, and they're both standing still and talking. And the first shot is fired and it misses.
They're not standing still. They're sitting.
Are they sitting?
At the table.
I think they do sit down for a second, and then they fire.
They're sitting down at the table.
Oh, yeah, the tea. Yeah, they do sit.
How did you
They're
miss?
not sitting.
Oh, well,
they not?
It's because they shoot.
I thought they. Oh, okay. I thought they were sitting. Why did you shoot that?
How did you miss that dramatically?
So shit.
Just like, fuck your tea.
And you even shot like the bottom of it somehow.
It's so
and then
funny.
It's at this point, by the way, that Gaia immediately says, "You hide. I have Groot powers and Extremis powers and Cull Obsidian powers, so you go away and I'll handle it."
And then the director said, "But wait, what if I have them both use shotguns and pistols back to back, like Iron Man and War Machine, kind of, but Skrulls with guns, and the two awesome women fucking up this whole house of mercenaries trying to get them." By the way, all these guys they kill, you don't hear any noises, and you don't see any Skrulls.
And their blood is red again.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the blood's... Yeah, this is red splatters and...
So what's
not
the deal?
Single, all the bullets in this entire fight, not one bullet
this is a funny
hits our two
screenshot.
heroes. Bye. Not a single bullet hits our heroines.
Would you say that shotguns, the power of shotguns, is like ineffectively portrayed in movies? Like,
whenever you shoot someone with a shotgun,
right?
it makes them fly back very, very
That's
far.
what I'm saying. Like,
And yet somehow you don't move at all.
Yeah. Do you have an example in mind of like a really good shotgun scene in terms of the portrayal?
There's probably a bunch, but none come to mind. I know in the last John Wick 4. The priest pulls out a shotgun and shoots John Wick, and he flies back like 20 feet, but the priest doesn't move at all. And this is like, why are you using a shotgun when you should probably be using a submachine gun or an assault rifle? Wait a second, how are you both like extensively trained in firearms?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Like this guy here who was just shooting rounds at him. I guess none of those bullets hit him. What was he shooting at? They were just standing still.
It is
funny they got rifles and look at that blood. Look at that.
Yeah, and it's funny, as Fringy said, the stakes here for these two are completely different. One, if she gets tagged in the face, she's just dead. The other, she's fine. She's not going to get killed by anything here.
Yep.
But they treat it as though these two have to work together and they both have the same thing to lose. It's just like, God, this sucks.
They look at it like this epic action scene, but this is just such damage to her character. She should have left.
Why did they?
Now that she stayed, why didn't she help with her powers?
Why did they put the backpacks on? What were the backpacks for?
They had guns in them. That's where they got the guns from.
Oh, okay.
It's
But
weird
like,
because
so
when
they
the
had to
scene
put 'em
starts,
on?
yeah, when the scene starts, she grabs the backpacks and hands them over. But then, like, I guess Gaia just knows that this is how it works because like you see this happen, and then she just pulls one out of the back, and it's like, wait, did you know that was there? And that's how that works. Are you
How would she
familiar
have
with
known
these?
that?
I don't know. I don't think there's any reason to think she would know that. Oh,
There's no
Maybe
reason
because
to
they're
think
both
that she
Why would
is.
you
too
not just give him
familiar
a gun
the
with a
gear, but
sling
the
on
rest
it?
don't
exactly. Why
believe
wouldn't you just be normal? They never be
Just
normal.
here's the gun. Just hold the gun. It's a
I know what
gun.
you're about
Here.
to say. Well, it's like this is so boring, isn't it?
Well, like,
It's
well,
just a
I was gonna
shit
say, like, look,
gun.
it's always like cliche, like, oh, you're so fucking, look at that shotgun shot, yeah, go, you get him. And it's just like,
It's just so boring. I'm bored. Bored of this.
You're just
This is
invincible, and
interesting.
none of the bullets will hit.
How much
Well-
more interesting would it be if she actually had to show some struggle and like,
I remember
she's
she did
expert with the gun immediately.
these new powers that she has have been taken. You know, they weren't earned; they were taken.
there's a lot of that going on with a lot of the new characters' powers, where they just fucking fall out of the sky onto these people. There's no
Yeah. And
struggle.
it's gonna get a bit more dramatic next
Oh
episode.
god, yeah. So
Oh boy.
that whole scene happens, and it sucks. Fury gets
Fun.
out of like customs and shit because he's actually using the fucking Widow's Veil for the first time in the whole goddamn season.
I couldn't believe
Yeah.
my eyes. Where's
Amazing.
the whole show?
That's
You
Don't
Fury.
approve of the
Scumbag.
white face personally, but all right, you know, it's fair enough.
And yeah, this is what Disbrew was referencing. It's a really weird line. Olivia Colman says, "Let me get this straight. $1 billion of research and development, and all the Widow's Veil can cloak is your face." The implication, of
$1
course,
billion?
being
Big deal.
That's a steal.
the
Yeah.
implication, of course, being that surely it should be able to cover you fully. And Fury says, "You're thinking of the new one. This one only does the face." So there is a
So they got-
new Widow's Veil that allows
Oh
you to
my
do
God.
scroll things.
I think you mentioned that earlier, like 10,000 hours ago. I can't remember now.
It was
But
an hour 3, I think. We mentioned this. It's insane.
Possibly. Oh man, because these veils, it's just like this is that with the Bucky with the makeup. Just the fact that something as simple as makeup should have you on red alert, but the fact that these things have been in throughout the entire series,
But like, doesn't it,
crazy. Makes
as
them
a
all
piece of
foolish.
tech, defeat the entire idea of the series? Like, isn't it scary that scrolls could be anybody? It's like, you already have the tech. You just said you already have that.
They don't even play with the scroll idea. Why would they notice that? You know, they don't know what they're playing with.
So he starts asking us some questions. Why did you back up Rhodey on the new Skrullos thing? Because again, we need to get her motivation on that. That's a really weird thing that she did. She says, "Yes, Fury, of course I did." Because in the absence of she says my scaled superior, meaning the guy she killed, she's now in charge of the SIS. And last I checked, she says this, last I checked, the US and Britain were allies.
So so no, because Britain thought that the United States set off a massive bomb in Russia with virtually zero evidence suggesting it was the Americans.
And
So
then,
I guess they're not that close after all.
And then Britain turned up at a American motorcade for the president and watched a bunch of quote-unquote Russians attack it, but then they would have seen a bunch of Skrull bodies and been like, what in the fuck is going on? And apparently the Americans then said to the British, there's a bunch of Skrulls in this place in Russia, let's nuke it. And Britain were like, sure, bro.
Well, we are allies.
Yeah, and that's her reasoning. We are allies. Also
Let's start a
great.
war. Let's start a nuclear war with Russia. Let's start a war with Russia.
We
a
are
hot
allies
war.
after
Let's do it.
all.
We are allies.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
dumbass.
You would think she'd be smarter than that.
You would think.
And she says, why? Oh, yeah, by the way, she doesn't know that Rhodey's a Skrull. Fury hasn't told her that yet.
Why the fuck doesn't she know yet? Like, how's
Why
that?
shouldn't
Like,
she suspect? She should be calling every world government and saying, "Hey, we just found out that the person in charge of the SIS was actually an alien shapeshifter. So you should probably go find all of the people that you take orders from, and you need to have you need to sort this out, all right? Because Well, this is like we need to like pause the Earth for a second so we can find out if anyone else is an alien shapeshifter from another planet. But I guess she doesn't phone the United States or anybody and tell her about this discovery.
Remember when we said, like, why isn't Fury telling people that Rhodey is a Skrull? And it's like, yeah, he tells her in this scene. And then she's like, whoa, what? Like, why haven't you told people earlier than now? What's wrong with you? And then she says, why would Gravik want to blow up his own people? And Fury says, leverage. He wants me to give him the harvest. Otherwise, he's going to start World War III by blowing up that base or whatever. All about the harvest. And Sonya just goes along with this. She's like, alright, that's Olivia Colman's character's name. So then she's like, what is the harvest? And then Fury says something, and it's so funny because I think there's people in chat right now are just not going to be ready for this. There's so much crap to come. Fury says, nearly every Avenger spilled blood in the Battle of Earth, even Carol Danvers. In the aftermath, some were sent to collect the DNA. Nobody knew but me and the collectors, led by Gravik. That's where he got the idea for the Super Skrull machine.
Can you get Carol Danvers' DNA? It's like, how do you get a DNA? Like, how?
There is so much to unpack. First of all, I didn't know that she could actually. She flies through ships and comes out unscathed.
She seems to be indestructible. She can take
when Thanos punched her, maybe.
I feel like that would be the one thing you could think of, but they would have made it explicit in that scene. And I like, you rocked her, but she seemed pretty unscathed to me. Like, can she bleed?
But
is she even human?
I mean, but then there's just it's like, okay, so now this raises questions. If, let's say, certain characters had been abducted by the Skrulls as far back as the events of Civil War before Endgame, so I guess Gravik was on Fury's side up until about 2023. Sure. Is what we're left to conclude. Okay, I'm sure that doesn't present potential massive continuity, like just breaches in continuity. But even then, the idea of like, oh yes, you collect all of the Avengers' DNA and put it in like a little vial, and what? Oh, well, I guess he can put it in his Super Skrull machine and just get all the powers.
Isn't it funny?
Holy shit.
Yeah,
you just draft idea that they put
you grab a bit of blood, and you pop it into a machine, and the machine says, Drax. You're like, what?
Yeah, it's like plasmids. You just stick it in and squeeze it, and boom! Now you've got Drax. Now you've got Drax's arm, which isn't really a superpower so much as it is just his arm, which is really weird. Can you do that with heads?
You know, what does it mean to be able to synthesize? Because some of those people's powers don't have anything to do with their like anatomy, and some of their powers are derived from like, for instance, Captain Marvel's power is derived from the Tesseract. I don't know what would it be about her DNA? Like, wouldn't it be that the like, you know what I mean? Is it even the kind of power that could be replicated? Is that even possible?
Well, and they don't even discuss if there's diminishing returns or anything. Like how much you get.
There's no like, fucking drawbacks to any of it. You only get the awesome powers and for free, basically. But remember, they get Ghost. Ghost wasn't around in Endgame.
She wasn't there.
She wasn't
Abomination wasn't there.
But how does that, like, Ghost's blood lets you phase through walls?
Yeah.
What in the fuck is happening?
They did the same thing with Taskmasker having Black Panther claws when like that happened like the day before or something like that.
Oh right, because of Civil War, yeah, I remember.
Yep. Made no sense. Just met the guy. Why do you? Yeah.
So this is insane nonsense, and the idea that Fury thought, "Wow, we just had a big fight. Better send my secret Skrull men to go and collect the blood on the battlefield." What the fuck, man?
Secret Skrull men.
And then she says, so you're responsible for all this? And he says, yeah, why do you think I came back? So there's an answer for you. We get loads of them across the whole show as to why he left, why he came back, and why he's sad. There's another one for why he came back, because he feels he's responsible for the whole thing. Which I guess he is, because of how stupid everything is.
He is, because of the way the show is written, he is responsible for this.
Yeah. And now, she says, why haven't you called any of your special friends down? Bear in mind, they gave us the ADR, and that argument, if they believed it's true, still stands. There's no reason it wouldn't stand, but she's asking him now as if it doesn't. Well, I say that. He could tell her that reason, but he doesn't. He says, We can't keep depending on them to save us. They haven't lived my life. They can't defend the world like I can. The only power I have was planted between my ears by a single mother and wrapped around my finger from a woman far greater than I could ever hope to be. This is personal. And if that ain't enough, then what hope do we have? If that ain't enough, maybe I'm just dust.
Maybe you are.
Absolute fucking bullshit. What the hell? This never came up before. What reason? You just what? Is it pride? You're just like, I gotta solve this problem myself. Also, I suck compared to the two women in my life that I care about.
Never been personal for him. It's never been. This is just a completely new character. Like, this is just horseshit. So many of these scenes we're like, what are you doing? And you'd think you'd be used to it by now, but they find new and creative ways to just fuck him over.
But this is why I think that was the retcon from, or not retcon, actual ADR from episode 3, is that the first way around it would have been, like, don't involve him because it'll make things worse. And then when you get to this episode and things are way worse, he has to change the reason again, right? To this is personal. But the reason got changed in ADR to, they'll copy the heroes and then they'll be terrorists, which would still stand if he believed in that reason right now. But instead, now he's giving a whole speech about how he can't rely on them to save him every time. And also, this is personal. What an insane fucking... What are you talking about? Like, this is what I mean. They don't remember. They're all over the fucking place. It's hard to keep track.
This is his show. This is if Samuel Jackson cares about this character, the bare minimum should be able to, like, establish a motive. Like, and there's no way... I can't see him being happy with this. It's just nonsense. This is embarrassing. I thought he was the type of actor that wouldn't let this type of abuse go on, but here we are. It's over and over and over again.
Yeah. And so, yeah, she says, so you're just going to give him the harvest? And he says, exactly. And then he suits up, and he has a Fury montage, and it's dumb as fuck.
You're going to give it to him. You can't give it to him. You have to destroy it.
It's funny because, like, after all that we've done to ruin him, they're like, look, he's back. He's got his eye patch, and he's got his gun.
He's back. He's at his lowest.
Yeah, this is the worst we've ever been. But look at this shot. They think it's cool. Look at him. Look at him go.
I felt nothing. It's like he's just empty nonsense. I'd like to directly compare this to Aragorn's gear up scene in Helm's Deep. After he almost died that day, he's got the blood on his finger still, and he's still gearing up to lead this fucking battle. That is a badass gear up scene. That's how you do that shit. And you actually feel something because you know how much pressure's on the line here, and he's still going to lead, even though this guy should be fucking, like, in a bed rest right now. This is just nonsense. Like, how are you gonna feel anything with this? Like, you've built him up to be a piece of shit, and now we're supposed to have a badass Fury moment? It's just... Anyone who fell for this, anyone who enjoyed this moment, you're an idiot. You weren't paying attention to the entire season. Like,
as far as I know, we could be going to shoot up a school.
Seriously, I don't know what this... Oh, yeah.
It's so exciting to have Fury back. Woohoo.
This is exciting. Look at him. This is Fury, the gunslinger.
Super spy. So, yeah. That leads us to the final episode, which will be the quickest to go through.
Mercifully the shortest one.
Yeah.
Probably.
Though, I wonder if it's going to be the quickest to go through, given...
I think it will. I think it will, honestly. We've set so much groundwork for the big thing. We'll complain about the big thing, but it won't take that long, I don't think.
Yeah.
So it opens with a conversation between Fury and his wife, and he just says, I've gone far enough now to where it makes sense to keep going. And she says, you coming back? And he says, I'll let you go now. And she
Do they
says,
ever
you
call
don't
her
have
Miss
to.
Fury?
No, I don't think so. She has a name. It's like Scylla or something. Was it Priscilla, maybe? I can't remember, but I'm sorry. You can't expect me to remember a name. That's asking a lot.
I did not like that character.
Isn't that Peppermint Patty's name in Charlie Brown? Isn't her real name Priscilla?
Yeah, man.
If you don't,
Mrs.
if
Skrull.
you don't know,
yeah,
it's
that's
fine.
the right one.
So,
carry on.
Someone said there was like shit tons of reshoots. I'm trying to see if I can find imagery. This is probably enough imagery to actually notice it. But even the forest that they're in changes. Yeah, between.
Yeah, it's a different. Oh my.
Pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
That is pretty funny.
Fury arrives, but I think to do this the more efficient way, we're just going to reveal immediately. This is not Fury at the headquarters. They want us to believe it is.
Gaia.
This is actually Gaia with the Harvest, so he would have given her the Harvest DNA, which is all the Avengers DNA, by the way. And he told her, you go get Gravik, I guess. I feel like
They
the
did over
conversation.
There was no reason to do this because they were both evenly matched at this point.
Yep.
So the need to,
It's actually
balance the score, to make
it's absolutely fucking nuts. Yeah. I guess
We
yeah.
can
We'll
talk
talk
about
about it when it's handed over, because at least right now it hasn't been. So.
So finally, we have Nick Fury do something that's kind of competent, and it's not
him.
even him.
and also the actual choices being made here are not competent.
So Fury, Rhodey's trying to encourage the president to nuke Russia, and then this person, I forget who this is, the girl on the right. She says,
I think she might be like Secretary of Defense.
Possibly, yeah. She says, we don't know who was behind the attack. The Russians denied it. And then Rhodey goes, oh, they denied it. I guess it's all right then. I've got 30 dead Russians on the motorcade to prove that it was Russian. It's like,
you have 30 dead what?
You got scrolls. They're not Russians. Scrolls. There's no
Surely
Russians
the president...
that are scrolls.
They're all scrolls, every single one.
And the president would have been notified. Sir, we were attacked by space aliens.
Yeah, the British would have captured all of them and experimented horribly on them.
Yes, as they do.
Hell yeah.
They're in labs right now being like,
take the green pill.
So then she says, we can't rule out a false flag. And so that's correct. And then Rhodey says, did you take a stupid pill? The president almost died. Unless you have evidence for the idea of a false flag, then get on with your job, which is advising a military response to the attack. There are Russians moving tanks onto worldwide borders. This is proof it was them. Obviously, the Russians are preparing for war because they believe America might strike them. That's why that's happening. It's pretty straightforward. The fact that they wrote it so that Rhodey said, did you take a stupid pill, is shocking.
It's like,
yeah, I don't know if he should be using that kind of medical terminology here. It's a little...
it's highbrow.
It's kind of... It's a little off-putting to me.
Fucking nonsense, stupid. And all she ever did was say, we don't actually know. And then he's like, you stupid or something?
What she should be saying is, no, those weren't Russians. Those were
scrolls.
space aliens.
She should also be saying...
I guess they could have obtained nationality, which just raises more questions, but still...
She should also be highlighting how fucking suspiciously he's behaving. And she should be like,
what's going on, dude? Like,
Rhodey, I don't remember you being a psychopath. Are you okay? You're acting like an actual evil person. That's strange.
And you know what's so fucking funny? Is that everybody was certain that America was the ones that attacked Russia at the beginning of this series. Turned out that was a false flag, Rhodey. Remember that? Don't you think, like if anyone said this to anyone in this room, he would have to be like, nah, because no, just shut up. It's been, it's so hard to believe, but like Rhodey's basically reduced now to just evil scroll man who wants to bomb Russia so he can bomb the whole world.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now,
at least something exciting will happen.
Yeah, something a bit different. So, yeah, Fury heads into the HQ, and he's, well, whenever I say Fury in this part, I mean Gaia. Gaia is the one that's doing this whole stuff, but they spot a bunch of bodies from all the people Gravik killed, I guess, all the Skrulls. And then there's some coughing, and...
Wait, is it implied that all the Skrulls in the whole compound he killed?
No, just
the ones he killed in that fight scene.
Okay,
they're just in some place here, somewhere locked up.
So this is, pulls out a Geiger counter, and
I wonder how he managed that. How did he manage to lock them all up in the whole compound, you know?
I don't even know what he did with the Skrulls in this area.
Didn't he say, like, he told them, like, to hide in some bunker or something there?
Maybe,
like,
yeah.
They're here somewhere, I believe. Or they're in they're not here, like, to be seen. That's the point.
But there's a bit of unwrapping or unraveling to do here. He's pulled out the Geiger counter to let the audience know that it's very irradiated here. And by the way, he hasn't gone down to where Gravik is yet. He's just at the top area where we saw Skrulls running around and being happy and stuff outside the building. See, he's right here. He's already almost falling over and coughing. Now, on your first run through, you're supposed to believe, like, oh my god, Fury's gonna die of radiation poisoning. Oh my god, this might be the end of Fury. This is horrible. On a rewatch,
wait a second.
You understand Gaia is pretending that this is affecting her to maintain the facade for anybody who may be watching. Meaning she's still trying to approximate the kind of damage this would do. Alright? It's worth keeping in mind. It's gonna come up later. For now,
yeah,
This place is radiated. Okie dokie.
All right.
Heads in. Yeah, I'm very excited now. Who knows what's going to happen?
This is pretty exciting.
Olivia Colman calls Rhodey to say Fury is on the way. And of course, we're supposed to be thinking she's lying. But no, she's actually telling the truth. Fury is actually on the way to the president, not to Gravik. And she says, you have to move the president. And Rhodey seems actually scared. He's like, oh god, we need to do something. Oh, Jesus, he's on the way. It's like, War Machine, man. This is fucking War Machine. What's Nick Fury gonna do to War Machine? But he doesn't have his suit. He doesn't have anything.
For some reason, even though
I
it's
would have my
nanotech.
suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be pretty useful. And so, the security guards start getting tranked.
Hold up. What if it has it ever been in the past where Tony Stark's suits were like linked to someone using biometrics, like DNA or fingerprints or something like that? Would that work with him?
Why would he talk about how he's used the
Skrull?
suit as a Skrull if he wasn't able to use the suit at all? He does in episode 2. He talks about the suit.
So okay, so I guess I was just thinking if.
Also, there's another
If there was
reason
some
why
sort
we
of
know
link.
he can definitely use the suit as a Skrull. But we'll get to that
Well,
a little later.
I don't doubt that he can use the suit, but I'm wondering, like, should he be able to use the suit? Would a Skrull be able to take on the appearance of Rhodey and still have the suit work for him?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know if that was like DNA test or something in the thing that would make it only work for him.
I mean, the most you'd expect probably is retinal or fingerprint, and I assume those things get copied over in the shapeshift.
I guess if it can go, if it's to that level of detail that even the the retinal scan will work, yeah.
But yeah, the guards start getting tranked. That's gradually happening in between scenes getting cut from Gaia and Gravik meeting here, but we're just going to do all these scenes in one go, pretty much. So, Fury's dropping his pills, but obviously it's fake Fury, so it doesn't actually matter. These are his iodide pills, I guess, and he's like, haha, you're going to start dying quickly now because you don't have your pills, loser.
Yeah,
It's like,
dummy.
okay. I don't know why they included the radiation element at all. Like, I don't see what it adds to this story in any way.
Well, at least it can't hurt, right?
Just,
Right?
might just melt you, but no, yeah. This this scene contains a big old Gravik speech, and it's pretty cringe.
Oh,
We'll just
All the speeches. Yeah.
run through it here. This is supposed to be the moment where the writers are like, let me explain why Gravik is this way. Once I finish, you'll understand, and you'll think, wow, this makes a lot of sense. They failed, but I'll give you the what he says. He says, this face is the first human I killed, and I killed him because you told me to, and you don't even remember. The first mission you sent me on, I wanted to impress you, the man who promised me a home, but this man had a, like, meaning the one he killed, this guy had a wife and children. But, sure, yeah, he was a bit misguided, but I killed him because of you, and everyone I killed took a piece out of my heart, and the only one brave enough to admit it is me. That's halfway through his speech. It's already pretty awful, I would say.
Pretty bad.
It's a little bit confusing as well. It's like, so
Oh,
Fury...
so we care about women and children now and families of people you kill? Is that something we care about? All right.
How can your speech be filled with, like, it was sad to kill so many humans, I'm just gonna kill all of them, I guess.
It's so bizarre.
And yeah, like, everyone I killed took a piece of my heart. It's like, shut up.
You don't have a heart.
Absolutely
This is
not.
Reva. This is Reva.
Yeah, it's Reva all over again.
It's just
Reva!
It's their only formula. It's insane.
So, continuing, Talos was weak. He turned a war people into a band of beggars. I'm getting a little tired at this point. I just realized we're actually coming up to 9 hours. We have this long boy this time.
Oh,
around.
wow.
No complaining.
Yeah. He says,
Stay
you
strong.
pimped us, Fury, and when you were done with us, you threw us out. First, I'm gonna kill you, and then I'm gonna take a flamethrower to humanity. The species you spent your life defending will die the moment I realize you weren't a man of your word. Yeah.
Which I guess now at this point there is no pretense that it's like, oh well, it's about getting a home for the Skrulls, which was already a terrible reason to do this. But now it just seems to be he wants to kill all of humanity to spite Nick Fury.
Yes.
Who is this character? He's a clown.
He's awful.
He's just a clown, man. Like, what? What the hell is going on?
And it's funny because he says, the moment I realized you weren't a man of your word, and then there's like a gap, and then he says, you should have kept your promise. It's like, you just said the same thing twice. Shut up.
Yeah.
You do this all the time, wasting precious oxygen. But, yeah, that whole crazy nonsense speech was just him basically saying, I'm allowed to kill everybody because I don't like you.
Like, what the fuck?
It's just a non sequitur. It's the biggest non sequitur in history. It's like, I don't understand how you got there.
What were they thinking with this character? What were
Even
they
by
thinking?
Marvel standards, this is pretty bad.
Yep.
It makes me wonder how many people out there think that this is, what an interesting villain about betrayal and
people turned on this.
There's gotta be
pretty instantly. People like the Marvel subreddit hated this.
I mean, it is fascinating. This one is the one, and I don't even think it's this one. I think it's just critical mass, right? How much can you? How many times can you have this happen where you get really hyped up, the thing comes out, and it's actually not very good, but like how many times can that? Well, it's just how many times can that happen until you look back and go, holy shit, there has been like nothing good for 2 years.
Yeah, like, it's that sudden realization that you can't look back on any of these projects that have come out and like, like latch onto anything.
Every corner of the MCU has now been every corner in terms of from magic to cosmic to like quantum. Ground level to quantum to and then different tones from like comedy to action adventure to like thriller to like any potential different thing that you could cling to the hope of maybe it'll be different because it is purportedly different. And then it fails. How many times can that happen until, enough is enough, basically? I think that's all that's happened. It's not that this is the worst one, because it kind of can't be, compared to, something like Multiverse of Madness. But it might just be that it was, like, the last straw,
Maybe with stuff like Multiverse of Madness it had a sort of complexity and multi-layered nature of its story that made it kind of difficult for a lot of people to just walk in, think it's bad, and leave. There's this assumption that, it does all sort of make sense. It all does work together. It can't possibly be broken at every fundamental level.
Everybody seems to agree that the writing sucks, but that the direction was good.
That's the that's still the annoying part, though. Like, when you read the subreddits, like, decisions on what happened, they're like, it's because they're less interconnected. There's too many projects. That's the problem. They put out too many at once. Like, there's, like, hardly anyone going, like, they're just really badly written.
Yeah, that's the main problem.
And they're also kind of spitefully written, unfortunately.
That's where we're at now. If that's not revealed after this show, then people just aren't paying attention. Like, this is Spite, the TV series.
Spite the villain. The villain wants to kill everybody because he's mad. He's just mad.
Would you say this is more spiteful than She-Hulk? Where are you guys feeling now?
Oh, She-Hulk is more spiteful.
I gotta give it to She-Hulk, I think, yeah.
I'd say She-Hulk still wins.
She-Hulk
the fact that the show
spiteful
is
and insecure.
well, it's just the show is a lot of the show's contents is dictated by people the writers didn't like. It's like a kind of fascinating instance of the show being significantly the consequence of the insecurity of the writers.
Yeah, so you're right. Every aspect of that show is spiteful in terms of the writing, where this is just limited to Fury mainly. So yeah, I guess that's true.
So, Fury's response to all of that is, you're right. I knew within a few years there was no planet I could find you, so I had to build out a place for you on Earth. And it's like, shut up.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, we already know it's not true. It's not even a believe. We know it's not true. We don't have to see a planet even.
You've shown us these places.
And of course, it's fascinating to think about how all of these things are being said by Gaia and not Nick Fury.
Yes, keep that in
mind.
Make
it all the more confusing.
But I think the show considers these to be accurate. I think that's what the show believes. That these are accurate statements, even though they're not being levied by Nick.
Gravik says, why didn't you get us a place on Earth? And then Gaia as Fury says, because it's easier to save the lives of 8 billion people than it is to change the hearts and minds of them. I think the implication is, what she's saying is that it was easier for Fury to just pick humans over Skrulls instead of trying to convince humans to live with Skrulls.
It was easier for Nick Fury to choose humans over Skrulls than to convince humans to live with Skrulls.
I don't see how that has anything to do with finding a planet, though, unless it's meant to
They
be that
could
it's
have
the
gone
Kree,
to
but-
New Asgard. Just drop
yeah,
them
of
off.
course. Or give, yeah, just and then of course, if there's a concern with the Kree, which is never brought up in this, the only time that we hear about the Kree is at the very end of this show. So they're like a non-factor in this. If there's a concern about we take them to another planet, the Kree will find them and attack them. How is that not the same concern here? Like, Captain Marvel isn't here. They could come back, and they would be difficult to stop.
Yeah, Captain Marvel doesn't get any fucking heat for all this when she took personal responsibility to take care of them.
And she's the one who goes out into space. She's the one who can go around, fly around in space.
Yep.
Is impervious to harm. Meanwhile, Nick Fury is a human being. He is an
old, exhausted, depressed,
old
useless
human being.
part of a person.
Pointed out.
Like, Captain Marvel gets absolutely no flack when she is more responsible than he is.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single scene where they acknowledge that.
Nope, they don't. It has nothing to do with her. It's all about Nick Fury, which is bizarre when the whole arc that Captain Marvel had was that she was fighting them under false pretenses, essentially, felt responsible for it, and promised to find them a home. Fury didn't really... Like, Fury is helping you. He doesn't really, like, owe you, you know. He probably does now after essentially using you, you know, to do all of his espionage stuff. Like, like almost indentured servitude. But again, that's something that the show just made up.
Yeah. Based on what we had, like, it should have definitely... Going into this show, it should have been much more on her shoulders to get them. She's got... much more, like you said, like she actually has the agency to go and get things done. She can serve.
And she has more of a responsibility.
She has a better network for it. She actually has like interstellar friends.
Yeah, whereas Fury, and she can just move a lot more freely than Fury can.
Speed of light
it should have been her responsibility, but for some reason it became... For some reason, Nick Fury's history has been significantly altered to be oriented around the Skrulls when it never used to be the case.
Nope.
That just never used to be the case. The Skrulls didn't exist until Captain Marvel. They were never considered until Captain Marvel.
Well, remember that we shut on that film for retconning. It's fucking child's play compared to this.
It is remarkable how little Captain, like, just having it be that the Avengers were named after Carol,
so
like that is that's very low on the scale of retcons at this point.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat just highlighted, is he going to bring this up with Carol in the Marvels?
No,
like,
then I doubt
Carol,
I doubt that anything is going to acknowledge it.
All of Earth was almost nuked by the Skrulls. And she'd just be like, huh.
That's your problem, not mine.
You failed them, Fury. You failed them.
Yeah, she'll double down on shitting on him too. Like, that's probably how the Marvels is going to start with him shit on.
So, you got all that. Absolute insanity, and then he says, do you know what I felt right before? And use the term flaked off. Feels weird, but sure. He says, what's that? And remember, this is Gaia as Fury. She says, well, he says, whatever. Relief. I felt relief that I didn't have to fight anymore, that I finally had a way out. But you're right, I wasn't brave. You know why I came back to Earth? It was you. You're the youngest Skrull on my team. I felt responsible for you. I should have taught you that you should never give up the fight, but because I failed you and your people, I decided to give you the harvest. All the Avengers DNA. Doesn't that just sound like a bunch of crap? Like, none of it connects?
Yeah, it's all just a bunch of, like, random words.
You didn't have a theme. You did not have a theme in this show about the idea of fighting for what you believe is right, even if that effort may prove to be futile in the end. That was not a theme of this show.
No.
Where did that come from?
It's just
I have no clue.
Absolutely nowhere. Yeah.
And saying, like, I felt relief that I didn't have to fight anymore. I was free. I had a way out. It's like, that's
not true.
I don't know what character you're describing. That ain't Fury.
That's not true, but hey, at least it could just be that Gaia was lying.
That's the
what I'm saying. Like, is Gaia just fucking around? Like, she's just...
Well, it could be that this is what she believes and she's wrong, but I think the show considers these to be true.
Yeah, I think the show thinks that's right.
This is the one line that shouldn't be open to interpretation.
Well,
like, we should know what the hell's going on here.
This is the hero and the villain having their final confrontation. The fucking hero's not even in the room.
It's just in the room.
Yet some imposter is like telling it's I have no idea what
the OC is in the room. The OC is in the room and it's about to get crazy.
The craziest part, I guess, is like in a good show, this would have been a really cool way to know exactly what she believes about Fury, and then they could talk about it at some point. But no, like, we are set to basically assume, my bet would be that this is what the writer believes that Fury felt, and that Gaia was aware of it. Because remember, when you take the personality, you still get, was it like the recent memories or something?
I guess so.
So she might be tapping into that, but who knows and who cares? Because why would she be what is the strategic advantage of telling him this anyway? She's hoping that he'll be nice and leave if she gives him the harvest. That's what she said. Well, I say she, you know what I mean. She says, go to some other planet, leave Earth alone, leave it now, call off your strike, save your people, and you know, take the harvest and get out of here. So that means then that, like, what if he took it off her, like uploaded it, moved her off the machine, of course,
exactly,
used it, and then actually said like, all right, I'm leaving, thank you, bye, and then did? Is like, would that have been considered like mission success?
There's no way, because she wants to kill him.
Exactly. So the plan isn't that. The plan is to just kill him, which means I hope he activates the machine with me in it.
Yeah.
And that all of this speech has nothing to do with anything. This speech is all bullshit.
No, it's just pointless. It's a waste of time, complete misdirection. But I mean, yeah, that's what's about to happen.
Well, it's just a delay, if anything. It's like it does nothing. It's like we're gonna get to the same ending anyway. Alright, I shouldn't have skipped ahead. We'll just go to... The machine is activated, but before we get to that, this is something we already knew and kind of talked about, but I'm just going to read out the list quickly. He scans through the DNA and we see, in grand total, Ghost, Captain America, Corvus Glaive, Thanos, Outrider, Frost Beast, Valkyrie, Gamora, Winter Soldier, Drax, Korg, Chitauri, Proxima Midnight, Captain... Wait, did I say... Yeah, Captain Marvel, Ebony Maw, Cull Obsidian, Mantis, Abomination, Hulk, Chitauri, Thor, Groot, Winter Soldier.
What the fuck are they what?
So,
yeah, so just already, based on that list, it's like, okay, fucking hell.
Oh,
what the hell have you done?
For those who want to know what is Outrider, Outrider is those dog alien creatures in...
the alien dogs.
In Infinity War and Endgame, yeah.
Yeah.
All of those get turned into quote-unquote powers, which, by the way, still doesn't make any fucking sense. When you put... We kind of went over it's the best example, I think, or at least the clearest one for now. You put Drax as a being into, like, DNA, and then you extract from him a power, and you get, what? His arm. What is happening? What is that?
Well, I mean, is this now the point where we just talk about how you've destroyed... You've... Where do you even start?
Well, somebody just said, wouldn't the radiation have destroyed the DNA in that bottle? I don't know.
That's an interesting point, right? Because the ionizing radiation would have, like, it would have the effect on the... I mean, what does it even mean to have a vial that has a bunch of different DNA mixed together? Wouldn't that significantly contaminate each of the individual pieces of DNA?
I don't have any fucking... This is... I think most people would be like, it's sci-fi, guys. It's sci-fi. That's how it was, sci-fi.
Sure.
Okay, if they want to say that, fine. But when he picks it out of the cemetery thing, I thought it was really weird that he just puts the harvest, that's the most important thing in the world, in his fucking pocket, just like casually, instead of actually having it in something safe. He just pockets the damn thing if it's supposed to be that important.
For some reason, Gravik is CGI Skrull Gravik, but for some reason, Amelia Clark is still Amelia Clark.
Still Fury. I don't know why.
And still Fury. When wouldn't he have also seen her doing the big floop in there? Because you hear a lot of the sounds. So wouldn't he be like, wait, what the fuck was that? It should only be me doing the floop.
It's all insane, but, you know, just so everyone understands, because we've been saying this is Gaia the whole time, that means these two now have all of the powers of basically all of the MCU.
Which means that right now, these two people in this room are, by a considerable margin, the most powerful people in this universe.
Yeah, like the only thing that can beat them is going to be the Kevin bot from She-Hulk. That's about it.
Basically, the only thing that could, because when we're talking about, so already Captain Marvel powers puts you really high up on that list.
Yeah,
but then you combine that with because Thanos was in the DNA too. Yep. Thanos is just seemingly innate strength. Drax is seemingly innate strength. You just stack all of those on top, and then like Ghost phase powers. You have like Abomination powers. You have Ebony Maw telekinesis powers.
Yeah.
Who else do they have? Oh, of course you got Extremis. You've got Groot powers. They've got Korg powers.
Giants do.
They've got
Korg powers.
Like it's. I just.
That was the list as I wrote it out. I don't know if I might have missed some or whatever, but
yeah. So like she is because of course Gravik's dead. Spoilers. She kills him somehow. Somehow, I don't even know how it's possible for her to kill him.
We'll show it. It's what the fuck happened.
But you got to show them the flu bombs.
Oh, we'll get there. Yeah, for now.
That whole fight deserves.
We're just trying to establish that this is the case.
That's what you got to understand, right? Is that Gaia? Who is she? I'd be interested if anybody could like provide any summary of that character that isn't like what could you even say about her? Has stolen the powers of all of the Avengers. She didn't earn them. She just took them.
Yeah, she just went into the machine and pressed the button, and now she's the most powerful being in the universe.
Who doesn't seem to have much sympathy for humanity at all, is now unbeatable, seemingly.
Just hand it to her.
Just gets the powers. The OC, essentially. Like, gets all of the powers.
A quick update on the other scene is that all of the agents are taken out except for Rhodey. And Rhodey has a gun on him from Olivia Colman, and then Fury is talking to the president about how he needs to believe him and call off the strike. They keep cutting back to it like 4 fucking times, and that is the scene every time. It's Mr. President, call it off, and then Rhodey goes, don't call it off, and he goes, do call it off, don't call it off, do call it off, don't call it off. Until...
The whole time, it's just like, why don't you shoot Rhodey? Just shoot him.
Well, and all that happens, I think, at the end is Rhodey like headbutts Olivia Colman or whatever, tries to get a gun, and Fury shoots him in the head, revealing he's a Skrull. That's it.
So that's a waste of 5 minutes.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that scene because nothing happens. Yeah, this scene, however...
The only point that needs to be made is that they should have shot Rhodey. There was no tension. But this scene, oh my god.
Yeah, so this is Gravik realizing, wait a minute, how are you doing that? And then, guys, we're going to show you all of this, okay? Just nice and slowly. Yeah. Look what Fury does. And this is how they decided creatively to manifest the powers of all the people that they've been... taken. Look at that. Whoa. That, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, is a Hulk arm.
Yeah, that's a Hulk arm. You've got Hulk powers, so already you're one of the most powerful people in the MCU. You just got Hulk powers.
By the way, the theme kicks in hard here.
Yeah, the theme...
like, Secret Invasion, yeah!
Slightly different theme. It's like, oh my god, this is
it was funny.
Yeah, it wasn't actually the Wonder Woman theme, you're right, yeah.
Someone just said, like, come on, guys, really? This is so funny. I'm showing you this, and it's real. Man. This is real.
Yeah. He's a Charger from Left 4 Dead.
Again, remember, $200 million production budget here.
This was their vision.
This was their vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, it's Fury in the smoke, and then he starts turning into Gaia.
I don't know how he got here so quickly, though.
I don't know.
How did she get here so quickly?
She flew with her Captain Marvel powers. Flew.
Oh, yeah, I guess so. But then, of course...
Gravik says, you! Like in an evil, I am villain voice.
Captain Marvel powers.
And then she says, because this can't resist just being shit, she says, you killed my mother and my father. You are flailing. You are weak.
Yeah, this is the dialogue.
It's so awful.
It's trash. Who is this character? How much screen time has she had in this show? Like 10, 20 minutes?
The show itself feels like it's been about a 2.5 hour movie. It's been barely anything.
Yeah.
But yes.
Now you got to show the flume bomb. We're nearly there.
Well, yeah, I got to...
Well, wait. Based on the... let me press live here. Why is it off sync or something?
There you go. Look at that. Look at that
looks
background.
Like shit,
you are not there. Look at that.
Bad.
Oh, it's so bad.
You're so smoky.
I feel so bad for her.
Oh, look, Extremis arm is powering up. Everyone, run. It's getting spooky.
Why do you still look like a human when he looks like an alien? Why?
Yeah, why do you treat this version of yourself like it is Gaia?
Like that's you. This isn't you. This is a false... This is someone else.
It's some random lady whose appearance
some random lady. Yeah.
Terrorist reasons, mostly. But
and we'll keep using until the end of time. So, oh, yeah, then he gets the Korg arm, doesn't he?
Well, no, it's a Groot arm and an Abomination arm. Yeah. You see, and he has Abomination ears now.
Oh, look at that's amazing.
Well, one ear is Abomination.
That's amazing.
No, why? That's Abomination. Like, this is just disgusting.
Abomination. Oh! Yeah, truly an abomination.
There it is.
What is that? I see your Abomination arm. I raise you a Drax arm.
Yeah.
Look out, coach. It's a Charger.
What were they thinking? What were they thinking?
Let me get this on AB repeat. We gotta...
This is this is like the ultimate like Memberberry you recognize the thing ensemble. Look, this is Galador. in the MCU.
This was one of the
Oh yeah,
worst
well, I'm
decisions.
gonna have a Drax arm.
Look at that.
One of the
Why
worst
would you
decisions
choose to
they
have a
made.
Drax arm right now?
But like,
She flexed
remember,
her bicep, too.
Drax is like, those are like, aren't they tattoos he made by scarring himself?
I guess no.
not-
They
on-
shut up.
They're not a part of
part
his
of his
DNA.
Waller.
Like
In
that's
his
not-
DNA, that's how tattoos work. The fuck.
Why wouldn't you have the Hulk arms on all the time?
Why would you
Why
ever
would
have a
you have
Drax
the Hulk?
arm? What would be the point compared to the Hulk
What's the
arm?
point?
Yeah, he's
exactly. Or
there's
the
some powers you're just
Abomination
never
arm.
gonna use. Out
Just
of like,
Captain Marvel powers in general. Why aren't
Yeah.
you using the binary powers like
Do you-
straight away?
Do you catch as well, like, the reason it looks so terrible is they had to make a Drax arm the size of Amelia Clark's arm.
Yeah.
Because
what-
she's
what
so
were they
tiny.
thinking?
It's just,
I don't
what
know
the
what they
fuck
were
are we looking
thinking.
at?
Oh my
Ugh.
goodness.
Look at
the
Uh,
growth on her body.
Oh my god.
And she's
Now, Big
trying,
Steve-
she's trying to
Big
do
Steve
the
might
I'm
have this
super
with no
badass
context.
look. Like, look
Yeah.
at
No
this.
context, you would think she's like infected or something. Like,
But
what's wrong
again,
with her?
it's
Is
just
she alright?
like, who is this
Terrible.
character? She's this character that was on board with Gravik's plan of nuking all of humanity until she found out that human beings have like family members and people in their lives that they care about. And then she didn't really help to try and prevent anything. And she's only here to get revenge. And she enabled that by getting given the DNA of all of the Avengers so that she could steal their powers for herself.
Mhm.
And you're meant to be like, oh, yay, woohoo, Gaia. How
Oh, my
exciting.
favorite guy.
My favorite
This is-
character, Gaia.
Gaia,
From
she
Secret
murdered
Invasion.
thousands of people.
Like, this is bullshit.
Do you see the way that it like it gets caught, like the seam between the Drax arm and her like leather jacket?
Yeah.
It looks so
It's
fucked
chilling
up.
apart.
It was
it's
so
messing
bad.
around there.
Ugh. You know the guy that worked on that
$200
knew.
million.
The guy,
knew.
the
He knew.
several people who worked on this knew exactly what this looked like. They were like, well, fuck it.
Can
I
you
mean,
hide it
this-
with the smoke.
This looks like distinctly more rough than like any other scene in the film, which makes me the show, which makes me wonder if this was a reshoot.
It does feel like.
Look at
yeah,
how bad
it
this
fit.
looks.
Yeah.
Oh,
Something
look
went
with the
wrong with it.
Drax arm. Look at her go.
What's her right arm? What is...
Oh, look,
The
look
right
what
arm
power that is.
arm.
Oh, she used ghost power.
She used the ghost powers because she was on the battlefield in the Battle of Earth, right?
And it makes
she
you
wasn't.
think, like, you remember Ghost has barely any control over it at times. It, like, ruins
Yep.
her brain, but you've got
What is
full
that?
understanding of it, I
Yeah,
guess?
'cause it has to do with her being like tied to the quantum realm. It's like, are you now? Like, is that a permanent affliction that you have?
I
No,
like
it's
this.
just
It's
like-
like,
Oh shit! When they have the same powers, it's
I
like
like-
he just seems like he's struggling over there.
Look at him.
it's
How
like,
many
oh, my
gets his
abomination
gold
arm isn't good enough. Now time for Korgob. It's like, why?
It's an upgrade.
Oh god, and because you know that I am all the Jedi and I am all the Sith. This is like Marvel did it. I am all of
I
the
am all the
heroes.
Avengers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Now she's
they didn't
doing.
say it, but they did it.
This is especially
I'm all-
funny, right? It's like welcome Frost Beast. Like this is
What?
Frost
Just-
Beast
what the-
mode.
Okay. And then what's the other arm? Is it Drax
It's
arm?
Korg,
No,
but
not
small
Drax,
Korg because
Korg.
she's not as big as.
Because
Just
for some
grab it.
reason- yeah, like, oh my god, look at
I'm
His
gonna
that.
do a
Korgob's
Korg arm as
bigger.
well.
Yeah.
Korg is like a joke character, and now they're specifically
The
They
thing
really
is,
want his
Korg's a
rock
pretty
arm.
strong guy. He is a
yeah,
pretty
he's strong
guy,
and everything,
like,
but like, come on, this is like a whole new level. Why would you have a Korg arm? This
Oh,
is
yeah,
just remember
slice the crowd.
Korg. Remember
yeah,
Korg?
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
just showing
Remember
you all of the
Korg, right?
powers to remind you when she should just be using Captain Marvel's powers right from the beginning.
course.
This shit.
Do you think there are people
no,
who
we gotta
reviewed
show 'em.
this positively who were just like, God, this is hard. Like, this is so good because. Ooh,
You're
because
reminded of how far we've come and the amazing cast of characters that we've seen along the way in our journey.
Find
through
some
the
way to dance around
MCU.
it.
Oh, I'm going to
she
get oh,
stabbed him.
Oh, look.
Oh,
Swish,
look at the
stab.
spin.
ow.
Yeah, look.
Ouchies.
Again, why is he so shit? He's the only one who showed like combat ability throughout the series.
They have
between them.
equal
It's just
strength.
garbage.
They have equal
Oh,
strength.
here comes my favorite one, yeah. So, the Groot arm's not working out, even though he never used the Groot arm, like, at all.
No.
But here comes the Ebony Moore arm, and look, there's rings!
It's got the rings on it. How?
Got the rings.
The rings are a part of his DNA.
He morphed the rings onto look.
So fucking dumb.
And also, I guess when you get these abilities, you instantly master them. You instantly know how to use them.
You have telekinesis now, and really powerful telekinesis as well.
Yeah,
He's
this
messing
is a
around
really...
with Groot arms when he has that.
Oof.
Oh, upside the head.
And yeah, he just extremis back to full health because that's what that does. And I guess like there's no drawback again. So you are thinking at this point we're in a Jack Sparrow Barbossa situation. Like nobody can kill each other right now. But then the show just decides that's not true. Actually,
It's just change their mind.
Oh, I think this probably gets the accolade of worst fight in the MCU.
I think this is probably what threw people off. Right? Is this just feels like bullshit.
It's not even Fury. Fury's not even involved.
Well, it's what is
so many
happening here?
reasons,
Basically, about like this rando character that could only have any significance because of meta reasons, essentially because the actress who's playing her is famous, is now got all the powers. She just has all of them, every single one.
She just got them.
She is now
the machine and pressed the button.
Character.
I knew she'd have cloud armor. I knew they'd favor her because she's a really popular actress.
I never expected
imagined
this.
I would never have guessed this. What armor she got there?
Danny
is
the
that?
strongest person in the MCU.
And of course, is this not a complete betrayal of the promise of the show? This is the serious, grounded, television show, and then it ends with this.
The most insane
this
bullshit,
is the Andor of the MCU.
Look at this big CGI fight where they throw every member berry that they can at you.
Is that Cull Obsidian, or is it, like what arm is that?
I actually don't know. That might probably it probably is that. Probably is. Look, why did you make this the visual? That it's her running around in like just a regular human.
Oh look, he's got his Thanos arm on.
Then yeah, he does get the Thanos arm. Look at that.
Why can't he just summon a Thanos arm that has the Infinity Stones on the
gauntlet?
gauntlet?
If that guy has the ring.
Infinity Stones should be part of the DNA. Why not?
Why is it that they only summon the arms?
When they went straight Dragon Ball Z, and I just like my jaw dropped.
We're
doing Captain Marvel powers now. It's like, why did you open with this, you losers?
This is worse than Neo and Smith in Revolutions.
Oh god, yeah.
I'll throw that in there. It's worse.
God.
It's so bad, and everyone should have advised against this. What were they thinking? Why were you ever doing the idea of bringing all the powers into a machine that can just plug them into scrolls? What insane nonsense!
How is it a thing that you could just get Captain Marvel's DNA and get her like binary powers? How is that even possible?
Don't know.
Yeah, it's just god, everything about. Look at how fake everything looks.
Can you imagine, dude? Imagine what it was like to film this. Like, they were both presumably on some strings and being hung up like around and moved around. And the camera moves around. Like, we'll fill the rest in later.
I guess so, but
they're probably so confused, like when they're filming these things. Like Can
you see his hand there? What does it look like? It's doing like grabbing underneath her ear. It's supposed to look like he's strangling her, but it doesn't look like that, does it?
That's it.
It looks like he's grabbing the skin on her neck. Yeah.
He's pinching her, setting up to squeeze her cheeks. Like that's.
Well, it was shot in a way that wasn't going to work here. Where you've got her fighting like a CG dude.
Is this it?
Like look at that.
This is the one that would throw a lot of people off too.
Yeah, probably what. Yeah,
it's coming. He's doing a strangle. She's gonna need to do something to get out of this. You know.
Oh,
here it comes.
What do you got? Second wind.
Yeah, the second wind.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What were they thinking?
Marshmallows.
It's for
so
those who don't.
Antennas that allow her to do that. That's where the powers come from. The antennas.
Mantis.
And she instantly.
No. So if she
powers on how to use them.
Well, yeah. So if she
I can answer that, Rags. It's what we see. Therefore, they just do it as a cue to us.
Yeah.
There's no thought behind how this works biologically.
That's what I'm saying. This implies that the reason Mantis can do those things is because of the antennas.
It does seemingly.
Maybe
imply
it
that,
is. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone to sleepy buys now.
Look, he's falling down. Why doesn't he wake
having
up?
a bit of Gravik's having some EB sleeps.
Gravik is so shit.
He is.
I don't even like this character, but even he didn't deserve this. Like, you just come on, dude. Like, fight back.
Yeah, do something.
God, they think that Gaia is so cool.
Where's his
Look
second
at
win?
Look at Gaia.
There
she
so
is.
cool.
Oh my god.
He's so cool.
Let me see you.
Amelia, what are they doing? Oh my god.
So
Where
boring.
are my
Well, and remember,
scrolls?
she said this is the most fun she's had in a universe.
She's drunk.
That's a
like,
lie,
Right, because
though.
they gave her all of the powers.
Yeah, of course. Take this paycheck and take this power, bitch. Drink your wine. Like that's pretty much what happened here. This is atrocious.
So much light and garbage on the screen.
Well, it's good because it helps cover up the bad visual effects.
Guys, check out your hero. Look at her go. That's
Man,
great.
there's like barely an element of this that's real.
That's a real
That
hero.
car is not real.
No,
That's-
that's
That
it's,
boot's
I
not
think
real. This is nothing.
it's just her face. That's the only thing that's real in that shot.
It's like a Slay Queen. It's like, I don't know, this goes beyond that.
Someone in the chat just said they made a character even more boring than Captain Marvel. Like
She is characterization. We don't have anything. Part of the point of how this is a strange event is we don't know what she values or whose side she's on by the end of this series. She just killed Gravik. That's all.
no idea what's going on.
Yeah, that's it. And it's what? Look at that.
We got
Ooh.
Abomination Arm, and I think I'm not sure what the left one is.
I think maybe
Obsidian
it's
again?
like a Cull Obsidian arm again.
God, look at that! What are you
Jeez.
Oh,
doing?
looks so bad.
Look at those skinny legs.
Using
Oh my
ghost
god.
powers again. Yeah, she's just so much better than Gravik for some reason.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. They could have at least put it like made an effort into making it like a stalemate of some kind, and just maybe we could have got some character out of her in the way she defeats him. But instead, she's just like God.
Do you love that?
and he's
Look at
trash.
the build of this guy, and like they have to make it so that she's dominated him in a fist fight.
Yep.
It looks so awkward.
Yep.
He's so
Well, I mean,
tiny.
he
Roided
looks-
to the
he looks
gills.
like super chongus. He's a chongus looking alien fella.
This guy is jacked and just still getting wrecked.
Oh, look, this is so try hard.
Yeah.
Come on, fight back!
Oh,
Do
wow,
something!
Look at that.
Do
Look at that.
anything!
Look
so,
at
it's so lame.
She's going so hard, like roar.
It's so lame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what does he say? Oh, you're just like you're just like Talos.
He says you're just like your
Like,
father, just like them.
She's not like
Nothing
Talos.
like
She's not
Talos.
like just regular
Well,
people
remember,
at all.
Talos' mistake was being too merciful, so here she goes with her response to that. It's good.
It looks so bad.
douche.
Why would this do
Amelia.
anything? Why would this work? Why wouldn't he
Turn
just
into
heal
Thanos.
instantly?
Well, what's funny
Oh,
is it doesn't even
no.
look like it would have hit
No.
his heart. It looks like it hits his spine mainly, and
But like,
his-
why wouldn't this heal?
Ribs.
yeah, I don't know.
If he's got
I mean,
if he's got Captain Marvel powers, this shouldn't even work.
This
It should
shouldn't
just
work
hit
with
him,
Captain
right?
Marvel powers. You're right. Yeah.
Not to mention all the other powers, Thanos powers, everything.
Yeah, Thanos
Like,
could
come
tank
on.
beams from Captain Marvel.
We've
Look, just-
seen
and
Thanos.
then of course several characters on top of that.
We've seen Thanos get hit by the Hulk several times. He tanked that shit. Yet this fight starts with a big punch from a Hulk arm, where it's like they didn't even factor that in. Like just no.
Look at this
Yeah,
shit,
that's-
man.
There he is.
You
Oh,
are
nice.
pathetic. I win.
Look at the pose. Oh, jeez. This is more smug than like any frame that she ever had as Daenerys. Like this is like everything.
Who is she?
In one.
Who is she?
Who the fuck
I don't know
are
who
you?
she is.
I'm saying like she's.
This is your
a
new
straight up
queen.
Anime.
Worship her. Worship her.
Yeah, she's great. That's good stuff.
So yeah, did not expect. I remember when the episode came out. Obviously, we hadn't watched 4, 5, 6 at that point, but I saw a screenshot of the Drax arm, and I was like, "What in the fuck is happening?
Which is
How did that
obviously
happen?"
Not real.
I
The
figured it was a
idea
dream.
that from episode 3, you get to that.
I figured it was a dream sequence or something.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that.
I didn't think it would be fucking
For
real.
what it's worth, it stayed decently grounded until it just went insane out the rails.
Well, yeah, and they thought this was
It- it-
awesome. The people who made this, in terms of like,
They got
you know,
you gotta have a big
the writer
superhero fight
director
at the end.
teams.
Mandatory.
So I hope the
And
CG
it's-
people
What was the
knew.
point of Fury in this whole show with her getting this payoff here?
I don't
Well,
know.
it's just again, think about the state of affairs. She is now the most powerful person in the MCU, and she participated in a scheme that got people killed, a lot of people killed,
Thousands.
and
Not
was
gonna address
planned,
that.
was planned to kill all of humanity. Like she, and now she has all the powers and is unstoppable, basically. And she's just out there, like on Earth, having the potential to destroy absolutely everything from powers that she stole. Yeah.
That Rhodey
Who's
face.
the last character there? Keep that for a thumbnail. Oh god. Yeah, who was the last character who actually earned their powers? Like, the fact that you have to
Jane
think
Foster.
oh jeez.
I'm thinking actually, who was because Cassie just got the suit given to her. Oh well, no, she learned about the quantum realm while everybody was gone, so she, who else was there? Who's new? Shang-Chi kind of earned him, right? Like he had to fight and get them from his dad, so like he kind of earned the rings.
That one.
And yeah, he
Sure.
probably
Shang-Chi?
earned him.
Throw him a bone.
Yeah, Shang-Chi can get that. I mean, Shuri had to remake the Black Panther flower thing. She made that.
Honestly, Shuri put in more work than most. I would actually
So,
pick Shuri.
so you know what? Yeah,
Shit,
I guess she earned him too.
yeah, Shuri is not worth
She
it.
earned him. Yeah, she had to recreate it.
You know what sucks about her? I think she was literally the best part of the first Black Panther, and like her character's just been hijacked because of the situation. I thought like her being the little sister with T'Challa would work. The whole scientist thing was fucking retarded. They never explained that. But her chemistry with everybody is just the only thing that I think worked for me. And they've just turned her into this now.
I mean, again, as has been pointed out, like this character this is not power creep. This is like power leap.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Yeah,
This is what you would point to as essentially you gave your OC all the powers.
This is the type of thing you do in a game that literally destroys your own investment in the game. Like you're too powerful now. Like it's no longer
It's a
fun.
thing that
Like,
you
wouldn't want to be this strong in an RPG.
Like you put the
Like,
cheat
this is
code
too
on,
much.
and yeah, now nothing's
Yeah, it's like,
challenging or
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
or
Yeah,
engaging.
like now
I
you've got to do
hate
the One Punch Man Saitama. Except Saitama earned his powers. He exercised for 3 years. You know, like, but it is now the One Punch Man problem of like she is so powerful that I guess you're gonna have to try and deal with stories pertaining to her apathy about life and existence because she's so powerful she can defeat everybody in one punch. No, I mean they're not gonna. I don't think they even realize what they've done. I don't think they fully understand that they
Imagine
created
the effect
like,
it would have on a
powerful character in
person
the
to
MCU.
gain all of those abilities and be a god. Like, but never mind, because they're not capable, and I don't even know when we'll see Gaia again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
who
what are they gonna
knows?
do with this?
I mean,
would
this
not be
show's
shocked
been
if we never
failure,
see her
so this show has failed in the most
Yeah.
spectacular way, and that we're probably not getting another Ant-Man, which makes you wonder what they're going to do
Oh
with all
no!
of this. I don't know.
No.
Also, bad move, Olivia Colman, getting outsmarted like that.
Yeah.
Fury got the gun off the president, and then before dawn, boom, purple blood.
Yep, purple
So-
blood instantly purple.
So this means this is the death of the roadie that we thought was roadie for the
Mhm.
last.
Wait,
many
wait, we're about to find out.
Yeah, we got nothing on that yet. It's fine. Strike called off, and it's funny. He does it with Olivia Colman's phone. He's like, "Give me a phone," and I was just like, "Is it just a number you can call? I guess fine."
It's
Whatever.
like, hi, I'm the president. Don't mind that I'm calling from.
Hi, I'm the president. We're calling off World War III. We're putting a no on that one.
Yeah.
So Gaia starts to free all of the prisoners. You know, that's a nice thing to do.
Yeah, now we're
see-
gonna make her righteous. Yeah.
We see Guy from Shop who did the paintings and stuff. He's here. Look at him. Oh, that's good. We got him. We see this lady. I don't remember who this is, but this lady's free now. That's nice.
Some lady, I guess.
Yeah, I don't remember her either.
She
in
was
the council?
She was.
Gotta be.
Well, she got special screen time for release. I feel like she should be someone important.
Is that her, the lady who just got freed?
I can't remember.
And look who it is, everybody. He's releasing Rhodey.
Oh my goodness! Wait,
And
what?
look, he's
What?
in a hospital gown. We've seen Rhodey in a hospital gown before. It was right after the battle at the airport in Civil War.
Hmm.
I think we should just cut to the chase on that one. The director himself has confirmed he is indeed that era of time. That's what's supposed to be
So
evoked by this
that
outfit.
means that
Oh, Endgame Rhodey was a scroll?
Halfway
and
through
Infinity
Endgame.
War.
Well, yeah. So sorry. So to be absolutely clear, Vision shoots the suit, he crashes, the spine breaks, he goes into the MRI machine, and then Tony and Vision go to the toilet, and the Skrull comes in and goes and takes his place, and they kidnap Rhodey and take him to this warehouse.
And he has been captive for possibly 10 years. 10 years of his history is gone, including his best friend dying to save the universe.
Which means it's now time to talk about everything chronologically that they have now completely fucked.
Oh my god.
It's only okay, I got a couple of notes. But the first one is just the smaller one. Just Rhodey on his way to healing them legs of his or getting used to them with Tony. All of that didn't happen. Alright, that's just one. That's a smaller one. Put it on there.
I really like that. Wow.
Rhodey choosing to side with the Avengers against Thunderbolt Ross. That's not a thing that actually happened. That was just a Skrull.
That was like a payoff for his arc.
And that wasn't Rhodey. That's someone else. And never mind on that. Awesome. You remember when Rhodey said to Captain Marvel, like, you haven't, like, where were you when all this happened? What the fuck? And then Captain Marvel says back to him, there's a lot of planets out there that need me, okay? You weren't the only one. And he actually kind of backs down. That makes less sense now. Because as a Skrull, she would have promised to take care of them. And so he should be like, you made a promise. And, or you know, there's resentment there that should exist that isn't shown in that scene. It's funny, some people say that scene makes more sense now, makes less sense now.
No. He would roast her. It'd be totally personal for him.
Then you get the scene with Rhodey and Nebula basically having a heart-to-heart about the fact that both of them have got mechanical elements to their bodies because of, you know, different things that they've lived through. I quite like that moment in Endgame. And there's the argument, it's improved now because he's talking about him being a Skrull. It's like, no, he wasn't. He was talking about losing his legs, at least functionality of them.
Where did he get that from?
It's actually being destroyed, is what that has happened. That scene's been destroyed.
Yes, that's gone too. And then there comes the big one. Rhodey was not there when Tony died. Of course.
So that Rhodey that was there, that was sad
that was a
when
fucking
his best friend
Skrull.
died, that was this.
That was some alien twat pretending to be Rhodey.
Wow, this
pretending
fucking Rhodey
sad
thinks
about
Tony's
the
alive.
sacrifice. Yep.
This guy doesn't know Tony's dead.
Think about this. Well, think about 10 years of his life is gone. He's lost 10 years here with somebody who's stolen his identity.
Okay, you guys convinced me. Rhodey is the most fucked over, wasted character in the entire game.
I don't think it's even beatable. How can you beat this?
I did until this. Like, this was, I thought it was up for discussion, but no, he's at the top.
He's been
like,
robbed of a decade of his life, including some
he was already limited. The poor fucking guy had barely any payoffs, and they just stole most of them.
They stole most of them to have a reveal.
The specific scenes you mentioned, I can't believe, like, as soon as you mentioned them, I could picture them in my head because I know what they achieved and why they were there. And just to think, Tony Stank, we don't get the Tony Stank joke.
He wasn't there for that. That was a fucking alien, yeah.
Some bullshit.
And so obviously you have Rhodey is not at Iron Man's funeral. That's just some alien. It's like rewatching that scene. It's like, why is there just some alien here? Fuck off.
What's weird is that alien
to kill everyone there.
That alien might have known Tony Stark long enough to develop his own parallel,
which is its own
weird,
story
parasitic friendship
that we didn't get to
Tony
even know
Stark.
about.
No,
it's so long, right?
That person is comfortable with nuking the planet that saved the universe.
Keep in mind, Rhodey Skrull is the most villainous character in this series outside of Gravik.
Yeah.
He's like a soulless twat who wants to kill everything. It's insane.
Who saved the universe.
Yep.
These humans on this planet saved the universe. And you're just like, fuck him. Nick Fury made a promise. Nick Fury, who was instrumental in saving half of the universe, including half the Skrulls. Half of them would have been like deleted.
Talking about individual human moments. Remember when they all return in Endgame and they all realize that Black Widow's killed herself to save the universe? That they all have that like moment appreciating it and understanding it. It's like, was he just like, no, these humans are so stupid and lame. I look forward to killing them all.
He was hiding his smirk.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
He was laughing. He literally turned away. He's probably cracking up. It's so terrible. I never even thought about this.
Oh yeah,
they didn't think about this.
There's one thing that's improved. Someone just mentioned in chat. So all those shit jokes he made against Thor were just the alien Rhodey. It wasn't regular Rhodey.
Oh, thank God! The silver lining.
So yeah, we saved it. But yeah. So then the big thing to realize after all this, which we could have put together already, but it's worth saying explicitly. Colonel Rhodes, Rhodey, he doesn't know Tony's dead.
Yeah.
No,
Yep.
that's something that he's probably going to find out about off screen.
He's probably gonna call Tony right now, like text him.
This shitty company surprises me every time, but I legit would be surprised if they don't show him understanding that reality in Armor Wars or whatever the fuck thing is next.
Well, the reality that 10 years of his life was stolen, including his best friend dying to save the universe.
Apparently the directors talked about, yeah, you know, who knows what he'll be seen deling with in Armor Wars, that's where you'll next see Rhodey. It's just like...
fuck you.
Imagine being past this. You'd be like...
if they don't address that.
Oh, they will, but like it could be fleeting.
What is the writer gonna do? What are they to do now that
I don't know. He's been out of the game for that long.
For a
That's
decade.
Insane.
He's been out of the game.
Is anyone gonna tell him about all of the shit that's happened? I doubt it. This isn't even like the Rhodey we knew. This is half of him at this point.
It's more than half of him, because Iron Man 1 is 2008, Civil War is 2016, and this is like 2025 or 2026. For most of his history in this universe, he's been a Skrull. For most of what we've seen. Because again, the MCU tends to forget that there was a 5-year gap between Infinity War and Endgame. They often forget that was 5 years, which is a long time. Think about everything that happened between 2012 and 2017 in the MCU.
Dude, they're going to play it for laughs. They're going to say a giant purple man came in and killed everybody. And then they unkilled everybody with time travel and quantum mechanics. And there's also a multiverse and a wizard that can travel through it. And he's going to be like, huh, so that just happened.
They'll make a joke out of it. Instead of actually using this, like I can honestly see them making a joke out of it and just moving on. When this is like, as far as I'm concerned, this is Rhodey's character going forward. Like this is probably one of the most potent things they could do if they actually give this to someone with a brain and do something with this. Like imagine what he would feel with all that lost time. Like he's waking up to figure out he doesn't even fucking know Tony's dead. Like this is blowing my mind right now. It's such a fuck up, but there's a little bit of an opportunity here, and I know they won't take it. They'll just fuck it up with a joke or something.
Question.
Yeah.
Can you, if you're a Skrull, can you hide from Vision?
Can you hide from Vision? That's an interesting point.
I figure they're gonna make technology
the Mind Stone. Like, shouldn't Vision be like, "Oh, you're not
Rhodey. Wanda could read your mind and be like, "What the hell?
What's going on in there?" But I guess
imagine if she just did that.
I guess so, but she'd have to do it like intentionally. But wouldn't Vision just like see that you're not who you are?
Like Vision always gave him weird looks, and other people assumed Vision was just racist. Like, no.
And he was just racist against Skrulls, not black people. So it was
Vision knew all along.
Yeah.
Oh, and I guess I figured because we've been holding on for this for a while. All these people have been held here at this abandoned nuclear power plant.
Mm-hmm.
The abandoned nuclear power plant that causes people that is radioactive. That's highly
There's
radioactive.
a particular shot. Yeah, this is the one where I was like, Fury was like here-ish, and the Geiger counter was like through the fucking roof. Like, so all these people are now irradiated. Nice.
All these people are dead.
Welcome back to living, Rhodey.
It's going to be a really shitty next couple of weeks for you. Gonna be really
Don't worry,
bad.
you'll die.
But slowly and horribly.
Slowly and horribly. Also, you're 10 years older.
Yeah, and also your best
friend's dead.
You've been in stasis.
Can any of these people
from aliens
walk? Depending on how long they've been there.
It's so funny that it's Civil War that he was paused on. Because that's like the last time the most serious we ever were. You could say Infinity War was more serious, but it's also a lot crazier, because it's space and all this kind of stuff. But Civil War was very, very serious. And he and all the shit that's happened since then. Imagine getting fucking debriefed about that. You would have lost all of his clearance and ranks too, probably. They can't trust him anymore. We don't know what the fuck happened to him.
The face that you're frozen on right now just represents him getting that debrief.
Yeah.
Just how are you fucked? How do you process that?
The face is great too because this was all so arbitrary. They threw it on him because fuck it, why not? He's low impact, but also kind of interesting. 'Cause he's been around for a while. It's like you can't, you can't make fucking Banner a Skrull the whole time. It's like there's too much to explain with that. It's not gonna work. And it's like, what else we got? It's like honestly, we don't really have many people left to make a Skrull. It's like, fuck it, throw it on Rhodey. It's like, yes, throw it on Rhodey.
Just abuse. He's the MCU's abuse boy. It's crazy. Is this the role or Secret Wars? Which one was it? They gave him like 2 hours to sign contract or some shit.
I don't know.
You didn't hear about that?
No.
Something about him like being at like a birthday party, something casual, and him getting a call, and like you have like 2 hours to decide on like this big project or something like that. And it was you can
Wait,
find it somewhere.
Did he get to read the contract or?
I don't remember the the specific details. I think was that he had 2 hours to basically make a decision, and it's ridiculous because you want to be able to go over everything. But
Yeah, you need your agents to see that shit and tell you what you're supposed to do.
That's how it should be. But
Oh, well.
from what I remember, it was like 2 hours to make the decision, and or we move on to someone else. That's what I remember reading. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
So this is where the show gets vaguely interesting for about 5 seconds. The president makes an address to the world, and he says basically that the Skrulls are fucked with everything, and we now are going to be running in a bill that deems all off-world creatures combatants, basically. We know who you are, and we know how to find you, and we will kill every last one of you. That's what he says.
Wow, how'd you become instantly the most amazing character in the MCU just like that? Oh my god.
It's funny because I think everybody's normal interpretation is like, oh, what a villainous character. Hopefully he'll be, stopped and he'll be a villain in something, or maybe he'll be gone by the time we next time we see it. But the fact is, it's like, this is the consequence of what Gravik and his team did. This is the normal consequence.
Yes. And
you
this
invaded
seems to be the
Earth and
majority
tried to
opinion of Skrulls.
subvert all political systems.
What happens when you're just
they
a
fucked up their
regular
opportunity.
You're a regular person, you find out shapeshifting aliens have subverted your government in an attempt to exterminate all of you, all of humanity. It's like, holy shit! Like, that's just like mind-blowing.
Well, some people
Like,
highlight it
imagine-
as like, well, what about New Asgard? It's like, they don't know that nobody knows anything about anything outside of their own thing.
New Asgard, exactly. They keep forgetting about it. But like, basically, what we see unfold is like what would happen if people found out. It's like insane paranoia, like people getting shot in the streets, like people no clue who's Skrull and who's not, including innocent people who people now think
they're going to get caught up in it.
Could be zero tolerance for Skrulls after this. Yeah.
When normal people hear about this, there's only going to be one course of action.
Well, the problem is, it's just the universe. Earth is now a very different place forever, and then they're going to forget about it. They're going to forget about what they've introduced in this story, which is that now all of humanity knows that there are shape-shifting aliens that try to subvert their governments and wipe them out and annihilate them. And seemingly most of them would chill with it. Like, it's just going to be intense paranoia across the globe for all time.
Forever. Yeah, because there's no going back from this. Because the aliens could always still be here. We'll never know if they're all gone. We'll never know.
How could you possibly know that? It's over.
He says all off-world creatures will be destroyed, like on site. Do you think he's talking about the Celestial too?
Not Korg. Come on, not Korg or Web. Not those guys.
Well, no, Veb is an Earthling.
Oh yeah, he is. Well, he's a quantum Earthling, I guess. Yeah. Who would be? What other aliens would there? I guess like. Well, I mean, I guess. What about like any of the Guardians, right? Like Groot. Like I imagine that doesn't apply to Groot, right?
The Guardians would probably get a pass because they'd be like heroes of the.
I guess it's the point is like, well, I mean, just sort of you.
The thing is, he says all off-world creatures, but he's this will get finalized into Skrulls specifically, probably.
Yeah, it'll
because
be there will be legislation for this. Yeah, that's going to be written out, and it's probably going to get there's not going to be that much. It'll just be a matter of we need to finalize what the punishment will be when we find them. Will probably be the biggest point of contention, because we were very close to a nuclear war and the destruction of humanity, and the insane paranoia and cultural shift that'll happen after this.
It's like, why do you think this is happening? He just found out that like his best advisor was a Skrull for like years and years.
Was trying to coax him into annihilating himself.
This is what I don't think people understand, which is I think an accident on the show's part. It's like this is a really interesting reaction to the fact that he almost caused World War III thanks to Skrulls. Like this is him. Obviously, he's furious and he wants them stamped out, and they nearly destroyed humanity.
Yeah,
and people could be like, "Oh, villainous action," because even Fury says, "Wow, you made a hateful speech today." That's what he tells him. It's like, yeah, you bet it's a fucking hate-filled speech.
Yeah, I fucking hate Skrulls.
How good
I hate every single one of them.
He should hate every one of them after that, for sure. Because like, just
absolutely
be manipulated like that. He's probably humiliated. Like personally, he's probably so fucking furious that came that close.
Remember how many years ago when you
him,
invaded, period? And then the war stuff started?
They nearly personally killed him. Along with all of his security, all of his
he would know
bodyguards and
now.
everything.
Made him look like a fool for years.
The motorcade incident was an attempt to kill him on the part of the Skrulls. That was explicitly what all of that was. And then they wanted to wipe out all of humanity. What other reasons do you need to be furious?
In what way is this not like an existential threat of a war with humanity and another species? Arguably, this is the biggest, most important, and impactful cultural shift in all of Earth history. Arguably, with maybe the blip.
Well, to be honest with you,
I would say arguably this is worse than the blip.
It's worth keeping in mind. Fury should probably end up in some kind of trouble for this whole thing.
Yeah, not telling.
He's got pluses, but the fact is that he helped ferry in the Skrulls underneath, like, safeguards and shadows.
Then all of this happened.
Yeah,
he hid it from the world, and look at the outcomes that happened. It's crazy. And this is all with the president not knowing that there is one Skrull out there who is unstoppable, who has all the powers and cannot be stopped. And that the reason why that happened is because Fury just gave away the DNA of a bunch of people.
Yep.
Other Skrulls enabled it.
Rip.
And it was their design to give it to themselves.
Fury specifically enabled it, yeah.
He has every right to be angry.
Yeah, we're close to the end. We can just do a quick summaries here. Good old Olivia Colman.
McGavin gets blasted.
I'll cover that in a second. I'm just going to get this out of the way. This is the end of Gaia's plotline. Olivia Colman and Gaia team up, and it's a little cringe too, because she's like, we meet at last, and then she's like, if you have an army in that car, unless you have an army, I suggest you leave. She says, I think we should have a partnership. And then Gaia's like, my father entered a deal like that. And Coleman says, let's be sure not to repeat the mistakes of Fury and Talos. Let's leave love and friendship out of this. Use me and I'll use you, and we'll both make sure our species is safe.
It says girls can do it too, part 10.
It is a bit like Fury and Talos fucked it up. It's like only because the writers decided they did.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, there's no reason why it should have been this catastrophic.
But these girls are going to nail it now because they won't make the same mistakes. It's like, okay. Sure, man. Whatever you want. Fine. And then, as part of the speech made by, because there's a whole bunch of things here. So first of all, they find this place. I'm still not 100% sure what this place is.
I don't know what that is, other than, I guess, a bunch of other people who've had their identities stolen?
I think so, yeah. The million Skrulls. This is all the people whose lives they've stolen.
Look at how many people... What are you supposed to think?
Where does their poop go?
Well, it's just,
that's what we
apparently there are thousands and thousands and thousands of people who, have essentially just been robbed of their lives indefinitely. Yep. Like, what the hell?
So that a Skrull can go out there and
imagine what the president's going to say once he finds out about this. Like, this is absolutely insane. Oh, by the way, Captain Marvel, opinions on all of this?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that we should be so hateful. Okay.
Opinion noted.
Thank you.
Skrulls are dying.
Well, it's war. It's they will be absolutely hated throughout the whole world, especially when all the governments are told, by the way, there's probably a Skrull in your government right now. And it's just like,
there's gonna have to be like,
Speaking of,
thank God the tests are easy to conduct, because boy, I mean, it might be just the end if it wasn't. This is some of the most devastating world building we've ever seen.
So, as was mentioned, McGavin getting shotted. McGavin, he's dead now. Yeah. I don't know who told who what or whatever, but yeah, he's Skrull. They killed him. He's dead. That's something that is like, well, like seeing these images is like, I guess that would happen, yeah. And then, remember how the Prime Minister of Britain got released, right? She's talking at 10 Downing Street, and a guy just walks up to her and assassinates her.
Somehow some guy just got a gun into 10 Downing Street to shoot the Prime Minister.
That dumbassery aside, I just felt like this was fucking raw. I was like, this would happen.
This was just real consequences that people who had their lives co-opted by the Skrulls would end up getting killed because of it.
The British Prime Minister just got assassinated because the Skrulls had her position.
This is your fault, Gaia and Gravik and all of the Skrulls who participated in this. This is your fault.
You have instigated a mass paranoia across an entire civilization of people.
then
Good job.
the lady we mentioned from before, episode 2, where she was let go by Gravik, we see her killing a bunch of people, and she is a Skrull, so she's like on the run now, I guess, or something. I don't know. The point here is supposed to be that all of Earth now fucking hates Skrulls to the point where they'll hunt them down and kill them. And it's like, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be humans that are chill with them, but there's also going to be so many humans that are like, this is literally threatening our place in the universe.
After everything we've done for the universe.
After everything that humanity has done for the universe is crazy when you think about it.
Yeah.
Humanity has saved the universe and the multiverse on several occasions, and and look at them. This is what they get: almost getting nuked by
alien invaders that they saved.
Well, as you say, they took in, right? It's like that Fury decided to take in without telling anybody, but nevertheless, you know, humans saved them when the Kree would have wiped them out. And then it's like, well, you promised them a home and they didn't get one, so they're going to nuke you. The show really wants you to forget that their goal was to nuke Earth.
Yeah,
they really don't want
on that note, Fury says about the hateful speech, that's some real one-term president stuff. And it's interesting to think about. Yeah, fuck that. What would actually happen, right? Is like, this is a man who, first of all, survived an assassination attempt from alien forces. Like,
Ching.
That's a president that survived an alien assassination attempt. That's pretty, you know, assassination attempts famously get presidents, like, if they survive them.
That makes you look good.
Yeah. But an alien one? Like, woof. And then, of course, he's the one that was serving at the time when we managed to stop the potential of World War III. He can argue he's the one that called off the strikes at the moment of impact when all of the intel he had pointed toward, you know, firing nukes, etc. He's the one that's now leading the world on trying to prevent the Skrulls from taking over and taking them down. You think this is the time where people are going to be like, yeah, this guy's the worst, we need to get rid of him?
You just wrote this guy a check for a 3-term presidency, and he will cash that shit, you bet.
Because it's hard to even see how he would lose favor when it's an alien threat. A lot of humans aren't even going to see the negatives in terms of what... All they'll do is find out news about how there are Skrull aliens that are getting killed all over Earth because... And, you know, it'll be like, remember actor and singer this person? That was a Skrull. And that person has now been found in a basement somewhere. It's been 10 years, they're reunited with their families. You know what I mean? Every one of these stories, you're not going to go like, oh, the poor Skrull. Like,
no, it'll be like, this Skrull stole someone's life and is subverting our civilization. They're, at the very least, not allowed to even be on this planet whatsoever.
Like, imagine you woke up in that facility, you'd lost 10 years, but you'd aged 10 years. You just didn't get to have those 10 years, and you find out, you know, there's a Rags running around who's the Skrull. I don't even know, alive or dead doesn't really matter, but the point is, like, how would you feel about the Skrulls, Rags? Like, oh...
I would want to fucking kill him!
Yeah, they ruined everything!
You're stealing lives from people. You're effectively, like, adjacent to killing them, plus the desire to actually go around and kill them, and the ones you've already killed.
And then imagine, right, you're so passionately pissed off about this, you go and discover the root of all of it, you find out that they came here in the 90s, and that Fury promised them a place on Earth or a place of their own planet. And you ask, what the hell happened? And you find out Fury decided, for his own benefit, to use them to advance his career in S.H.I.E.L.D.
Instead of just putting them on the planets that were available
and
to them.
And then, with the skills he gave them, they subverted him, ignored him, and took over the world over the course of 15 years with 1 million people.
And very nearly came close to nuking all of humanity. All of humanity. Men, women, and children alike.
And they did
and then
kill
you've always
several.
You got the 6,000 that were killed in Russia.
Yeah,
exactly.
All the other people who were
any
killed
number of
across the world.
thousands of people who've been killed, but in all of the things that they had already done to try and foment like anarchy in the world.
It was absolutely nuts that they wrote this show.
I don't know what they were thinking.
If there is if the objective of this show in terms of the writing was to get us to sympathize with Skrulls or to use Skrulls as some kind of an allegory for people of different races or ethnicities or nationalities, then they have fucked up beyond belief.
Complete failure.
This show has given me an incredible justification to be horrifically xenophobic to Skrulls. Fuck them. Get off my planet.
The last line from the president in this scene is, "There's only one way this ends. Get the Skrulls off my planet." Which is supposed to obviously be like a xenophobic position, but it's like, but that's the only solution now.
You can't expect peace.
Well,
after
the
all
thing
this.
is
Like,
that what he said is more of an accurate statement as to a reflection of the nature of the world. Like, the only resolution that you could have in this world at this point is that the Skrulls can't stay here.
Yeah, it's
Of
not
course
about
they
killing
can't
them
stay here.
necessarily. He's just delivered the
No.
most reasonable response after declaring out
they
all
have
out
to
war.
go.
Just
Leave.
get them
They gotta
off.
go.
They are physiologically incapable of living on this planet with our species. It just can't work.
Like I said, it's like
not
Korg and
compatible.
Meek and stuff. Like, they'd be pretty chill, I'd
Yeah, and
say.
Veb,
Yeah,
he's
they'd
running
be
around sharing his goo
Veb,
with
like,
people,
just
consensually, of course.
Like, the world of Futurama is a world that could exist at some point, you know, of like humans, aliens, robots, and everything living in a society. Skrulls in particular already pose difficulties because of their unique ability to subvert like the planet, and then you throw on top this attempt to destroy the world on an insane like basis, like an absolutely insane, ridiculous, like illogical, fucking stupid, evil basis. You throw that on top, it just makes things like this is an unsalvageable situation. It's over. Like it's done.
6 episodes they pulled all this insanity off in.
Yeah.
And they were not densely packed 6 episodes.
No, they weren't.
They were there was a lot of
And see what I mean? After everything we've, gone through with Phase 4 and 5 to an extent, it's just started up, but like, and still, I am very much surprised by their writing. Like,
yeah, me too. Me too.
This is fascinating.
How did they do this? How did they manage this?
Like,
I was not expecting any of this. Like, I didn't think it'd be able to affect me at all, but I was pissed off by the end. Just reminding me what I liked about the character and then just shredding every aspect of it.
And how much of this is going to make it into a future MCU project? It's like maybe 1%?
About 4%.
Maybe a line. Maybe a line
or two. A reference. A couple
and
references,
why?
and that'll be
because the guys who made this aren't going to speak to the guys who make the next thing, and the guys who make the next thing may not have seen this. That's just the reality of it.
This show has been so unsuccessful that they're probably going to try and avoid it as much as possible.
Well, and that's the thing.
And
People are talking about how it's boring, lame, or annoying, or the CG bubble. And it's like, it's a fucking gross show, like, overall. And I don't know how people are going to address that. Like, its ideas, the way it wrote characters, the spite. Fucking best.
People still bitching about the AI intro. They're missing the point. There's so much more. Like,
the AI intro sucks, but the show also sucks.
That's what I mean. There's so
hell of a lot, yeah.
So, like, I don't know, I get, for the people who come after this to make shows and things, how many times does the person in front of you have to fuck up the world before I'm like, you know what, I don't even blame you for ignoring the shows at this point. Like, the person in front of you just ruined shit.
Yeah. What do you? I mean, how do you move forward with it? You know, like what do you?
When it kind of cascades it, right? Because a creator that comes in to make anything, when they see this is all the work behind them, they're like, oh, why would I even bother really then? Okay, yeah, I'll throw my brick in onto the wall, like toss it in randomly, and it's like, that wall looks pretty strong, sure, whatever, bye. Who's next? And it's like this guy, and you see the bricks all over the place, he's like, throw my brick on. It's like, used to have some level of building it. We cite this every so often, but like when you watch Avengers 2012, you can tell whoever wrote and directed that more than likely got to know the first set of films in Phase 1, because he references the fuck out of all of them. All the character journeys are referencing all the character journeys from the actual films they're coming from. So it's like, you must have paid attention. You must have known what was coming before. But these days, they admit that they don't watch this stuff. They're like, nah. I saw 2 episodes of it, or that fucking shit from Quantumania, where the writer and director of the movie can't remember if, first of all, what the name of WandaVision is. They call it the Scarlet Witch show.
Oh, man.
And it's like, did you even watch it? And then they're like, oh, there's Wu, yeah, who I think was in WandaVision. This is like, well, he doesn't say WandaVision, he says the Scarlet Witch show. It's just like, how could you... It's not even hard, man.
Yeah, man. You don't
just
even
spend a
do it
night,
yourself.
one night.
You don't have assistants. You don't have people like, it's
Make
just
yourself
the
some
base.
food, grab some popcorn, drink, just watch the fucking show. Or otherwise you're trying to tell us how fucking painful it is that you can't bring yourself to do it.
I don't know. I was just
The
gonna mention
absolute
one thing before moving on, 'cause I think the president scene, the only thing I don't like about that is that it confirms Talos died for nothing. His death was completely meaningless, and it sucks because I feel like that was the biggest opportunity with the
So
show in terms of substance.
you're right.
That's true. His
Yes,
death, yeah, right.
Meaningless.
It was
Died
meaningless.
for nothing.
the
It
obvious
confirmed it, and they
payoff for
still could fix
him.
it.
The obvious payoff for
Huh?
him is for him to die and make a difference to the Skrull-human relations,
Yes,
but he
and I
didn't.
thought that was where they were gonna do. Like even Fury mentioning it in this phone call to like, the president has this new resolve with the situation, but just putting that in his head to at least make him like have to, maybe consider it. He doesn't even mention Talos here. This guy just fucking walks back to his ship. I was just like, ah,
No, it's
that's the last
insanely,
piece of the
yeah,
puzzle, man. Give
insanely
Talos
disrespectful.
some
Remember
type of respect.
Maria should probably get a mention of some kind at the end too.
Oh my, yeah,
No,
she's
she got
long gone. She's
nothing.
forgotten.
She got nothing. Yeah.
She's
Well, and what do we
wiped
do
out. You don't even,
instead?
I don't think they mention her again.
We have Fury under fucking next to a blue screen of horrors talk to his invented wife as of this series about how, yeah, I do love you even as a Skrull. Now let's kiss and go to Saber to sort out the relationship
That's
between
it.
Kree and Skrulls. That's the end of the show, yeah. They don't do any... There's no sealing of any other threads in the whole thing.
How is this
Same
even
with Earth
remotely a
fucked everything up.
resolution?
Yeah, how does
This isn't a resolution. Everything's worse.
He came and fucked everything up and dipped. Like that's pretty much it. He just made everything worse. Just they brought him
Everything's
back from
worse.
space to completely ruin him, and then fucking shoved his ass back in the ship. It's insane.
Like,
This
so
whole show
fucking
is-
rude to make your show after everything you just showed me about these two being like, yeah, I like you, Green. That's fine. It's like, yeah, that's what's so important right now.
That's what we built up to.
Oh.
And it's over.
Yeah. Every time you think that, like, how do they do it? Every time you think that it's like the bottom, right? They can't possibly get worse. It's like, no, actually, there's still some.
Like, Captain America 4 and the Marvels, they're gonna be awful, aren't they?
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Of course, because they're
If it
already
can-
like all written and everything.
Mm,
They're already done basically.
I don't
It's
know,
got to
there's something
be.
especially spiteful, but like, this was a, yeah. There was not a moment I enjoyed. It was just the other ones. None of them really pissed me off to this degree. I'll say that this is one of the things that bothered me the most, just because, yeah, between this and Black Widow, those are my two where I just can't believe this is your vision for this character. You just didn't give a fuck about their journey.
It's so weird how much there is to connect to like other current MCU projects, because this in isolation, you'd be like, you don't get writing this bad that often. It's like, well, it depends. You watching the MCU?
It's expected. And when we look at, I mean, in seeing these credits again, it makes me like, man, I'm really thankful that the credits were AI generated, so that it got people just that much easier for people to despise this show.
Yeah, like the veil got lifted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had to like earn its way back into favor, and it was never gonna fucking do that.
Yeah.
Because if like
is
Andor had
interesting.
AI credits, people would probably get over that because of Andor's writing.
There's nothing redeeming in this. I was
No.
gonna say, do you think is there anything salvageable in this show going forward, and is there anything you could compliment on it?
I think we complimented like 5 things. Most of them were like lines from Olivia Colman.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Her character was not
Excluding
always
her.
terrible. They kind of ruin her by the end, unfortunately.
She does get a lot of cringe and a bit of stupid. But
her not doing anything to stop fake Rhodey. Some of her lines are super cringe.
Yeah, say that the Britain and US are allies, so of course I'm not going to prevent World War III. It's like, what?
They just screwed it up. I think I would like to think that Talos died with good intentions, like he was trying to sacrifice himself for the better of his people, and like I would like to think that that's like, even though he didn't get any credit for it, I'll try to compliment that just for my own headcanon. But who knows what they actually think about that death? Like, like wasted characters. All of them are a waste.
Oh, I'm going to read now some stuff from. It's just 2 article sort of sources. First one
Go for
is
it.
Secret Invasion director confirms how long Rhodey's been a Skrull. The dramatic conclusion to Secret Invasion has finally been released, with fans relieved to finally see Rhodey. He's rescued. The 6-episode series saw the Avengers' body taken over by a Skrull. Isn't even really how but that's fine. With fans figuring out how the twist pretty early on, yeah, because the only thing that they were going to do. However, one big question remains: just how long has he been held hostage? Speaking exclusively to Radio Times, director is it Salim or Salim?
Salim, I assume,
has confirmed that the dark theory that Rhodey has been a Skrull ever since Captain America Civil War is true. Yep, he's been a Skrull the whole time, yes. It means Rhodey's been absent for about 9 years in the MCU, including the events of Avengers Endgame, which saw his best friend Tony Stark sacrifice himself.
God.
So to be clear, Rhodey doesn't know Toadie's dead? Presumably, Salim answered. I think it's going to take a librarian to go through and pick apart every Rhodey moment up till Secret Invasion, but there's a lot to be unpacked now, and I think a lot of it will be unpacked in Armor Wars, where Dawn is going next.
It'll be unpacked in someone else's show.
Like, I ain't doing it.
Now.
Fuck that. I'm out.
Yep.
Thanks.
This
Yeah, and they
is
talk
so
about how
rushed.
he tried to play Rhodey different because he was a Skrull.
Except he didn't play him differently before because he wasn't one.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is...
yeah. You're telling me that was Skrull Brody when he was like having that hospital scene with Tony? Like, that's just, you can't attempt these type of retcons and expect everyone to not pay attention, you know?
I just like that he said, like, it would take a librarian to go through and check all the scenes against him being a Skrull now. And it's like, what you mean to say is, I have no idea what this has done
Yeah.
to his history. Go look, I
Clueless.
guess.
Figure it out. Get back to me. That's pretty much what that was.
So now, this is interesting. There is a post on the Marvel Studios subreddit called No, but seriously, what is going on in the MCU? And this is the post. It says, I just read the following interview with the director of Secret Invasion, and it made me so uncomfortable and angry. I think it shines a light... By the way, this is a very popular post. I think it shines a light on so many of the missteps of the recent slate of content. There really doesn't seem to be much passion or even a desire to leverage and respect the source material and fans by the directors. And instead, directing for the MCU has become a way to cash in and or boost one's clout. Some key
100%.
excerpts from the interview just left a rotten taste in my mouth along with my thoughts. So, this is what they thought. So, interviewer question. What have you made of the reaction to the series overall? Because reviews have been mixed, which is a nice way to put it. Director said, oh, I don't read reviews. With all due respect, for me, I view all the storytelling work I do as dialogue with an audience. When the show is finished and put up on the screen, that's my half of the dialogue, and the audience then starts their half of the response to it. I think that's valuable, but I don't know. I don't know how to answer the question. So he goes on, but I was just going to say we can go piece by piece, I suppose.
Yeah, this is like, I'm just going to say all my stuff, and then I'm going to fuck off, and y'all can talk about it
pretty
amongst
much.
yourselves.
No accountability for my artwork.
Yeah, that's not like that's not a dialogue. It's not a discussion. That's just you talking into the... It's essentially like you making a YouTube video and then just leaving forever. And
So
not listening, reading comments or anything.
Goes on to say, I don't feel bad about mixed reviews. If you had unanimously good reviews, every movie would gross $10 billion trillion, right? Projects resonate with different people at different times for different reasons, and Marvel has a very devoted, even rabid fan base who have expectations, and when their expectations aren't fulfilled, they move in another direction. They give it a thumbs down. I don't know, is it our job to fulfill their expectations or to tell the story that we're telling? So it's a tricky thing. I would love it if everybody loved it, but I also don't have that expectation, so I feel great about the response to it.
Cope.
Definitely
Cope,
super
Cope. He's
Cope
buried in Cope.
indeed.
That's it.
Mega.
That's all he can
Big
see.
mad.
Pure copium. He's injecting it into his eyeball.
It's just, there's no other explanation for that. That was a bunch of
I
bullshit.
mean, he didn't even really say anything. Like,
That's what
it's-
I mean. Like, I
That
tuned
was
out after I'm
just
like, yeah, this is just
word
Cope.
salad.
You're just saying words. You're not actually connecting the dots here. What the fuck? Like, he doesn't know what he's trying to say there. He's
That
just
is word
waiting for
salad.
waiting for the next question. He panicked. Like, that is some horseshit. Ask him to repeat that and be like, what do you really mean by
yeah,
that?
what did you even just say? What do you think
I
you
won't even
just
remember
said?
what he said.
Ask
No,
him to
literally look
repeat
up
what
the
he
left
said.
and try to remember like, how he started it. This guy has no idea what. Oh my god.
Sorry, our recording equipment wasn't quite working. Could you repeat that one more time? Johnny in the booth is saying that we need to do another take of
Yeah,
that.
someone have the balls to call these people out sometimes.
And
Just,
condense
like,
it into,
explain
you
that.
know, like 30 seconds or less on that one.
I'd be like, no, take all the time you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, just treat, you know,
hand him the shovel.
open
and
your brain
tell him
up
to
and
dig.
just spill it all out. What's going on in there?
That's
So yeah,
delusional.
interviewer. It's a different story than Marvel's ever told. Let's dive into some actual plot points of the finale. One of the highlights was the massive showdown between Gaia and Gravik. whose powers have been enhanced by the Avengers' DNA. What will you remember about working with Amelia and Kingsley on that fight scene? He said, it's interesting. They're both stellar actors who bring a lot of electricity, and in most instances, in very quiet ways. I'm deeply moved by some of the subtle choices that Amelia Clarke makes. I think she could do no wrong. That makes sense that he'd think that, considering her role in the whole show. When you get to a heavily choreographed fight scene or a bombing sequence or an ambush sequence, it's just kind of fun, right? It's the actors being like, okay, I don't have to bring it today. I just have to be a 12-year-old swinging from a rope. So there's a lot of fun.
Hell. He actually said that.
So there's a lot of fun in those moments, and there's a lot of danger, but it's not as emotionally significant or emotionally resonant as quiet moments, like in episode 5, where she and Nick Fury discuss Talos' death.
Was that meant to be an emotionally resonant moment?
Yes, meanwhile, fight scenes aren't.
The fight scenes aren't, it's just a broad, like, sweeping generalization of fight scenes and their purpose in the story.
Well, yeah,
why are these
there's
people
one more
in charge
bit.
of these
I don't know, I feel like it's just more telling of your attitude on storytelling. Anyway, yeah, continue.
He says, to follow up on that, the fight sequences become mathematical, mechanical, precise. Did we get it? Yes, move on. It comes together later in the edit, and then you congratulate your mathematics and your mechanics. You don't congratulate the emotional resonance.
Oh my god.
What?
I just don't know what the
congratulate the
emotional resonance.
And by the way, the OP of this post has their own response to that, and it reads, this makes me see red. Your action sequence should have heart and thought put into it, even if it is a Marvel movie. The big giant CGI fight between Cap and Tony in Civil War, yeah, it was choreographed to death, but did your heart not shatter when Tony flinched because he thinks Steven is about to murder him? Or Steve, yeah. And is instead plunges the shield into his chest plate? That's some emotional resonance I congratulate to this effing day, my guy. Yeah, it's a really weird thing to say.
Yeah, it's like, no one...
How could that be your perspective?
Well, the perspective is what? You can't achieve emotional resonance in a fight scene. Really?
Like, just false, sir. False.
Well, I think, again, it's just indicative of his attitude. The fight scene is the fight scene. It's the big action scene that you have, and it makes people like, oh, yeah, explosions, woohoo, yeah, cool. And then we have our story beats, not marrying them together.
It kind of makes sense, doesn't it, though?
It does make sense that you would say that, yeah. Because those fight scenes are just bullshit.
I hope this guy enjoys all of his interviews.
Well,
because I feel like there's just like all the show's gonna do is people are gonna talk about how bad it is for a while until it's forgotten, and it'll just that'll be it. It won't have a legacy. People won't even remember it for it to have a legacy. Every once in a while, it might be referenced as that shitty show.
So there's a top comment that says, aside from 2 independent films from the 90s and mid-2000s, his body of work is literally music videos, commercials, and directing and writing an episode or two of various shows throughout the 2010s. His bullshit about not caring about mixed reviews stems from his career of making things no one gives a shit about. So this isn't a surprise.
Oh my god.
If you've given an almost unlimited budget and creative liberty and your show still gets 13% favorable ratings, that says a lot about you and your ability to make a movie rather than the audience.
Jeez, that's crazy, isn't it?
Because it basically mad about it. This is the one. This is the turning point.
This is the simp subreddit for Marvel.
That's essentially correct, though. If you have $200 million to make a show, you have virtually an unlimited budget. Let's be real.
Yeah. Well, you're essentially in a position where the idea of financial or technical limitations for your production limiting what you can do is
they virtually don't exist.
Exactly, like maybe they exist,
million for 6 episodes. Only 6
episodes that aren't even full-length episodes. They're not even an hour long each. If you can't tell your story with that much money, I don't. It's like I don't even know what that would mean to not be able to tell your story at that point with that much money.
So this is a funny thing. A quote that made my jaw drop from the article that's not in what you included is the director saying that the theme of the show is Fury learning to see aliens as equals and not others. This is why the final scene is Fury kissing his wife in alien form, because he's overcome his inner turmoil of seeing his wife as an unequal other being. And then their comment on that is, so to be clear, Samuel Jackson was placed on a character arc where he had to learn that racism is bad. And even though no one would ever believe this just based on the show because it's a mess, the director chose to confirm it.
I can't. The director believes that the show is Fury realizing that racism is bad.
I didn't know that Fury was a horrible racist. I didn't know that. I learned something new about Nick Fury.
I doesn't even know.
What the
That's
hell?
insane. That's actually insane. I had no idea that
Has
the show
Fury
was
ever
about him
even
becoming not a racist.
has he ever mentioned race at all throughout
Yeah,
the
his
entire
bl-
MCU?
his.
I'm not even sure.
Well, I mean,
I think I remember his uncle's story.
I
That's the only one I can
it's
what
think
been
of.
it's been a big deal with him this show.
If
He
you were
talks
gonna
about race
look,
a lot
of
in
all
this
the
show.
characters,
in this
Fury
show,
would
but
be like
prior
the
to that-
least xenophobic. He's fully prepared to engage with it. He just wants to make sure they're not going to try and kill us. That's all.
Yeah.
He's never given a
he'll
shit. I don't
recruit
buy it
aliens
for a
help.
second that he looks at like alien creatures and he's like, ugh, look at them lesser
less than
beings.
human.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Thor
Bizarre.
wasn't from Earth.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's absolute bullshit. My God.
I,
Did he watch? Did he watch any of the other films?
Springy, no, he
Dang, it's just-
probably unironically didn't.
It's funny. At this point, we can only keep asking it so many times until people who make these things actually confirm it and
Yeah.
say for themselves, "I didn't watch the thing that was a direct prequel to the film that I'm making. I didn't watch that, or I've only watched a few of them."
Well,
It's
if I had
because like those original posters, right, on that Reddit thing that you're posting, they know all of this history. They've watched it all, and it's not their job.
and they're just a person out there who's a
Could be some
fan.
dude who's got
Yeah.
their actual like full-time job like that they're doing.
Zero investment, zero financial investment in it, but they care about the content and they can
they know
see
the
through all
continuity.
the bullshit. And they
Yep.
just don't get
You're-
it's crazy.
If you are a Disney exec and you approve $200 million for a 6-episode TV show, and you're tasked with finding a director for this show, that should be one of the most important decisions that you make in your life.
They grab just
This
the
is
guy.
a huge decision
Exactly.
to make.
It's a shit ton of money, and these people are in charge of the creative aspects of this production. The showrunner, lead writer, director, it is wild, isn't it? Again, when it's like, oh, one of the guys who wrote this show, who had a hand in writing every episode, has written one screenplay.
It would be mandatory for me to have every person that I was thinking about doing this job to have watched every single Marvel movie at the very
that would be
least.
mandatory.
Lifelong
And I would probably say,
lifelong
write me a
friends.
fucking essay about them.
I think I would also have a requirement of like,
Fucking
you got to
exam.
read some comics, you got to read some of the source
what I'm
material.
saying,
Like,
the
you need to
amount of-
familiarize yourself with this.
You're
The amount of
asking way too
passion out
much.
there for the amount of passion out there for the superhero genre, they can find people that'll do this for
Yeah,
free.
no
Like,
short
people will
supply
do
of
this.
that.
Like, there's people that will go and put their time to try to fix the MCU for free right now because they love Marvel. They would, yet they don't even. It's insane. They don't even like address these people.
It is strange though. It's like that post said. It seems like a lot of people who come onto these consider it a stepping stone, which is pretty crazy to think about. That like a Marvel television show or movie is like a
$200 million show is a stepping stone for me.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck do you want?
Well, that's the thing. All of this, I think, was constructed under the idea that all of it makes $1 billion every time. Each one of these projects makes $1 billion.
And
So you
now
can
that
just
they're not
fucking
making
bleed that money out. But yeah, now they're not making the money back. And it's like,
Again, it's like Event Horizon. You've already got several productions that are wrapped. They're done. You need to release them. And I mean, let's be real. Like, what is the interest going to be in like Echo, or the Marvels, or Ironheart, or Agatha? What's the interest going to be? If you couldn't get people to show up for Samuel L. Jackson leading a massive ensemble cast, I think you fucked, Like, I think they might actually be screwed.
And how
Which I
long
never
will it
thought
take
of.
until...
I didn't think that 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I didn't think it was possible for like Marvel to fail. I really didn't think it was possible.
And now
at
I
least
think it's
it's gonna
possible for them
happen.
to succeed.
I think at
Yeah, I
this
don't know how
point,
they can pull
it's
themselves
not
out of
ways
this.
to succeed, right? Like the only one that succeeded was Guardians 3, which was way more considered like a James Gunn thing than a Marvel thing, and he's gone. He's gone off to your competitor.
And Guardians 3 was basically cashing in on really the last check they sort of had left for the most part.
Yeah. All they got is Spider-Man, and Spider-Man is partially Sony. Wow, it's majority Sony, actually. Sony gets the majority of the money off of those films.
And he seems, especially now, really divorced from like the rest of everything, and
Well,
in
I
a
mean,
very
that's
meaningful way
because
he
Sony just
is.
decided to
But
pull him out. And it's so funny because a couple of years ago, people were like, no, Sony taking him away from the MCU. At this point, it's like, you know what? Maybe take him out. Like, maybe get him out
take
of there,
everybody out. No more superhero movies. Enough. You've done it. We'll get Joker 2 and then we'll stop.
I think it's going to take a little bit of time for the industry to catch up. I think because, like, I mean, you can see it with the plans for DC, right? Warner Brothers really wants, when really they should probably be looking at like video games. That's what they should be looking at this point. Is like, let's buy up a bunch of video game adaptation rights and get working on those
might
productions.
be the solution. Yeah, The Last of
I
Us,
think
Mario.
that's the next era we're in. We're in that era now. I think because there've been too many successful. There's too many like big successful video game adaptations in the last few years. I mean, dude, like Twisted Metal got an adaptation recently. It's like, wow, okay, yeah, Twisted. I think Anthony Mackie's in it. I don't know if it's good or not, but like, if Twisted Metal is getting adapted into live action,
you can do plenty if you're gonna work with that. Like, I think, what was I gonna say? If they can pull off like a Metroid movie or a Legend of Zelda movie, like, and they actually do it properly, that's $1 billion right there. People will go
of
just
course,
for curiosity.
it's still scary for us, isn't it? Because it's like, oh, please don't fuck it up.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Because you're like going for things that I have a real affinity for. Like,
yes, I know those. That's why I went for those two, because I know those are the like, you can screw up Donkey Kong, I'll be fine, but Metroid and Link, come on.
It's just it's weird that when I watch the Mario movie, I'm like, oh, you don't hate Mario.
Movie is more coherent than these films. Mario movie is not a good movie, but it's more coherent than these productions.
Right? You know, it's.
I assume it wasn't malicious.
Yeah, it's okay, and I enjoyed it. So,
or just be that it hits basic story beats and it does so like reasonably effectively, competently. Whereas here, we can't even get the basics right.
Read another one, by the way.
Yeah, go
One of
for
the top
it.
comments says, "Shades of Quantumania writer Jeff Loveness blowing off fan reception to the depiction of MODOK." Like, basically saying this feels the same as that. It's like, because it is.
Yeah, pretty much. It is the same thing.
Did he try to defend MODOK?
Oh, well, if I remember correctly, it was along the lines of he got really bummed out seeing that people didn't like the film. So he went to a theater to watch it, and people were laughing at MODOK. So he was like, no, I've done a good job. My script is funny. That was essentially, that sounds about right. I could be getting it wrong, but that sounds vaguely like what happened.
I genuinely laughed out loud, like hysterically. Like, I couldn't when I saw MODOK. I didn't think it was gonna be that funny. I thought it was just cringe, but it was hilarious.
Sense, but it's because his face.
Yeah, it's just what was his creative decision? Why would you do that? And I'd never seen any other Ant-Man, so I didn't know what the hell was going on.
But yeah, it's fascinating reading some of these threads because people are just like losing it in terms of like, oh god, the MCU's bad actually, isn't it?
Like, and if it's critical mass, I think is what happened. Because this isn't. There's no point in ranking these shows and movies anymore. You know where we're at. It's like a 2 average is like what you get for these.
It doesn't break time and space, but it completely destroys the world building in its own special way.
The reality is, like, you know, it's a bit memey. It's like, have you guys covered like we get into like fucking 8 or 9 or something where of this level, and it's like we went through it all. That's what the last 10 hours were. We went through all of it. Okay, we're not making this up. This is what they showed us. I didn't do this. They did this.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be bad. I want all these shows and characters to be great.
Yeah,
like obviously,
I want to be good.
I want to live in the world where I'm like, oh, sweet, they're making a show starring Samuel L. Jackson and Ben Mendelsohn and all these guys and Emily Clark. Amelia. I keep saying Olivia, then I'm like, no, it's Amelia, and like, no, it's Emily. For whatever reason,
I've heard you say Olivia before. Yes,
I don't even know who Olivia Clark is. I have no idea who that is.
The dragon, bitch.
That's
why I say call her Daenerys.
I'd much rather live in the world where I hear the premise of this show and I'm like, oh wow, this sounds like such a cool idea. Skrulls trying to subvert like Earth stuff and like maybe it's a more espionage related, you know, thrillery, tense kind of show, and like look forward to it instead of thinking, oh god, please no. Oh god, no.
On paper, the show sounds awesome, but
there's a 5,000 point post on this subreddit right now that just all it says is, where did the 212 million go?
Yeah.
Where did it go?
Everybody's going to be wondering that. Where did that money go? Where did it go?
Episode 1.
What's up? Oh yeah, where did it go? Like, is it Oppenheimer's
said
100 million?
their theory is Sam Jackson took 100 million, and then the rest went to 4 months of reshoots and Drax's CGI arm.
That has to be it.
Well, at least the arm looked terrible.
At least, yeah.
Maybe
I'm just
it's
seeing
yeah, maybe
discussion episode. It just says, wait, when the real captives left the compound, shouldn't they be affected by the radiation? And then it's just got laughed my ass off. What a huge fucking oversight.
Yeah,
there was no reason to have the area be radiated. There was no reason. You didn't have to.
Complicates things.
There was no reason. It only hurt you.
MCU's Andor. What the hell was that about?
Yeah.
If you said that, you're retarded.
Reevaluate your life.
This is interesting, by the way.
I don't know what to do with that. Like, what the fuck?
There's a post on you that says, I'm 100% convinced that if anything from Phase 1 or 2 came out today, it would have been hated now. Like,
No.
I don't think Phase 1. Phase 2, maybe
Iron
Thor
Man
2, but
was
I don't
Phase 1.
It's hard to hate The Dark World. It's a blech film.
It's my memories of it are so I don't remember enough to be angry. I don't feel like it did enough to make me angry.
I thought about it for 5 seconds. Nah. Phase 1 and 2, they'd be fine if they released today. They'd be fine. They wouldn't do as well, probably, because of everything that's happening, but they wouldn't be hated. There's no way.
No, I don't think they'd be hated. They'd just be like, that was a movie.
So, yeah. It's kind of sad looking at the subreddit, because everyone's just fucking angry. Like, and betrayed by the show. But simultaneously, they're trying to sort of maintain the momentum of Marvel.
Why? Just let it go.
Why?
Let it go. Let it go.
It's this lifeblood for these people.
Yeah, there's a post that says, I kind of hate Fury and Carol after watching Secret Invasion. It's like, you should. That's what they've done to those characters. I mean, you shouldn't have felt much of anything for Carol after Captain Marvel, but now she's like an asshole. So is Fury.
Yeah.
Well, what a way to set her up for her own movie. Like, thanks, guys. Like,
as if she needed more help being an unlikable cunt.
Seriously.
Congratulations, you did it. Thank you so much. Better late than never.
Well, hey, Loki
At
season
least
2.
it happened.
Loki season 2 is on the way.
Woo.
Why are they making that?
Because
That's
Loki
the only
was
one getting a sequel?
Loki is the one that did well, yeah.
People still think it's good, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, there are people who think it's good. They're gonna season 2 is gonna be about as good, and they're gonna hate it.
I think so. I think I don't know if people are gonna let themselves get hyped anymore.
Yeah.
No, the hype is gone. I think that like the entire idea of Marvel hype is gone. I think it's just we're just beggars being hopeful at this point.
We are.
There's still.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say there's still huge cope though. There's like a post that's like the big problem with Phase 4 is there wasn't a culminating film at the end of it. Like, no.
Yeah, that's the problem. That would have fixed all those problems. What? How
doesn't make all the films good suddenly.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
And it's funny
What is
because
making a good movie?
you know what logic they're using. They're like, well, Phase 1 did it, Phase 2 did it, and then Phase 3 did it, and we all love those ones, so that must have been the problem. Nailed it.
Is that why you like those phases? Because they had it at the end, or is there other things you can point to? It's like they don't even like reassess their own logic before they press send. It's just like, what are you doing? I don't know. It's Infinity War being great doesn't make like Thor, Dark World better. It's just it's. I feel like movies like Civil War, Infinity War, Iron Man, they elevate the entire franchise in people's eyes, but like
Plus, they're only
actually make those movies individually better. Like it's not
genuinely their only recourse is to actually make great films, but they can't even make okay films.
Yeah.
They're fucking crashing and burning, which is kind of cool to see because it's been so long of them making shit.
Yeah, like I said, it is legitimately better late than never. Because maybe if they made films over and over and over and they were all like 3s and 4s, it might never happen. But you make enough 1s and 2s and you line them up consistently.
Yeah.
I mean, like if we use myself as an example, my quote unquote movie awakening, I suppose, was TLJ. It got me to think about films in a completely different way. It just kind of like flicked this switch in my brain. It did something to me, and I just kind of changed with the way I engaged in that medium. And so every time one of these terrible, terrible projects come out, you know, how many more of those switches out there get flicked, or how many people just sort of wake up from it?
Yeah.
And
I think
enough
it
of
is a
these things
matter of-
pile up. It happens, you know, it might be slow and steady, but eventually enough people do go, well, wait a second, hold on.
And yeah,
What's
Yeah.
this picture of joy?
The reason I'm showing this is just look at this. Look how it's 9 fucking TV shows in how long? When did WandaVision come out?
2 years. WandaVision came out at the
Fucking-
beginning of 2021.
Insane.
It
And
is
the
Best
insane.
one of
And-
these is
We watched the top 3, and then Moon Knight, and then She-Hulk and Secret Invasion. A great selection.
and
Yeah.
of those, the
best
least
one
bad
Probably
was
the ones that we didn't see, actually, like
Yeah.
Hawkeye.
what was the
maybe
best
Miss
of the
Marvel.
ones we did see?
WandaVision.
Moon
Uh,
Knight? What?
Well, WandaVision collapses at the end.
Yeah.
So
It was
You still say it's
WandaVision.
best?
I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before. Like, WandaVision's finale is a 1, whereas like no single episode of Falcon and the Winter Soldier is a 1. But it's more consistently bad.
It made me
Or
angrier.
Moon Knight. It might
The
have
thing
been
is,
Moon Knight.
WandaVision is the only one here that has good episodes.
Sure, but it also has a worse episode than any of the episodes. Moon Knight had 2 episodes that were decent.
I don't think we
to-
called the first one good. We said it was like acceptable, or like
The
it
first
passes.
one,
So here's
Well-
the thing: if we rewatch WandaVision, are you sure that we'd feel the same way
Yes.
about those first few episodes? You
Yeah,
reckon?
we were
Okay.
pretty heavy with the scrutiny. The first 2 episodes of WandaVision are pretty much bulletproof because of the fact that they explicitly take
There's not
place
much
in
in
the
them.
magic world.
Yeah.
yeah, there's not a
that
lot.
fair?
They're pretty self-contained in that. Well, I mean, it sort of. I mean, I think it is because WandaVision. I mean, I guess that's the sort of the framing
That
of the
is what it
show.
is. Yeah, that is
The
what it is.
the thing you should be mentioning probably is Zemo and Walker from Falcon Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no
So,
good episodes. They're good characters, which is amazing that they got away with that.
Yeah,
What
makes
do
me
you think is
wonder
the
what
worst?
happened. But John Walker got away, like, ironically, because they thought he was like a
They thought,
just
yeah,
villain man.
Zemo, I
They
think
screwed
they
him
knew
over.
people would enjoy him for the very reasons we did enjoy him. Like, that probably worked out okay for them, but they were definitely not expecting people to think that Walker was kind of a... He went on, like, a hero's journey. The other 2 were fucking idiots.
I think the one that probably brushed closest to being a good show was, damn, like, I really want to like Moon Knight more than it
I
deserves.
had a feeling you were going to say Moon
me
Knight. It's
too.
because, yeah, everyone
like,
wants to like
the-
Moon Knight. It's so cool, but they
It'd be cool.
fucked it.
I like the first episode was like the first time in forever we looked at an MCU related thing and we're like, oh, like this could actually be like a show with a character and this could be interesting. And then you had that bizarre I think it was the 5th episode.
The 5th episode
Where-
was had some surprisingly good stuff in it.
And you had
Character stuff,
Oscar
yeah.
Isaacs who was like acting like a fucking champ throughout the whole thing, and it's all done in service to like nonsense and shit characters and a bad plot, and ultimately a world-ending kaiju fight
Yeah,
where the
the
fate
last
of all the
episode was
souls on the
something
planet
else.
were at stake, being
Yeah.
eaten by a giant alligator lady. Sit on my
And
face.
people still
And
hate
I
us
don't
for
know what
not doing a
happened after that.
10-hour breakdown of that show.
It's all they have
Dude.
left now is performances, I think. That's literally what they're clinging to. They still got good
kind of-
performers, but that's
Yeah.
they can't carry this.
So Loki and She-Hulk are the worst.
Yes.
I think so. Yes.
And Secret Invasion is somewhere in the middle, basically. It's in
And
the
something to
mix.
remember,
Somehow.
if you remember, it's fucking casted on minds back so long. Do you remember Falcon the Winter Soldier really pissed us off? Remember that?
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
Made
that's the
us
one I
really
hate the most. I hate it the most of all of
Even
these.
though it's got probably the thing I like the most out of all of it being Zemo and Walker. But it's so weird.
His-
There's such a different collection of... Because Secret Invasion is just foul.
Yeah.
I have so looking at that Falcon and the Winter Soldier poster, is it weird that it's called Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but the Winter Soldier's on the left and Falcon's on the right?
But he is facing backwards. Falcon is the bigger one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
And as for the whole right and left thing, that's just a problem with lots of posters in general.
Hmm.
Secret Invasion, She-Hulk. Man, She-Hulk was shit.
Yeah, it was.
She-Hulk was really bad.
That wedding episode broke me. Like, oh man.
Like Moon Knight didn't make me angry. If anything, it
It made
made me
me
sad.
Yeah, we were like disappointed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it was that's what I would call
Secret Invasion
disappointed.
made me angry.
Secret Invasion made me
yeah,
angry.
Secret Invasion made me angry.
I really don't like
Anti-racist.
The first episode of She-Hulk made me furious, but everything other than that, I was just rolling my eyes or laughing.
Oh god, that first episode, yeah, holy shit.
It came out of the gate.
It came out swinging.
Well, yeah, and then because that was it's so interesting to look at it culturally with each one, because She-Hulk, it like pissed everybody off, and then nobody was really talking about it other than like some highlights, like, oh, look at this, she's talking about internet trolls. Look at this. Secret Invasion, nobody's talking about it.
Nobody's talking about it. Nobody liked it. The only thing that people are talking about is how bad it is.
The Drax arm.
Yeah, the Drax arm, the AI art intro.
Yeah,
it's just, otherwise it's absolute apathy.
And you're like,
they've got to be
$112 million down the drain.
Yeah. Drinker didn't even try it. He said he believed he would not enjoy it whatsoever. And then obviously
it's his job, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's gotten that bad. There's loads of people who are just not going to watch it. But then there's loads of people who aren't going to watch the Marvels. And then Captain America 4, that's going to be like a I guess. I don't know, yeah.
I think that's going to be a big test again. That's going to be another one where they probably expect it to make close to $1 billion, and it won't.
Just on the name value alone, even though this is a
basically. It's and really, it's the next test is the next Avengers film. If it makes less money than the first Avengers film, then it's over.
Which it will.
It probably will at this point. Yeah, it would surprise me if it made like 1.5 billion. Look at how hard it is.
I would be surprised if it makes anywhere.
Who's even in the Avengers right now?
Well, nobody knows.
Nobody even knows.
The Avengers even are.
Isn't it funny? The writers in every one of these retarded projects usually has a throwaway line about why aren't we calling the Avengers? But it's like they don't even know. The writers don't know who the Avengers are.
They're just passing the baton. They just stalling. Nobody knows what the solution is.
With Captain Falcon Winter Man, they were told, yeah, Captain America, Steve Rogers, we're not telling you what his state of being is, so you don't get to comment on it either.
And goddamn, do
is he
you want to look
alive?
through all these shows and think about how many of them were Skrulls the whole time?
Well, what happened with did the Skrulls just not know about the Shield Hydra stuff? That would be something I'd be pissed at them for.
Because the Hydra, they wouldn't know about the Skrulls.
Yeah, where were you guys?
Didn't help out with
that. Why would they know about Hydra?
Of you.
Well, because
Hydra would tell the world, because Hydra's a bunch of they're like Nazi pluses. So they would tell the world.
What made the Skrulls so effective and what managed to crank his fucking career up was the fact that nobody knew this, and there was people walking around as basically information collectors who could change shape and form at will. That's incredibly powerful, to the point where it's almost making me wonder if there should have been more effects for Fury at this point. Like, there should have been more things that happen. He should have had more power, probably. Especially with... This is more Captain Marvel's fault, I guess, but like all the things we had access to thanks to the Skrulls should have probably projected us way further in time over the... from the 90s onwards.
What happened to the ship that they had in Captain Marvel?
They went out.
Had a ship.
It's so funny. Captain Marvel ends really hopefully of them. We're gonna search the world, the universe for a planet, and then this one just says you couldn't find anything. It came back.
They couldn't find one. They came back to Earth. Now Earth hates all of us, and we'll be lucky to survive. Now we want to desperately get off the planet so that the humans don't kill us, and rightfully so.
It's so weird. Every planet we go to, we end up being hunted down by the people who live on it. Why? All we did was try to take over.
What's the common denominator?
I don't understand. Why does nobody like us?
Can't imagine why.
Where the fuck is Carol? Like, seriously, where has she been this entire time?
What is she doing?
It's so nuts. Secret Invasion is such a dour and trying to be serious show, and then you pop over to the Marvels, and Carol's not going to appreciate anything that's just happened, and it's all to do with her. I don't care. Yeah. It'll be a funny, goofy film, the Marvels, with one serious moment.
It's totally different.
I will say this, though. She-Hulk's going to have her hands full now.
Yeah, Gaia will fuck her up, man. Like, who's going to stop her?
Who can stop her? That's the thing. Yeah. Like, at least one thing that the boys did well, at least in the first season from what I remember, is like the idea of creating Homelander as this terrifying presence who could destroy mankind.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh yeah, that's her. She could destroy mankind. What's to stop her from flying around using Captain Marvel beams on all the world's militaries and government institutions?
It was bad enough when we had Captain Marvel, because she was so overpowered. They just casually drop Gaia on us like this.
Yeah, this is like, come on, man.
Casually is a good way to
So bad.
Yeah, because
Walks
they'd
into a
probably be like,
room
"What do
and
you
she
mean casually? It
presses
was a
a
huge
button.
thing." And it's like, "Oh, fuck off! It was not. You just decided this machine exists that can do this, and then that was that."
Yeah. Just such a waste. All of it.
we at that point again. We always are at the end of breaking down a new Marvel thing. We're just despondent. Like,
Yeah,
well,
can we wrap up? I want to play Pikmin 4.
all right, that was Secret
Holy
Invasion. I hope it was everything you were looking to watch us do. You knew it was going to be bad, so
Madness.
hopefully you had fun from watching us talk about it. But seriously, the day they make something good, we'll be there. And we'll be
We
like,
will
this
be
thing is
as
good.
shocked as you are and as happy as can be.
It's only been
But
10
we're not going to
hours.
hold our breath for it.
Hours. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah,
10
this
and a half.
one,
That's a pretty good ratio.
this one went
content
on
to hours.
longer than I expected it to. Yeah.
Was my exact prediction because I knew this show was gonna. There's just so many little details that we're gonna have to go over.
Yeah, I was thinking I
I'm
might
not
be able to
surprised.
do something else today, but
I
I
think
was wrong.
I'm gonna say I think there was a little time trickery because we hit like 3 hours before the first episode was done. That doesn't make any sense. So
I don't know how that happened.
Something's
Yeah,
up. They're
Something
using their
happened.
retcon powers to alter the flow of time.
that is true. It's funny looking back at that. Like, how did we do that?
How did that happen? I don't know. Oh
Yeah.
well. Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't
fine.
believe it.
Crazy.
In 30 minutes, it's midnight. It's almost tomorrow.
But me, it'd be 6 a.m. So yeah, on that note, wait, yeah, before we go, Jedi Brooks, thank you so
Hello
much
there.
for joining us, good sir.
No
For the
problem.
whole 10
I've
hours.
been here from the beginning. What do you mean, join you?
crazy
Like,
man. I said
Whoever
that.
doesn't know in the chat, I've been here from the beginning before this podcast even had a name. So it's an honor to be here, and it's nice to
Oh my
be able to have fun with you
goodness.
guys.
Well,
Crazy.
I appreciate letting
Oh.
us know this sort of stuff. And before we wrap up here, why don't you give everybody a big ol' the thing about what you do? I'm getting
I'll
tired.
keep it quick since I know everyone's tired. Basically, my bread and butter right now would be the scene comparisons. I want to stick to things that I'm passionate about rather than just bending the knee to the algorithm. So my next video should be out in a few days. It's a comparison between Thanos' introduction and Darkseid's introduction because it's a fucking joke.
Okay.
I'm also thinking of podcast ideas, so I have Jedi Brooks Live and Jedi Brooks Gaming now. So the two other channels I started. Big horror fan, so you see a lot of Dead by Daylight and Phasmophobia on that other channel. But pretty much just trying to get all three moving and then see what we can go. I hit 20K today actually, so congratulations on that. And the Iron Man video, probably the most successful one I've ever had. And shout out to Drinker for actually like taking the time to check out my videos and like give me the shout out on Twitter because a busy dude like that, I talked to there's very few people who actually like reached out to me. It was really hard to get contact, but it was respect to him for that. Like actually giving me that opportunity. It was great.
Oh yeah.
And you guys too. This is amazing. Like to be able to come through and best shout out to the chat, everybody. This entire thing is crazy. I can't believe we went this long, but I kind of expected this, like I said.
Yeah, and like I said, link to his channels in the description. I think the EFAP fans will have plenty to be able to check out if they wanna.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff
got
to check
Boba
out.
Fett, The Boys season 2, Mulan, Game of Thrones, good old Star Wars. Lots of things popping up here that I think they'll be interested in. Yeah. And yeah, the video that kicked off you, I think, was it this was the reason that Drinker found you was the why Ironheart sucks comparison?
It was Midsummer. Midsummer, when I made that video, I'm just watching Chris Stuckman talk about how he got stuck in the rain and shit during his review. Fucking moron. And I was just like, why isn't anyone talking about the goddamn story? Like what happened in it? And Drinker was one of the only ones who actually did. So way back then, I gave him his credit for that. And then a few months ago, I saw someone super chat and ask him what he thought like was his most overrated movie. And he sat there for a second and really thought about it. And then he said Midsummer. And I'm like, fucking hell. Okay, I'm sending this guy my video. And he liked the video, and that's how we first got in contact. And
that's awesome.
The Jurassic World video, I had 42 re-render attempts to get that past you. 42. I spent just ages on that. So after that, I was just like, I can't have this video just die and get like 300 views. I worked so hard on this. This is one of my favorite franchises ever. And I reached out to him, and that's where he gave me the shout out on Twitter and invited me to open bar. And things started blowing up around the Rings of Power time. Oddly enough, probably the worst video I ever made because I fucked up the audio, but it blew up and insane. And it got me from 300 to like 7,000. And that was like November. And it's been off from there.
Well, hey.
Crazy.
Keep at it, good sir. And I'll probably
Yeah.
check out the Midsummer video because it was funny. I only watched it recently, like a couple weeks ago or so, maybe a month.
Oh my God.
Time is a bit difficult now. And when Drinker found out, he was like, "Oh no, what did you think?" And I was like, he was like, "Oh, you loved it, didn't you?" And I was like, and I was like, "No, I thought it was shit." He was like, "Oh,
Thanks,
okay."
right. That would, yeah, that would have been an awkward like I hate that movie. Like there's very few movies I could say I hate. Like Mulan 2020,
Oof.
Midsummer, and TLJ. Those are the ones that I'm just like I despise those three. Midsummer is double standards. The film. It's just yeah. Stay away from it, chat. If you haven't seen it.
Well, again, thank you for hanging out. It was
No
a
problem.
fun ride. As for us lot, Rags, Fringy, anything you guys wanted to say or talk about?
Oh, I suppose not. Not at the moment. I'm plowing away. I'm making a lot of progress on the main channel video lately. It's looking like it's going to be a very long video. But otherwise, I'm just carrying on, just kind of working, trying to resolve all my issues here and technically, and hopefully it'll be done when it's done. You know, whenever that is. But yeah, progress is coming along well. Got myself in a good habit for getting work done.
Sweet.
I'm just working. That's all it is. Editing.
All right.
The
Well,
editing minds.
like I said before, schedule is expected to be the 19th. You'll get an unbridled video on Ant-Man, which myself and Fringy have been slaving over for some time, and I'm looking forward to getting out. But I will say, because there is a potential, unfortunately, there may be a delay that is out of my and Fringy and Rags' control. Unfortunately, it may get pushed further, not because it's not done, but because of something to get an order first. And that thing will make more sense once the video comes out, but obviously that would be unfortunate if that was to happen. I'm hoping to do everything I can to not have that happen, but I'd rather it be said as a potential now. Because I'm afraid gonna get a horde of people being like, "You said the 19th!" Blah, 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 which is fair, because I know it's been a while, but you'll get the video. It's gonna happen. No way we fucking get this close to completion without pushing it over the edge, you know what I'm saying? And then the week following, the 26th, will be EFAP 250. 24-hour bonanza.
Holy.
Of which you're, of course, invited to, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, I'll be back for sure. I've made it through your first 24 hours. I like blacked out as soon as you guys got off. But yeah, I'll be down anytime you're down. Anytime you guys want me back, just let me know.
Absolutely.
But yeah, other than that, as was mentioned at some hour, I don't remember, the Descent thing, that's going to be out possibly in a week's time. I need time to edit that too. So
Jealous. My favorite horror movie. It's crazy.
Well,
that's good.
It'll be fun to check out, I'm sure. But other than
when do you think that's coming out?
That, I mean, I don't exactly know how much time I need to edit it because of the visuals. It could be it'll be between 3 and a week, 3 days in a week. That'll be the low and high, probably. But fuck it. I should never say that. I'd be like, no, it'll take 10 years, and then I'll put it out as a surprise and be like, yeah, there you go.
It's
everyone's
coming.
happy.
Just leave it at that.
It is coming. So, yeah, on that note, I suppose we're going to head off. So thank you all so much for joining us. On a Wednesday, we'll release a catch-up, especially this was the longest EFAP we've done in a while. 10.5 hours.
Yeah.
Crazy. So, yeah, they'll come out, and yeah, thanks for keeping us company, for watching, and we'll see you next time, folks. You sleep well now. Toodle pip.
Yeah, everybody.
Bye.
Right, we'll see you later.
Bye.
Oh my goodness.
I'm tired.
Yeah, me too.